It appears that this world indeed encompasses a realm of the second dimension. Have you ever pondered what choices you would make upon entering the world of the second dimension and encountering various experiences? The time traveler, Yunfan, made the choices that most individuals would inevitably choose. Chapter 1. An ominous phenomenon. Nighttime. Within a modest and inexpensive rental apartment, a spirited young man, after finishing his workday, idly opens his computer, intending to engage in a brief gaming session for entertainment. Day after day, year after year, the computer screen emits a glow, displaying an unchanging boot-up screen. Yunfan sits before his computer, awaiting the completion of the boot process. During this period of anticipation, he finds himself enveloped in the tranquility and solitude of his rental abode, inevitably succumbing to a touch of melancholy. With a resounding slap, Yunfan chastises himself, exclaiming, "Yunfan, it is not yet midnight." Apart from his rather uncommon surname, Yunfan is, like the majority, an unremarkable individual. In his youth, due to a lack of diligence in his studies, he transitioned into society after completing 9 years of compulsory education, becoming just another cog in the workforce. Perhaps this is how my life will be, Yunfan muses, feeling a tinge of sorrow as he speaks to himself. He often finds himself prone to sentimentality, much like today. I failed to excel in my studies, did not accumulate wealth, nor did I become anyone's favorite exception. As Yunfan inputs the system password on his computer, he habitually indulges in his melancholic thoughts. He lets out a sigh and launches a shooting game from the computer. This is a single-player game, not one for online play, designed solely for individual enjoyment. The graphics within the game are remarkably clear, depicting exquisite scenes and characters. After playing for a while, the screen presents 2 options. Select this option if someone is beside you, and select this option if you are alone. As a seasoned player, Yunfan effortlessly opts for the latter choice. Thereafter, the exhilarating shooting game commences. An hour and a half later, satisfied, Yunfan exits the game, a contented smile illuminating his face as he remarks, "This game is quite enjoyable. The only drawback is its high system requirements." Whenever Yunfan feels dejected, indulging in these shooting games invariably dispels his gloomy emotions, akin to clouds parting to reveal the sun. What? The sky outside suddenly resembles daylight. How is that possible? At this moment, Yunfan hears a man's astonished voice from outside. Yunfan recognizes this as the voice of another tenant, and judging by the man's manner of speaking, it seems someone is on the phone with him. Rising from his chair, Yunfan decides to venture onto the small balcony to ascertain the situation outside. In Yunfan's rental unit, the small balcony, kitchen, and bathroom are closely interconnected, separated from the bedroom by just a single door. While playing the game earlier, both the door and the curtain were drawn shut, preventing him from seeing outside. Upon lifting the curtain and opening the door, he is immediately stunned by the sight outside. Although it is night, the sky appears as if illuminated by perpetual daylight. This means there exists a phenomenon akin to perpetual daylight without the presence of night. It is currently 9 o'clock in the evening, and ordinarily, the sun would not be visible at this hour. The only light at night should emanate from the neon lights of a bustling city, where neither the moon nor stars can be seen. Yet, at this moment, the night sky is suffused with a pale green light, illuminating the entire earth as if it were day. However, everyone is acutely aware that this moment is not daytime, but rather night. This phenomenon is indeed remarkably peculiar. Yunfan widened his eyes in admiration for a moment, unlike the previous tenant who rushed outside to behold such a bizarre spectacle. He returned to his computer desk and picked up his smartphone, launching a popular short video application. Given the occurrence of such an event, it was certain that learned experts would express their diverse opinions on the matter. Although some specialists are mere self-proclaimed experts, indeed, experts who do not engage in manual labor, there are still those who possess profound knowledge of both celestial and terrestrial matters. Yunfan thus intended to observe the insights of these genuinely erudite individuals who are truly experts in their fields. I wonder if everyone has witnessed this. An unusual phenomenon has manifested in the sky, one that has never appeared throughout history, beyond the realm of scientific explanation. As Yunfan opened a short video app, he encountered a plethora of videos discussing the reasons behind such a phenomenon in the sky, all of which had surged to the top of the trending list. Upon perusing the comments, he noted that many expressed concerns about the possibility of an impending apocalypse. Continuing to scroll through the videos, Yunfan gleaned a wealth of knowledge from the researchers, encountering concepts he had never before encountered, such as quantum entanglement and Schrödinger's cat theory. The notion of quantum entanglement suggests that all things in existence are predetermined. For instance, when you consume an egg, you are unaware if it is a chicken egg or a duck egg. It could very well be either. However, once it enters your mouth, if it is indeed a duck egg, then it has always been a duck egg and never a chicken egg. This implies that what lies before you has always been a duck egg. Regardless of your actions, the outcome remains unchanged. The egg you consume can only be a duck egg. This video even referenced the world's most brilliant mind, Einstein, who, prior to his passing, proclaimed, "Everything is predetermined." Yunfan began to comprehend this idea. It signifies that the astonishing spectacle that appeared tonight had long existed, merely awaiting this moment for our eyes to behold it. He also noticed some popular comments stating, according to this theory, the alternate dimensions we are familiar with have always existed. They perhaps reside within someone's consciousness, allowing us to become aware of them. Thus, the sudden appearance of this spectacle tonight surely heralds some forthcoming event. Alas, I, who have mingled among mortals while intending to transcend to the divine realm, seem destined to be discovered by you ordinary beings. Fear not, mortals. Even if something terrifying occurs, it matters not, for I shall intervene. Wow, the great emperor of humanity, who says there is no great emperor among mortals. Yunfan chuckled and shook his head, amused by these comments. As Yunfan continued to scroll through additional videos, he encountered rather rigid interpretations. For example, some asserted that these phenomena were merely ordinary natural occurrences, exacerbated by rapid advancements in modern technology, resulting in significant light pollution, which had given rise to tonight's spectacle. After scrolling for a while, Yunfan set his phone aside. Indeed, the notion of a great emperor among mankind seemed nonsensical. Perhaps this truly was just an ordinary manifestation of light pollution. Due to light pollution, the stars in the sky had diminished in number. Yunfan had spent quite a long time watching videos, unwittingly passing 2 hours. It was now 11 o'clock at night. Time to wash up and retire for the night. Yunfan rose from his chair once more, intending to take a shower before resting, as he needed to rise early to work the next day. After completing his shower, he stepped out onto the small balcony to observe the sky. The phenomenon remained unchanged, still resembling daylight. He could hear the bustling chatter of people below, their discussions filled with curiosity and astonishment regarding tonight's occurrence. After watching for a while, Yunfan retreated to his bedroom, closed the door, and lay down in bed, preparing to sleep. Despite the cacophony of voices outside and the less-than-ideal soundproofing, Yunfan found himself able to drift into slumber. As he slept, he gradually lost consciousness. After an indeterminate period, Yunfan awoke to find himself enveloped in darkness. Am I dreaming? He pondered within himself. How strange. Why am I experiencing such dreams? Shouldn't they be of a more pleasant nature? Wait, why do I have the sensation that I am dreaming? Only upon waking can I recall the events of last night. It must merely be a dream. But why do I currently believe I am dreaming? Summoning all his strength, Yunfan opened his eyes, only to be met with a sight that left him utterly speechless. Chapter 2. Transformation. Yunfan's sense of touch returned, though he felt himself ensnared in a state of bewilderment, uncertain if he even possessed a mouth. At that moment, he was acutely aware of only one sensation, the feeling of someone's hand gripping his eyeball. Yunfan was rendered speechless, for he had become nothing more than a pair of eyes. Apart from retaining his consciousness and the ability to perceive images, he found himself utterly devoid of anything else. Abito, my time is fleeting. I hope you can inherit my will and realize the moon's eye plan. A man's magnetic voice resonated within Yunfan's consciousness. Although Yunfan could not comprehend the entirety of the man's words, his seasoned instincts informed him that this was the language of Japan. Occasionally, he could decipher a few words, as their pronunciation mirrored that of his own gluttonous empire. He understood that regional dialects could alter pronunciation significantly, especially for commonly used phrases, as frequent usage often led to unconscious adaptations back to one's local vernacular. For instance, being from a rural background, Yunfan had his own local dialect. If he were to articulate in his native tongue, only the locals would understand him. Others would struggle unless the pronunciation bore minimal variation. Despite the inexplicable transformation into a pair of eyes, Yunfan was grateful that his hearing remained intact, allowing him to perceive the unfolding scenes. The darkness he had witnessed was merely due to a hand grasping him, the very essence of Yunfan's new existence as an eyeball. In that moment, as the man's fingers shifted slightly, light pierced through, revealing an elderly man, white-haired, his face etched with deep wrinkles, resembling a figure on the brink of death. Goodness, it's Madara! Yunfan exclaimed within his mind. Indeed, this was Uchiha Madara, a character he had encountered in the anime Naruto during his time in the Gluttonous Empire. What was happening? Had he traversed realms? But why had he been transformed into a pair of eyes? Yunfan's consciousness was engulfed in a tumult of frustration and sorrow. What shall you do next? A youthful voice inquired of Uchiha Madara. Madara responded, Obito, this world, as you can see, is rife with suffering. Our task is to eradicate this pain. I will implant these Rinnegan into an orphan, and I have arranged for 2 individuals to encounter him. I believe these 2 will become his closest friends and beloved. Ultimately, as he experiences profound loss, he will awaken the Rinnegan, at which point I shall employ the rebirth of the samsara technique to revive myself. Together, we shall bring an end to this wretched world. The boy Obito, listening to Madara's words, asked again, Have you found a suitable candidate? Madara nodded. Indeed, after evaluating numerous options, I have found a child named Nagato who pleases me greatly. I am confident he will awaken the Rinnegan. Obito, speaking in a half-asked, half-statement manner, queried, Where are these 3? Madara replied, In Amigate Cure. Obito ceased his inquiries. Turning to leave, Madara paid no heed to Obito's rudeness, smiling faintly as he gently grasped the eyeball in his hand and limped away. It appeared he was indeed nearing his end. Yunfan, witnessing this scene and the dialogue between Uchiha Madara and Obito, absorbed every detail with clarity. However, he could not fully comprehend their conversation due to his unfamiliarity with the Japanese language. As Madara tightened his grip, darkness enveloped Yunfan once more. After some time, he felt the sharp sting of raindrops hitting his eyes. He longed to rub them, but as a pair of eyes, he found himself powerless. Is it raining outside? Yunfan instinctively pondered. Subsequently, when light returned, he discovered that it indeed rained softly, just as he had anticipated. He then beheld a boy with striking red hair amidst the ruins of a war-torn village, remarkably handsome even at such a tender age. He would surely be quite the sight when older. Is this a young Nagato? How unexpectedly handsome. Yunfan mused. Unfortunately, he would later suffer the loss of his legs at the hands of Hanzo, compounded by the tragic death of his dear friend Yahiko, leading him to utilize the powers of the outer path to create the 6 paths of pain, ultimately leaving him physically drained, rendering his beauty inconsequential. Yunfan reflected silently within his consciousness. The boy Nagato lay unconscious beneath a half-collapsed eave, oblivious to the turmoil around him. The sky was overcast, and the rain fell incessantly, as if it would never cease. The raindrops plopped on Nagato's form, soaking him thoroughly. His scant clothing left him shivering, his lips turning a deep shade of purple from the cold. Uchiha Madara approached Nagato without hesitation, squatting down to extract Nagato's eyeball. Blood gushing forth in thick streams from the empty socket. Good heavens, Madara, you're utterly ruthless. Yunfan gasped in shock at the sight of the bloodshed. Madara, unfazed by Yunfan's silent condemnation, deftly implanted the eyeball into Nagato's socket, causing the flow of blood to diminish. Once completed, Madara invoked a rudimentary healing technique to mend the wounds around Nagato's eye. Shortly thereafter, the eyeball transplant was accomplished. Madara rose and departed the scene. After Madara had implanted Yunfan, now a pair of eyes, into Nagato's socket, he found himself engulfed in darkness once again. The eyelids obstructed Yunfan's vision, preventing him from witnessing Madara's exit, though he could hear the diminishing sound of footsteps. It dawned on him that after installing him into Nagato, Madara had left. Release. Suddenly, from the void, Yunfan heard the distinctly authentic pronunciation of the word release from his gluttonous empire. Although the sound was faint by the time it reached him, Yunfan still managed to catch its meaning. Following the utterance of the word, he could finally see the world outside. The sky remained gloomy, with the rain continuing its relentless cascade. Why was I unconscious? I thought I was sleeping soundly in my house last night. How did I end up outside? The young Nagato murmured, bewildered upon waking. Even in his disoriented state, Yunfan could clearly discern Nagato's words. What on earth is Nagato saying? If only I had taken the time to learn the language of Japan. Yunfan lamented in his consciousness, overwhelmed with frustration. Nagato quickly regained his composure. Springing to his feet and frantically scanning his surroundings, the ground was littered with corpses, mingling with the rainwater, creating rivers of blood. This scene, witnessed by Nagato, was also vividly visible to Yunfan. Mom, Dad, Nagato cried out, racing toward the half-collapsed structure. He beheld 2 lifeless bodies that bore a striking resemblance to him. Are these Nagato's parents? Yunfan surmised based on their features. No, no, no. Nagato cried in anguish as he slowly approached the bodies, kneeling before them in despair, tears streaming down his face. Through the veil of his weeping, the scene before Yunfan began to blur. Konan, this village is beyond saving. I must put an end to this chaotic era. A youthful voice echoed from outside the house. The The youth, with hair the hue of reddish-brown clay moistened by rain, was none other than Yahiko. Beside him stood a strikingly beautiful young woman, adorned with soft azure hair, embodying both cuteness and grace due to her tender age. She was Konan. Nagato had long heard Yahiko's voice from outside, yet he remained oblivious, consumed by sorrow as he lay over the two cold corpses. Yahiko entered and addressed Nagato, saying, "Hey, I'm Yahiko. What is your name? Your parents perished because this village is beyond salvation. I intend to train diligently and become the leader of Amigate Cure. Would you be interested in assisting me in bringing peace to this village?" Clenching his fists tightly, Nagato rose, turning his back to Yahiko, and resolutely replied, "All right." Within Nagato's eyes, where only the consciousness of Yunfan resided, he could neither comprehend nor perceive the boy behind him. Yet from Nagato's demeanor and tone, he understood that Nagato and the boy had reached some form of agreement. What was happening? Yunfan was taken aback. From a young age, he had watched Naruto, but the weekly updates had been particularly lackluster. Apart from a few thrilling plot points, much had faded from his memory. Additionally, his inability to understand the language of the island nation rendered the recollections elusive. Nevertheless, he felt a sensation that the forthcoming developments would usher in extraordinary changes. Chapter 3. Encountering Jiraiya. Although Yunfan had not fully grasped the entirety of Naruto's plot, certain particularly captivating storylines left a lasting impression. He pondered why he had found himself in the world of Naruto, and the sensation felt intensely real. Could it be that the concept of quantum entanglement, mentioned in a video he had previously watched, was indeed true? Did alternate dimensions truly exist? Much like historical texts, which recount events that genuinely transpired, someone must articulate these tales for us to comprehend the annals of the past. Thus, the notion of alternate dimensions follows the same principle. They exist, merely awaiting a storyteller to illuminate them. Yunfan's thoughts lingered on this idea. It appeared he had traversed into the Naruto universe, potentially linked to the anomalies in the sky. Yet, why had he been reduced to mere eyes? A wave of sorrow washed over him. However, he sensed that his transformation into a pair of eyes was no ordinary occurrence. Upon analyzing the narrative of Naruto, he deduced that these eyes were the Rinnegan. His familiarity with the arc where Naruto faced Pain left a profound imprint on his memory. Pain's 6 paths were merely lifeless puppets, controlled by the boy Nagato. Yunfan had observed the process through which Uchiha Obito exchanged his eyes with clarity. Thus, he surmised that he had become the Rinnegan. However, activation was necessary for him to claim the host as his own. This intuition was not unfounded. It stemmed from the instinctive reaction of the Rinnegan itself. In essence, once Nagato activated the Rinnegan Yunfan would dominate Nagato's consciousness, resulting in Nagato ceasing to be Nagato, and instead becoming Yunfan. A sense of bitterness enveloped Yunfan, as he was uncertain when Nagato would activate the Rinnegan. Until that moment, he could only observe, listen, and contemplate, rendered powerless otherwise. Nagato turned to Yahiko and inquired, "What shall we do now?" Yahiko, brimming with confidence, replied, "No rush. You look pale and emaciated. You must not have eaten in days." With that, Yahiko turned his gaze towards the young, yet strikingly beautiful Konan. She nodded silently, stepping forward to present Nagato with a packet of biscuits she retrieved from her pocket. Their eyes met briefly before they both averted their gaze. Nagato, indeed famished, swallowed hard and quickly accepted the biscuits from Konan, devouring them ravenously before even fully opening the package. After replenishing his energy with the biscuits, Nagato moved to a corner of the house. The structure was partially collapsed, allowing rainwater to cascade from the roof in a steady stream. In the corner sat a vessel brimming with clean rainwater, which Nagato approached to quench his thirst. This scene was visible to Yunfan, yet he remained oblivious to their conversation. After Nagato finished drinking, he and Yahiko engaged in discussion, eventually lifting the 2 corpses from the ground. These bodies belonged to Nagato's parents. All of this had been orchestrated by Uchiha Obito, who had laid out an elaborate scheme. To begin with, the lovely and talented Konan possessed chakra of 4 elemental types: wind, earth, water, and light. The light attribute was exceedingly rare. Those fortunate enough to wield such unique chakra were often deemed chosen ones. Thus, Konan was a prodigious talent selected by Uchiha Obito after much consideration, destined to cross paths with Nagato. The 3 of them were the only children remaining in their village, and their parents were not their biological kin, but mere manifestations of white Zetsu. Now, they had all become orphans, utterly alone. Yahiko was relatively inexperienced, while Konan was a genius, and Nagato possessed the Rinnegan. Their personalities complemented each other, fostering a harmonious dynamic. In truth, their camaraderie would develop effortlessly, and the progression of their bonds would be rapid. It was believed that after spending time together, their connection would solidify profoundly. However, this was merely a cog in Uchiha Obito's grand design. It was certain that Yahiko's character would lead Konan and Nagato to Amigakure to learn ninjutsu. Driven by a desire for vengeance and the ambition to end the chaos of the era, the three orphans would undoubtedly face fatigue and hunger along the way. Uchiha Obito had chosen this day to annihilate their village, facilitating their fateful meeting so that they could eventually encounter the legendary Sannin of Konohagakure. This village lay in a remote area, adjacent to the borders of Konoha, and with the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War on this very day, the renowned Sannin were returning to Konoha, bound to traverse through this village. Given Jiraiya's character, he would never overlook the plight of these three unfortunate youths. It must be said, Uchiha Obito's plotting was astoundingly intricate, driven by unwavering dedication to the Moon's Eye plan. Indeed, as soon as Yahiko and the others exited the dilapidated house, they encountered three remarkable figures striding side by side. The first, a strikingly handsome man with long flowing hair and serpent-like eyes, wore a serious expression upon noticing Yahiko and the others. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his gaze. This was Orochimaru. The second, with disheveled silver hair, wore a perpetually cheerful countenance as he gazed at the beautiful woman beside him, entirely embodying the role of a sycophant, none other than Jiraiya. The last was an exceptionally beautiful woman, adorned with golden locks and ample curves, her Konoha attire barely containing her allure. Should she be won over? Even beneath the peony flowers, her spirit would remain vibrant. She was the extraordinarily beautiful Tsunade. However, upon closer inspection, one might notice her trembling form, seemingly gripped by fear. Jiraiya was aware that Tsunade's brother had just perished in battle, and in this moment, he sought not to play the sycophant, but rather to offer comfort to Tsunade. It is my fervent hope to contribute my modest efforts towards aiding Tsunade in overcoming her inner scars. Although Tsunade presently exhibits no overt abnormalities, she is nonetheless gripped by an inexplicable dread. Should her emotional wounds remain unhealed, they will inevitably fester and worsen over time. Throughout this arduous journey, Jiraiya has racked his brain in vain, unable to elicit even a fleeting smile from Tsunade. In the recent conflict, the trio displayed extraordinary prowess, earning renown and repelling numerous adversaries. Today marks the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, allowing the three of them to return to Konohagakure ahead of the main forces, who are engaged in the somber task of honoring their fallen comrades and bringing them home. At this moment, the legendary three ninjas of Konoha encountered Yahiko and his companions. Orochimaru raised his right hand, seemingly intent on some course of action. Jiraiya promptly grasped Orochimaru's arm, exclaiming, "Orochimaru, they are but children." Orochimaru replied coldly, "War is a terrifying reality. I am merely assisting them. This village lies in ruins, and given the distance from Amigakure, do you truly believe these three, lacking any mastery of taijutsu, can survive on their own?" Jiraiya fell silent for a moment before responding, "The war has ended. You should return to Konoha. I will remain here to care for them." Orochimaru shook his head, saying, "Jiraiya, your kindness is your folly," and walked away without a backward glance. Tsunade seemed to be little more than a marionette, following Orochimaru as he moved ahead. She had lost something profoundly significant within her heart, and the one she cherished was just before her. Jiraiya watched Tsunade's retreating figure and called out, "Tsunade, may you find peace in your sorrow." His voice began strong but faded, as though he had uttered a grave misstep. Yet, Tsunade remained oblivious, seemingly deaf to Jiraiya's words, continuing to trail Orochimaru. Despite the proximity and volume of Jiraiya's voice, Tsunade chose to ignore him, perhaps unwilling to engage or perhaps too engulfed in her grief. Jiraiya understood that Orochimaru would care not for Tsunade's mental state. Only he could offer her assistance. Yet if he chose to stay, the three children would perish. He could not abandon them. Raising his gaze to Yahiko and his companions, he bestowed upon them a smile that would linger in their memories forever, warm and radiant. Chapter 4. The awakening of the Rinnegan. Jiraiya became acquainted with the trio of Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Utilizing his ninjutsu, he gathered the bodies from the village and laid them to rest in a designated area. He then led the three of them to a flat expanse near the sea, where they constructed a modest wooden cabin. Nearby hills provided fresh spring water and wild game, while the ocean teemed with fish, shrimp, and crabs. With ample food and water sources, along with Jiraiya's remarkable proficiency in ninjutsu and taijutsu, their living conditions were entirely secure. Time flowed swiftly, and a year passed. During this time, Jiraiya instructed Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato in reading and writing, teaching them the ways of ninjutsu and taijutsu. He became not only their teacher, but also a surrogate parent. Jiraiya was astonished to discover that both Konan and Nagato possessed the rare yang release, and their aptitude for learning ninjutsu was nothing short of extraordinary. This was not the case for Yahiko, however. Though initially struggling to comprehend their conversations, Yunfan gradually grasped their meanings through observation over the year. His literacy progressed remarkably, as the characters they used bore a striking resemblance to those of the gluttonous empire, albeit with some simplifications that rendered immediate distinction challenging. Though Yunfan was still somewhat inept in speaking, he adapted to the local vernacular, having fully assimilated after a few months. While he could understand and read the language, his spoken skills were lacking. It was impossible for Yunfan to verify his progress, as he had not spoken a word in a year due to his transformation into the Rinnegan, which afforded him only consciousness, allowing him to perceive the world through Nagato's eyes and hear their conversations. Under Yunfan's watchful eye, Konan and Nagato flourished, while Yahiko remained playful and less inclined to study. Despite boasting of his abilities, claiming he could master basic ninjutsu in an hour, he found himself stagnant while Konan and Nagato advanced swiftly. Unbeknownst to Yunfan, who was unfamiliar with the plot of Naruto, he did not realize that Jiraiya would eventually meet the young Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. However, he was aware of Jiraiya's epic confrontation with pain. He mused, if I could seize Nagato's consciousness, could I avert Jiraiya's demise? Throughout the year, Yunfan not only observed the interactions among Yahiko, Konan, and Jiraiya, but also contemplated how he might activate the Rinnegan without Nagato's intervention, thereby usurping his consciousness. He felt an innate sense that such a takeover was possible, yet he pondered how long it would take until Nagato activated the Rinnegan. I, Yunfan, cannot be confined to such limitations. Since I have arrived in this world, it is evident that I possess the protagonist's aura. A protagonist cannot merely be defined by a pair of eyes. In just another year, or rather, within 6 months, I shall seize Nagato's consciousness. Yunfan's aspirations soared, embodying the essence of a hero. Thus, Yunfan fixated on the idea of prompting Nagato to activate the Rinnegan without his control. Time sped by, and 6 months elapsed. During this period, Yunfan consistently ruminated on the mysteries of the Rinnegan. One evening, although Yahiko had made only modest progress over the year and a half, he had learned some taijutsu and ninjutsu, yet still lagged far behind Konan and Nagato. The trio decided to venture to the seaside to catch fish for dinner, as their beloved teacher Jiraiya had announced he would return to Konoha the next day. Despite their reluctance to part ways, they understood that Jiraiya belonged to the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire. Partings were inevitable. There are no feasts that do not end. Determined to prepare a lavish farewell dinner, Yahiko formed a hand seal, channeling chakra beneath his feet, and leaped into the sea, miraculously standing atop the water's surface. Yahiko beamed with pride, reveling in his prowess. Yet, the next moment, his expression faltered, for Konan and Nagato effortlessly leapt into the water without forming seals, maintaining their balance upon the waves. It was evident that their mastery of chakra was far superior to Yahiko's. Mayahiko sighed deeply. It turns out, I am the weakest among us. Konan, her smile radiant like a blooming flower, responded, Mayahiko, you must strive harder. Nagato added with a smile, indeed, Mayahiko, you should double your efforts. Konan and I are waiting for you to become the leader of the Hidden Rain. The Hidden Rain village belongs to the Land of Rain, and its leader is known as the Kage. For instance, the ninja village of the Land of Fire is called Konohagakure, with its leader referred to as the Hokage. This scene clearly illustrated the harmonious bond that had developed among the three over the past year and a half. Had Yunfan witnessed this moment, he would undoubtedly have derided Mayahiko for his naivety. However, Yunfan was preoccupied with thoughts on how to awaken the Rinnegan, oblivious to the happenings around him, fixated solely on seizing Nagato's consciousness to become the chosen one. Within Nagato's eyes resided a consciousness, a pair of eyes adorned with ripple patterns. Yet, even at close proximity, no one could perceive that another set of eyes existed within, as if they were from a realm beyond this world. At that moment, these eyes were closed, akin to being in a slumber. Suddenly, they opened. On the surface of the sea, Nagato, Konan, and Mayahiko were crafting kunai from wood, seeking fish to skewer with their makeshift weapons while simultaneously honing their throwing skills. They had even turned it into a competition, seeing who could catch the most food within half an hour. Just then, Nagato felt a surge of immense energy emanating from his eyes. He shut them tightly and clasped his head, appearing to be in great agony. Konan and Mayahiko, sensing Nagato's distress, rushed to his side, expressing their concern. Nagato, what is wrong? Are you all right? Upon their approach, Nagato abruptly opened his eyes, revealing the ripple-patterned gaze that instilled a sense of dread in both Konan and Mayahiko. As he glanced at them, he swiftly turned his head away, directing his gaze towards the vast ocean before them, which had been calm until now. Suddenly, it seemed as if the ocean had been provoked, as waves surged violently, forming a vortex that expanded into a gaping abyss. The pit appeared unfathomably deep. Like a bottomless chasm, Konan and Mayahiko felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Had Nagato not averted his gaze, they would have surely faced dire consequences. For the pit created by the vortex was so immense that escape would have been impossible. Should they fall in, survival would be a mere fantasy. Even though they had learned to gather chakra, they would undoubtedly drown in the depths of the sea. Nagato cried out in anguish, closing his eyes once more before collapsing onto the water's surface. Having lost consciousness and unable to control his chakra, he began to sink into the ocean. Observing this, Konan dove into the water. Soon, she surfaced, cradling Nagato in her arms, standing upon the water's surface as she exchanged a glance with Mayahiko. They shared an unspoken question. How could Nagato possess such formidable power? Suddenly, a figure emerged on the water's surface. It was Jiraiya, with his silver-white hair. From a distance, he had witnessed the moment Nagato closed his eyes and murmured, "Indeed, that pair of eyes was the Rinnegan." Chapter 5, 3 years. Jiraiya hurried to Nagato's side, assessing his condition, and then breathed a sigh of relief. He fine. He merely exhausted himself from trying to wield that power. Upon hearing this, Konan and Mayahiko felt their worries ease. Mayahiko inquired, "Jiraiya-sensei, what was that power Nagato just exhibited?" Jiraiya explained, "That is the Rinnegan, passed down from the Sage of Six Paths, possessing at least 5 elemental chakra transformations. I had thought Nagato was merely a rare talent like Konan, with only the scarce Yang chakra, but it appears he also possesses Yin chakra." A glimmer of realization sparked in Jiraiya's eyes. Could it be that the great sage of the Toads had foretold of one of his disciples being a child of destiny, and that child was Nagato? After this incident, Konan and Mayahiko lost all interest in fishing. Jiraiya lifted Nagato and, accompanied by Konan and Mayahiko, returned to the wooden hut. Within Nagato's eyes, Yunfan was filled with despair. He had nearly seized control of Nagato's consciousness, thereby transforming Nagato into himself. Yet, due to his overwhelming excitement and the fierce resistance from Nagato's consciousness, he had failed. For the past 6 months, he had been pondering how to awaken the Rinnegan without Nagato's involvement. Though he had almost succeeded, he ultimately faltered for 2 reasons: his excessive excitement and his inability to harness the power of the Rinnegan. Thus, Yunfan could not claim dominion over Nagato's consciousness. "Am I not the protagonist?" he lamented. Such a rare opportunity would not present itself again for an eternity. The following day, Nagato was not harmed, merely fatigued. And after a brief slumber, he awoke. Unaware of the events from the previous evening, he listened as Mayahiko remarked about his newfound power. Jiraiya then took Nagato to an open area, with Konan and Mayahiko trailing behind. Jiraiya addressed Nagato, "Try once more to see if you can access that power." Nagato, perplexed, shook his head. "Jiraiya-sensei, I don't think I can." Jiraiya pondered for a moment, realizing that Nagato was still young and had yet to fully master the Rinnegan's potential. Afterward, he dismissed the matter. As they returned to the wooden hut, Jiraiya packed his belongings and informed Konan, Nagato, and Mayahiko, "Over the past year and a half, you have made remarkable progress in your ninjutsu training. Today, I must bid you farewell, as I am returning to Konohagakure." Tears welled in Konan's eyes, her expression one of poignant sorrow. Mayahiko, wearing a confident smile, declared, "Jiraiya-sensei, do not worry, we will carve out a reputation for ourselves, and we will surely honor your name." Nagato remained calm, his emotions unwavering. Having spent a year and a half with them, Jiraiya understood each of their personalities intimately, so he paid little heed to Nagato's demeanor. He offered a warm, gentle smile and waved goodbye to the trio, saying, "I'm off." As Jiraiya's figure receded into the distance until he vanished from sight, Mayahiko burst into tears. "Konan." Nagato turned away from Konan and Mayahiko, saying, "Let us go." "Konan, Mayahiko, we must head to the Hidden Rain village and uncover who annihilated this village." Konan and Mayahiko concealed their emotions regarding Jiraiya in their hearts, resolutely nodding in agreement. The 3 of them had learned from Jiraiya that although 2 years prior the Second Shinobi World War was raging, he had assured them that they would not harm defenseless civilians. Even if a battlefield emerged within a village, both sides would provide ample time for innocent villagers to evacuate. The existence of war stemmed from the pursuit of individual interests, devoid of any connection to the common populace. Thus, the massacre of their village must have had other motives. At this moment, Mayahiko, Nagato, and Konan were determined to investigate this matter. Yunfan observed the farewell between Jiraiya and the trio with keen clarity. Knowing full well that the assailants responsible for the massacre of Mayahiko's village were certainly not the ninjas from Konohagakure, this conclusion was supported by evidence. As Yahiko and his companions journeyed towards the Rain Village, they traversed a village teeming with inhabitants. Despite the dilapidated state of some structures, the villagers remained unperturbed. Remarkably, several ninjas clad in the Rain Village's attire were assisting the villagers in the construction of their homes. Not only did Yunfan share this sentiment, but Yahiko and his companions also came to believe that their mentor, Jiraiya, had not deceived them. This revelation ignited a fervor within them. Soon, they arrived at the Rain Village, officially becoming ninjas of the Land of Rivers. This role not only allowed them to protect their homeland, but also afforded them the authority to investigate the reasons behind its destruction. Meanwhile, Yunfan, having failed to seize Nagato's consciousness, found himself in a state of inertia, resigned to his circumstances. After compelling Nagato to activate his Rinnegan once, Yunfan now felt feeble and understood that recovery would require considerable time. Often, opportunities are fleeting. If one fails to grasp them, they may never return. Missteps in timing lead to inevitable misfortune. Had Yunfan been patient and waited another year or so, he would likely have succeeded in dominating Nagato's consciousness. Yet, this world, akin to Yunfan's previous life, offers no what-ifs, only reality and poor choices. Fortunately, Yunfan still possessed a second chance, even if no opportunities remained. Nagato's activation of the Rinnegan would present another opening for Yunfan. Thus, his impatience and eagerness caused him to mishandle his initial opportunity. Nevertheless, he held on to the belief that paths would emerge in times of desperation, and as long as the outcome was not utterly dire, choices would still exist. This philosophy underpinned Yunfan's acceptance of his situation. Once Yahiko and his companions ascended to the ranks of Rain Village ninjas, they distinguished themselves remarkably, garnering the favor of Hanzo of the Salamander. Time, like a fleeting shadow, cannot be halted, and 3 years swiftly passed. Under Hanzo's mentorship, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, having excelled in their missions, were promoted to Jonin status. Konan blossomed into a striking beauty, her soft blue-violet hair framing her delicate features, rendering her the most enchanting sight in the Rain Village. Yahiko barely earned his Jonin title, primarily riding on the coattails of Konan and Nagato. However, evaluations of their overall strength indicated that Yahiko possessed the capability of a Jonin, albeit one at the lower echelon. Even without activating his Rinnegan, Nagato's prowess was formidable, ranking him among the elite. Throughout these 3 years, their investigations yielded numerous leads. As they delved deeper into the truth, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato found themselves confronted with incredulity. Chapter 6: Assassination. During these 3 years, Yunfan, in a state of inertia, accompanied Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato through their missions and daily lives. For instance, the now stunning Konan delighted in origami, crafting charming paper figures of stars, boats, flowers, and even Nagato. Indeed, despite her status as a goddess among the villagers, Konan remained a girl experiencing the stirrings of first love, and her heart was set on Nagato. Yet, Yahiko harbored affections for Konan. Aware of Konan's feelings for him, Nagato also recognized Yahiko's interest, maintaining a respectful distance from Konan. His unacknowledged affection often went unnoticed, even when Konan sought him out for conversation, subtly hinting at her feelings, with Nagato merely needing to affirm her sentiments with a nod. Witnessing this, Yunfan could not help but exclaim, I agree, as if Konan's confession were directed at him. However, Yunfan was merely a spectator within Nagato's consciousness, unable to control his words. Thus, Nagato, true to form, deflected the conversation without a hint of awkwardness, sparing Konan's feelings. Observing Nagato's outright rejection of the beautiful Konan, Yunfan berated him for 3 days and nights, during which his desire to dominate Nagato's consciousness intensified. Of course, Yunfan understood that Nagato harbored feelings for Konan as well. After all, love is a perplexing enigma, yet it serves as one of life's most exquisite spices. Over these 3 years, the personalities of Nagato and Yahiko complemented each other, forging an unbreakable bond of brotherhood. Thus, upon realizing Yahiko's deep affection for Konan, Nagato stifled his own feelings before they could blossom. It appeared to be a love triangle, yet it was not. Within the Rinnegan, Yunfan, a mere fragment of consciousness, lamented like a master of emotions. He recognized that Nagato's actions stemmed from a desire to protect both Yahiko and Konan. As time progressed, Nagato gradually sensed his growing strength, feeling a latent power within his eyes. Now, Hanzo, aged and wise, frequently suggested that Nagato could succeed him as the next leader of the Land of Rivers. However, each time, Nagato recommended Yahiko for the role. While Yahiko's natural talent was lacking, his relentless determination had significantly enhanced his abilities. Hanzo, perceptive and experienced, understood Nagato's intentions. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Nagato's duty extended beyond protecting Konan and Yahiko. He was also tasked with safeguarding the villagers of the Rain Village and ensuring the security of the surrounding regions. Moreover, Nagato aspired to see Konan and Yahiko as a couple, all while managing the Rain Village effectively. Although Yahiko could not govern the village alone, Konan's intelligence would more than compensate for this shortcoming. Thus, Hanzo remarked, if Konan is willing to assist Yahiko, it matters not whether they are romantically involved. Should she consent, I shall immediately resign. With the confidence characteristic of Yahiko, Nagato replied, Hanzo-sensei, rest assured, while I cannot guarantee that Konan will fall in love with Yahiko, I can assure you that she will be willing to support him. Hanzo nodded in agreement. He continued, the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha are exceedingly powerful. With your current strength, avenging your parents remains a distant goal. Nagato acknowledged, Hanzo-sensei, I understand. I will become stronger. He rubbed his eyes, knowing that his true power lay within them. The Rinnegan, as that despicable Jiraiya had termed it. Within the Rinnegan, Yunfan recognized that after nearly 3 years of waiting, his second opportunity was approaching. Although Yunfan had previously compelled Nagato to activate the Rinnegan, the memory of his initial failure had instilled a sense of restraint in him. This was why Nagato began to sense the burgeoning power within his eyes. At this moment, July 5, 3099. During these 3 years, as Yunfan lingered within Nagato's consciousness, he realized that this world adhered to the calendar of the great gluttonous empire. Each time he glimpsed this date, he felt as though he had traversed into the future. Yet not quite. It was a curious sensation. On this night, the moon shone brightly against a backdrop of sparse stars. 3 years had elapsed, a span both swift and slow. This reminded Yunfan of his schooling in the great gluttonous empire, where he attended a modest town school with a mere 3 floors. In his first year, he was on the ground floor. In his second year, he moved to the second floor. And in his final year, he occupied the 3rd floor. 3 years had merely been a journey from the 1st floor to the 3rd. On this particular night, Yunfan had meticulously prepared for a long time to activate the Rinnegan and seize control of Nagato's consciousness. This time, Yunfan was exceptionally well equipped and held unwavering confidence in his impending success. The night was profoundly tranquil. However, on the other side, events were destined to unfold far less peacefully. Hanzo, the leader of Amigakure, had resolved to assassinate Yahiko. But why would Hanzo seek Yahiko's demise? The answer lay in a great secret revealed to him by Danzo of Konohagakure from the Land of Fire. It was said that Nagato's eyes were the Rinnegan, a gift bestowed only upon the Sage of 6 Paths. However, to awaken the Rinnegan, one must experience the profound loss of a loved one, generating a significant amount of hatred, which, once reached, could unlock the powers of the Rinnegan. Through 3 years of observation, Hanzo had discerned the close-knit bond among Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Notably, Konan was a prodigious talent whose prowess now surpassed even Nagato's, thereby relegating Yahiko, who lacked exceptional abilities, to Hanzo's assassination list. After over a month of meticulous planning, Hanzo finally seized an opportunity this very night. Yahiko had no missions the following day and had retired early for rest. Yahiko was diligent. Even during downtime, he never entertained thoughts of leisure. His early rest was a testament to his belief that only through proper recuperation could he cultivate his strength for the following day's training. Unbeknownst to him, the very person he trusted most, Hanzo, was plotting his assassination. As Hanzo stealthily approached Yahiko's quarters, Nagato was experiencing an unusual sensation, a profound discomfort in his eyes, akin to sand invading them. Yet, he understood that it was not sand but the awakening of his eye's power. A piercing pain coursed through his head, as if it might split apart. He knew that tonight, the awakening of his Rinnegan was imminent. Departing his dormitory, Nagato intended to seek Yahiko's assistance, harboring an inexplicable feeling of emptiness, as if something precious had been lost. However, there was no time for contemplation. The pain in his head rendered him unable to think clearly. In a certain area of Amigakure, a series of buildings stood, serving as resting quarters for the village's shinobi. Yahiko resided in one such building, soundly asleep on an expansive bed, snoring contentedly, which revealed his deep trust in Amigakure. At that moment, a shadow appeared on the second-floor balcony, silent as a whisper, unnoticed by all. The patrolling shinobi had already detected the presence, but chose to feign ignorance. enhancing the vigilance of the area. Indeed, these patrolling shinobi were all loyal to Hanzo, who had orchestrated this plot for quite some time. The figure on the balcony was none other than Hanzo himself, clad in a gas mask and slightly stooped with age. The mask, worn since his childhood, was a precaution against the lethal toxins of a deadly pufferfish that had once plagued Amigakure, which had been implanted within him, granting him resistance to poison. Thus, he had donned the mask to prevent the spread of toxins, a custom he maintained to this day. With his penetrating gaze, Hanzo peered into the dimly lit room. Obscured by curtains, yet he seemed to perceive Yahiko's slumbering form. Raising his right hand, he partially removed his gas mask. With each breath, the dark night shimmered with a faint purplish haze, the very essence of poison. This toxic air, as if imbued with a will of its own, seeped through the gaps beneath the balcony door. Hanzo intended to use poison to eliminate Yahiko. Should Yahiko remain in slumber and fail to resist, he would soon succumb to the lethal toxin. Chapter 7. The Arrival of Yunfan. Nagato felt his condition deteriorating. His body seemed foreign to him. He staggered along the streets of Amigakure, the hour growing late. Most villagers and shinobi had retreated into the embrace of slumber, leaving only those vigilant enough to safeguard the village. Yet, the bustling streets still saw a few late-night workers and residents returning home, alongside a convenience store open around the clock. Thus, when Nagato emerged from his dwelling, he was quickly noticed by patrolling shinobi. At that moment, two figures leaped silently from a rooftop, their impressive taijutsu evident. The dormitory area was eerily quiet, devoid of sound, as even the late-night workers refrained from wandering there. Originally, Nagato and Yahiko had resided next to one another. However, Hanzo's recent construction of additional shinobi dormitories had created a slight distance between them. Nevertheless, the separation was minimal, requiring only a few steps to bridge the gap. Yet, as Nagato stepped out, the two shinobi confronted him. One shinobi inquired, "Nagato, what troubles you? Why are you still awake at this hour?" Overwhelmed by a splitting headache, Nagato could not respond. The two shinobi exchanged glances, and the same shinobi continued, "If something is amiss, please inform us. We are here to assist you. Should you remain silent, we have the authority to intervene." The patrolling shinobi, loyal to Hanzo, were determined to prevent Nagato from entering the dormitory area and jeopardizing Hanzo's plans. With great effort, Nagato replied, "I must find Yahiko." The shinobi exchanged glances once more, and the inquiring shinobi remarked, "You appear unwell. Has something occurred? We can help you." Their concern for Nagato's well-being was genuine, as they recognized that he was one of Hanzo's most valued shinobi. If he were indeed in distress, they would certainly offer their aid. At that moment, Nagato, suffering from excruciating pain, could scarcely comprehend their words. Blood streamed from his eyes, cascading down his cheeks in a gruesome display. The two shinobi, witnessing this, concluded that something was gravely amiss with Nagato. Indeed, Yunfan was currently invading Nagato's consciousness. Yet, Yunfan found the task arduous, as Nagato's mind fiercely resisted him. It felt as though a massive stone had struck his head, leaving him in torment. The prospect of seizing Nagato's consciousness was proving to be far more challenging than anticipated, and doubt crept in. Was he destined to fail once more? Outside, Nagato shut his eyes, clutching his head in agony, crouching on the ground. The two shinobi rushed forward, their concern palpable. "Nagato, what is wrong? Are you all right?" they implored, their voices filled with urgency. Suddenly, Nagato opened his eyes, revealing a pair of iridescent orbs, half purple and half black, as he gazed upon the two ninjas before him. His Rinnegan had been activated to a certain extent, bestowing upon him half of its formidable power. He had acquired sensory abilities. The Rinnegan encompasses a multitude of chakra nature transformations, which, when combined, can forge potent ninjutsu, with sensory perception being merely one of its facets. Under the instinctual influence of his consciousness, Nagato instinctively raised his head, directing his gaze towards the dwelling of his dear friend Yahiko, not far off. To his horror, he witnessed his most trusted ally, Hanzo, poisoning his closest companion, Yahiko. With an ample amount of chakra, the Rinnegan's power allowed him to sense events from miles away, let alone something so close. Thus, Nagato had installed a high-definition camera, enabling him to observe Hanzo's actions with utter clarity. Nagato roared in fury. The pain in his head was rivaled only by the anguish in his heart. He reminisced about the journey of meeting Yahiko and Konan, recalling the moments spent together after encountering Jiraiya, gradually transforming from strangers into steadfast friends. As ninjas of Amigakure, the bond they forged over the course of 3 years evolved from friendship to familial ties. Though not bound by blood, their connection transcended such ties. Nagato was reticent, while Yahiko's character perfectly complemented his shortcomings. Despite Yahiko's lack of innate talent, he never ceased to express his aspirations of becoming the leader of Amigakure, aiming for a future devoid of war, where villages would no longer face slaughter and no more orphans would arise like themselves. Though Yahiko's aptitude was indeed modest, it did not deter his ambition to become the Kage, and he worked diligently, truly striving for his goals. Nagato felt within Yahiko the vision of the nation he desired. Yet, he understood that despite his superior strength, his own disposition was ill-suited for the role of Kage. This was why he had continually recommended Yahiko to Hanzo. Talent may be lacking, but with Konan and himself by his side, they would support one another. The three of them envisioned a future free of conflict. Hanzo, I will surely kill you. Nagato continued to roar, his voice resonating throughout the tranquil dormitory district, reaching even the ears of the ordinary villagers. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared before him, adorned with a pair of exquisite wings crafted from paper. It was Konan. Possessing various chakra nature transformations, Konan had skillfully combined them to create her unique paper shield. These wings, formed from her shield, enabled her to soar through the air, enhancing her mobility. Awakened by Nagato's furious outcry, she swiftly approached him, standing silently at his side, her gaze fixed on the two ninjas before them. What is happening? She inquired. While other ninjas, roused from their slumber, emerged in droves from rooftops and streets, all bewildered, suspecting an enemy attack. Even though the Third Shinobi World War had only recently concluded. Indeed, the Third Shinobi World War had ended. Following the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, Jiraiya had trained Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, returning to Konohagakure shortly before the conflict reignited due to political interests. Over the past 3 years, the reason Hanzo had favored Konan and Nagato was their success in repelling and defeating numerous enemy forces. When Danzo visited for negotiations, it was also to discuss the aftermath of the Third Shinobi World War, during which he mentioned a ninja named Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan. Thus, the events of that night unfolded. Yunfan had long entered a state of dormancy to reactivate the Rinnegan while conserving energy, and thus was not well informed about the Third Shinobi World War. He was aware only of Nagato and Konan's exceptional performances, which had garnered Hanzo's favor. For 3 years, Yunfan had spent nearly all his time in slumber, occasionally waking to mundane occurrences, such as Konan's confessions to Nagato and her various preferences and traits. He often wondered why most of his awakenings were marked by glimpses of their interactions. At this juncture, Yunfan remained in a struggle, oblivious to the events occurring outside. As he was locked in a confrontation with Nagato, it appeared he was on the brink of defeat, as Nagato emanated an overwhelming power. Yet at that moment, the conviction supporting Nagato crumbled. Seizing the opportunity, Yunfan directly commandeered Nagato's consciousness. In this clash of awareness, Yunfan narrowly triumphed. Had it not been for his 3 years of dormancy, accumulating vast reserves of energy, even with the Rinnegan and an independent consciousness, Yunfan's essence would have been overshadowed by Nagato's. It can only be said that Yunfan's timing in choosing this state of dormancy was impeccable. Dormancy was not surrender, rather, it was a means to gather more energy to confront the myriad of trivial challenges. It was evident that Yunfan had succeeded this time, albeit narrowly. However, success is still success, and near misses remained just that. Meanwhile, Nagato lay still, his eyes tightly shut, appearing as though he were lifeless. Upon witnessing this, Konan hesitated. Words caught in her throat. A woman of strength and poise, she was not one to weep easily. Yet, at that moment, tears streamed down her cheeks. The paper crane she had dispatched had returned bearing the grim news of Yahiko's demise. As she stood close to Nagato, her tears fell upon his face. Perhaps it was the touch of her tears that stirred Nagato, as he suddenly raised his right hand to scratch his face, seemingly feeling an itch. Is it raining? He queried, blinking open his eyes with a hint of confusion. The gesture of scratching his face and his bewildered tone marked a stark transformation from the Nagato known before. He was no longer Nagato, he was Yunfan. Yunfan had emerged. Chapter 8, The Essence of a Man. After 3 years of silence, Yunfan felt as though he had been reborn, having seized control of Nagato's body. He opened his eyes, their purple hue adorned with rippling patterns, exuding an enchanting aura. Soon, he beheld a throng of people gathered, some perched on rooftops, others lining the streets, and still others on balconies. What the hell, are none of you asleep? Yunfan internally scoffed. At this hour of the night, with the moon now drifting toward the west, it signified that dawn was nearing. Konan, being exceptionally perceptive, sensed the shift in her close companion Nagato, and inquired, Nagato, what has happened to you? Yunfan instinctively replied, I am no longer Nagato. From this moment forth, I shall be known as Yunfan. What nonsense is this? I am no longer Nagato. I am Yunfan. In the great eating empire, I may be a loser, but that is beside the point. Ahem, I merely possess Nagato's body. Konan furrowed her elegant brows, pondering whether Nagato had undergone such a drastic change due to Yahiko's death. Yunfan stretched lazily, unconcerned by the multitude of eyes scrutinizing him, even performing a set of calisthenics to ease his limbs. Isn't that the prodigy Nagato and Konan from Amigakure? What on earth is going on? I have no idea. I just heard someone roar in anger. Thought it was an enemy attack, and woke up to investigate, only to find this scene. It seems it was indeed Nagato's furious shout. Odd. Though, if it's not an enemy attack, then what is happening? I don't know either. The awakened ninjas began to murmur among themselves. Yunfan had already mastered the language of the island nation and was able to comprehend their discussions clearly. Simultaneously, after Hanzo poisoned Yahiko and realized that his actions had been exposed, he also noticed the Rinnegan and understood that his plan had succeeded. With a few agile leaps, Hanzo arrived before Yunfan. Isn't that Lord Hanzo? Indeed, you are not mistaken. It is indeed Lord Hanzo. What brings him to the dormitory area? There is an unsettling feeling tonight, as if something monumental is about to transpire. Upon witnessing Hanzo's appearance, the ninjas began to speculate fervently. Hanzo disregarded their chatter and focused on Yunfan, stating, Nagato, though I have slain your dear friend, it was for your own good. Only through the sudden demise of your most cherished companion can you awaken the true terror of the Rinnegan. I never expected you to truly possess the Rinnegan. I thought that individual was deceiving me. Sacrificing that mediocre Yahiko to test this theory was not in vain. Yet here we are, and it is indeed real. Nagato, I understand that you harbor immense hatred towards me at this moment, and it is only natural for you to wish for my demise. However, I implore you to lead the land of Rain towards becoming a formidable nation, no longer to be trampled upon by others. I hope you will acquiesce to my request. Hanzo spoke slowly. The ninjas listened with widened eyes, while Yunfan found himself utterly perplexed. At that moment, he was not Nagato. However, having seized control of Nagato's consciousness, Yunfan had gained insight into Nagato's temperament and acquired all of his memories. Of course, it is not to say that Yunfan was a mere amalgamation of Nagato. Yunfan remained himself, distinct from Nagato. They were two separate entities, merely engaged in a struggle for dominance over the body due to Yunfan's transformation into the consciousness of the Rinnegan. Ultimately, Yunfan emerged victorious in this internal conflict. Thus, Yunfan had come to understand Nagato on a profound level. Had Nagato been present and witnessed the murder of his friend while hearing Hanzo's words, he would undoubtedly have unleashed the power of the Rinnegan to decimate the entire village. In this moment, Yunfan grasped the significance of the phrase uttered by a certain individual. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? Pain, in truth, was Yahiko, Nagato's friend. And it was Nagato himself who originally spoke those words. Following Yahiko's death, Nagato sought to uphold his friend's aspirations, resurrect him, and, in a manner reminiscent of his friend, bring an end to the world's suffering. From the memories, Yunfan, as an observer, discerned that Hanzo appeared to be guiding the trio of Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko to investigate the truth behind the slaughter of their homeland, steering them towards the hidden leaf village in the land of fire. However, upon witnessing Madara transform him into a Rinnegan wielder and alter Nagato's eyes, he could surmise that it was not the hidden leaf village that had annihilated Nagato's homeland, but rather Madara himself. I finally understand, Yunfan murmured almost imperceptibly, why Nagato is so insistent on destroying the hidden leaf village. The Rain village, which Nagato trusted, had murdered Yahiko in the name of power, who would not feel despair. Consequently, Nagato eradicated the Rain village, turning the land of Rain into a puppet state. When Nagato learned that the hidden leaf village was the true perpetrator of the destruction of his homeland, he resolved to annihilate it. Moreover, this truth was a deception. Nagato remained oblivious to the fact that he had been manipulated by his enemy. And it was only Jiraiya's profound affection towards Nagato and his companions during their childhood that had softened Nagato's heart. Nagato is indeed a pitiable soul. Yunfan once again whispered softly. Seeing Yunfan remain silent, Hanzo noticed his lips moving as if engaged in a quiet soliloquy, leading him to assume that Yunfan had lost his sanity. Thus, he remarked, Nagato, I urge you to think clearly. Only by acquiring formidable power can you seek vengeance. Yunfan replied with a hint of confusion, vengeance? What do I have to avenge? I bear no deep-seated grudge against them. Hanzo was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. Yunfan shook his head. Fortunately, he had control over Nagato's body. Had it been Nagato's true disposition, the Rain village would have been drenched in blood by now. Yunfan could see that if the original Nagato had consented to lead the Rain Village towards prosperity and strength, Hanzo might have resorted to taking his own life in a bid to repay the debt of Yahiko's death. However, given Nagato's character, it was evident to Konan as well that he would never act in such a manner. Nagato would have slaughtered the entire Rain Village, although Hanzo would resist fiercely. He was no longer the formidable warrior of his youth, and against the Rinnegan-wielding Nagato, he was destined to fall short. Unfortunately, the current Nagato was not Nagato at all, but rather Yunfan, that fool. Therefore, all these intricate matters had little to do with him. With a sharp crack, Yunfan received a slap from Konan. "Ouch, that hurts," he exclaimed, clutching his face. He then turned to the tearful Konan, bewildered by her sudden aggression. "Nagato, how could you become such a cold and indifferent person?" Konan seethed, her disappointment palpable, accentuated by her tear-streaked face, rendering her utterly pitiable. Yunfan rubbed his temples. He held no emotional ties to Yahiko and had no thoughts of revenge. Yet, he had overlooked the deep bond shared among Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, which was profound and unwavering. Thus, it became evident why Konan felt such disappointment in Yunfan, perceiving him as someone entirely different. Unbeknownst to her, the figure standing before her was no longer Nagato, but Yunfan. Although Yunfan felt no attachment to Yahiko, he did hold a fondness for Konan. After all, a graceful lady is a treasure worth pursuing. Coupled with Conan's kind heart and striking beauty, who among men would not be captivated? The pursuit of the opposite sex is an innate instinct for a man. In the grand gastronomic empire where Yunfan once resided, all relationships began as strangers, evolved into familiarity, then blossomed into romantic partnerships, ultimately culminating in marriage. As Yunfan contemplated his next words of consolation, having been slapped by Konan, he felt no anger. However, before he could speak, Konan, with a cold demeanor, leaped into the air, her destination aimed squarely at Hanzo. "I will make you and the entire Rain Village pay for Yahiko's life." Seeing that Yunfan remained stationary, Hanzo assumed that Yunfan had silently accepted his plea for forgiveness. He burst into laughter, unconcerned about the oncoming Konan. A multitude of explosive tags soared towards Hanzo, as Konan, capable of manipulating her chakra to create unique paper shields, unleashed her barrage. The explosive tags, crafted from paper, allowed her to control a vast number of them from a distance, posing a significant threat to her adversaries. "You wretched woman, how dare you threaten the destruction of the Rain Village? You shall not harm Lord Hanzo." Though Hanzo dismissed Konan's explosive tags with indifference, the observing ninjas could not permit her assault to succeed. From Hanzo's dialogue with Yunfan, they had gleaned the general circumstances, while they found Hanzo's actions somewhat inhumane. They understood it was for the sake of the village and the land of rain. Since it was for the greater good, Hanzo was justified. Earth release, earth barrier. Lightning shield, thunder strike. Fire release, fireball technique. Various ninjutsu illuminated the pre-dawn night. Even if Konan was a rare prodigy, facing such an onslaught was akin to throwing an egg against a stone. Yunfan observed Xiaonan valiantly facing a multitude of adversaries. An onslaught of ninjutsu akin to a bloodthirsty demon rushing towards her. Should no one come to her aid, her life would undoubtedly be at peril. With a heavy sigh, Yunfan lamented, "Alas, Xiaonan, your beauty and kindness render you a perfect candidate to be my wife, yet I cannot allow myself to be hung up on a solitary tree." As he spoke, he lifted his right hand and bit down on his thumb until it bled, swiftly forming a hand seal. Summoning technique, Yada no Kagami. With a resounding puff, a massive cloud of white mist enveloped the area, and as it dissipated, a colossal raven materialized before Yunfan, boasting 3 talents. The abilities of the 6 paths of pain were bestowed upon them by Nagato, thus all ninjutsu they wielded were within his repertoire. Naturally, the powers of the 6 paths were contingent upon the Rinnegan. Yunfan's ability to summon Yada no Kagami stemmed from the contract Nagato had formed with 3 summoning beasts during the Third Great Ninja War. Prior to activating his Rinnegan, Yada no Kagami, Hellhound, and Chameleon. Although bound by contract, Nagato could not summon them, as they were only drawn to him upon sensing the power of the Rinnegan. With the Rinnegan now activated and possessed by Yunfan, he could indeed summon these 3 contracted beasts. Yada no Kagami affectionately nudged Yunfan's face with its enormous beak, its eyes gleaming with the power sourced from Yunfan's own Rinnegan. Swiftly, Yunfan leaped onto the back of Yada no Kagami, and through an unspoken bond, the raven understood the purpose of its summoning. With a piercing cry, Yada no Kagami soared into the skies. Meanwhile, the cacophony of ninjutsu continued unabated. Xiaonan, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of attacks, had managed to fend off the majority but still bore injuries, her attire singed by flames. As the ninjas relentlessly unleashed their techniques, Xiaonan floated in the air, her back adorned with wings crafted from paper shields. Yet, another wave of ninjutsu surged towards her. Aware of her inability to withstand further assaults, she felt a rush of despair. At that moment, the enormous raven appeared before her. Shinra Tensei. Yunfan spread his arms wide, and an unseen force radiated outward, repelling all incoming ninjutsu. Lightning techniques ceased abruptly, while the fire techniques transformed into a shower of embers, illuminating the last remnants of darkness. In the eastern horizon, the dawn began to break. Indeed, Yunfan harbored no deep feelings for Yahiko, nor did he seek revenge. His impression of Xiaonan was that of a stunning and vibrant woman. Yet, why did he choose to save her? Beyond the innate tendencies of a man, he had made a conscious choice. No one is inherently inclined to cherish you or stand by your side. If no one is willing to protect her, what reason does she have to offer her heart and accompany you on your journey? It is true that during his time in the gluttonous empire, Yunfan had once acted in such a manner, only to find himself ridiculed as a lovesick fool, left with nothing. This moment brought Yunfan back to the innocent decisions of his time in the gluttonous empire. Thus, whenever faced with a choice, he felt an overwhelming dread. Yet he understood that one must first act in order to witness the outcome. Consequently, Yunfan chose to stand before Xiaonan, confronting the denizens of the Hidden Rain village. Xiaonan regarded the handsome figure before her with a soft huff, turning her head, though the joy in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Yunfan was uncertain if this choice would lead to love, yet Xiaonan was aware that her love had indeed emerged. Chapter 9. The appearance of the Akatsuki organization after Yunfan repelled all ninjutsu. In a shadowy corner of the hidden mist village, 3 men observed the battlefield stealthily. One wore a ripple-patterned mask, another had a black mask obscuring his nose and mouth, and the last was bare-chested, carrying a vivid red scythe. It seems the Rinnegan has awakened. Our plan can be enacted. First, we must draw him into the Akatsuki, murmured the masked man. The scythe-wielding man glanced at his companion, arrogantly inquiring, "Is this the person you seek, the leader of the Akatsuki?" The masked man nodded, smiling. "Indeed, Haydn, his Rinnegan is of utmost importance to us." The masked man stretched lazily, declaring, "I care not for the significance of this individual. My interests lie solely in wealth and hearts." Heh. Haydn responded incredulously, "Cuckoo. I never would have guessed you to be such a materialistic person." Noticing the momentary stillness in the distance, the masked man pondered aloud. Strange, given Nagato's character. He would typically unleash a massacre upon the entire Hidden Mist village following the death of a close friend. Why has it come to this? Haydn stroked his chin, remarking, "A friend's death without a hint of emotion? Such a person intrigues me." After observing for a while, the masked man declared, "The plan has shifted. We must intervene to ignite Nagato's wrath, lest it disrupt our subsequent plans." Meanwhile, Xiaonan confronted Yunfan, who stood upon Yada no Kagami's back. "Why do you not seek vengeance for Yahiko?" Yunfan cleared his throat. "Because I fear death." Xiaonan responded with a huff. "Then why did you save me?" Yunfan rubbed his temples, recognizing that Xiaonan's character mirrored Nagato's, which perhaps explained her unwavering loyalty toward him in his quest to obliterate Konoha. Additionally, there was the matter of her feelings for Nagato. "Xiaonan, cease this madness. There are people here," Yunfan urged. "Yahiko has perished. The dead cannot be revived. But you must not die." In truth, although Yahiko had passed, Yunfan, now endowed with the Rinnegan, possessed the ability to resurrect him through the power of the Hell Realm. However, since the Rinnegan had only just activated, many abilities remained restricted. Moreover, the resurrection technique demanded an immense amount of chakra, and the Hell Realm's rebirth from the depths could only be used once. This meant that if Yunfan did not utilize it on others, it functioned as a resurrection device capable of reviving those who had perished but whose souls had not yet dissipated. In contrast, the Hell Realm among the 6 paths of pain could utilize rebirth to revive the other 5 paths, as Nagato had divided his power into 6. Thus, each path wielded different capabilities, all derived from the Rinnegan, which imposed no limitations on resurrection. Of course, Yunfan would never be foolish enough to divide his Rinnegan's power. Only a stubborn individual like Nagato would go to such lengths to allow his dear friend Yahiko to experience the world. Returning to the matter at hand, Xiaonan remarked, "I sense that you are no longer the Nagato I once knew. You have transformed entirely. You are not the Nagato I recognize. With the power of those eyes, none can rival you." Upon hearing this, Yunfan sighed. "When will this cycle of violence end?" "Xiaonan, listen to me. Put down the sword and become a Buddha." Xiaonan, taken aback, retorted, How do you possess so many lofty words? I understand now, you are not Nagato. Yunfan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I am not Nagato. He had no intention of concealing this truth from Xiaonan. Xiaonan was momentarily stunned. Among the three, was I truly the only one left? In the vicinity of the ninja dormitory, Hanzo gazed skyward, listening to the conversation between Yunfan and Xiaonan. Hanzo was not a fool. From their dialogue, he discerned that Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan, was no longer the Nagato he once knew. Could it be the Sage of Six Paths? Hanzo speculated inwardly. At that moment, a trusted ninja appeared at Hanzo's side, respectfully inquiring, Lord Hanzo, you have commanded us to cease our actions. What is your intention? That woman has already betrayed us. We must eliminate her now, or her exceptional talents could become a grave threat to our village. Amage Cure. Please, give the order, my lord. This ninja sought Hanzo's command to continue the assault on Xiaonan, believing that since she had turned against Amage Cure, sparing her life could lead to future retribution against the village. Given Xiaonan's performance over the past years, it was evident that allowing her to grow would result in her surpassing even the strength of a Kaguya. Hanzo shook his head. Absolutely not. Did you not see that Nagato has already made his move? I can sense that Nagato is extraordinarily powerful at this moment. Let us wait and observe the situation. His expression grave, Hanzo feared that Yunfan might take action against Amage Cure, which would inevitably lead to a catastrophic confrontation, resulting in significant losses for the village. Thus, seeing Yunfan in the sky remain calm instead of acting out of anger brought him some relief. Little did Hanzo know, had it been Nagato in this situation, Amage Cure would have already been annihilated. In the air, Xiaonan, with paper shields forming wings behind her, floated above, her once radiant visage now devoid of light. She was not naive. The abrupt disappearance of her companions left her feeling utterly alone. Yahiko had been poisoned, and Nagato's consciousness had been overtaken by the Rinnegan. It felt as if the heavens were playing a cruel joke on her, one that was far from humorous, indeed merciless. At this moment, Xiaonan remained unaware that Yunfan had traversed from a distant blue planet to this world. She believed that Nagato was the reincarnation of the original Rinnegan wielder, and now that the Rinnegan had awakened, the original owner had returned. In the past, to pass the time, she had read novels with similar plots, and when Yunfan explicitly stated that he was not Nagato, she began to believe that the stories she had read were, in fact, true. After all, art is derived from life. However, the manifestation of such narrative elements did not guarantee a favorable outcome. Xiaonan now faced the unbearable loss of two dear friends, one of whom was Nagato, whom she had cherished for a long time, a reality no one could easily accept. In this moment, Xiaonan found herself devoid of the will to live, uncertain of her path forward. Still a young girl, she had lost her parents, but had been fortunate to encounter the lively Yahiko, who had guided her through her emotional turmoil. Not to mention, she had also met the kind-hearted Jiraiya, who, albeit responsible for the massacre of their village, had left her with cherished memories that remained etched in her heart. Even though she felt a tumultuous mix of love and resentment towards Jiraiya, who had deceived her, treating her and her friends well only to atone for his own sins, she could not deny the gentleness he had shown. Upon learning the truth, their trio had once been deeply sorrowful, yet the bond they had forged over the years had been profound, enabling them to encourage and support one another in their quest to create a world devoid of war and deceit. However, at this very moment, the vision of hope that Xiaonan and her friends had cherished lay in ruins. Yunfan, observing Xiaonan's once picturesque face now stripped of color, understood that she was deeply saddened and could surmise the reasons behind her grief. As a bystander, he was aware of how Jiraiya had been wrongfully blamed by certain individuals, leading Xiaonan, Yahiko, and Nagato to believe that their beloved teacher was the villain behind the massacre of their village. It was evident that if Jiraiya had truly been responsible for the destruction of their home, they would not have survived to this day. This situation illustrated the old adage that those within the fray are often blinded to the truth, while outsiders can see clearly. This was perhaps the essence of love turning to hatred. The depth of love often correlates with the profundity of hate. Initially, Xiaonan and her friends could not fathom that Jiraiya could commit such atrocities. Yet, they must have seen certain evidence that appeared more convincing than the truth itself. Consequently, they concluded that Jiraiya was indeed the perpetrator of the village's slaughter. Their overwhelming love for him had clouded their judgment, leading them to rely on emotional reasoning rather than rational thought. Yunfan sighed, recalling the melodramatic tales from the Empire of Gluttony, where couples deeply in love often found themselves ensnared in ludicrous circumstances. Regardless of their intelligence, once one partner deceived the other, the victim would often refuse to acknowledge the betrayal, demonstrating a curious phenomenon where intellect seems to dissipate in the face of love. As Yunfan reflected on these fleeting thoughts, he resolved to reveal the truth to Xiaonan, even if it meant exposing his origins as an outsider to this world. He felt it was no longer of consequence. He had no desire to conceal any longer. What was the use of cloaking the truth? Clearing his throat, he turned to the beautiful girl before him and said, Xiaonan, the truth is that Jiraiya is not the one who destroyed your village. I possess sufficient analysis to prove that he is innocent. Xiaonan's face regained a hint of color as disbelief flickered across her features. Are you saying that Jiraiya-sensei is not the culprit? Is that truly the case? Yunfan nodded, assuring her, I am not deceiving you. Let us find a place where I can share the truth with you. It is undoubtedly real. I have traveled from the empire of gluttony to this world. Eagerly, Xiaonan replied, all right. Just then, a comically exaggerated voice echoed from below. Hey, Nagato, what are you doing? Hurry up and eliminate Amigakure. They are the ones who killed your dear friends, especially that old fellow named Hanzo. The voice belonged to a young man with a ripple-patterned mask. Yunfan looked down, recognizing the owner of the voice. Uchiha Bito. Ha ha, Akatsuki's ideals differ from yours, my friend. When a dear friend dies, one can still share laughter with that woman. Such a person suits my tastes perfectly. A bare-chested man, dragging a crimson scythe, approached with a laugh, followed by a slow-moving middle-aged man with a dangerous gaze. Reminiscent of a ruthless killer, Yunfan turned towards the approaching figures, his brow furrowing in concern, shedding his earlier nonchalance. Juzo, Haiden. All three were clad in the signature red cloud attire of the Akatsuki organization. Yunfan wondered what their intentions were in this place. A wave of foreboding surged within Yunfan. Chapter 10. Will you believe? Afu, observing Yunfan's serious demeanor, chuckled. Oh dear, don't be like that. The three of us are here to assist you. Yunfan, however, remained silent towards Afu and called out to Xiaonan, Xiaonan, come here. This time, Xiaonan obediently flew onto the back of the Yatagarasu, glancing at Yunfan's face. The visage was one she was intimately familiar with, Nagato, but it was not Nagato. It was an entirely unfamiliar person. Nonetheless, Xiaonan was profoundly curious about the truth behind the massacre of their village and inquired, you haven't yet revealed the truth to me. Yunfan continued to fixate on the masked man. The truth was intertwined with these three individuals, yet this was not the opportune moment to speak, for their strength was formidable. Yunfan was well aware of the Akatsuki's members and their prowess, although he possessed the power of the Rinnegan and harbored no fear. The primary issue at present was that he could only utilize the Deva path and the animal path, as his Rinnegan had only recently activated, temporarily restraining his other abilities. Yunfan mentally commanded the Yatagarasu to fly towards Hanzo. Neither Yunfan nor Xiaonan dismounted, allowing the Yatagarasu to soar above Hanzo's head. Hanzo could not possibly overlook the chaos these three were wreaking in Amigakure. Thus, he required greater strength to confront them. Hanzo queried, Nagato, do you know these three? Yunfan replied, in theory, I know them, but in reality, I do not. Haiden, taken aback by the situation, approached Afu and laughed heartily. Afu, this isn't how your plan was supposed to unfold. Weren't we to recruit him into the Akatsuki before slaughtering Amigakure? Why has he instead allied himself with them? Surprised, Afu found himself at a loss for words. The conversation between Haiden and Afu went on unabated, and it was not just Hanzo who overheard. Other Amigakure ninjas were also listening. Damn it, let us eliminate them. Hanzo fumed. Indeed. Afu shrugged. Haiden, Kakazu, let us deal with these lackeys first. We must have arrived too early. It's only natural he feels hostility towards us. However, I am certain that once he hears our grand plan, he will undoubtedly join us. Afu stated with unwavering conviction. Kill them. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, gale. Some Amigakure ninjas unleashed ranged and support ninjutsu, while others brandished kunai, closing in on the three with ferocious intent. Afu shook his head and swiftly formed a hand sign. Wood style, hell-s chaos. Countless wooden spikes erupted from the ground, piercing the bodies of the approaching ninjas, causing them to perish instantly. Meanwhile, the fireballs were blocked by Haiden's exposed chest, which he used as a shield. Ah, this feels delightful. Haiden relished the assault from the Amigakure ninjas. However, the onslaught was far from over. While some ninjas had perished, many others remained to defend their territory. Afu sighed, let us wrap this up quickly. With that, he joined his hands together. Wood style, wood golem jutsu. From beneath the ground where Afu stood, a colossal wooden Buddha emerged, possessing countless enormous hands. Ora ora, Afu shouted, the summoned wooden Buddha, seemingly endowed with sentience. began to strike down the Amigakure ninjas with its myriad hands, obliterating both close and ranged attackers alike. Hundreds of ninjas were swiftly reduced to mere handfuls of survivors. How is this possible? One person has wiped us all out. The battered ninjas were left in disbelief and terror. This spectacle unfolded with astonishing speed. Hanzo's eyes widened as he witnessed everything unfold, powerless to intervene. He simply could not react in time. Even had he been able to, he was uncertain if he could contend with the masked man. Xiaonan, frightened by the awe-inspiring yet terrifying scene, took a few steps back. Yunfan, standing beside her, extended a reassuring hand to support her. At present, Xiaonan was not at her peak strength, and thus could not take on 3 opponents simultaneously. Although Yunfan was aware of Haiden and Kakuzu's weaknesses, it would require a clever mind to devise various strategies. Xiaonan was sufficiently intelligent, yet her current strength was far from matching that of Haiden or Kakuzu. Of course, given a few more years, she would easily be capable of obliterating Afu. Yunfan cautioned. Xiaonan, that bare-chested fellow is immortal. You must not let him harm you, not even in the slightest, for it would be exceedingly perilous. The one with the sewn hands is also immortal, but he likely possesses 5 hearts within him. If we can destroy them, he will die. Yet our current strength makes that exceedingly difficult. Though Yunfan's voice was soft, Hanzo heard him clearly. Both of them are immortal. Hanzo's voice quivered slightly. Having lived for decades, he was not easily shaken, yet this was the first time he had heard of beings who could not die. Xiaonan inquired. How do you know this? Yunfan retorted. I hail from the future. Will you believe me? Xiaonan turned her lovely face away, realizing, so that is why Nagato perished, right? Yunfan nodded. Survival is an instinct inherent to all beings. I hardly believed I could come to this world until this moment, where everything unfolded clearly before my eyes, confirming its reality. In truth, Xiaonan, even if I am Nagato in this moment, Yahiko is fated to die, and you will be exploited by the organization of those 3 for your entire life. Jiraiya is also innocent. Just as Yunfan was about to continue, he abruptly halted. For Afu, Haiden, and Kakuzu had approached. Afu leaped down from the enormous wooden Buddha and slid along the ground, saying, Nagato, see? We are here to help you. These corpses are the evidence. Nagato, Xiaonan, keep your distance from me, Hanzo said as he removed his gas mask. Yunfan understood Hanzo's intent. He was preparing to engage in a life-or-death battle with the trio, not wishing to inhale Hanzo's toxic gas. Yunfan mentally commanded the Yatagarasu to ascend and distance itself from Hanzo. Soon, the air surrounding Hanzo was tinged with a faint purple hue, the telltale sign of poison. Inhaling it would prove fatal if not treated promptly. Hanzo raised his right hand, biting his thumb and forming a hand sign, summoning Jutsu, Salamander. With a puff, the white mist dissipated, revealing a colossal creature before Hanzo, resembling a gecko in shape. Hanzo leaped onto the Salamander's head. The creature opened its vast maw, revealing a sickle weapon attached to an iron chain, ready for use. Unlike Haiden's triple-bladed sickle, this one was single-edged. Hanzo pulled the weapon from the Salamander's mouth, fully aware of the overwhelming strength of his opponents, yet he remained unyieldingly fearless. Chapter 11, Uchiha Obito. Oh dear, at your age, you still wish to learn to fight? I fear you will accuse us youngsters of lacking martial ethics and ambushing you, Afu remarked, brushing off the dust from his clothing as he spoke to Hanzo. Hanzo chuckled. In my youth, I was indeed formidable, bestowed with the title of demigod. Yet upon witnessing your prowess, I realized how narrow-minded they were, ignorant of the existence of greater beings. A Fei waved his index finger, exclaiming, No, I am not strong. These 2 are far superior to me. He gestured towards Haiden and Kakuzu. Hanzo, upon hearing this, wore an expression of disbelief. Then, with a grim smile, he mused, is that so? In that case, my chances of victory are slim. Although he had gleaned from Nagato's words that Haiden and Kakuzu were immortal, he assumed their immortality pertained solely to their bodies. Perhaps their combat abilities were not as formidable. Hearing the masked man's assertion that these 2 were stronger than him indicated that their immortality was coupled with significant combat prowess. Hanzo recognized that his prospects were dim, especially given his advancing age and waning strength. Ha, let me savor your blood. Haiden laughed heartily, advancing towards Hanzo. He seemed utterly unconcerned by the dense poisonous gas surrounding them, treating it as if it were mere oxygen necessary for human respiration. A flaw. Hanzo hurled his scythe, which struck Haiden squarely, causing blood to gush forth. Ha, delightful. Haiden reveled in the moment, displaying a perverse enjoyment. At this juncture, Hanzo's belief in the notion of immortality was solidified. He attempted to retract his weapon, only to be seized by Haiden. Yet Haydn had no intention of engaging in a contest of strength. Instead, he allowed Hanzo's force to draw him closer. Haha. As he neared Hanzo, Haydn swung his scythe without any semblance of combat technique. Hanzo, trained in swordsmanship, effortlessly evaded Haydn's clumsy assault. Ha 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 again. Haydn continued to attack Hanzo with one hand, while the other firmly gripped Hanzo's weapon. This madman. Hanzo relinquished his weapon and commanded his salamander to retreat. The massive creature burrowed into the ground, taking Hanzo away from Haydn. Haydn, being immortal, was impervious to the poisonous gas. Hanzo's greatest advantage lay in his toxic attacks and sword energy. However, against Haydn, all of Hanzo's strengths were rendered futile, indicating that Haydn was Hanzo's natural nemesis. Even a slow attrition could lead to Hanzo's demise. High above in the sky, Yunfan and Konan sat atop the back of the Yata bird, observing the battle below, fully aware that Hanzo was no match for Haydn. The nature of immortality was exceedingly troublesome. Thankfully, Haydn was a fool. Otherwise, he would be wreaking havoc throughout the Naruto world. Yunfan could not descend to assist. Not only was he unable to fully utilize the powers of the Sage of Six Paths, but engaging with two immortal beings below would also be an ill-advised course of action. Thus, he resolved to flee towards Konoha village. Konoha was currently the strongest, boasting the presence of Jiraiya and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once he could fully harness the powers of the Rinnegan, alongside the familiar ninjas of Konoha, he would have no fear of these two immortals. Not to mention, they would certainly lose to Shikamaru Nara and Kakashi, although Shikamaru might not have been born yet. Wait, is Minato still around? As Yunfan contemplated this, his heart surged with excitement. If Minato had not been disrupted by Tobi, could it be that he was still alive? After all, Minato had made ample preparations to ensure Naruto's birth, so if he could inform Minato of the current situation, could the outcome be reversed? The more he thought, the more exhilarated he became. Noticing his excitement, Konan inquired shyly, "What's wrong? Why are you so agitated?" Her tone bore a hint of shyness, as she recognized that the person before her was not the Nagato she knew. Yunfan, momentarily interrupted from his thoughts, cleared his throat and asked, "Have you found what I requested?" Konan nodded. "Yes, I have found it, and am currently guiding the paper crane back." "That is good," Yunfan replied, nodding in acknowledgement. What had Yunfan asked Konan to find? A map, the map of the Naruto world. Being new to this realm, Yunfan was most familiar with Amigakure, due to Nagato's profound knowledge of it. Only with the map could he venture to the Land of Fire, before being misled by certain individuals regarding the truth. The trio had intended to visit Konoha to see Jiraiya. However, upon learning that Jiraiya was responsible for the massacre of the village, they abandoned that thought and developed a strong aversion towards Konoha and Jiraiya. Consequently, Konan was unfamiliar with the routes. Thus, Yunfan required a map to reach the Land of Fire and Konoha. Otherwise, given Yunfan's nature, he would have long since fled this place. Yunfan looked down and saw that Hanzo had perished. Uncertain of how Haydn had acquired Hanzo's blood, it was apparent that Haydn had employed that cursed ritual, leading Hanzo to mortally wound himself by inserting his own heart. For as long as Haydn possessed another's blood, the cursed ritual would ensure that any harm inflicted upon him would be reciprocated upon the source of that blood. Hanzo's face bore regret and sorrow. Regret for the multitude of wrongs he had committed throughout his life, and sorrow for failing to fulfill the duty bestowed upon him by his father to protect Amigakure. Having lived much of his life for the sake of the village, he had resorted to any means necessary, whether right or wrong. In that moment, all had turned to dust. A Fae clapped his hands and shouted towards the sky, "Nagato, we have avenged your dear friend Yahiko. This place is secure. You may descend." Yunfan did not respond to the foolish Fae. He recognized that this was Uchiha Obito. Wait, why did he feel that a Fae was Obito? He had seen a Fae's eyes with his Rinnegan, and they were not Sharingan. This meant that the masked man below was not Obito. So, where had the real Obito gone? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Yunfan scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, a twisted force manifested behind Konan, and a pair of hands reached out, seemingly intent on attacking her. "Konan, Shinra Tensei." Yunfan swiftly employed the technique of the Deva Path, repelling the hands. The Yata bird screeched as flames erupted from seemingly nowhere, consuming its head. The owner of the hands, witnessing their failure, redirected their target towards the Yata bird. With a pop, the Yata bird dissipated into white smoke. With the Yata bird no longer carrying Yunfan and Konan, the two plummeted from the sky. Bansho Tenin. Yunfan reacted instinctively, embracing Konan and using the technique to mitigate their fall, propelling them toward the rooftop of a nearby high-rise. Due to the distance limitation of his technique, the rooftop was the first feasible place to execute it. standing atop the roof. Yunfan noted that while Konan could have fashioned wings from her paper to fly, she chose to forego that option, believing in Yunfan's ability to manage the situation. Below, a face shouted up, "Little Tsu, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to invite him to join our Akatsuki?" A figure, wearing a white mask and resembling a fae, appeared not far from the rooftop. Yunfan fixed his gaze on the masked man, bellowing, "Uchiha Obito, what the hell are you doing?" Chapter 12, Jumping from the Rooftop. In a comical posture, Ah-Fei swiftly dashed towards the towering wall, as if traversing level ground, and ascended to the rooftop. Yunfan remained cradling Xiaonan. Confronting Uchiha Obito, Ah-Fei exclaimed, "Little Tsu, what are you doing? Were we not supposed to invite him to join the Akatsuki? Why have you laid your hands on that woman? I am unaware of how you came to know my identity, but Obito is dead. He passed away years ago." Uchiha Obito offered no reply to Ah-Fei, instead fixating his gaze upon Yunfan, a seething rage brewing within him. Ah-Fei paused, scrutinizing Yunfan and Xiaonan, then incredulously uttered, "What? He actually knows your identity?" Despite the skirmish with Rain Village's ninjas, they appeared to have restrained their assault, seemingly considerate of the other residents' repose. Meanwhile, Ah-Fei's summoned wooden statue targeted the ninjas of Rain Village, and given the dormitory's relative isolation from residential areas, the disturbance was minimal, allowing the villagers to continue their peaceful slumber. It seemed Ah-Fei was not inclined to escalate the situation. Observing Yunfan standing alongside Hanzo, he hesitated to ascertain Yunfan's emotional ties to Rain Village, thereby also tempering his own actions. Ah-Fei feared that if Yunfan still harbored feelings for the village, resentment towards them could arise, leading to a refusal to join the Akatsuki, diverging from their planned course of action. As for swiftly eliminating Hanzo, he felt little concern. After all, Hanzo had slain Yahiko, Nagato's dear friend, and he believed that Hanzo's demise would scarcely stir Nagato's heart. However, Ah-Fei failed to realize that the individual he had long assumed to be Nagato had been replaced by the time traveler, Yunfan. The newly arrived Yunfan was, of course, well aware of Uchiha Obito's true identity. A glimmer of dawn broke in the east, dispelling the slumbering darkness. Though it was still merely around 5 in the morning, Yunfan cast his gaze upon the two mask-clad figures, finally settling on the man with the white mask. Through his Rinnegan, he discerned a Sharingan concealed behind the mask. "Obito," Yunfan articulated, "the truth about Rin is not as you perceive it." Upon hearing Rin's name, Uchiha Obito seemed to trigger some deep-seated taboo within himself, roaring, "You, an outsider, what could you possibly understand?" With that, Uchiha Obito launched an assault on Yunfan. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. This B-rank ninjutsu possessed formidable destructive power. Uchiha Obito invoked the Phoenix Fire Technique without needing hand seals, indicating a significant leap in his abilities over the years. Several fiery phoenixes, formed from chakra, hurtled mercilessly towards Yunfan. In response, Yunfan extended a hand. Shinra Tensei. The fiery phoenixes were obliterated, scattering into countless embers. Suddenly, Yunfan felt an ominous presence akin to a prickling sensation on his back, and swiftly leaped forward while still holding Xiaonan. A hand wielding a sharp kunai appeared out of nowhere, yet due to Yunfan's quick reflexes, it struck nothing but air. As Yunfan repelled the Phoenix Fire Technique, Uchiha Obito vanished from sight. His Sharingan, imbued with time-space capabilities, allowed him to launch surprise attacks on his foes. Fortunately, being a time traveler, Yunfan was privy to Uchiha Obito's intelligence. Otherwise, that last attack would have surely injured him. Uchiha Obito materialized, standing precisely where Yunfan had just been. This exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. Ah-Fei leaped forward, positioning himself between Uchiha Obito and Yunfan, pleading, "You must cease this conflict. Is there not a matter that can be resolved through dialogue?" Uchiha Obito's eyes glinted with malice as he retorted, "Ah-Fei, the plan has changed. We must eliminate him. He knows too much and could jeopardize our objectives." Yunfan, upon hearing this, sensed the gravity of the situation. How had Obito transformed from a fool in his youth to such a cunning individual in adulthood? He had intended to leverage all the information he possessed to sway Obito, but was caught off guard by Obito's aggressive stance. Earlier, Yunfan had hoped that by chastising Uchiha Obito, he might awaken him to reason and avert further tragedy. Yet, at this moment, Uchiha Obito's hatred for this world was so profound that he would not heed anyone's words, except perhaps those of his mentor, Minato Namikaze, or his closest friend, Kakashi Hitaki. Upon realizing that Uchiha Obito had already established the Akatsuki, Yunfan deduced that Naruto must now be born. Minato and Kushina had likely passed away. Sighing inwardly, Yunfan lamented the unfolding tragedy that accompanied Naruto's birth. At that moment, Yunfan pieced together the timeline and felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. His thoughts flitted back to Uchiha Obito, intent on attempting to reason with the rebellious youth. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Uchiha Obito vanished once more. Not again, you insufferable nuisance. Yunfan cursed angrily. He sensed Shaonan struggling in his embrace, seemingly eager to assist in the battle. Their strength is formidable. Leave this to me, he urged, before leaping from the rooftop. Indeed, Yunfan had jumped from the building. This was a skyscraper, towering high. Even a ninja could sustain fatal injuries from such a fall. Typically, ninjas could gather chakra beneath their feet, enabling them to traverse walls as if on solid ground, or, like Shaonan, use chakra to form wings and achieve flight. However, Yunfan deemed descending to be too slow, hence his leap. Both Uchiha Obito and Ah Fei were momentarily taken aback. Uchiha Obito revealed himself, approaching the rooftop's edge to gaze downwards. Ah Fei joined him, patting his mask in exasperation, saying, Obito, this deviates from the plan. Wasn't he supposed to join the Akatsuki first and become its leader? He is the most suitable candidate. He referred to the legendary Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, it matters not. Whether he joins or not is inconsequential. Even if he were to perish, it would pose no problem. He has already activated the Rinnegan, which means our plan is already halfway successful. Ah Fei pondered for a moment before realizing, I see. The plan's implementation depended on the Rinnegan being activated beforehand. Now that it has, we can proceed. However, Nagato is the optimal candidate for wielding the Rinnegan. We should strive to have him as our ally. This would significantly bolster the Akatsuki's strength. Uchiha Obito replied nonchalantly. The process of the plan is merely about the Rinnegan. Whether he joins the Akatsuki holds no significance. Can you not see? He has no desire to join us. And he knows far too much. He even knows my identity, which could jeopardize our plans. Uchiha Obito stated flatly. Ah Fei sighed, conceding, very well, what a shame. He then shouted downwards, Haiden, Kakuzu. The plan has changed, eliminate him. Ah Fei did not believe Yunfan would meet his demise from such a fall. The height was too great, and both he and Uchiha Obito would require some time to descend. There was no way a leap could be outpaced. Since Yunfan dared to jump, it indicated he had a strategy in mind. What is happening? Who was just shouting? What in the world is going on so early in the morning? The ninjas of Rain Village stirred, disrupted from their slumber. Ah Fei's voice was loud enough to rouse even those in the nearby residential and commercial districts. Naturally, Haiden and Kakuzu heard him as well. Haiden licked the blade of his scythe and laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent. I shall meet this wielder of the Rinnegan. Jiaodu, in a state of despondency and lethargy, lamented, wasn't the purpose of my visit merely to recruit members? I had anticipated a leisurely endeavor, reaping the rewards of a fine heart without exertion. It seems, however, that labor and toil are now unavoidable. He and Haiden approached the towering edifice, awaiting Yunfan's descent. Chapter 13, on errors. Yunfan's leap from the building was well within his calculations. During his descent, he raised his left hand, bit his thumb, and swiftly formed a one-handed seal. Summoning technique. Hellhound. With a sudden puff, a cloud of white mist emerged, revealing a large purple canine. Due to the injury of the Yada no Kagami, Yunfan could not summon it. However, in the past, Nagato had contracted 3 spirit beasts due to the Rinnegan's powers. With a resounding thud, Yunfan landed atop the Hellhound before crashing to the ground, creating a sizable crater. Shielded by the Hellhound, both Yunfan and Konan remained unscathed. Woohoo! Taste my scythe. Haiden leapt from a distance, launching an attack against Yunfan. However, due to Haiden's sluggish speed and lack of strategy, the Hellhound easily seized him in its jaws. With a crunch, the Hellhound crushed Haiden. Yunfan was aware that Haiden was immortal, and such an encounter would not lead to his demise. Commanding the Hellhound with a thought, he directed it to expel Haiden. With a loud bang, Haiden's mangled form was hurled away, crashing into a distant dormitory. Let us depart from this place, Yunfan commanded. Woof woof. The Hellhound responded promptly, making its way swiftly toward the entrance of the hidden Rain Village. Wind release, pressure damage. A humanoid creature composed of countless black lines unleashed a lethal wind blade from its mouth, with an expansive range. This blackline entity possessed wind release techniques, a power derived from one of Jiaodu's hearts. The retreating Hellhound could not evade the attack. Seeing this, Yunfan raised his left hand downward. Shinra Tensei. Propelled by the rebound effect, Yunfan, cradling Konan, soared into the air from the back of the Hellhound. Jiaodu's pressure damage cleaved the Hellhound in two. The creature, feeling the pain, instinctively howled, only to regenerate and manifest into two hellhounds. Oh, an immortal being? Judu expressed surprise. Indeed, the hellhound, like Haiden and Jiaodu, was also immortal. In fact, the more damage it sustained, the stronger it became. However, as a contracted spirit of Yunfan, despite its invincibility, it consumed a tremendous amount of its master's chakra. In simpler terms, the stronger the hellhound became, the more drained Yunfan's own body would be. But the trait of becoming stronger upon death made the hellhound exceedingly formidable. Split up, Yunfan commanded as he landed. The two hellhounds obeyed, one lunging at Jiaodu while the other rushed to Yunfan's side. Yunfan leapt onto the back of the hellhound, and they hastened toward the village's entrance. The sound of thunderous crashes reverberated through the air as a colossal wooden Buddha barreled through, demolishing countless structures. Ah, enemy attack. What is the Hidden Rain village doing? Where's Hanzo? The monstrous entity caused panic among the awakened residents, who fled in terror. Unbeknownst to these ordinary people, all the ninjas of the Hidden Rain village, including their leader Hanzo, had perished. Akatsuki's Obito controlled the wooden Buddha through the wooden man technique, blocking Yunfan's path. Shaking his head, Obito remarked, "Oh dear, you cannot escape." With that, he commanded the countless wooden hands of the statue to strike at Yunfan. Numerous wooden hands descended upon the hellhound, Yunfan, and Konan, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. The hellhound evaded agilely, dodging incessantly as the ground was pockmarked with massive craters. When it realized escape was impossible, the hellhound leapt up, crushing the gigantic wooden hands with its jaws, scattering wood splinters across the ground. The assault of the wooden giant persisted for an extended duration. The hellhound had acquired 6 heads, indicating it had been obliterated 5 times by the Buddha's colossal hands. With heavy breaths, Yunfan panted. Although the 6-headed hellhound had grown stronger, the chakra expended from Yunfan's body had also significantly increased. This cannot continue. I must devise a plan, he thought. Observing the ineffectiveness of his prolonged assault, Obito exclaimed, "Ah, it appears that dog is also immortal. Yet, Nagato, your chakra will soon be depleted." Woohoo! Haiden rushed over, attempting a surprise attack from behind Yunfan. However, as Haiden raised his scythe and leapt, he was caught by the 6-headed hellhound and flung away. With a thunderous crash, Haiden's body collided with numerous structures, barreling into the residential area and tragically causing the deaths of some villagers. The now empowered hellhound exhibited tremendous strength, sending Haiden far away. Monsters, run! The Hidden Rain village has been invaded. The unarmed residents, witnessing the carnage, scattered in panic. They could not see the ninjas of the Hidden Rain village, and it was not lost on them that the village had fallen. Some residents fled to the village's shelters, while others sought to escape its confines, darting about like headless flies. In the face of war, these defenseless individuals possessed no means of resistance. The same was true in the world of Naruto. Yunfan observed this scene with indifference. He was but a lowly individual struggling to survive in the gluttonous empire, devoid of noble ideals. Moreover, he had no personal ties to these villagers. To be candid, even if Yunfan were to assist them, who would come to his aid? He was barely managing to save himself. Having thoroughly enraged Uchiha Obito, even pretending to negotiate and join the Akatsuki offered no path of return. Yunfan's choices were now limited to fleeing or facing death at the hands of the Akatsuki, ultimately having his eyes extracted to fulfill Obito's Moon Eye plan. In Yunfan's arms, Konan observed the frailty of the ordinary citizens in the Hidden Rain village, akin to ants, and felt no stirrings within her heart. Hanzo's ruthlessness had led to the death of her dear friend Yahiko, while her beloved mentor Jiraiya had slaughtered his own village, casting a shadow over her soul. She had become devoid of love, even harboring disdain for this world. Were it not for Yunfan, Nagato would have annihilated the Hidden Rain village by now, subsequently joining the Akatsuki to obliterate the world. Both Yunfan and Konan needed to focus on evading the relentless pursuit of Uchiha Obito. Clap, clap. Someone applauded. Yunfan turned to follow the sound, discovering Obito, adorned with a white mask, flanked by 2 boys who bore a striking resemblance to one another, akin to brothers. The 2 boys trembled in fear, the younger one already in tears. Uchiha Obito addressed Yunfan. "Let me show you something entertaining." Turning to the 2 boys, he continued, "I promise you, only one of you will survive, and the one who does will enjoy all the riches of the Hidden Rain village, ruling over it entirely. Of course, the decision of who lives rests not with me, but with you 2 brothers. You may deliberate who shall survive, or if you prefer, you can simply fight it out. The victor shall claim it all." Upon hearing Obito's words, the brothers exchanged a glance, a fierce glint in their eyes, akin to that of adversaries. Subsequently, they began to brawl. With each blow exchanged, The impact resonated deeply. Uchiha Obito, indifferent to the brothers' clash, turned to Yunfan and remarked, "Do you see? This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. To endure, one can resort to any means, even turning against their own kin." Yunfan comprehended the intention behind Obito's display, which depicted Kakashi's devastating act against Rin, a scene meant to provoke him. Soon, the outcome of the brothers' duel was determined. The taller sibling lay defeated on the ground, while the younger one triumphed. Exultantly, the younger brother exclaimed, "I won. I won. Your promise must hold true." Obito shook his head and replied, "My promise will indeed be honored, but you have yet to fulfill my condition. You must eliminate your brother." Upon hearing this, the younger brother's teeth clenched, and his expression turned icy and devoid of empathy. He approached his fallen brother and lifted his right foot, poised to strike his brother's face. "Enough!" Yunfan's voice thundered, startling the younger brother and halting his lethal intent. Obito then stated, "Well, you have satisfied my condition. The village of Rain is yours." The younger brother knelt beside his sibling, embracing him as he cried out, "Brother, I'm so scared. I fear death." The battered brother, lying on the ground, managed a gentle smile. Obito laughed heartily. "Isn't this world filled with despair and suffering?" His words seemed directed at both the fallen youth and Yunfan. Yunfan retorted vehemently, "You are utterly deranged. Can't you see? That boy's brother deliberately lost to him. Do you understand why he chose to fight rather than simply hand over his chance at life? He wanted his brother to live free of everlasting guilt. You know nothing. You perpetuate this world's agony. Rin's demise is not as you perceive it." Yunfan spoke passionately, and this scene evoked memories of Itachi and Sasuke's brotherly bond. Are all siblings in this world doomed to such tragic fates? Simultaneously, Yunfan recognized that Konoha owed Obito a Hokage. Deep down, Obito was still kind-hearted. Merely a pawn manipulated by Uchiha Madara after witnessing events he should not have. Thus, Yunfan contemplated how to reach Obito's heart. Yet, he knew he lacked the qualification. As the saying goes, only the one who tied the knot can untie it. Upon hearing Yunfan's words, Obito's fury intensified. He laughed through gritted teeth. "This time I may have lost, but the fault lies not with me, nor with them, but with this world. I shall claim your eyes. No one can thwart my ambition to create a world devoid of suffering, a world where Rin still exists. Kakuzu. Zetsu. Eliminate him." Chapter 14. The Outer Path of the Divine Statue. Damn it, if I persist in attempting to sway Obito, I'm nothing but a fool. Yunfan cursed himself internally as he sensed Obito's murderous intent. In that moment, even if Kakashi had known Obito was alive, it would have made no difference. Yunfan realized that the world of Naruto was one governed by verbal dueling. He had thought it merely a matter of exchanging words. But he now understood that verbal persuasion was a form of ninjutsu. Only through such means could he hope to reach Obito. And he believed that this ability resided solely with Naruto. With a sigh, Yunfan lamented that even possessing such extraordinary verbal prowess would be futile. Having watched Naruto's persuasive skills countless times, he understood that it was not a simple matter of usage. It required exhausting the opponent first before such techniques could manifest. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as Obito charged forward. In an instant, Obito vanished from sight, employing the space-time abilities of his Sharingan. Zetsu stood atop the colossal wooden statue, manipulating its massive form as it approached with a resounding thud. Meanwhile, Kakuzu continued to battle Yunfan's Hellhounds. The Hellhounds, possessing 3 heads, had evidently been slain by Kakuzu twice already. "This pest is truly annoying," Kakuzu muttered. Glancing forward, he noticed Yunfan's pallor, not from injury, but from exhaustion. However, as Kakuzu grew stronger, he also siphoned the chakra of his summoner. Kakuzu, not lacking in intelligence, quickly deduced this. As Yunfan spotted Obito, Zetsu launched an unrelenting offensive. Showing no mercy, clearly intent on eliminating Yunfan and seizing his Rinnegan. Yunfan addressed the small figure of Konan in his arms. "Konan, I may soon collapse from exhaustion, but I have devised a plan. Follow the map and make your way to the hidden leaf village in the Land of Fire." He had refrained from allowing Konan to assist, intending for her to control the paper cranes to deliver the map to a secure location in the hidden rain village for their escape. Confused, Konan asked, "What plan are you speaking of?" "There's no time for explanations. You will understand soon," Yunfan replied just as he saw Obito reappear high above. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Obito revealed himself, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth. The terrifying conflagration, akin to petals scattering in the wind, spread widely. The rapid execution of the technique caught Yunfan off guard, and he leaped away from the Hellhound's back, cradling Konan. With a sizzling sound, While Yunfan evaded the brunt of the flames, some still licked at his arm due to the technique's vast range. He set Konan down and quickly extinguished the flames on his tattered clothing, revealing patches of charred flesh beneath. Swiftly, he formed hand signs, ready to release the hellhounds. Their prowess, though formidable, came at a heavy cost to his chakra. With a soft pop, the hellhounds dissipated into white mist. Kakuzu paused, momentarily bewildered. Was Yunfan surrendering? Zetsu halted the wooden statue, uncertain of Yunfan's intentions. Although he sensed Yunfan's diminishing strength, it did not seem to warrant a complete relinquishment of struggle. Thus, he decided to observe cautiously. Yunfan closed his eyes, while Konan gazed at him, unsure of his next move. Though he bore the familiar visage of Nagato, his soul was that of someone entirely different. Zetsu, misreading Yunfan's demeanor, assumed he was ready to give up, stating, "Nagato, as the saying goes, you can't know someone without fighting them. If you are willing to join our Akatsuki organization, you would become our leader. Come, let us forge a world free of harm, where no one suffers like your dear friend Yahiko." Yunfan remained silent, eyes still shut, and shook his head with a smile upon hearing Zetsu's words. Is this merely about utilizing my Rinnegan's power to resurrect Uchiha Madara? If I were Nagato, I might consider joining you, but I am Yunfan. I refuse to entrust my fate to others or allow myself to be exploited. In my previous life, I lacked the means to resist, succumbing to reality and survival, bowing to others. But in this world, I refuse to repeat that cycle. Endowed with the power of the Rinnegan, I aspire to live authentically. Yunfan opened his eyes, the violet Rinnegan weeping crimson tears. Subsequently, he struck his hands against the ground. Summoned the outer path deity. He roared, reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Instantly, the earth trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. A colossal purple figure rose from the ground, reaching for the heavens, while a cacophony of thunder echoed from above. It possessed 10 eyes, now closed, seemingly in need of some power to awaken them. Obito utilized his space-time ability, appearing beside a Fae. It has emerged, the outer path deity that can only be summoned by the Rinnegan, a Fae remarked. Obito nodded, initially intending to slay Nagato to acquire his Rinnegan and attempt to summon the deity himself. However, with Nagato having already summoned it, his demise held little significance. We must now capture the outer path deity. A Fae inquired, will Nagato attempt to reclaim it? Obito shook his head. Nagato is utterly exhausted. Coupled with the summoning of the outer path deity, he has no chakra left. Should he attempt to withdraw it, he would undoubtedly perish. As Yunfan summoned the outer path deity, it indeed reflected Obito's words. At that moment, Yunfan supported himself with one hand against the ground, on the verge of collapsing. Konan rushed to assist him, expressing her concern. Are you all right? Of course not, Yunfan thought, feeling a heavy fog clouding his mind and excruciating pain coursing through him. As if his brain were warning him of impending unconsciousness, yet he refrained from voicing this to Konan, clutching his head with his left hand. He bit his right thumb and continued to strike the ground, revealing a black hexagram seal. Summoning technique, chameleon. With a soft pop, white mist dissipated, revealing a green chameleon, the size of a tiger, before Yunfan and Konan. After issuing a command to the chameleon, Yunfan immediately succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the outer path deity, bereft of Yunfan's control, descended into instinctive chaos. It kicked forward, instantly reducing the nearby structures to mere dust. Subsequently, the deity's 10 closed eyes turned towards Obito and a Fae, as if perceiving them as foes, letting out a furious roar as it charged at them. Countless bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens, striking towards them. Obito vanished in an instant using his space-time ability, while a Fae, commanding a massive wooden statue, prepared to confront the outer path deity head-on. The deity's fist flew toward the wooden statue. Ora ora, a Fae shouted, directing numerous wooden hands to catch the deity's blow. The sound of splintering would echoed as countless trees were shattered. The relentless lightning from above struck a Fae's wooden statue, obliterating the multitude of wooden hands. Clearly, a Fae's wooden statue was no match for the outer path deity. As the deity grasped a Fae, a colossal bolt of lightning descended upon him. A Fae screamed. Though panic did not seize him. Wood release, cutting technique. Countless wooden spikes erupted from a Fae's body, piercing the deity's hand. The outer path deity let out a cry of pain, releasing a Fae. He fell to the ground just as the immense lightning bolt struck, creating a massive crater, with dust and debris engulfing the area, obscuring vision. The deity's hand, pierced by the wooden spikes, swiftly healed, rendering a Fae's attack seemingly ineffective. It appeared that the deity had only instinctively let go of a Fae due to the pain. The swirling dust settled, and within the crater, a Fey had vanished, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. However, the loose soil around the crater was disturbed, extending in a patterned trail. That was close, too close to death. A Fey exclaimed as he emerged unharmed from the ground, only his head visible. It seemed he had burrowed underground just in time to evade disaster. Obito appeared beside a Fey's head, stating, "Enough games, focus on the task at hand." "Understood," a Fey replied, though he mused, "If the Outer Path deity is this formidable without the tailed beast's power, what terror would it unleash if it harnessed the strength of all 9-tailed beasts?" After a moment, a Fey glanced around, sensing something amiss. "Where are Nagato and Konan?" Chapter 15, The Pursuit. Upon hearing a Fey's concern about Yunfan and Konan's disappearance, Obito immediately cast his gaze towards their last known location, as if they had vanished without a trace. "Invisibility technique?" Obito murmured. Kakuzu appeared beside a Fey and Obito, commenting, "The invisibility technique has its merits, but it would hinder their escape speed. They must still be within the rain village. Shall I employ the water shield technique to locate them?" With Yunfan having recalled the Hellhound, Kakuzu found himself with little to do and thus had come here. In truth, given Kakuzu's strength, even if he couldn't slay the Hellhound, restraining it would have been an effortless task. Yet, he had dawdled for quite some time, indicating his intent to merely collect his pay and avoid excessive effort. Obito, well aware of Kakuzu's nature, was unconcerned. However, Kakuzu made a valid point. If he summoned rain over the rain village, even if Yunfan and Konan were invisible, traces of their presence would still emerge. While in an invisible state, one must tread lightly to minimize noise. Thus, Konan, carrying the unconscious Yunfan, had difficulty escaping the rain village swiftly. Although the water shield technique required water as a medium, the rain village was perpetually drenched, with only occasional clear days. And today happened to be one of the best days weather-wise. Nevertheless, even a sunny day could not disperse the lingering humidity from continuous rain, allowing those adept in water shield techniques to still conjure it. Obito shook his head. "Let them be. Our priority is to secure the Outer Path deity." Kakuzu shrugged. "You're the boss. It's your call." A Fey, still somewhat anxious, queried, "Are we sure it's fine to let them go?" Obito's expression hardened. "Who said I intend to let them go? We capture the Outer Path deity, and then we will retrieve those two." As Obito and the others conversed, a figure wielding a scythe came rushing towards them. "Hey, kid, prepare for a duel to the death. I won't be tossed aside again." Haiden sprinted in, leaping from a rooftop. No sooner had Haiden appeared than the uncontrolled Outer Path deity raised its enormous right hand to swing at him. Haiden, fixated solely on locating Yunfan, was completely unprepared for the massive entity, or perhaps he simply disregarded it entirely. Thus, he was struck squarely in the face by the deity's fist. "Whoa," Haiden exclaimed. But before he could utter anything further, he executed an exaggerated facial expression as his head spun a full 360 degrees. Ultimately, he soared into the sky like a rocket, disappearing into the distance as a mere speck of light. "Obito, a Fey, Kaku," Obito commanded, "Act quickly, seal the Outer Path deity." Following his words, he performed a series of hand seals. Barrier, Uchiha Fire Formation. A square barrier, resembling a transparent wall of flames, enveloped the Outer Path deity. This B-rank barrier was exceedingly resilient. The Outer Path deity, confronted by the sudden wall of flames, did not hesitate to kick against it. An attack imbued with the strength to move mountains, as countless bolts of lightning rained down from the sky. The transparent wall of flames forming the barrier trembled precariously, with the fire extinguishing significantly. Without the flames, the unique fire formation of the Uchiha clan would collapse, meaning the barrier would vanish. No longer able to confine the Outer Path golem, Uchiha Obito stated, "For now, let's contain this behemoth, but the barrier won't hold for long. Akatsuki, hasten your actions." "Understood," replied Akatsuki as he swiftly began forming hand seals. Despite his rapid movements, the process of forming the seals was prolonged, indicating the complexity of this ninjutsu. Uchiha Obito continued, "Kakuzu, deliver a slight assault to prevent it from destroying the barrier too quickly." Kakuzu begrudgingly responded, "Just remember to pay me. If this mission is executed successfully, I shall reward you with a heart of a bloodline limit," Obito offered, increasing the stakes. Kakuzu chuckled, "Boss, why didn't you say so sooner?" Upon hearing of the bloodline heart, Kakuzu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, akin to a diligent employee. Should Kakuzu obtain the heart of the bloodline limit, his power would ascend to an unprecedented level. It seemed that with Yunfan's arrival in this world and his occupation of Nagato's body, the narrative had altered significantly. Earth Grudge Fear Mode. Kakuzu tore his garments, revealing 4 hearts. and as he severed his own arm, countless black threads extended from him, including from his hair and other body parts. Secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear. Kakuzu plunged his hands into the ground, and beneath the feet of the outer path golem, numerous black threads emerged, ensnaring its legs. This giant seems to lack intelligence, rather dim-witted, Kakuzu remarked. The outer path golem, bound by Kakuzu's black threads, attempted to lift its foot, but the threads remained immovable, as if they had taken root. Kakuzu smirked. You're bound by me. Escaping won't be so easy. Beside him, Akatsuki continued to form hand seals with great speed. After a while, Akatsuki declared done. He halted his hand signs. Would release. The art of the bag of rice. Akatsuki mimicked Kakuzu's earlier actions, slapping his hands against the ground, channeling his would-release chakra underground. Subsequently, countless wooden hands emerged, seizing the outer path golem's legs, body, arms, head, and neck. In no time, the outer path golem resembled a massive rice dumpling. Moreover, would release, being a bloodline limit, inherently possessed sealing power. Thus, the multitude of wooden hands formed a formidable sealing force. The outer path golem's chakra flow was sealed, rendering it silent, akin to a piece of timber, impervious to disturbance. Uchiha Obito employed his space-time abilities, distorting his form, and swiftly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood atop the outer path golem within the barrier. Seal. Uchiha Obito pressed down upon the golem's head. The colossal outer path golem gradually diminished in size, transforming into a miniature version. Akatsuki and Kakuzu retracted their jutsu. Uchiha Obito picked up the miniaturized outer path golem and placed it in his pocket. He then commanded, find those two individuals. Right away, boss. Kakuzu replied. Water release, rainfall. Upon learning that a successful mission would earn him the bloodline heart as a reward, Kakuzu became intensely diligent. As Kakuzu unleashed his water release, a gentle rain began to fall over the rain village and its surroundings. Found them, but they've already left the rain village, Kakuzu reported. Because this rain was formed by Kakuzu's chakra, he possessed a degree of sensory capability. Pursue. Uchiha Obito's expression darkened, revealing a murderous intent. Although his primary objective was the outer path golem, Yunfan possessed too much knowledge that could jeopardize his plans. He had to be eliminated. Chapter 16, The Chase. At this moment, Konan was riding a chameleon, carrying the unconscious Yunfan away from the rain village. During this time, Konan had acquired a map of this world. Yunfan had consistently refrained from allowing Konan to assist him for this very reason. Firstly, in his previous life, Yunfan understood that even if one was in a city they had never visited, they would inevitably get lost, no matter how experienced one was. They would need to ask for directions. Konan had never been to the Land of Fire, and this situation was exceptional. It wasn't a leisurely trip, and it was implausible to casually ask for directions. Thus, the significance of the map became apparent. Yunfan's plan, as he had conveyed to Konan, was to exploit Uchiha Obito's focus on the outer path golem, then summon the chameleon to escape from the rain village, heading toward the leaf village in the Land of Fire. Although the chameleon lacked combat prowess, it possessed a remarkable ability, invisibility. Why was Uchiha Obito able to seal the outer path golem? It was because the golem was not a summoning beast within Yunfan's Rinnegan. It was an independent entity, only summonable by the Rinnegan. When Yunfan summoned the outer path golem, he had already known this. However, he was left with no choice. He was aware that Uchiha Obito's target was the golem, and if he did not summon it, he would be pursued and have his eyes taken. To be candid, Yunfan was particularly reluctant to summon the golem, as doing so would allow Uchiha Obito's plans to proceed. The world would inevitably descend into chaos. Yet, Yunfan's life was under threat. Weighing the pros and cons, Yunfan had no choice but to exhaust his remaining chakra to summon the outer path golem. Buying himself some time to escape, he then summoned the chameleon, intending to stealthily depart from the Land of River. This world comprises 5 great nations: the Land of Fire, Land of Wind, Land of Earth, Land of Lightning, and Land of Water. The Land of River is a small nation situated amidst the 3 major nations of Fire, Wind, and Lightning. Consequently, the Land of River has always been a battleground for these 3 powers. Even if they wished to abstain from the so-called Shinobi World War, they still had to protect their territory. This is why, upon learning that Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, Hanzo was eager for him to activate it, aiming to gain leverage. Of course, it cannot be dismissed that Hanzo was also being manipulated. Sometimes, when one's strength is insufficient to make a significant impact, even knowing they are being used, they may feign ignorance. Life is akin to this, survival, too. We all reside within a self-deceptive reality. Though Hanzo was ruthless, He was merely a pitiable individual. Yet, all of this has turned to dust. With the arrival of Uchiha Obito and his companions, the Rain Village was destined for obliteration. The chameleon moved swiftly, purposefully, as if it were on familiar terrain. Since Yunfan had commanded the chameleon to heed Konan's instructions while unconscious, Konan, standing atop the chameleon's back, could guide it with her thoughts. The invisible chameleon moved silently, and unless there was a medium to reveal it, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect. However, suddenly, the rain began to fall. The raindrops splashed upon the chameleon, thus outlining its form and revealing the slender silhouette of Konan atop its back. Yet today, the Rain Village was experiencing one of its rare, beautiful days. How could it possibly rain? From a high vantage point, one would observe that it was only raining in a localized area. The orchestrator of this rain was none other than Kakuzu. In the distance, four figures were seen racing towards them. Two masked individuals, Akatsuki and Uchiha Obito, with Haiden carrying Kakuzu. Jogo had retracted his daimon mode, his hands slowly forming seals to maintain the downpour, thus rendering him immobile and reliant on Haiden for movement. Jogo declared, "I've located them. They lie ahead." Upon hearing this, Haiden quickened his pace, surpassing Kakuzu and Uchiha Obito, and shouted, "Woohoo! I yearn to taste that fellow's blood." Konan, noticing the gentle drizzle from the sky, understood that they were being pursued. Her beautiful brows furrowed as she glanced at the map in her hand, realizing they were nearing the borders of the Land of Fire. The Land of Rivers bordered the Land of Fire, and the distance was not great. Moreover, Obito and his companions had squandered considerable time dealing with the Outer Path's golem. Considering the time wasted by Obito and his group, it was unlikely that Jogo could easily sense Konan's location even with the rain he conjured. Although the chameleon had limited utility, its speed was commendable, as evidenced by their arrival at the Land of Fire's boundary. The primary issue lay in the excessive rainfall the Land of Rivers experienced annually, causing residual moisture to be dispersed widely. Consequently, Jogo could utilize his water release abilities to roughly sense Konan's position. Additionally, since the chameleon was a summon with a distinct chakra nature, Jogo could swiftly identify it. The pursuit was still ongoing, with Uchiha Obito drawing ever closer to Konan's position. As the chameleon ventured into the dense forest, the towering trees, nourished by years of rainfall, loomed majestically. Konan placed Yunfan onto the chameleon's back and swiftly formed a seal. Paper shield mirror. Countless paper shards gathered ahead, coalescing into a chameleon, with Konan and Yunfan. "Halt," Konan commanded. The chameleon obediently came to a stop, awaiting further instructions. Konan dismounted from the chameleon's back, cradling Yunfan. "You must return," she stated coldly. The chameleon hissed in response, dissipating into white smoke and vanishing. Subsequently, Konan, embracing Yunfan, concentrated her chakra and ascended the great tree, employing the ninja run to progress towards the border of the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, the chameleon formed from paper, along with Konan and Yunfan, continued to dash forward as before, heading deeper into the forest. Konan's paper jutsu was not deterred by water, only hindered by oil, while the rain had some effect. It was not significant. One must commend Konan's intellect. She had crafted an identical mirror image with her paper jutsu, effectively disguising their escape, perhaps buying them precious time against Obito and the others. Would she successfully lure them? As Konan leapt among the branches, her graceful form was truly captivating. However, it appeared that Konan did not hold high hopes for deceiving them. On another front, Haiden carried Jogo into the dense forest, reaching the border of the Land of Fire. Haiden inquired, "Jogo, where have they fled?" Jogo, puzzled, responded, "They ventured deeper into the forest. It's strange, their speed has diminished. And now that we are close to the Land of Fire's border, they should have sought refuge there to evade our pursuit." Haiden remarked, "With so many towering trees here, it is only natural their speed would be affected. They wouldn't avoid entering the Land of Fire unless they harbor a grudge against Konoha." Jogo remained skeptical, saying, "Once they enter the Land of Fire, the summer heat diminishes humidity, making it harder for me to accurately sense their position. It would be more advantageous for them to escape." Yet, Haiden seemed unfazed by Jogo's words, continuing to leap over the trees, carrying Jogo further into the depths of the forest toward the direction Jogo indicated. Haiden commented, "Jogo, no wonder you suffered losses in your youth while conducting business. Beyond your obsession with money, your excessive suspicion is also to blame. You sense their retreat into the forest, yet you still doubt." Jogo clarified, "You may view my skepticism as excessive, but do not accuse me of greed. You know nothing. Money is the most valuable commodity in this world." As their conversation unfolded, they approached the position of the paper chameleon. Uchiha Obito halted, questioning, why did they go deeper into the forest? Just then, A thunderous noise erupted from the depths of the forest. Kakuzu remarked, "That sound is the result of Jogo's lightning release." Only then did Obito spring into action, joining Kakuzu as they ventured deeper into the forest. "Damn it, Jogo, we've been deceived." Haiden fumed. Jogo retorted, "I told you so, yet you refused to believe." When Obito and Kakuzu arrived, they overheard the two arguing. Obito beheld several large trees scorched and toppled by lightning, while the ground was littered with numerous white paper fragments. Jogo ceased using his water release technique. Turning to Obito, he said, "This was a ruse. However, I sense they stopped here, albeit briefly." The chakra-formed chameleon moves sluggishly, indicating they have only just crossed into the land of fire. That woman must have employed some technique that I could not detect, leading to my misjudgment. As Jogo spoke, he gestured in a specific direction, the very direction of the land of fire, mere strides away beneath the canopy of trees. Obito fixed his gaze on that path and commanded, "Pursue." Simultaneously, Konan, clutching Yunfan, was enveloped by countless paper fragments as she entered the land of fire. Konan reached the borders of the land of fire. It was July, the hottest season of the year. Unlike the land of rivers, which was perpetually drenched, the land of fire experienced distinct seasons. Upon entering the land of fire, Konan immediately felt the oppressive heat. The slightly damp clothing she wore quickly dried under the sun's rays, which had just begun to rise in the eastern sky. Around 8 or 9 in the morning, by noon, the temperature would be unbearable. However, Konan had no time to ponder the heat. She glanced at the map and continued her swift traverse among the trees. She retracted the paper that cloaked her body, taking a few labored breaths. Realizing that to evade detection by Jogo, she had expended considerable chakra. The forest remained desolate, yet in stark contrast to the lush greenery they had just traversed. This area appeared parched and withered. While Konan could fly using her paper jutsu to enhance her speed, it consumed vast amounts of chakra. Having just fought against the Rain Village, she had already depleted much chakra, and employing the mirror technique followed by wrapping herself in paper further drained her reserves. Despite having crossed into the land of fire, danger lingered as Obito and his companions relentlessly pursued. However, with Haiden's timely assistance, Konan gained a measure of respite. Otherwise, at this moment, she would have been intercepted by Obito. Chapter 17. Uchiha Obito's Killing Intent. The land of fire sprawls extensively. Due to its dense population, there are numerous villages. Yet, the border regions remain desolate, devoid of human presence. Konan, cradling Yunfan and following the map, hastened towards Konoha. Only by doing so could she secure safety. After Yunfan had refused to join the Akatsuki, Uchiha Obito resolved to eliminate him entirely. The reason was simple: Yunfan knew too much. As the saying goes, loose lips sink ships. Yunfan's knowledge had drawn the threat of death upon him. Of course, this was not to imply that Yunfan lacked intelligence. He intended to leverage the insights gained from his past life to sway Obito early on and avert the ensuing tragedies. However, the outcome was that he had inadvertently brought calamity upon himself. In his previous life, Yunfan had never been afforded the luxury of regret, and in this world, the same holds true. Now, it is too late for him to wish he could turn back time, as he has already succumbed to unconsciousness. Konan traverses the forest, leaping over great trees, when suddenly her expression hardens, and she glances back. Since entering the borders of the land of fire, she has strategically placed paper cranes along the way to ascertain the movements and distance of Uchiha Obito and his companions. Have they caught up so soon? Konan grits her teeth, mustering her waning strength to hasten her pace, cradling Yunfan as they draw closer to the heart of the land of fire. Konohagakure is situated in the central region of this land. Had Yunfan not fainted, he would have been able to confirm his thoughts upon seeing a map. This world is not vast. Yunfan, residing within Nagato's body, has already realized that although the land of rivers is a nation, it is relatively small, akin in size to a modest county from his past life. Thus, he surmises that the 5 great nations in this world are comparable to a large city from his previous existence. Indeed, the land of fire's expanse is merely that of a large metropolis. Consequently, as Konan speeds forth, she swiftly exits the forest, entering narrow, winding paths. The presence of such paths indicates the likelihood of travelers passing through. With Yunfan in her arms, Konan leaps down from the tree and sprints along the earthen road, her graceful silhouette stirring up clouds of dust behind her. However, she suddenly comes to an abrupt halt, for 4 figures appear before her, clad in grand robes adorned with clouds of flame. It is none other than Uchiha Obito and his entourage, who block her path. "Ah, there you are, beauty. We've caught up with you," Obito remarks humorously. Konan remains silent, fully aware that she has ultimately failed to evade them. Uchiha Obito states, Konan, I do not know what this person has told you, but you are astute enough to realize that the one you carry is not Nagato. Hand him over to me. I am in the process of creating a nation devoid of suffering, and should you wish, you may join us. Obito, once foolish in his youth, has matured into a figure of remarkable intelligence. Throughout this journey, he has pondered deeply, from the knowledge Yunfan possesses, including Obito's own name and the name of his beloved Rin, he has deduced that Nagato is no longer who he once was. Although he is unaware that Yunfan is a traveler from another world, Obito suspects that the activation of the Rinnegan may have awakened another consciousness alongside it. Konan replies coldly, Indeed, he is not Nagato. He knows much, and I do not recognize him. A forthright beauty, Konan speaks her mind. If she chooses silence, it is golden. Her response is intended to instill a sense of caution in Obito regarding Yunfan's ambiguous identity. Obito comprehends Konan's implications and is acutely aware of matters pertaining to resurrection and the creation of alternate worlds, as he is actively engaged in such endeavors. With a defiant demeanor, he declares, Even if he were a god, anyone who dares obstruct my grand design shall meet a singular fate, death. Konan, I have some understanding of the events that have transpired in your village. Join us, and I can offer you the world you desire, a realm free from war, harm, and betrayal. Aware of Konan's heritage and her exceptional talents, he continues to persuade her with soft words. The reason he has chosen Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato is due to their complementary personalities, which foster an intensifying bond. Over the years, their relationship has grown exceedingly close. The events of the day prompt Obito to reminisce with a touch of melancholy. Bonds, they are indeed wondrous. Yet, some individuals fail to cherish them and instead betray me. As if haunted by a troubling memory, Obito clenches his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Konan notices this and, puzzled, inquires, Oh, I would not have guessed that your experiences are so rich, but regardless of your past, I simply wish to know why your timing today is so fortuitous. Obito responds, The Rinnegan is one of the keys to executing this plan. Upon learning of its appearance in Amigakure, we promptly arrived to investigate, naturally delving into your experiences as well. Were Yunfan to hear this, he would be incensed, exclaiming, Are you attempting to deceive me? Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato are merely your tools. However, Yunfan, now unconscious, is oblivious to Obito's words. Conversely, Konan does not share Yunfan's status as a traveler and thus believes some of Obito's claims. Since the trio's inclusion in Amigakure, they have encountered formidable enemies during missions. And in dire circumstances, Nagato has activated the Rinnegan, granting them formidable abilities that instill dread in their adversaries. This is precisely why their team has been so remarkably successful. Yunfan remains unaware of these details, as he has since retreated into a dormant state, aiming to eventually reclaim control over Nagato's body. Thus, Nagato can harness the Rinnegan's powers, for the Rinnegan is, in essence, Yunfan. It is entirely normal for a fraction of Yunfan's dormant power to seep out. Even after nearly 3 years of slumber, he was nearly bested by Nagato's consciousness. It is evident how weak Yunfan, possessing only the Rinnegan, truly is. Returning to the matter at hand, Konan states, Nagato has indeed activated the Rinnegan several times, so it is not surprising that you have received some information. However, I cannot hand him over to you. Obito questions, why not? Konan replies, he possesses significant knowledge, and I wish to uncover the truth about the village. The masked Obito's expression darkens. What has he uncovered? Konan asserts, he knows that the true culprit behind the village's tragedy is not Master Jiraiya, and I seek to know who truly committed the massacre. At this point, Konan is incensed. If Yunfan has confided in her that Jiraiya is not the villain but that the true perpetrators stand before her, her anger is justified. Why does Konan feign ignorance? She is biding her time, skillfully utilizing the concealed paper cranes to seek an opportunity for escape or survival. In truth, the paper cranes she placed along their path have already been discovered and destroyed by Uchiha Obito and his companions. However, Konan has been astute enough to bury a few cranes, planning to manipulate them in secret once Obito and his group draw near, thus avoiding detection. The dual task of fleeing while simultaneously controlling the cranes has severely drained her chakra and mental fortitude. At this moment, Konan is weary. Were Yunfan aware of her plight, he would undoubtedly feel a pang of sympathy. Typically a reticent girl, Konan has engaged in extensive conversation with Obito today solely to buy time. Her paper cranes have detected a group approaching from behind the narrow path, chatting boisterously as they draw nearer. Although the sound was faint upon reaching this place, Akin to the delicate whisper of a mosquito, Uchiha Obito and his companions discerned that someone was approaching. Little Obito, someone is coming this way, Akatsuki remarked, also sensing the presence of an individual nearby. Hiding yawned, what does the boss say? Should I go and intercept them? Kakuzu interjected, boss. Is it truly wise to expose our whereabouts this early? Uchiha Obito replied nonchalantly, it matters not. Aside from the individual before us who knows our identity. The exposure of the Akatsuki organization is inevitable. It is merely a matter of time, just hasten slightly. Akatsuki melded into the trees beside the narrow path, becoming one with the large tree, thanks to his wood-style chakra. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from the trees and informed Uchiha Obito. I took a glance. There are 4 individuals, donned in ninja uniforms and wearing the Konoha headbands, belonging to a Jonin squad. Moreover, you are acquainted with that Jonin, and that child is also present. Uchiha Obito did not respond to Akatsuki's words. His masked visage, with only one eye visible, suddenly glimmered with a red light as the murderous intent of his Sharingan was unveiled. Chapter 18. Kakashi encounters Obito. Kakashi-sensei, am I not impressive? That bridge is named after me. It's called the Naruto Bridge. A youthful voice echoed along the road. Indeed, Naruto is the greatest, replied a deeply resonant male voice. Kakashi-sensei, it is utterly unfair for Uncle Tazuna to name it the Naruto Bridge. It should rightly be called the Sasuke Bridge. If that is too much, let us settle for Naruto Sasuke Bridge, chimed in a female voice. The girl continued, Sasuke, do you think I'm right? I'll let him have it. I refuse to walk alongside a deadweight, retorted a voice tinged with pride. 4 figures traversed the road. A strikingly handsome adult man, adorned with a black mask that obscured all but one eye, boasted silvery hair that stood upright, leaning slightly towards the uncovered eye, exuding a unique charm. He was Hatake Kakashi. The remaining trio comprised youth of similar age, one boy with golden hair and faint whisker marks, radiating a sunny smile. He was Uzumaki Naruto. The second boy, equally handsome, sported lustrous black hair styled in a way that perfectly complemented his persona. He was Uchiha Sasuke. Lastly, a girl with pink hair and a prominent forehead, though undeniably charming, was known as Haruno Sakura. Indeed, they were the renowned Team 7 of Konohagakure. They had just accepted a D-rank mission to escort the architect Tazuna to the Land of Waves. However, despite its surface classification, the dangers they encountered were more akin to an A-rank mission. Fortunately, thanks to Naruto's unyielding spirit, the journey was filled with poignant moments, culminating in a touching conclusion. Team 7 had undoubtedly completed their mission with distinction. Subsequently, Team 7 indulged in merriment and hospitality at Tazuna's, before embarking on their journey back to Konohagakure. Along the way, laughter and camaraderie enveloped them, creating an atmosphere of harmony. Given that the Land of Waves and the Land of Rivers bordered the Land of Fire, the route to and from either nation would invariably traverse the same singular path. The road, flanked by undulating mountains and lush forests, had become one of the most crucial strategic points in wartime. Yet, this vital checkpoint was not heavily fortified by Konohagakure. With the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War and both the Land of Waves and the Land of Rivers being minor nations, there was little fear of an assault on the Land of Fire. Of course, this did not imply that the Land of Fire was complacent, for military strength was present. However, the ninjas of Konohagakure were stationed at the nearby small grass village to rest and guard the borders. Just ahead along this road lay the small grass village. Konan, following the map's guidance, first entered the small grass village before departing and continuing on, soon to behold Konohagakure. As she approached her first destination, she was intercepted by Uchiha Obito. Little Obito, that ninja squad is drawing near. They will soon discover us. That Jonin is no ordinary one. He is the elite Jonin Kakashi. Are we truly prepared to expose the Akatsuki organization prematurely? Akatsuki stated. Uchiha Obito nodded. A paper cannot contain fire. They will learn soon enough. They may know of the Akatsuki, but as long as they remain unaware of my identity, it suffices. However, I must eliminate this individual. After speaking, Uchiha Obito cast a glance at the child Konan cradled. Uchiha Obito continued to urge Konan, join us, Konan. The person you hold is not the Nagato you once knew. Why persist? I can create a world that includes Yahiko and Nagato. Trust me. Konan's gaze wavered momentarily before hardening, and she replied, I have told you. I need this person. He can reveal the truth I seek. Uchiha Obito erupted into laughter. It is precisely your current experiences that resonate with mine, which is why I share so much with you. Once his laughter subsided, a glimmer of malice filled Uchiha Obito's eyes as he commanded, Kakuzu, Haiden, Akatsuki, eliminate the 2 of them. Woohoo, boss, I was waiting for those words. Hayden was the first to spring into action, leaping into the air with his scythe aimed at Konan. Conan's expression turned cold, and she leaped back, distancing herself significantly. Boom. Hayden's scythe crashed into the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air and creating a crater. Hayden's reckless attack, devoid of strategy, resulted in nothing. Kakuzu swiftly formed hand seals. Earth-style, earth spear. Just as Conan's feet touched the ground, a long, earth-colored spear burst forth, sharp and deadly, crafted from chakra-infused soil. If it pierced her delicate body, it could spell disaster. Paper jutsu, dance of the paper. The earth-colored spear struck Konan, but transformed into paper upon impact. She could manipulate chakra into her paper, rendering her immune to physical assaults, thus perfectly countering Kakuzu's earth spear. The paper swiftly coalesced, forming a beautifully curvaceous figure, with some sheets morphing into a pair of paper wings upon her back. Konan, clutching the child, soared into the sky, retreating in the direction of Kakashi and his companions. As Kakashi jested with Naruto, he immediately shielded Naruto and the others behind him, stating, "Defensive formation, Sakura in the center." Yes, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura promptly retrieved their weapons from their packs, forming a defensive stance. As Konan approached, she struggled to maintain her composure, her face paling from fatigue. She succinctly conveyed to Kakashi, "I am from Amigakure. Someone is pursuing me." Recognizing her ninja attire and headband, Kakashi understood she was truthful. He retracted his offensive stance and smiled, nodding to indicate his willingness to assist her. Gratitude shone in Conan's eyes as she nodded in acknowledgement of Kakashi's offer of help. Upon landing beside Kakashi, her exhaustion nearly caused her to stumble. Sakura, positioned safely in the center, noticed Conan's plight and inquired with concern, "Are you all right, big sister?" Xiaonan shook her head, dismissing the concern. Naruto exclaimed passionately, "Damn it! Big sister, tell me who bullied you. I will make them pay dearly." Kakashi, with a serious demeanor, cautioned, "Naruto, do not underestimate the situation." He then turned his gaze ahead, where 4 figures were leisurely approaching. Uchiha Obito, adorned with a white mask, loftily remarked, "Ah, if it isn't the elite Jonin Kakashi Hitaki from the Hidden Leaf Village, also known as the infamous copy ninja Kakashi. It appears that your concealed eye is quite impressive." As Obito spoke, he fixated his gaze on Kakashi's face, his single visible eye betraying a sense of intent. Kakashi, sensing a significant threat, turned to Xiaonan and inquired, "Who are they?" Xiaonan replied, "They belong to an organization called Akatsuki." Lacking the memories of Yunfan's past life, she was unaware of the acquaintance between Uchiha Obito and Kakashi, nor had Yunfan elaborated on Obito's narrative. However, during their recent conversation, Obito had been preoccupied with the potential leak of Akatsuki's information, and Xiaonan, not lacking in intelligence, had certainly taken note of the organization's name. In truth, it was a deliberate mention by Obito and Kakashi to pique her interest. Only Hayden, the simple-minded brute, failed to grasp the underlying implications of their words. Obito and Kakashi silently breathed a sigh of relief at Xiaonan's response, for if Kakashi were to learn the full extent of the situation, it might jeopardize their grand scheme. Although Obito and Kakashi were puzzled as to how Yunfan had acquired such knowledge, it was of little consequence now. Soon, none would escape. For the dead cannot speak. Chapter 19. A varied array of ninjutsu battles. What does Akatsuki intend to do? Kakashi furrowed his brow and asked. What do we intend to do? Ha ha ha. Obito laughed heartily as though he had heard the most amusing joke. Hayden scratched his head, feeling that his leader had transformed into someone else upon encountering Kakashi. Kakashi, equally bewildered, wondered how his simple inquiry could elicit such laughter. Naruto, pointing an accusatory finger at Obito, questioned, "You 4 grown men are chasing after a defenseless woman. Do you not feel any remorse?" Obito continued to chuckle. "My heart has long since perished." Naruto found himself momentarily speechless, contemplating the oddity of Obito's mental state. Finally ceasing his laughter, Obito pointed at the unconscious Yunfan, and then at Kakashi, commanding, "Hayden, Kanu, attack. He and that one are both deserving of death." Were Yunfan to awaken, he would surely protest vehemently, questioning why he was also on their death list. "Woohoo! Boss has been waiting for your cue." Hayden immediately launched his assault. Brandishing his scythe, Hayden charged towards Kakashi with fervor. There are openings. Kakashi retrieved kunai from his ninja pouch, preparing for close combat with Hayden. Xiaonan cautioned, "Do not let him injure you, not even the slightest scratch." Kakashi, a genius with sharp intellect, quickly comprehended Xiaonan's implication, realizing that Hayden might be recklessly inviting death. Kakashi flung the kunai, akin to a bullet, aimed directly at Haiden's head. Haiden, running at full speed, deflected the incoming kunai, but showed no intention of halting his reckless approach. He was immortal and fearlessly undeterred. Earth release, earth flow river. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals. The ground beneath them transformed, solid earth morphing into a flowing river, akin to a whirlpool of ocean waters. Haiden found himself ensnared within the vortex, forcibly interrupted in his advance. Kakashi recognized that such a basic earth technique would not restrain Haiden for long. He needed to capitalize on this momentary limitation to eliminate him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Kakashi formed hand seals once again. A massive crimson fireball erupted from his mouth, its temperature soaring, rendering the air scorching. The fireball hurtled towards Haiden, still trapped in the mud. Remarkably, the black mask Kakashi wore remained unscathed by the flames. Water release, water wall. Kakuzu swiftly formed hand seals, and a wall of water surged up before Haiden, blocking the oncoming fireball. Beside Kakuzu stood a creature composed of countless black threads, from which the water wall emanated. The clash of water and fire produced thick steam that billowed into the air, shrouding the scene in a misty haze. Fire release, fire bullets. Another creature, formed of the same black threads, unleashed a barrage of fireballs from its mouth. Earth release, earth flow wall. Kakashi leaped in front of Xiao Nan and the others, forming hand seals with haste. A gigantic stone wall rose from the ground, shielding against all of Kakuzu's fireballs. Suddenly, a hand appeared behind Kakashi, wielding a kunai aimed at his neck. Space-time ninjutsu. Kakashi reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping and seizing the hand. Kakashi-sensei, be careful. Sasuke, aware of the enemy's formidable power, had already activated his Sharingan. Upon seeing the hand he grasped, Kakashi watched in astonishment as several wooden spikes began to sprout rapidly from it, threatening to pierce his chest. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Sensing the impending danger, Sasuke formed seals in advance. A straight line of flames shot toward the hand Kakashi held. Good opportunity. Kakashi had intended to release his grip and escape Obito's range, but noticing Sasuke's attack, he tightened his grasp on Obito's hand. Was Kakashi willing to sacrifice himself to save Obito's hand? No, for Xiao Nan had also acted. She instructed Naruto and Sakura to carry the unconscious Yunfan, then extended her right hand, conjuring countless paper fragments that flew toward Kakashi's chest. Paper release, paper shield. A shield formed of paper pieces materialized, blocking the wooden spikes aimed at Kakashi's torso. Despite the fragile appearance of ordinary paper, Xiao Nan's creations were imbued with her unique chakra, rendering them exceptionally durable. Xiao Nan's paper release was particularly vulnerable to oil. As long as she was not countered with oil, her ninjutsu posed a significant challenge. Both Xiao Nan and Sasuke struck simultaneously. The fiery line from Sasuke's dragon fire technique, imbued with lethal heat, struck the hand Kakashi held. We did it. Naruto and Sakura cheered in unison, triumphantly lifting Yunfan. Humph, mere trifles, Sasuke declared, striking a cool pose, eager to flaunt his prowess to Naruto. Just as Naruto was about to retort, he found himself speechless, exclaiming, "Impossible. Your fire technique had no effect on him?" Sasuke looked up, equally dumbfounded. He had clearly hit his target. Why was that hand unscathed? Indeed, Sasuke's dragon fire technique had struck Obito's hand. But Obito had used his Kimui technique to nullify the damage. In essence, he had shifted his arm to another dimension, rendering him immune to Sasuke's fire attack. Put simply, Sasuke's technique had hit nothing but air. Yet, it was not entirely accurate. Sasuke's dragon fire technique had indeed struck the earthen wall Kakashi had erected. Upon the earthen wall, a charred mark stands as evidence of Sasuke's dragon fire technique. This individual possesses formidable strength. Kakashi also witnessed this scene. He released his grip on Obito's hand, allowing its owner to vanish into thin air. Kakashi had initially considered prompting Sasuke to unleash a fire release jutsu to test the target's resistance to damage. But he could no longer hold on to Obito as Haiden had already extricated himself from the earth-style mud river. "Ah, eat my scythe," Haiden exclaimed as he leaped onto the rocky surface of the earth-style mud wall, executing a high dive while raising his scythe above his head, striking towards Kakashi. The man exhibited numerous flaws in his approach, a display of sheer mindlessness, Kakashi silently critiqued. However, armed with information from Konan, Kakashi was unwilling to engage Haiden in close combat. Despite Haiden's every move being rife with openings, hand-to-hand combat was an unwise choice. Kakashi understood that engaging this foe without sustaining any damage necessitated avoiding melee encounters. As the saying goes, one cannot stand by the river without getting their shoes wet. And the same principle applies to close-quarter battles. It must be noted that Kakashi's decision, informed by Konan's intelligence regarding Haiden, was exceedingly prudent. Haiden is immortal. As long as one understands his attack patterns, an effective counter can be devised. While it may be challenging to eliminate him, mitigating his threat is entirely feasible. Indeed, throughout the encounter, Haiden merely shouted "ah" to no effect. Of course, this intelligence from Konan was relayed to her by Yunfan. Knowing Haiden's vulnerabilities made addressing him relatively straightforward, primarily due to his foolishness. However, Obito, Akatsuki, and Kakuzu are far from being as easily manageable as Haiden. The peril posed to Kakashi and his companions remains dire. Chapter 20, A Stalemate. Kakashi Hatake stepped back to position himself before Konan and her companions, his expression grave. There was no room for levity. This was Kakashi Hatake's most formidable opponent yet, even when facing Zabuza Momochi and Haku just days prior. Kakashi had held back, not merely a little, but significantly. He sought to evaluate the teamwork of Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, allowing them to hone their skills. If they were to confront genuine danger, Kakashi felt confident in his ability to manage the situation with ease. Moreover, the boy Haku had shown no intent to harm Naruto and his friends. Yet now, even with all his might, Kakashi found the outcome uncertain. He turned to Konan, inquiring, "How did you provoke them?" Konan replied nonchalantly, "It wasn't I who provoked them. They seek the Rinnegan." The Rinnegan? Kakashi was taken aback. Then, as if struck by a realization, he glanced at the unconscious Yunfan. Could he be the one possessing the Rinnegan? While Kakashi conversed with Konan, Obito and Akatsuki stood atop the rising platform of the Earth-style mud wall, looking down upon Kakashi and his allies, both donning similar ripple-patterned masks, one white, the other orange. Haiden drew the scythe from the depths of the ground and, licking its sharp edge, cried out "ah" as he charged at Kakashi. Kakashi understood that Haiden was targeting him and noted that Konan was visibly exhausted and could no longer engage in combat. As for Naruto and the others, they were still too inexperienced. "It seems I must fulfill my duty as a teacher to the utmost," Kakashi declared. "Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and this lady. I shall buy you time to escape. Just ahead lies the hidden grass village, where many Konoha ninjas await. You will find safety there." Although Kakashi was aware of the formidable strength possessed by Obito and his companions, even the ninjas stationed at the hidden grass village would struggle against them. For Kakashi himself was among Konoha's most distinguished. However, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. The multitude of Konoha ninjas in the hidden grass village would likely deter Obito and his comrades from reckless actions. As Haiden charged forward, a smile of delight adorned his face, as though he had spotted a delectable cake upon seeing Kakashi. Kakashi quickly relayed his strategy to Naruto and the others while forming hand seals. Lightning release, shadow clone technique. In an instant, 3 identical replicas of Kakashi emerged, resembling fraternal twins. This technique, born from lightning release chakra, would not only mimic Kakashi's abilities, but also paralyze foes with electrical shocks if any of the clones were destroyed. After employing this technique, Kakashi gasped for breath, clearly low on chakra. Every time that fool Naruto creates so many clones, he still manages to create more. He truly possesses an abundance of chakra, Kakashi internally lamented. Given Konan's warning that close combat with Haiden was ill-advised and that he must not sustain injuries, Kakashi was left with no choice but to resort to using clones. The lightning release, shadow clone technique, held the same prowess as Kakashi himself and could utilize jutsu as well. However, since it would split his chakra evenly with each clone, Kakashi typically refrained from employing shadow clones lightly. Of course, Kakashi was not only a genius but also possessed a nimble mind. He was unlike Naruto, who relied solely on brute force in using the shadow clone technique. Having invoked the lightning release, shadow clone technique, Kakashi was prepared to face the challenge at hand. Haiden charged with remarkable speed, still rife with openings. Any ninja adept in taijutsu could easily overpower him. Yet, if one remained unaware of Haiden's immortality and his nefarious rituals, engaging in close combat would undoubtedly lead to their downfall. Therefore, one of Kakashi's clones surged forward toward Haiden. This clone possessed the full strength of the original. Well-versed in taijutsu, and given Kakashi's prowess, having once matched Lee in combat, it was evident that Kakashi's skills were far from lacking. Before long, the flawed Haiden was brought down to the ground by the clone's strikes. Laughter erupted from Haiden as he fell, entirely unfazed, springing back up to continue swinging his scythe, engaging in relentless combat with the clone. Naturally, Haiden's taijutsu could not match that of the clone Kakashi. Yet, Haiden was immortal. He could not be killed. "I cannot continue to expend myself like this. I shall vanish," the clone Kakashi thought, drenched in sweat, exhausted by Haiden's reckless onslaught. Although Haiden could not defeat him, he fought as if unscathed, oblivious to the meaning of injury, for he was immortal. Can you believe it? A lightning cutter plunged into this man's heart. And yet he remains alive and well. At that moment, while the clone Kakashi battled Haiden, he sustained a minor injury. Logically, he should not have vanished. But the next second, the clone Kakashi dissipated into white smoke. Haiden, wielding his scythe, plunged it into his own heart. Upon witnessing this, Kakashi immediately understood Haiden's situation. Informed by Konan's intelligence, he is indeed immortal, possessing a formidable ability to rebound attacks directed at him, but the medium requires blood. Impossible. Even as Kakashi grasped the situation, he found it hard to believe that such an immortal being existed in this world. The other two unmoving clones of Kakashi bore expressions of disbelief as well. Seeing Kakashi falter, Obito erupted into laughter, reveling in Kakashi's predicament. "I will cover for you. You must flee," Kakashi shouted. Akatsuki shook his head, chuckling. "Flee? Where do you think you can escape to?" Would release, would golem technique. Underneath the feet of Akatsuki's leader, Obito Uchiha, the platform formed by the earth flow wall was obliterated, giving rise to a colossal wooden statue of Buddha, adorned with numerous wooden hands. Both Akatsuki and Obito stood atop the statue's head, as if perched upon the shoulders of a giant, elevating their vantage point. Kakuzu led two humanoid monsters, composed of black threads, to the base of the wooden statue, shouting upwards, "Boss, with this." The ninjas from the hidden grass village will undoubtedly notice this anomaly and come to investigate. Unfazed, Obito replied, "No matter, they are merely insignificant pawns. We can dispatch them swiftly." Kakuzu nodded in agreement. "As you command, boss." Upon witnessing the giant wooden statue, Kakashi Hatake realized that the situation was irretrievable. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, having never encountered such a spectacle, were filled with dread and came to the sincere conclusion that they were woefully inadequate. Ultimately, "You still failed to fulfill your promise to me and reveal the true truth." Konan glanced at Yunfan. At this moment, the sun had risen high in the sky, casting down the sweltering rays typical of summer. Konan looked up as if seeing something. "Yahiko, Nagato, I should join you now." Chapter 21, Master Jiraiya. Obito Uchiha and Akatsuki stood atop the immense wooden statue, surveying Kakashi and his companions from above. Kakashi understood that he was no match for the formidable foes before him. They were simply too powerful. In a one-on-one confrontation, he would feel confident, but facing four opponents, their strengths seemed evenly matched. Therefore, Kakashi utilized the lightning release shadow clone technique, summoning a clone that possessed his full power to restrain the four adversaries. Although Kakashi knew he could not hold them off for long, gaining even a moment of time could allow Naruto and the others to flee to the hidden grass village. However, when Akatsuki summoned the formidable wooden human technique, Kakashi's plans were utterly dashed. Escape was no longer an option, even if the sounds of battle erupted. The ninjas from the hidden leaf village and the grass village should have sensed the disturbance and would soon be on their way. This news was neither good nor bad for Kakashi. As long as he could delay until the ninjas from the hidden leaf village arrived, reinforcements would provide a chance for a turnaround. Yet, he lacked confidence. The unknown woman had already exhausted much of her strength, and Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were still young. Although they held immense potential, they were too inexperienced. These thoughts flitted through Kakashi's mind, ephemeral as they were not spoken aloud. Kakashi's mind raced, but he halted abruptly as Obito and his allies were preparing to strike. Obito's voice was icy as he commanded, "Attack. Lightning release, false darkness. Water release, water dragon bullet." Kakuzu was the first to act, flanked by three humanoid monsters formed from black threads, unleashing the aforementioned ninjutsu. The water dragon, crafted from water chakra, surged towards Kakashi and his group like a cannonball, followed closely by a volley of over a dozen lightning orbs. Kakuzu's strategy was astute. If the water dragon bullet struck Kakashi's group, it would be ideal. Even if they evaded it, the water would seep onto the ground, enabling the electrical orbs from false darkness to potentially injure or incapacitate them through the conductive water. Though it may sound elaborate, Kakuzu's assault was executed with remarkable speed. Kakashi swiftly removed his eye mask, revealing a crimson eye with three kama-like tomo, his Sharingan. He rapidly performed hand seals, and the two standing clones of Kakashi mirrored his actions. Earth release, multiple earth flow walls. The three Kakashis erected several earthen walls, encircling their group like a matchbox house, albeit leaving a single opening at the back. Consequently, Kakuzu's dual ninjutsu attacks were rendered ineffective. Earth defeats lightning. The electric orb struck the earthen wall with a crackle, dissipating entirely. The water dragon bullet did not fail, however. The wall melted halfway, leaving only a thin veneer of protection. Kakuzu observed this and chuckled softly, seemingly having anticipated such an outcome. Earth release, Earth Spear. One of the humanoid monsters beside him raised its slender arms, more accurately, 2 black strings, and formed a seal like a ninja. Subsequently, from within Kakashi's matchbox house, created by the earth flow wall, numerous earth spears erupted forth. Kakashi had underestimated the situation. He had thought encircling his group with the earth flow wall would suffice to thwart Kakuzu's assault, but had overlooked the fact that Kakuzu could wield other ninjutsu as well. This sequence unfolded in a heartbeat. As Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura processed the impending danger, they realized the gravity of their predicament. Trembling, Naruto felt certain of his impending doom. Should he unleash his power? Paper dance, defense. Just as Naruto hesitated, Konan, with her pale, delicate hands, swiftly formed a seal. Her attire, a uniform from the Rain Village, transformed into countless paper fragments that swirled around the matchbox structure. At that moment, Konan, clad in a revealing outfit that accentuated her figure, could easily captivate many young men. Unbeknownst to Yunfan, he would have certainly been the first to drool at such a picturesque sight. However, Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were oblivious to Konan's alluring appearance. Their focus remained on the earth spears, all of which were thwarted by the fragile paper pieces. Witnessing this, Kakashi urged, "Quickly, we must leave this place." Right. Sakura was the first to dash toward the opening at the back of the matchbox, followed closely by Naruto and Obito, who carried the unconscious Yunfan. Having endured the trials in the Land of Waves, Sakura was no longer paralyzed by fear. Although she was not yet ready to engage in battle, she could manage to escape. Konan's complexion grew pale as she staggered backward, moving sluggishly. She had exhausted all her chakra and was on the verge of collapse. Much like Yunfan, it was akin to a person who has gone 3 days without sleep. Even if they resist, their body will eventually succumb to the need for rest. Kakashi noticed Konan's condition and intended to assist her in fleeing the perilous confines of the matchbox. However, before he could reach her, Obito appeared behind Kakashi, constricting his neck. Kakashi's focus had been on Konan, rendering him unable to react in time, allowing Obito to successfully execute a stealthy ambush, disregarding all notions of honor. Had he been aware of Obito's abilities, Kakashi would have surely been more vigilant. The 2 Kakashi clones immediately sprang to defend their master, launching an attack on Obito. His judgment was so keen that he believed he was the real body. Kakashi Hatake found it hard to believe that Obito Uchiha's first ambush could succeed against him. Although there was a certain probability involved, the man's luck seemed extraordinarily favorable. Of course, Kakashi was still unaware that the figure clad in a white mask was none other than Obito Uchiha. Had he known, he would have understood the reason behind it all. For his left eye was indeed the Sharingan of Obito Uchiha, which granted him the ability to discern the true identity of his opponents. Outside, the water dragon technique unleashed by Kakuzu struck the earthen wall formed by the earth-style wall, causing it to gradually dissolve under the relentless torrent until it crumbled to the ground. Thus, Akatsuki members, including Zetsu, Kakuzu, and Haiden, could witness the unfolding scene before them. Observing that Kakashi was momentarily restrained, Haiden hastily shouted and rushed forward, wielding his scythe. Ora ora. Zetsu manipulated the wooden statue, directing its myriad wooden hands toward Obito and Kakashi with reckless abandon, showing little regard for his companions Haiden and Zetsu. This assault was equally perilous for allies and foes alike. Haiden was struck by several wooden appendages, plunging him back into the mire. "What are you doing, Zetsu?" Haiden yelled in frustration, but before he could finish his tirade, more wooden hands descended upon him. Kamui. Obito, revealing half of his body, flickered into a state of intangibility, achieving physical immunity. With Obito momentarily shifting himself into another dimension, he could no longer maintain his grip on Kakashi's throat. "Goodbye, Kakashi," Zetsu mockingly remarked before vanishing entirely. Dozens of wooden hands advanced menacingly toward Kakashi. The 2 shadow clones, armed with kunai, initially intended to attack Obito but found themselves redirecting their efforts to fend off the onslaught of wooden hands instead. Once liberated, Kakashi relied solely on his taijutsu to evade the few wooden appendages that had not been obliterated by his clones. Unable to form hand seals or escape, including the unfortunate Konan, Kakashi was left with no choice but to run and either block or shatter the incoming wooden strikes with his kunai. Yet, just as one wave of attacks subsided, another would follow relentlessly. It was only a matter of time before Kakashi would exhaust his stamina. and he and Konan would inevitably succumb to the barrage of wooden hands, with the grim possibility of perishing under their relentless assault. At that moment, however, the summoning technique brought forth Fukusaku, Shima, and Gamabunta, three enormous frogs, sharing a somewhat similar appearance yet differing in color, descended from the heavens. Fukusaku wielded a colossal blade, clenching a massive pipe in his mouth. Shima donned a straw hat on his back, brandishing a fork, while Gamabunta carried twin swords. Fukusaku drew forth his immense weapon and swung it down, cleaving through countless wooden hands, thereby ensuring the safety of Kakashi and Konan. At that instant, Konan was on the verge of collapsing when a middle-aged man with silvery hair caught her. As she struggled to open her eyes and glimpsed his visage, a smile graced her lips as she uttered, "Jiraiya-sensei." Once, she harbored deep resentment toward him, convinced by various pieces of evidence that he was the perpetrator responsible for the destruction of her homeland. However, Yunfan later revealed the truth, dispelling her misconceptions. Yet, in that moment, Konan remained uncertain whether Jiraiya was indeed the culprit, for Yunfan had not elaborated on the details. But witnessing Jiraiya's act of saving her made her realize that intertwined with her hatred was a profound love, as he was not only her father, but also the father of Yahiko and Nagato. Jiraiya chuckled softly, caressing Konan's face, murmuring, "Ah, Konan, how you've grown over the years. I've always thought of the three of you." Before he could finish his sentence, Konan, having shed all her defenses, succumbed to unconsciousness, her expression serene and sweet. Chapter 22. The Retreat of Obito Uchiha. Like Yunfan, Konan too fainted from sheer exhaustion. In truth, Konan was even more fatigued than Yunfan. Yet her capacity for endurance far surpassed his. Simply put, if fate dealt Yunfan a blow, he would cry out in pain and faint. Conversely, Konan remained silent even after being struck. If fate dealt her a second blow, she would grit her teeth and persevere, a level of resilience far beyond that of Yunfan, who was a mere weakling. Of course, Yunfan had only employed a few jutsu and summoned a handful of times, and his constitution was not so fragile as to succumb so easily. The primary reason was that Yunfan had engaged in a prolonged struggle against Nagato's consciousness, which was utterly exhausting, akin to a mental drain. What is mental drain, you ask? It is like being well-rested and well-fed, which should leave one feeling invigorated, right? Yet, if your mind is incessantly racing with thoughts for an entire day, even without physical exertion, you would feel utterly fatigued and longing for slumber. While occupying Nagato's body, Yunfan experienced a condition far worse than mere mental drain. Thus, although his chakra reserves remained ample, having only utilized the animal path thrice and the Deva path a few times, he could not withstand the fatigue of his mind, leading him to faint. At present, he was in a state akin to a sleep deeper than mere slumber, a condition he could not escape even if he wished, for the mind ultimately governs the body. Konan, on the other hand, fainted from the complete depletion of her physical strength and chakra, akin to a once vibrant flower that withered without timely hydration. Fortunately, her teacher Jiraiya arrived just in time to save her, granting her the peace of mind to surrender to unconsciousness. Kakashi, having witnessed Jiraiya's arrival and Konan's salvation, let out a sigh of relief and inquired, "Jiraiya-sensei, what brings you here?" Jiraiya chuckled, "I was soaking in a hot spring at the nearby grass village." With the commotion this large, it was impossible not to notice. Kakashi, rarely smiling, replied, "You were worried about Naruto, weren't you? You must have already visited the land of waves, Jiraiya-sensei." Jiraiya responded with a chuckle, "Ah, conversing with clever individuals is rather dull." Turning his gaze, Jiraiya looked at Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha were still carrying the unconscious Yunfan, while Sakura stood nervously behind Sasuke. The three of them had witnessed Kakashi-sensei in dire straits, but thankfully, a silver-haired elder had appeared just in time to defuse the crisis, allowing them to exhale in relief. Naruto, sensing the unfamiliar elder's gaze upon him, shouted, "What are you staring at? I'm not your enemy. The enemy is right in front of you." "Naruto, no need to be rude. This person is here to assist us," Sakura interjected. Noticing that Jiraiya was not wearing the forehead protector of the Hidden Leaf Village, but rather a different emblem, which she did not recognize. Yet it was undoubtedly a boon that he was on their side, as Naruto felt the elder's gaze still fixated on him. He was about to loudly question why he was being scrutinized when Sakura delivered a sharp reprimand. "Naruto, do not be disrespectful." Jiraiya laughed heartily at the exchange, then turned his attention away from Naruto, hoisting Konan upon his back like a father carrying his daughter. He then gazed upon the towering wooden statue, where Obito Uchiha materialized beside Zetsu. "Oh no, this is a formidable opponent." Zetsu seemed to recognize the strength of the suddenly appearing silver-haired elder. "Uchiha Obito, with a reluctant expression, formed a series of hand seals and, in a somber tone, commanded, Cuckoo, Haiden, Akatsuki, we retreat. Your grandpa has arrived. There's no escape. Fukasaku, leaping into action, wielded a gleaming great sword with both webbed hands, aiming a fierce slash at Uchiha Obito and Akatsuki. He was no ordinary frog like Fukasaku. He recognized that these two were leaders of considerable prowess. The great sword of Fukasaku descended with unwavering force, its sheer size allowing it to threaten both Obito and Akatsuki simultaneously. However, their forms began to shimmer and fade, resulting in Fukasaku cleaving only the wooden Buddha statue in half. A thunderous crash echoed as wooden debris scattered across the ground, forming small mountains. Without Akatsuki's control, the wooden statue was left vulnerably fragile. Besides Obito and Akatsuki, Kakuzu retracted 3 black-threaded humanoid monstrosities, which transformed back into threads and burrowed into his chest, as if into a pocket dimension capable of containing the multitude of black strands. Until we meet again, Kakuzu glanced at Kakashi Hatake and said, before his form too began to dissolve into nothingness. Haiden, sulking in the muddy pit, scratched his head as his own body began to fade away. Soon, Obito and his companions had vanished without a trace. Time-space ninjutsu. Jiraiya discerned Obito's abilities, though he remained unaware that this was a power exclusive to the Uchiha clan Sharingan, a lineage native to Konoha. At present, Jiraiya regarded Kakashi's capabilities as some form of bloodline limit. Had Kakashi been aware that the white-masked man possessed time-space ninjutsu inherent to the Sharingan, known as Kamui, he would have certainly picked up on some clues. Of course, had Kakashi developed his left eye Sharingan to the level of Kamui, he would likely have surmised Obito's identity, provided he understood that the white figure's time-space techniques were derived from the Sharingan. In the forest bordering Amigakure, Obito, Kakuzu, Akatsuki, and Haiden materialized in thin air. Haiden, disgruntled, protested, "Boss, why are we running? We could fight." Obito replied, "That man is the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, the mentor of the 4th Hokage. His strength is formidable. A battle would lead to mutual destruction." Haiden shouted, "What is there to fear?" Akatsuki explained, "Your vulnerabilities have been exposed. Even if they can't kill you outright, they could easily restrain you in a manner that renders you unable to act, turning it into a 3-on-1. Do not underestimate Jiraiya. He has participated in both the 2nd and 3rd Shinobi World Wars, and his reputation is well known. Years have passed, and his strength has undoubtedly reached a new height. We cannot fully gauge his true power yet, but we can be certain it is great." Akatsuki spoke with measured caution. "It appears the plan has deviated significantly, but we have acquired the outer path, samsara of heavenly life. The plan can proceed without engaging in a desperate struggle against such a figure. We shall expedite the tailed beast hunting agenda. Inform Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki to act immediately, and Haiden and Kakuzu, you two will join them. Akatsuki, you and Zetsu shall operate together." Kakuzu waited for Obito to finish before inquiring, "Boss, what about my heart?" Obito replied, "You shall receive it once we have captured the tailed beasts." Akatsuki asked, "What of the traitor Orochimaru?" Obito dismissed it nonchalantly. "Forget about him. He is unaware of our plans." For the true objectives of Akatsuki are only now being set into motion. Akatsuki lamented, "If it weren't for Jiraiya's interference, we could have expedited our plan by securing the 9 tails from that individual." Obito reassured, "Patience, we will proceed step by step. He cannot escape." Thus commenced the Akatsuki's meticulously orchestrated hunting plan. Chapter 23, Konoha Village. After Obito's retreat, Konan and Yunfan were rendered safe. Jiraiya, carrying Konan on his back like a father cradling his daughter, approached Kakashi Hatake, who had shed his ninja jacket. With a nod, Kakashi draped the coat over Konan's back to shield her modesty. Given that her Amigakure uniform was made entirely of paper and had just exhausted all chakra to defend against Kakuzu's earthen shield attack, consequently, she was left clad only in a form-fitting undergarment. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, the trio of young shinobi, bore traces of lingering fear in their eyes. Fukasaku took a deep drag from the smoking pipe hanging from his mouth, producing a billowing cloud of smoke, before turning to Jiraiya and bellowing, "Jiraiya, if all is well, we shall withdraw." Fukasaku's brother, Fukasaku, sheepishly added, "My apologies, I am rather clumsy." Fukasaku remained silent, merely lifting his webbed hand to pat the twin blades on his back. Jiraiya laughed heartily. "Fukasaku, you've worked hard." Fukasaku exhaled a colossal smoke ring. "What a bore. Those mysterious individuals saw me and fled in a hurry." With a loud pop, he transformed into a great cloud of white smoke and vanished. Fukasaku followed suit. Kakashi surveyed the devastation, concern etched on his face. Jiraiya. What exactly is Akatsuki? Jiraiya responded. While pursuing Orochimaru, I uncovered the existence of this organization, Akatsuki. That scoundrel has likely dealt with them. Jiraiya. Do you recognize this woman and that man? Kakashi, ever perceptive, noted Jiraiya's familiar expression towards Konan and Yunfan. Jiraiya nodded, saying, Indeed, these two are my students. Though there's another mischievous one named Yahiko who seems to be missing, something must have happened to him. It's astonishing how much they've grown. As he spoke, a wave of nostalgia washed over Jiraiya's face, hinting at his apprehensions about Yahiko's fate. Kakashi turned to Naruto and the others, calling out, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. Come over and meet the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya. Naruto and Sasuke, supporting Yunfan, approached, with Sakura trailing behind. Jiraiya-sama? It's really you. Sakura exclaimed, her admiration evident. Jiraiya chuckled heartily. Just a name, just a name. Naruto pouted, what's Sannin? Just look at that pervy grin. He doesn't seem like a good guy at all. Kakashi scolded, Naruto, mind your manners. Naruto retorted, I, Naruto, have never misjudged a person. Jiraiya, caught off guard, froze momentarily before clearing his throat. I assure you, I am a paragon of virtue, Naruto. Do not jump to conclusions so swiftly. You hardly know me yet. Naruto scoffed, loosening his grip, causing Yunfan to thud against the ground. Swiftly, Naruto formed a hand seal. Ninja art, harem jutsu. With a puff, a stunningly voluptuous woman appeared before them, adorned in nothing but her natural allure, exuding an intoxicating charm. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment, stammering, yes, yes, more of this. Kakashi quickly averted his gaze, muttering, do not gaze upon that, do not speak of it, do not listen. Naruto, you great fool. Sakura exclaimed, embodying a giant as she delivered a sharp headbutt to him. This strike revealed the true form of the handsome and charismatic Uzumaki Naruto. Rubbing the bump on his forehead, he casually grabbed the unconscious Yunfan and continued on. Uchiha Sasuke scoffed, Naruto, have all your training efforts been wasted on these frivolous jutsu? To which Naruto retorted, Sasuke, I, Uzumaki Naruto, am a genius. Even if I practice these jutsu, you still won't be able to defeat me. Uchiha Sasuke declared a challenge. Come on, let us duel right now. Jiraiya, witnessing the charged atmosphere between the two, quickly intervened. All right. For the sake of the great sage of Myaboku, please refrain from arguing. Naruto turned his head and shouted. What great sage? You're just the perverted sage. Stop bestowing titles upon others. Jiraiya corrected him. Naruto stuck out his tongue, chanting, not listening, old toad reciting scriptures. Perverted sage, perverted sage. Kakashi rubbed his temples, wondering how he ended up with two unruly students in his class. Time passed swiftly, like a fleeting horse. Before long, it was afternoon. The blazing summer sun scorched the earth, raising the temperature to a sweltering degree. One could easily fry an egg under its relentless rays. This world was indeed peculiar. The land of fire experienced distinct seasons, while the land of water was perpetually drenched in rain. Despite being a relatively small world, its climatic conditions were sharply defined. Jiraiya carried the lovely Konan on his back as he walked alongside Kakashi, with Naruto and Sasuke hoisting the unconscious Yunfan behind them. The two continued their bickering, as if on the verge of a fight at any moment. Sakura walked beside Sasuke, aiding the person she cherished. While Naruto cursed the heavens and berated Sasuke, he found no match for Sakura, who could easily defeat him with just a few words. Jiraiya and Kakashi exchanged exasperated glances, resigned to allow the commotion to unfold. The cacophony of their voices intertwined with the sounds of summer cicadas, creating a warm symphony of life. Due to the heat and the lack of urgency in their journey, they ambled along, stopping and starting until they finally reached the gates of Konoha village in the afternoon. The two guards stationed at the village gates recognized Kakashi's Team 7, who had been assigned a C-rank escort mission, and realized they had completed their task. A C-rank mission could be accomplished by any able-bodied person. However, they were likely unaware that this C-rank mission bore the difficulty level of an A-rank due to the formidable opponents they faced, Zabuza Momochi and Haku, both of whom were exceptionally skilled and challenging adversaries. Fortunately, Team 7 had completed the C-rank task, and although the outcome was bittersweet, it was also profoundly touching. As the two gate guards were about to greet Kakashi, they spotted a middle-aged man with silvery white hair. At first, they couldn't see him clearly from a distance. But as he approached, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief, finally recognizing Jiraiya's visage. Lord Jiraiya has returned, exclaimed the guards. Quick, inform Lord 3rd Hokage. Kazuki Tetsu instructed Kamizuki Izumi. Kazuki Tetsu, wearing a ninja forehead protector and sporting a center-parted hairstyle, had a white cloth tied around his nose. Kamizuki Izumi had long bangs covering one eye, embodying the so-called romantic allure of a one-eyed man. Nodding, Izumi sprinted away toward the Hokage's office. Kazuki Tetsu swiftly approached Jiraiya. Kneeling on one knee, Lord Jiraiya, after so many years, you have finally returned. Upon recognizing Tetsu, Jiraiya burst into laughter. Ah, is that you, Tetsu? You've grown quite a bit. Tetsu sheepishly ran his fingers through his hair. It's been ages since you last visited, Lord Jiraiya. But I'm still rather dull. I'm only a chunin now, while Kakashi has already become an elite jonin. It's disheartening to compare. Laughter erupted among the group, their joy palpable under the sun's warm rays, as if the scene were meant to be eternally captured. Chapter 24, Teacher and Student. On July 6, 3099. A day had passed since Kakashi and the others returned to Konoha. The land of fire, one of the 5 great nations, boasted a thriving economy and a dense population, making the capital city of Konoha quite prosperous. It was home to numerous villages, with Konoha being the largest, located adjacent to the capital. As the birthplace of ninja training, Konoha represented military strength. Wherever there are people, conflicts of interest arise, and with such conflicts comes the necessity for formidable military prowess. The architectural style of Konoha resembled the modern aesthetics of Yunfan's previous life, albeit interspersed with some vintage structures. Regardless of whether the buildings were modern or traditional, they were all constructed from wood. Viewed from above, the village possessed a distinctive charm. The bustling streets were illuminated by streetlights, and supermarkets featured refrigerators selling chilled treats, such as ice cream. The furniture mirrored that of Yunfan's former life, including LCD televisions, showerheads, sinks, and leather sofas. There were even telephones and computers. The only divergence from his previous world was the existence of powerful ninjutsu and ninja. In a quaint inn, Yunfan lay on the bed, fatigue compelling his mind to rest. At that moment, his eyelids fluttered, yet he remained in slumber. He dreamt of plummeting from a great height into an abyss of darkness, akin to an unfathomable void. As he continued to fall, a hollow sensation filled his heart, accompanied by a sense of dread. He attempted to speak, opening his mouth, but no sound escaped. Gazing around, he was enveloped in darkness, and when he looked up, the sky was still shrouded in shadows, deep and oppressive. Driven by impulse, Yunfan looked down. Suddenly, 2 blood-red, slightly purple eyes with ripples appeared, those of the Rinnegan. Abruptly, the eyes began to spin, and a gaping maw filled with menacing fangs emerged, resembling that of a monstrous beast. Terrifying in its presence, it seemed to be waiting for Yunfan to fall directly into its jaws. He struggled with all his might, but it was futile. Soon, he descended toward the monstrous mouth, which snapped shut upon him. No, please, Yunfan screamed, as though his life hung in the balance. At that moment, cold sweat poured from his body, and a faint sunlight filtered through the curtains. It was merely a nightmare, even though Yunfan recognized it as a dream. The lingering fear had not entirely dissipated. Rising from the bed, he observed the air conditioning in the room and the arrangement of the bathroom, resembling the ends of his past life. Could it be that I have not truly crossed over? Yunfan pondered. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the entire room was constructed from wood. He recalled that the inns he had stayed in before were not wooden, but made of concrete. His mind still hazy, he approached the sink in the bathroom and gazed into the mirror, only to find that he did not reflect his former self, but rather Nagato's visage, complete with the purple ripples of the Rinnegan. It appeared he had indeed traversed into another realm. Yunfan finally confirmed that he was in the world of Naruto. Moreover, Yunfan felt that he was now capable of utilizing ninjutsu, albeit he was still limited to the realms of the Deva path and the animal path. While the other 4 paths remained temporarily sealed, he went to the restroom to relieve himself, still somewhat startled from the nightmare he had just experienced, which had caused a minor mishap. Feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him, he noticed 2 sets of soft garments provided for guests outside. He quickly disrobed, activated the water heater, and indulged in a soothing hot shower. As he hummed a popular song from his past life, he scrubbed his back and tended to the dampened area. One of the peculiar behaviors of men is their remarkably swift bathing routine. 2 minutes later, he emerged from the shower, donned one of the plush outfits intended for guests, and stepped out of the bathroom. Ah, the joys of reincarnation. In my previous life, staying at an inn did not offer such luxuries. Suddenly reminded of Xiao Nan, Yunfan returned to the bathroom, tossed the soiled clothing into the washing machine, and activated it for an automatic wash. Where is Xiao Nan? It was only after completing these tasks that Yunfan recalled her. He swiftly exited the room, knowing she was on the second floor, and hurried downstairs, where he encountered several waitstaff in uniforms. The attendants, standing by for assignments, greeted him in unison. "Good day, sir. How may we assist you?" Noticing no chakra fluctuations emanating from them through his Rinnegan, Yunfan discerned they were mere mortals. He inquired of a female attendant, "Is there a woman with lavender hair, exceptionally beautiful, residing here?" "Indeed," she replied. "She resides right next door to you." Expressing his gratitude, Yunfan rushed back to the second floor. Upon approaching his room, he spotted a middle-aged man with silvery hair leaning against the wall beside Xiaonan's door. It was Jiraiya. Upon noticing Yunfan, he greeted, "Ah, Nagato. It has been a while. I just saw you hastily dash out, completely oblivious to my presence behind you." "Jiraiya," Yunfan exclaimed internally, filled with admiration for the legendary Sannin. He addressed him, "Teacher Jiraiya." Jiraiya scrutinized Yunfan's eyes and murmured, "Indeed, you possess the Rinnegan." He then asked, "Nagato, what transpired? Is Yahiko truly no longer in this world?" Yunfan nodded, maintaining a stoic expression, for Yahiko was a close companion of Nagato, not a confidant of his own. Upon confirming the grim news, Jiraiya sighed deeply and inquired, "Was it the Akatsuki who did this?" Yunfan affirmed, yes, though he was aware that Yahiko fell victim to Hanzo. He understood that the Akatsuki remained the primary culprit. Unbeknownst to him, Hanzo's actions were not incited by the Akatsuki, but were rather orchestrated by Danzo of Konoha. Just as Yunfan was about to divulge the Akatsuki's goals and schemes, a sudden creak interrupted him. The door to Xiaonan's room swung open. She emerged, clad in the soft attire provided by the inn, though it did little to conceal her alluring figure. Upon seeing the two men, she momentarily froze, glancing at Yunfan. She then turned her gaze towards Jiraiya, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. After hesitating, she spoke, "Teacher Jiraiya, you must have been waiting at the door for us to wake up." Jiraiya chuckled, "Ah, Xiaonan, you truly understand me. It's nothing really. I'm not tired. I just can't help but worry about you both. With Nagato being a man, it's no concern, but you, Xiaonan, blossoming into such beauty. I had to ensure you were safe inside, but there's no one to help you lock the door, so I must stand guard." Upon hearing this, Xiaonan's face lit up with a radiant smile, though tears welled in her eyes. What on earth was she thinking? Jiraiya could never be the perpetrator of such atrocities. "Yahiko, Nagato, we have all been deceived." Xiaonan embraced Jiraiya, her face streaked with tears. "Teacher Jiraiya, I truly miss you." Jiraiya laughed heartily, gently patting her back. "Don't cry. Tears do not suit your beauty, and I'm here now." Watching this tender exchange, Yunfan felt his own expression soften into a smile. It became evident that the world was not solely composed of schemes and self-interest, but also of profound and touching emotions. Had Yunfan not taken possession of Nagato's body and succumbed to a dormant state, he would have witnessed the genuine bond shared among Nagato, Xiaonan, and Yahiko during those years. In the early hours of July 5th, after seizing control of Nagato's body, he would undoubtedly take decisive action against Danzo without a moment's hesitation. For Yunfan was also a being of sentiment and desire, and he too would feel the anger that Xiaonan expressed, just as at this very moment. Witnessing the sincere teacher-student relationship between Jiraiya and Xiaonan moved him deeply. Of course, he would not shy away from occupying Nagato's body. It was a matter of survival. Some choices, although regrettable, must be made. Chapter 25, Recognition. True feelings exist within humanity, warming the heart in every corner. After many years apart, the teacher Jiraiya and his student Xiaonan reunited once more, although two of the three students were no longer present. As Yunfan was not truly Nagato, but merely possessed his visage, the scene remained quite poignant. Jiraiya patted Xiaonan's shoulder and said, "I have already spoken to the old man. From now on, you may reside in Konoha." He asked me if you two could be trusted, and I assured him, "My students are undoubtedly trustworthy. You both have just awakened and haven tea eaten. Let us go out for a meal, my treat. Though I may not be wealthy, I can certainly splurge a little for you too." Upon hearing Jiraiya's mention of having little money, Yunfan couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. He recalled how Jiraiya had completely drained Naruto's savings during their training, only to later ask Naruto if he had any more money left, leaving the penniless boy with nothing. Jiraiya then pulled out his wallet, revealing a thick stack of bills that would have made Naruto seethe with envy. Despite his carefree demeanor, Jiraiya was quite meticulous and had already purchased 2 sets of summer clothing for Yunfan and Xiaonan. Yunfan took his set and returned to the inn room to change into the new attire. Once dressed, he felt the fit was quite comfortable. The deep blue t-shirt and snug casual pants gave him a different aura compared to the ninja uniform of the Rain Village, which exuded a sharp and capable charm. In this relaxed outfit, Yunfan appeared as though he were simply on vacation. If no one knew better, who would suspect that just yesterday, he and Xiaonan were being pursued by Uchiha Obito? He opened the door to find Jiraiya with his silver hair still waiting outside. Xiaonan's door remained closed, indicating she was still changing her clothes. It was perfectly normal for a girl to take a bit longer. Jiraiya teased, "Nagato, you've inherited my youthful charm." Yunfan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, eager to clarify that he was not Nagato when, suddenly, Xiaonan emerged from her room. Both Yunfan and Jiraiya had anticipated a lengthy wait, yet she had changed surprisingly quickly. Of course, this was also a facet of Xiaonan's character. Though she was often quiet, she was remarkably efficient when it came to tasks. It was not long before Yunfan beheld her, transformed as if she were an entirely different person, resembling a cool neighbor girl. Dressed in a gleaming white t-shirt and exceedingly short shorts, her long, fair legs exude an irresistible allure that captivates the eye, a sight one could behold endlessly. The mere thought of those legs brings a mischievous glee to Yunfan's heart. Xiaonan has also groomed her hair, allowing her soft, light purple locks to cascade gracefully over her shoulders, complementing her casual summer attire with an air of youthful vibrance. In the past, for the sake of mobility, she would often style her light purple hair into a bun, akin to a traditional Chinese steamed bun, facilitating her combat skills. However, now that she is safe and no longer a ninja in the village of Rain, there is no longer a need to maintain such a hairstyle. Jiraiya chuckled heartily, remarking on how Xiaonan has blossomed into a stunning beauty, wondering which unfortunate boy might benefit from her charm. The typically aloof Xiaonan, rare as it is, flushed slightly. Previously, she had harbored feelings for Nagato, but with his absence and the emergence of Yunfan, it would be impossible to claim she has fallen for him, as she scarcely knows him and is far from being a naive sweetheart. She once expressed her affection for Nagato. Yet when she realized his singular focus on world peace left little room for romantic entanglements, she resolved to suppress her own yearning for love, choosing instead to dream of a future devoid of war alongside Nagato and Yahiko. However, following recent events, the astute Xiaonan felt that the three of them had been manipulated. Jiraiya led Yunfan and Xiaonan out of the inn and into the bustling streets. Konoha village remained tranquil yet lively, filled with the joyous laughter of playful children and the spirited antics of young ninjas showcasing their skills honed at the Ninja Academy. For instance, a few were demonstrating how to walk on walls by concentrating chakra beneath their feet, captivating the attention of eager children preparing to enter the academy. At that moment, a voice thundered, "Hey, Naruto Uzumaki. You know you can't use chakra in the village without a valid reason, right?" A woman's furious shout echoed. "Oh no, Naruto, run. We've been spotted," came the urgent cry of a youthful boy. "Konohamaru, Moegi, Udon, run, or we'll be punished by that old pervert, the third Hokage." A boy adorned with a Konoha ninja headband and clad in bright orange was leading his three companions in a hasty retreat. It was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, accompanied by his loyal followers. The adults traversing the street were also drawn to the woman's booming voice. They turned to see the source of their fears. A mischievous Naruto had used chakra to scale a wall, dirtying the window of the irate woman's home, resulting in his capture. "Naruto Uzumaki, I thought once you became a genin, you would mend your ways. Seems you remain as reckless as ever," remarked an adult, harboring a grudge against Naruto. Fuming, Konohamaru halted in his tracks and pointed an accusatory finger at the adult, exclaiming, "You don't understand. You don't know Naruto at all." As Naruto continued his escape, he caught wind of Konohamaru's angry voice. Turning around while running, he grinned and said, "Konohamaru, it's nothing. They're right though. I've decided to become Hokage. I guess I need to tone down the mischief a bit." Having grown accustomed to his prior antics in the village, he chuckled, "I'm just a bit out of control today. Taking you guys out for a stroll." "Ha." Naruto's face radiated with an infectious, sunny smile. "Konohamaru, hurry up. We're heading outside the village, and I want to show you my training results from the land of waves," he urged. The adult who bore a grudge against Naruto suddenly recognized Konohamaru as the third Hokage's grandson, fear washing over him. "You all don't understand Naruto. He is working so hard. His dream is to become Hokage, and you'll see, he will achieve it," Konohamaru passionately declared, undeterred by Naruto's calls to catch up. As Naruto noticed that Konohamaru was lagging behind and still not watching where he was going, he intended to shout again when suddenly Moegi exclaimed, "Naruto, stop. There's someone in front." With a thud, Naruto collided with Jiraiya, who was sitting on the ground, rubbing the back of his head. Moegi and Udon, who had been trailing behind Naruto, continued running, confident that Konohamaru would catch up as they focused ahead. However, Naruto, distracted by looking back at Konohamaru, failed to notice Jiraiya in front of him, resulting in the collision. In truth, Naruto was not running particularly fast. The pedestrians could have easily sidestepped him. The fact that he collided with Jiraiya indicated that Jiraiya had no intention of avoiding him. Turning to see whom he had bumped into, Naruto, upon recognizing Jiraiya, exclaimed, "Perverted sage, what are you doing? With your skills, you could have easily dodged." Jiraiya, who had initially been smiling, suddenly froze, clearing his throat and crouching down to gently pat Naruto's head, whispering, "Two of my students are behind me. Could you please refrain from calling me a perverted sage?" Naruto pushed Jiraiya's hand away but found himself unable to, so he stuck out his tongue and declared, "Perverted sage. Perverted sage. You are indeed a perverted sage." Konan, who seldom smiled, covered her mouth, chuckling. Yunfan, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered, pondering, what on earth is happening? Chapter 26, The Prodigy. Yunfan felt a bit dazed as he observed the adorably mischievous Naruto, still unable to comprehend why Naruto referred to Jiraiya as the perverted sage. Upon exiting the inn, Yunfan inquired of Jiraiya how he happened upon him and Konan. Jiraiya began recounting a tale about Kakashi and their return from a mission in the Land of Waves, where they encountered Obito Uchiha. As he spoke, Naruto collided with Jiraiya. Although they had only just begun their conversation, Yunfan realized that Jiraiya and Naruto were not yet acquainted. This was because Team 7 had encountered Orochimaru during the Chunin exams, and Naruto had been sealed, temporarily unable to utilize his Nine-Tails chakra. It was only afterward that he met Jiraiya, who, through persistent efforts, became half of Jiraiya's disciple, eventually unsealing the Nine-Tails chakra. According to Yunfan's recollections, the Chunin exams were still some time away, suggesting that Jiraiya had not yet formally met Naruto. In fact, Jiraiya had been absent from the Land of Fire, pursuing his dear friend Orochimaru, returning only after learning of his disciple Minato Namake's death. However, this was many years after Minato's demise. Upon returning to the Land of Fire, Jiraiya had been quietly observing Naruto, curious about his appearance in the small village, likely keeping a discreet watch over him. After all, he was the son of the proud Minato Namake's. Thus, Jiraiya had been secretly following Kakashi and his team, including their encounters with Zabuza Momochi and Haku. However, Jiraiya refrained from intervening, as this served as a test for Team 7. Unless they were in grave danger, Jiraiya would not have intervened. After Team 7 completed their mission in the Land of Waves, Jiraiya felt confident in their abilities and decided to visit the small village. Indulging in hot springs while occasionally using a telescope to admire the beauty of the women, living a carefree life. Had it not been for the emergence of Uchiha Obito and his companions, Jiraiya would have initially sought inspiration for his writings before returning to the Hidden Leaf Village to devote himself to nurturing Naruto Uzumaki. However, during that time, the village was in the midst of the Chunin exams, and Orochimaru had made his formal debut. It was upon encountering Naruto that Jiraiya acquired the moniker of the Pervy Sage. Nevertheless, the arrival of Uchiha Obito compelled Jiraiya to return to the village prematurely, altering the course of events significantly. Had Jiraiya disregarded Naruto, the 7th squad, led by Kakashi Hatake, along with Yunfan and Konan, would undoubtedly have fallen victim to Obito and his allies. Ultimately, the absence of such a calamity stemmed from Jiraiya's unwavering concern for Naruto Uzumaki. Although the plot underwent a substantial transformation, Jiraiya could not escape the title of Pervy Sage. Yunfan found himself overwhelmed with emotion. "Pervy Sage, please remove your hand from my head," Naruto protested. As Naruto resisted, Jiraiya only pressed down harder on his little head. After a moment of pressure, noticing Naruto's cessation of resistance, Jiraiya cast a puzzled glance at him. It seemed Naruto recalled something, and with eagerness, he said, "Pervy Sage, you are truly powerful. Teach me your ways. I wish to learn the summoning technique to call forth that giant frog that wields a massive pipe and can slice through that colossal wooden Buddha statue." Jiraiya released his grip on Naruto's head, shook his head, and replied, "No, you do not yet meet my criteria. But you've pressed on my head for so long. You must take responsibility. You have to teach me. I want to grow stronger and become Hokage." Naruto insisted. "Why should your ambition to become Hokage concern me?" Jiraiya retorted. Suddenly remembering something, he sprang to his feet and said to Yunfan and Konan, "Oh dear, I almost forgot. You too must be famished. Let us hurry and grab a bite." Yunfan noticed that Jiraiya genuinely cared for Naruto, especially when he expressed his desire to become Hokage. A hint of joy was evident on Jiraiya's face. However, Jiraiya's repeated refusals likely served to test Naruto's patience and perseverance. If Naruto were to give up halfway, it would signify that he might also falter in his training. Thus, even though he was the son of Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya felt there was little to impart. This is why Jiraiya had told Naruto, "You do not yet meet my criteria," a clear implication. Of course, given Naruto's limited understanding, he would likely miss such nuances. It was evident that Jiraiya was well aware of Naruto's temperament, so a mere hint would carry little weight. Konan also perceived Jiraiya's regard for the boy and simply smiled, saying, "Jiraiya-sensei, I'm truly hungry." Yunfan and Konan exchanged knowing glances, sharing a quiet chuckle. Thus, Jiraiya, Yunfan, and Konan set off for their meal, with Naruto trailing behind like a persistent tail. No matter how Jiraiya dismissed or discouraged Naruto, claiming he lacked the aptitude to learn his ninjutsu, Naruto remained undeterred, clinging to Jiraiya with tenacity. Eventually, Jiraiya, unable to withstand Naruto's persistence, summoned a green frog the size of an adult, whose long tongue coiled around Naruto. The frog hopped away, leaping 3 feet high and carrying Naruto out of the Hidden Leaf Village. This was one of the spirit frogs from Mount Myaboku, and upon Jiraiya's return, many of the village's ninjas recognized Naruto. As they saw a mysterious creature in the village, they came to investigate. Both the ninjas and the ordinary residents were accustomed to such occurrences. After all, only Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin, could summon these spirit frogs. Thus, there was no panic in the village, only a sense of reassurance that the famed Jiraiya had returned. The green frog delivered Naruto outside the village and, with a puff, disappeared. "Darn it," Naruto exclaimed, refusing to give up. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Countless Narutos filled the empty grassy field. "Find the pervy sage. Find the pervy sage. Find the pervy sage," they chanted in unison. Then, like an army charging forth, they surged into the Hidden Leaf Village. Soon, the throng of Narutos began to return to the earlier location, splitting up to search for Jiraiya and the others. "Hey Naruto, what are you doing?" The residents, witnessing such a multitude of Narutos, began to voice their discontent. "Naruto, don't you know you can't use chakra in the village under normal circumstances?" Some patrolling ninjas began to apprehend Naruto. Both the ninjas and ordinary residents, including children, harbored a deep-seated aversion toward Naruto. This was not to say that using chakra in the village was outright forbidden. Rather, this rule seemed to be a peculiar restriction solely targeting Naruto. Even if the third Hokage did not wish to impose such a rule, he could not withstand the overwhelming disdain of the populace, which led to its establishment. Naruto's isolation prompted his mischievous behavior, such as defacing the Hokage's portrait and causing trouble for the villagers. Although Naruto was a natural talent, capable of gathering chakra without formal training, he was still inexperienced. Not everyone could become a ninja, as not everyone possessed chakra. Hence, the village consisted of many ordinary residents and children. It was evident that not everyone could be a ninja, as not every individual could harness chakra. Naruto, possessing a natural wind affinity chakra and being a genius, often eluded capture by many ninjas. This fact alone underscored his remarkable potential. Naruto was allowed to enroll in the Ninja Academy by the third Hokage's grace. The reason for his struggles in the academy stemmed from his lack of confidence, the isolation he faced, and the disdain directed toward him. Eventually, it was only after Iruka recognized him during his promotion to Genin that Naruto found his purpose in life. If one were to observe closely, they would see that Naruto's strength increased significantly upon his promotion to Genin, a testament to both his efforts and his innate talent. Chapter 27. The Test. Naruto is a prodigy. Even without the Nine Tails chakra within him, his achievements would not be insignificant. He could easily become a Jonin. While many often proclaim the value of hard work, questioning the need for talent, it is essential to acknowledge that when a prodigy applies themselves, their potential is boundless. At this moment, the talented young Naruto was on a quest to find Jiraiya, seeking to implore him for training to grow stronger. Due to Naruto's exceptionally vast chakra reserves, his shadow clone jutsu manifested in a grand spectacle, with thousands of Narutos flooding into the Hidden Leaf Village. Logically, with such a multitude of Narutos returning to the earlier location and dispersing to search, it should have been easy to locate Jiraiya. However, no matter how hard Naruto Uzumaki searched, he could not find Jiraiya. While evading the pursuit of the patrolling ninjas from Konoha, he turned the village upside down but still failed to locate his mentor. This was due to the fact that Jiraiya, Yunfan, and Konan were deliberately concealing themselves to prevent Naruto from discovering their whereabouts. The trio stood in a secluded corner, observing the comings and goings of Naruto, who appeared quite adorable as he scratched his head in frustration. Jiraiya and his companions couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. The reason Naruto had not spotted them was that Yunfan had summoned a chameleon as his summoning beast. While the chameleon's lack of combat prowess was a drawback, Its ability to render its summoner invisible was a significant advantage. At that moment, the chameleon, now the size of an adult, exhaled a thick mist that enveloped Jiraiya and his companions, allowing them to remain hidden. As one particularly determined Naruto dashed past, Yunfan inquired, "Jiraiya-sensei, you've long wished to take him as your disciple, haven't you?" Jiraiya gazed at Naruto as he disappeared down the path and replied, "Well, I have many disciples, including you, Konan, and Yahiko. Even the former fourth Hokage, Minato, was exceptional, and that fills me with great pride. This little guy is indeed Minato's child, possessing talent akin to his father's, but with the 9 tails sealed within him. If not for his indomitable spirit and unwavering resolve, I would never consider him as my disciple." "So, Jiraiya-sensei, you are testing his patience right now?" Konan chimed in, her voice soft and melodious. Jiraiya responded apologetically, "Nagato, Konan, I'm sorry. I had planned to take you out for a meal, but it seems we must wait until evening." Konan gently shook her head, saying, "It's all right, sensei. We have been ninjas for many years. Going without food for a few days is not an insurmountable issue. Since you intend to test that golden-haired child, let's accompany you and observe his patience." Hey, Konan. I am really quite hungry. After all these years in this world, I haven't even tasted water." Yunfan protested internally. Yet, his protest fell on deaf ears. He conceded, "Indeed, Jiraiya-sensei, enduring hunger is also a form of training." His passionate declaration was filled with a sense of self-importance. Jiraiya laughed heartily. All right. I am truly delighted to take you both as my disciples. Tonight, I shall treat you to an extra meal." Konan replied gently, "Then I shall not stand on ceremony." Yunfan, with equal politeness, added, "I shall graciously accept your generosity." Yet, he couldn't help but lament, "But I am genuinely very hungry." Time, like a fleeting shadow, could not be held back. Eventually, night fell. The village of Konoha was bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight, casting a silvery sheen upon the earth. Jiraiya, Yunfan, and Konan remained in their corner, engaged in conversation throughout the day. They had emerged from their lodgings around 9 in the morning, encountering Naruto and subsequently waiting there while chatting incessantly. Of course, it was primarily Konan and Jiraiya who were conversing. Over the years, Konan had transitioned from a young girl to a graceful woman, grappling with many disappointments and unfulfilled experiences. Bottling up her emotions was burdensome, sometimes even forming a knot in her heart. Today, having finally encountered her most cherished mentor, she poured out her heart to Jiraiya about the struggles and disillusionments she had faced in this world. Jiraiya mostly listened with a smile, responding and inquiring from time to time. Konan, typically reserved, found herself sharing everything she had wished to express over the years. Yunfan, having only arrived in this world 2 days prior, had yet to experience much, his only significant event being a day-long unconsciousness. Thus, he could only yearn for the night to arrive more swiftly. Yet, the more he hoped, the slower time seemed to pass. Nearing the brink of mental exhaustion, he was finally relieved when night descended. Jiraiya announced, "Let us go. It's time for dinner. Feel free to voice your desires. I shall cover the bill. Nagato, please dismiss your summoning beast." The chameleon, having exhaled mist all day, was utterly drained and could no longer change colors. Upon receiving Yunfan's command, it ceased to emit the concealing fog, collapsing in exhaustion. Yunfan remarked, "After just 1 day, you've already reached your limit? You've truly disappointed your master." The chameleon quickly sought to prove its endurance, opening its mouth to continue spewing the invisibility mist. However, all that emerged was its swollen, purple tongue. Yunfan was taken aback. "Goodness, my friend, why are you pushing yourself so hard? Just return. You've done well this time. Perhaps I shall offer you a drop of my blood next time." The chameleon, along with other beasts like the Yada no Kagami and the Hellhound, sought to form a contract with Nagato due to his Rinnegan, which possessed the blood of the 6 paths. Their ultimate goal was to earn a drop of blood from the esteemed master of the Rinnegan after demonstrating their worth. Yunfan, having taken control of Nagato's body, understood the plight of the contracted beasts. After all, it was merely a drop of blood. He had bled far more than that from minor cuts before. The chameleon's weary visage suddenly brightened, and with a puff, it vanished in a cloud of white smoke. Jiraiya chuckled, "This is far cuter than Gamabunta." He then continued, "Let us go? There's a high-end barbecue restaurant just ahead. That's where we're headed." "All right." Both Yunfan and Konan exclaimed in unison. Chapter 28, Meeting the Requirements. The evening in Konoha was particularly lively. The streets were alive with vibrant lights, bustling stalls, and various entertainment activities. Tonight, the village was even more animated, thanks to Naruto Uzumaki. Although he had been captured numerous times by the patrolling ninjas throughout the day, only to dissolve into smoke, The sheer number of Narutos made it impossible for them to be apprehended entirely without a major effort. However, Naruto had learned to be more cunning. No longer brazenly wandering the village, he opted instead to stake out, keenly observing where Jiraiya might be. Once he set his mind on a task, Naruto would persist unyieldingly, for that was his ninja way. Thus, from day to night, he refused to give up. As Yunfan commanded the chameleon to return to its own realm, one of Naruto's shadow clones spotted the trio leisurely walking down the path, seemingly en route to the barbecue restaurant. "Perverted sage, I've finally found you," the clone exclaimed, instantly dispelling its jutsu with a puff of smoke. Meanwhile, somewhere in Konoha, a perspiring Naruto was still evading the pursuing ninjas while desperately searching for Jiraiya. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks, as the information from his clone revealed Jiraiya's location. Using the shadow clone technique, all experiences of the clones, whether injuries, battles, or even romantic encounters, would return to the original body. In other words, whatever the clones knew, the original Naruto would also be aware of. Quickly redirecting himself, Naruto slipped into a concealed alley and scaled the walls, heading towards the barbecue restaurant. The sound of popping smoke resounded throughout Konoha as the remaining shadow clones vanished into thin air. The patrolling ninjas of Konoha let out a collective sigh of relief. On this particular day at work, Naruto Uzumaki had worn them out, yet duty called and the law dictated that they must pursue him nonetheless. Sigh. What mischief is Naruto up to today? Indeed, he has exhausted us. However, the sheer number of his shadow clones is rather excessive. Does he possess sufficient chakra? Who knows? Nevertheless, he manages to elude our pursuit, showcasing a rather remarkable prowess for this irritating Naruto Uzumaki. Jiraiya, accompanied by Yunfan and Konan, entered one of the most renowned barbecue establishments in Konoha, aptly named Fishing Fire, reputed for its immense popularity among the villagers. Upon entering, Yunfan was greeted by a bustling crowd, with every seat occupied. A cursory glance revealed Team 10 at one of the tables, led by Asuma Sarutobi, comprising Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, and Ino Yamanaka. They were engaged in light-hearted banter, while the rotund Choji seemed oblivious to the conversation, solely focused on his meal. A true gourmand, indeed. Asuma Sarutobi happened to glance up and spotted Jiraiya, promptly rising to wave him over. "Lord Jiraiya, come over here," he called. Jiraiya waved back, "Ah, Asuma." Asuma navigated carefully around the other diners to reach the entrance and exclaimed, "Lord Jiraiya, when did you return? Join us for a meal. It's on me tonight." Just as Jiraiya was about to agree, intending to reciprocate Asuma's invitation as he had promised Yunfan and Konan that he would treat them generously this evening, he caught sight of Choji's voracious appetite and burst into laughter. No, I must decline. I brought my 2 disciples here for a meal. But you'll have to cover the bill tonight, Asuma. Otherwise, you may very well go bankrupt." Asuma understood Jiraiya's jest, his smile shifting to a wry grin. How can Choji eat so much at such a young age? He mused, scratching his head, before turning to Yunfan and Konan. "Greetings, are you 2 disciples of Lord Jiraiya?" Yunfan replied, "Hello, I am Yunfan." Konan added, "Hello, I am Konan." Jiraiya, upon hearing Yunfan's introduction, felt a flicker of curiosity regarding his name change. Yet he was interrupted by Asuma's inquiry. "Lord Jiraiya, I don't believe I've seen these 2 before." Jiraiya chuckled heartily. "Ah, that is a long story. But we've been famished all day, so let us save it for later. You can ask the old man when you return home tonight." The old man referred to the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who also happened to be Asuma's father. "Oh dear, what am I doing? Lord Jiraiya, I'm terribly sorry. I'm just so pleased to see you that I wouldn't want to intrude on your meal. I'll call Choji, Ino, and Shikamaru over to greet you shortly." Asuma lamented. After leading Jiraiya, Yunfan, and Konan to an available table, he returned to join his companions. The staff, noticing Asuma welcoming Jiraiya and the others, discreetly refrained from interrupting, waiting until Asuma had departed to bring tea and menus, 1 for each person. Jiraiya, with an air of grandeur, declared, "Nagato, Yunfan. Feel free to order whatever you desire. As long as you can finish it, order as much as you like." Just then, a golden-haired boy burst through the door, rushing toward their table and pointing at Jiraiya. "Perverted sage, if you don't agree to train me, I'll pester you until you do." Naruto Uzumaki, panting and evidently exhausted from his relentless search for Jiraiya, had finally found him. Jiraiya regarded the sweaty Naruto and said, "Come, sit down and eat with us." The table, meant for 4, had already been occupied by Jiraiya, Yunfan, and Konan, leaving just 1 spot, which Naruto swiftly occupied. "Perverted sage, does this mean you agree?" Naruto laughed heartily. Slapping the table, Jiraiya shook his head. "I haven't agreed yet. Irritated, Naruto retorted. Then why did you invite me to sit and eat? Jiraiya replied. You've been searching for me all day. Aren't you hungry? Just as Naruto was about to respond, his stomach growled audibly. He sheepishly admitted, I am hungry. Well, there you have it. You are hungry, and I'm magnanimously inviting you to dine. I haven't agreed to train you yet, Jiraiya explained. Naruto frowned, contemplating, before conceding. That is true. After a moment of reflection, Jiraiya mused, training you isn't out of the question, but you must advance to a Chunin rank to meet my criteria. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Perverted sage, really? If I become a Chunin, you'll truly teach me how to summon those awe-inspiring giant toads? Jiraiya smiled. Apart from that, I'll also teach you a powerful jutsu. Naruto erupted in laughter, slamming his hands on the table. You bet I'll become a Chunin. If one looked closely, they would notice tears of joy glimmering in Naruto's eyes. Chapter 29, Belief. The wandering dragon returns to the sea. The sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya. Yunfan was profoundly moved and impressed by the bond between Jiraiya and Naruto as mentor and student. As the conversation turned to the Chunin exams, Yunfan recalled the impending disruption that Orochimaru would cause and was about to inform Jiraiya of the situation when Naruto interrupted, elated at the prospect of training. Though he wasn't particularly fond of barbecue, Naruto lamented, I really want to eat Uncle Ikiku's ramen. Jiraiya's expression revealed a hint of exasperation as he remarked, I'm treating you to a feast, and you're being picky. Realizing he was being a bit petulant, Naruto quickly clarified, I was just saying, I'm just really happy. Jiraiya nodded, but suddenly his face contorted, and he stood up abruptly. Konan, concerned, asked, Lord Jiraiya, what's wrong? Jiraiya clutched his stomach. I have a stomachache, there's no helping it. Nature calls, so I'll be right back. You all order your dishes without waiting for me, whatever you choose. I'll eat as well. I might have eaten something bad this morning. Without further ado, Jiraiya hurried to the restroom. Konan sighed in relief. Realizing it was merely a case of urgency, Yunfan had intended to inform Jiraiya about Orochimaru's potential interference during the Chunin exams. But seeing that Naruto and Jiraiya were still engaged in conversation and Jiraiya had rushed off, he decided to postpone the discussion until Jiraiya's return. Konan, let us order some dishes. You've spent years with Lord Jiraiya. You know his preferences. Please help select his favorite dishes, Yunfan suggested. Konan nodded. Aware that Yunfan was no longer the familiar Nagato she once knew, yet he retained the semblance of his former self. The memory of her two dear friends lingered, casting a subtle shadow of sadness over her, but the presence of Jiraiya brought her joy, somewhat alleviating her sorrow. Observing her demeanor, Yunfan gently reassured her. Those who have passed cannot return. Nagato and Yahiko have merely journeyed to another realm to fulfill their missions. What you must do is wish them well on their journey and live your life to the fullest. Xiaonan listened to Yunfan's comforting words, her beautiful eyes glancing at him before she lowered her head to examine the dishes listed on the menu. She understood that Yunfan was not the perpetrator, even though she was unaware that Nagato possessed an alternate consciousness, one that rendered him a completely unfamiliar entity. Perhaps this was simply Nagato's destined path. Even if Yahiko had not been murdered, and even if the three of them continued to live joyfully as ninjas in Amigate Cure, it was likely that Nagato, with his Rinnegan, was merely the reincarnation of that individual. Seizing the moment, Yunfan elaborated, this Rinnegan is not Nagato's. I am the Rinnegan, and the Rinnegan is me. Nagato is merely the ideal vessel chosen for this power. Consequently, as Nagato activates the Rinnegan more frequently, I shall be resurrected. Yunfan refrained from explaining that he was a transmigrator, believing that no one would accept such a claim. Since Xiaonan believed herself to be a reincarnator, he would simply assume that role as well. He was aware of his consciousness residing within the Rinnegan, yet he remained oblivious to the far-reaching plans of Uchiha Obito. For instance, both Yahiko and Xiaonan were part of Obito's scheme. Yunfan wished to continue sharing his insights, but he was interrupted once more. Xiaonan responded with a casual "oh," revealing a charmingly innocent side to her otherwise aloof demeanor. She then summoned the waiter to place an order for barbecue dishes. Despite his eagerness to share more, Yunfan felt no irritation at being interrupted. There was ample time for discussion later. When Jiraiya returned, he would also need to address the unexpected developments in the Chunin exams and the traps laid by Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto, listening to Yunfan and Xiaonan's conversation about life and resurrection, found himself puzzled and inquired, what exactly are you two talking about? Yunfan chuckled, ruffling Naruto's hair as he replied, what do children understand? Though your verbal skills are impressive, without strength, they amount to little. In Yunfan's recollection, the Chunin exams consisted of 3 stages. The first was a written test, The second involved survival exercises, specifically the acquisition of the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, and the third was a series of one-on-one matches. Orochimaru had sealed Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra and placed a curse mark on Sasuke during the second stage of the exam. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Jonin Mitarashi Anko, Naruto and his companions might have faced dire consequences, with Sasuke potentially being abducted by Orochimaru and Naruto's fate hanging in the balance. Sakura's survival would have depended on Orochimaru's whims. After all, Orochimaru's ultimate aim was to annihilate Konohagakure. If he had killed Naruto at a critical juncture, Naruto would undoubtedly have harnessed the Nine-Tails' formidable power. At that moment, the Nine-Tails would have seized control of Naruto's consciousness, much like Yunfan had occupied Nagato's body, and with Minato absent, no one could have thwarted the Nine-Tails. Of course, the destruction of Konoha was implausible, given Danzo's influence. At that time, Jiraiya was in the Land of Fire and would certainly intervene to prevent the Nine-Tails' rampage, subsequently seeking out someone capable of containing the beast within them. While the Nine-Tails alone could not bring about Konoha's destruction, the village would certainly suffer significant losses. But let us return to the matter at hand. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Yunfan, exclaiming, "Verbal skills? Is that even a form of ninjutsu?" Yunfan laughed heartily. "Perhaps it is, perhaps it is not. It all depends on your execution. Now, have we finished ordering? If not, I shall call the waiter to bring out the dishes." Scratching his head, Naruto replied, "Since the perverted sage said he would treat us, I won't order anything. I'll just have him pay. I want to invite Iraki-sensei to Ichiraku Ramen. I must tell him that the legendary Sannin will teach me." Yunfan encouraged, "I believe you can advance to Chunin. Jiraiya-sensei will surely support you." Naruto grinned, "Of course. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will definitely become Hokage." Yunfan patted his head once more, affirming, "I believe in you." Xiao Nan, multitasking as she placed the order with the waiter, listened intently to the exchange between Yunfan and Naruto. The young male waiter, jotting down the order, sought confirmation from Xiao Nan about any additional items. Once she shook her head, he smiled and acknowledged her. Just as he prepared to politely inquire if Yunfan wished to add anything, he overheard the golden-haired boy aspire to become Hokage and interjected, "I believe you can do it." This young waiter, barely in his 20s, was destined to remain an ordinary person due to his lack of chakra affinity. However, even without chakra, one could still train in taijutsu. Yet, not everyone could endure the rigors of taijutsu like Guy and Lee. The hardships were simply beyond the capacity of most individuals. Only those as single-minded as Guy and Lee could achieve what ordinary people could not. Seeing that both the waiter and Yunfan believed in him, Naruto beamed with delight, revealing a dazzling smile that illuminated the peaceful night of Konoha. At that moment, he was merely a child, often disliked by others, yet he lived with such optimism and cheerfulness. Chapter 30, The Treat. Nighttime. The moon shone brightly amid scattered stars. In a certain part of Konoha, there lay a restaurant known as Ichiraku Ramen. An unremarkable middle-aged man, alongside a beautiful young woman, busied themselves cleaning dishes, indicating that Ichiraku Ramen was preparing to close for the night. At this hour, it was typically a time for late-night barbecues and drinks, leaving little appetite for ramen. The young woman, possessing a charming visage and an appealing figure, was scrubbing dishes, with white foam bubbling around the sink. It was said that she was the daughter of the man at Ichiraku. Naruto affectionately referred to her as Sister Ayam. In Yunfan's memory, Ayam was the only person who had seen Kakashi's true appearance. Whether Kakashi was handsome or not remained a mystery, but Ayam had certainly gazed at him with starry eyes. "Are you still open?" "I'm coming in," announced a silver-haired middle-aged man as he entered Ichiraku Ramen. "Welcome. We're about to close," Ayam replied. Her back turned as she continued washing dishes. Soon, Ayam turned on the faucet to rinse off the soap from her hands, then faced Jiraiya with a radiant smile. Jiraiya, his eyes glimmering with mischief, remarked, "So that's why Naruto loves ramen, because there's such a beautiful girl here." The owner, emerging from the kitchen, recognized Jiraiya and exclaimed with hearty laughter, "Why, if it isn't Jiraiya? After all these years, you still look as carefree as ever." Jiraiya chuckled in response, "Ichiraku, your little shop hasn't changed a bit over the years. By the way, is this lovely lady one of your employees?" "Old man, that's not like you." Ayam, overhearing the conversation, looked puzzled and asked, "Dad, is this your acquaintance?" Jiraiya's jaw dropped in surprise. "Dad?" The owner explained, "Ayam isn't from Konoha. She hails from another village. During the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha's ninja brought her back. Her parents are no longer with us, so I adopted her." Time had flown by, and Ayam, once a girl, had blossomed into a graceful young woman. "It's remarkable how swiftly time passes," the owner mused. "The Land of Fire is home to many villages, From the owner's words, it was evident that Ayam was a victim of war. However, lacking chakra affinity, she could not attend a ninja academy, and thus was often adopted by ordinary villagers without children. Uncle Ichiraku has adopted Ayam as his daughter. Jiraiya remarked, "Ah, I see. I was puzzled as to how you could have gained a daughter while being all alone." Uncle Ichiraku laughed heartily. "You must have come here to see that rascal Naruto, haven't you?" Jiraiya nodded. "That kid has a fondness for your ramen, old man." Upon hearing Naruto's name, Ayam glanced towards the entrance and inquired, "Is Naruto here?" "I haven't seen him." Jiraiya explained, "We were having a late-night snack at the Yuho barbecue shop. He was quite cheerful tonight and wanted to have your ramen. So I came here to pick up an order for him." Ayam replied, "I see. Naruto usually comes here for ramen when he has the time. But he hasn't been around lately. I heard he went on a mission, but I didn't expect him to be back so soon. If he wants some now, I will prepare a large serving of ramen for him right away. I know exactly how he likes it." With that, Ayam hurried into the kitchen to prepare the ramen. Once Ayam entered the kitchen, Jiraiya sat on a stool, letting out a sigh like a child lamenting, "Ichiraka-sensei, you provided me with the conditions for the contract with Mount Myaboku, and the great Toad Sage foretold many things. He said a great calamity would befall us, and that one of my disciples would emerge as a savior. Initially, I thought it would be Minato, but he is no longer around. Then I took on 3 more disciples, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, but they cannot enter Mount Myaboku either. Now, we must see if Naruto can manage it." If Yunfan were to hear Jiraiya's words, he would be utterly astonished, realizing that Jiraiya's ability to enter Mount Myaboku was due to Uncle Ichiraku's influence. Uncle Ichiraku replied nonchalantly, "Asking me is futile. I have decided to focus on selling my ramen in Konoha. I will not involve myself in other matters. I love this world and do not wish to see it destroyed, which is why I taught you how to access Mount Myaboku. I did not expect that little frog to still be alive. It must be quite long-lived. From now on, do not speak to me of such things. I am merely Ichiraku, a ramen seller." After saying this, Uncle Ichiraku entered the kitchen to assist Ayam in preparing a sumptuous ramen. Jiraiya sighed and fell into silence, lost in contemplation, the thoughts in his mind unknown. Soon, Ayam emerged from the kitchen with a box containing the freshly prepared ramen, neatly packed in a bag, which she handed to Jiraiya. Seeing her, Jiraiya's demeanor shifted back to his usual lecherous self, and as he accepted the bag, he pretended to accidentally brush against Ayam's fair hand. Oblivious to Jiraiya's intentions, Ayam smiled and said, "Make sure to say hello to Naruto for me." Jiraiya replied cheerfully, of course," still gazing at Ayam with a mischievous glint. Just then, Uncle Ichiraku burst out with a spoon in hand, his expression dark, akin to a parent who has discovered their child misbehaving. Jiraiya, seeing this, quickly grabbed the takeout bag and made a hasty retreat. At the Yuho barbecue shop, the air was cool from the air conditioning, and the dining area was still bustling with patrons. At the table of Team 10, Asuma Saratobi's squad, the hefty Choji Akimichi was indulging heartily in grilled meat, devouring piece after piece of perfectly charred delicacies. "Be careful, at your young age, you're already at risk of hypertension," Shikamaru Nara remarked, observing Choji with a smirk. Ino Yamanaka turned to Asuma and said, "Asuma-sensei, you might go bankrupt at this rate." Asuma took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke, and replied despondently, "I know, but I promised to treat you all." Meanwhile, at Yunfan's table, the waitstaff had already brought most of the dishes, and the charcoal in the grill was glowing red. Yunfan, having had considerable experience with barbecuing in his past life, deftly picked up several pieces of tender beef with chopsticks and placed them on the grill. The sizzling sound filled the air. "Once Jiraiya-sensei returns, we can dig in," Yunfan declared, knowing that respect for his teacher was paramount. "Why is that lecherous sage taking so long in the restroom?" Naruto Uzumaki wondered aloud, though the enticing aroma of the grilled meat was making him hungry as he had been searching for Jiraiya all day. "I'm back," Jiraiya announced as he entered the barbecue shop, returning to their table. He placed the takeout ramen in front of Naruto, saying, "I promised I would treat you all to a delightful meal." "Hey, Jiraiya-sensei, I thought you went to the restroom? So you went to Uncle Ichiraku's to get ramen for me?" Naruto's tone was inquisitive and slightly accusatory. Jiraiya laughed heartily. "Did I not say I would treat you tonight? I want you all to enjoy yourselves." Naruto pressed further, "But why?" "I just wanted to eat Uncle Ichiraku's ramen because I'm so happy." Jiraiya reminisced, "I made a promise to someone to bring them back, yet I failed to do so." Yunfan understood that Jiraiya was referring to Orochimaru's defection from Konoha. Not wishing to let the atmosphere dampen, Yunfan cheerfully interjected, "Naruto, Jiraiya cares about your feelings. In fact, you could be considered half his disciple now. We're all hungry, so let us enjoy a feast." With a grin, Naruto exclaimed, "Let us open the takeout box." As he opened the box and broke apart the disposable chopsticks, he eagerly declared, "I'm ready to eat." Yunfan, always a gentleman, picked up the communal chopsticks and placed a piece of grilled meat onto Konan's plate. "Thank you," she said politely. "Come on, Jiraiya-sensei, you should have a piece too." Yunfan offered a delicious piece of meat to Jiraiya. "Absolutely." Jiraiya responded with enthusiasm. Before long, everyone began to enjoy their meal, and they called for a large bottle of chilled drinks. Jiraiya, who enjoyed alcohol, also ordered a bottle of strong sake, filling up their cups as laughter and camaraderie filled the air. They discussed the best ways to grill the food, making it even more delectable. Even though Yunfan wished to inform Jiraiya about Orochimaru's impending chaos during the Chunin exams, he decided that there was plenty of time for such matters after they had eaten their fill. At another table, Nara Shikamaru noticed Naruto from Team 7 slurping up ramen at the barbecue shop. "Isn't that Naruto? Eating ramen at a barbecue place?" he remarked with a smirk. Choji, patting his belly, heard Shikamaru and added, "Naruto really loves Ichiraku's ramen. I like it too, but when I'm hungry, I prefer grilled meat." Shikamaru shook his head. "Choji, if you keep eating like that, you'll really be at risk of hypertension." Ino, exasperated, said, "Choji, you've eaten all my grilled meat." "I didn't get a single bite." Laughing, Choji replied, "Ino, weren't you supposed to have a contest with Sakura to see who could get slimmer? Since you're not eating, I might as well finish it for you." Ino, like Sakura, was a girl who believed in maintaining a slender figure and thus ate sparingly. Consequently, Choji devoured nearly all of her portion of grilled meat. "Choji, I didn't eat much either." Asuma lamented, observing the nearly empty table. Choji argued, "Asuma-sensei, you promised to treat us if we completed this mission. You can't go back on your word." All right, Asuma conceded. Asuma Sarutobi pulled out his wallet and gazed into it, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he ordered another plate of beef for the waiter, which, of course, was destined for Choji Akimichi. Asuma rose, despondent as if the world were coming to an end, and made his way to settle the bill. His wallet, once somewhat plump, had now become mere skin and bones. "All right, let us greet Lord Jiraiya before we each return to our respective homes," Asuma remarked upon returning to the table. Leading Team 10, he approached the table occupied by Yunfan and the others. "Lord Jiraiya, Yunfan, Konan, and Naruto, enjoy your meal. We shall take our leave now. This is Choji, Shikamaru, and Ino." "Greetings, Lord Jiraiya, Brother Yunfan, Sister Konan." Choji, Shikamaru, and Ino chorused in unison. Naruto, feeling slighted, protested, "Why was I not included in the greetings?" Ino walked over, lifted her delicate hand, and playfully struck Naruto. "You're just like Sakura, so hot-headed." Naruto rubbed his forehead and lamented. Realizing her momentary impulsiveness, Ino quickly reverted to her gentle demeanor and said softly, "We are classmates and comrades. We are quite familiar with each other." Upon hearing this, Naruto chuckled lightly. The atmosphere felt akin to a gathering of close friends engaged in casual conversation. Subsequently, Asuma and Team 10 departed from the Yuhua barbecue restaurant. Meanwhile, Yunfan and his companions had nearly finished their meal. It was time for Yunfan to reveal his true identity to Jiraiya, not as a mere time traveler, but rather as a reincarnated soul, akin to Konan's status. A reincarnated being commands a greater level of belief. Yunfan decided to broach the subject, saying, "Lord Jiraiya, in truth, Orochimaru." Suddenly, Yunfan leaned back in his chair, collapsing unconscious, blood streaming from his eyes. "Nagato." Jiraiya sprang to his feet, rushing over to assess Yunfan's condition. He glanced at the window of the barbecue restaurant, noting it was intact, quickly deducing that this was not a surprise attack. Konan, aware of the situation, spoke in a gentle tone, "Lord Jiraiya, Yunfan must have been unable to fully master the Rinnegan, which is why he collapsed." Though uncertain if it was indeed due to the Rinnegan, her speculation held weight. Jiraiya, knowing Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, felt a sense of relief. He understood that the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths were not easily controlled. Konan continued, "Lord Jiraiya, I have yet to explain. He is not Nagato." Jiraiya inquired, "What do you mean?" Konan replied, "He is the reincarnation of the Rinnegan." Jiraiya grasped the implications of her words, that Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, but it was not his own. He merely served as a vessel. While this individual named Yunfan was the true master of the Rinnegan. After a thorough examination, Jiraiya found Yunfan's vital signs stable, his breathing normal, as if he were merely asleep. Had it not been for the 2 long trails of blood trickling from beneath his eyelids, one might have believed he was simply resting. Jiraiya reached for the napkins on the table, pulling out a few to wipe the blood from Yunfan's face. After cleaning him up, he stood, shaking his head with a sigh. Konan noticed Jiraiya's sigh was one of sorrow for Nagato. Though she believed Yunfan would be fine, she still asked, "He is going to be okay, right?" Jiraiya shook his head, affirming, "He'll be fine. I'm just going to the restroom." This time, Jiraiya genuinely headed to the restroom. He disposed of the blood-stained tissues in the toilet, activating the flush to wash them away. Staring blankly at the toilet for a moment, he then turned to the sink to wash his hands, gazing into the mirror. In the reflection, his eyes appeared hazy, as if two small figures, Nagato and Yahiko, lingered within. Chapter 32, The Atmosphere. In truth, Yunfan's collapse was not solely due to the Rinnegan. It was intricately linked to it. Prior to his fainting, in a mountain cave, an elderly man lay on a stone bed, barely clinging to life. Uchiha Obito, wearing a white mask, approached slowly. Numbly observing the frail figure on the stone bed, Uchiha Madara. "Obito, did the plan to activate the Rinnegan succeed?" At that moment, Madara's life was waning, existing only in a state of fleeting vitality. Obito replied in a monotonous tone, "There have been some unforeseen developments, but the Eye of the Moon plan can still be executed." Madara weakly responded, "That is good. Remember to have Nagato use the Rinnegan to revive me." However, before Madara could finish his thought, he had entirely succumbed. The white apparition of Zetsu emerged, his head materializing on the rocky wall, lamenting, "Ah, how fragile life is." Unable to withstand the ravages of age and illness, Obito showed no signs of grief over Madara's death, stating coolly, "The world I create will harbor no harm, no deceit. It shall exist in peace, free from the constraints of mortality, allowing me and Rin to be together forever." Meanwhile, in the Yuhua barbecue restaurant in Konohagakure, Yunfan had just begun to explain to Jiraiya that during the Chunin exams, Orochimaru would manifest in the village when he suddenly bled from his eyes and lost consciousness. The reason for his fainting was that the true master of the Rinnegan was neither Nagato nor Yunfan, but rather Indra Otsutsuki. Nagato merely possessed the physicality suited to host the Rinnegan's capabilities, while Yunfan had inexplicably become a consciousness within the Rinnegan. Hence, the true master of the Rinnegan was Uchiha Madara, who, as the reincarnation of Indra Otsutsuki's chakra, activated the Rinnegan in his later years. However, due to his frail state, even upon activation, he could not wield its power. Consequently, he sought out the best candidate to host the Rinnegan and eventually found Nagato. Understanding the capabilities of the Rinnegan, Madara conceived the Eye of the Moon plan, aiming to resurrect himself and gain immense power. However, he required a young successor, and Obito was the perfect candidate, consumed by his obsession to resurrect Rin. Thus, Madara orchestrated a series of plans, implanting the Rinnegan into Nagato, and manipulating his emotions to activate it. He intended for Obito to utilize Nagato's activated Rinnegan to execute the Grand Eye of the Moon plan. The plan was tightly interwoven, seemingly foolproof. Nagato would undoubtedly join the Akatsuki and employ the Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, to bring Madara back to life. Indeed, Madara was remarkably prescient. Should Nagato expend his strength and fulfill his desire to annihilate Konoha, he would then employ the Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life, to resurrect Madara. However, Madara could never have anticipated that years later, Nagato would be defeated by Naruto's verbal prowess, disrupting his resurrection plans. All due to the unpredictable variables introduced by Yunfan, the time traveler, which rendered everything in disarray. Uchiha Madara remained utterly oblivious to the circumstances. While Uchiha Obito was well aware, even if he wished to disclose the truth, it was no longer feasible, for Uchiha Madara had already met his demise. Nevertheless, Uchiha Obito had acquired the Outer Path Golem, allowing the Moon's Eye plan to proceed, which sufficed for him. Thus, after much deliberation, it became evident that the true master of the Rinnegan was indeed Uchiha Madara. Consequently, upon Madara's death, the Rinnegan belonging to the Otsutsuki Indra should have perished alongside him. However, as the Rinnegan had already fused with Nagato's body, it could not simply follow Madara into the afterlife. It could only temporarily cease to function, and Yunfan, whose consciousness resided within the Rinnegan, would remain in a state of unconsciousness. The duration of his slumber hinged upon the Rinnegan's period of inactivity. One could only assert that Yunfan's arrival in this world was either during a fainting episode or in the aftermath of one. After a brief interval, Jiraiya emerged from the restroom, settled the bill at the counter, and returned to the table, where he hoisted Yunfan onto his back and remarked, "Konan, Naruto, you both appear to have had your fill. Let us take our leave from this place." "What could have caused this red-haired fellow to faint?" Naruto Uzumaki inquired. Having indulged in his cherished delicious ramen, Naruto patted his belly and noticed blood streaming from Yunfan's eyes, presuming it was the result of excessive drinking. After all, he often witnessed inebriated individuals flailing about, babbling nonsensically, and engaging in all manner of absurdity, some even ending up in the hospital. Thus, Naruto concluded that Yunfan's condition was due to intoxication, as he had seen Jiraiya drinking alone and decided to join him. Just as Jiraiya was about to respond to Naruto's question, the patrons at the dining establishment observed Jiraiya carrying Yunfan and burst into laughter, commenting, "That young lad clearly cannot hold his liquor. I noticed that bottle of white wine on the table is still half full. Indeed, a drinker must be able to withstand their libations. This young man is not cut out for great endeavors," another chimed in. "What do you know? When one drinks, they must succumb to inebriation. Otherwise, how embarrassing for the host." I saw that silver-haired middle-aged man pick up the tab, which indicates he is the one entertaining. Someone else added, "Ah, I see. We cannot be like that young man, collapsing after just a couple of drinks. That would be utterly disgraceful." Right. We must drink until we are inebriated. Come on, 6 for 6. We're brothers in arms. Who is afraid? Among those enjoying the barbecue were ordinary folks returning from work and ninjas off duty. Even as they jested about Yunfan's inability to hold his liquor, it spoke volumes about the simplicity and sincerity of the villagers in Konoha. Ha! If I were 10 years younger, none of you would stand a chance against me, Jiraiya boisterously declared. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, the crowd erupted into hearty laughter. All right, it seems this red-haired brother is genuinely intoxicated, Naruto concluded, fully convinced that Yunfan was indeed inebriated, hence his state of unconsciousness. Although Konan, being a woman, did not fully grasp the culture surrounding drinking, she felt a pang of nostalgia upon witnessing the camaraderie among the ninjas and residents of Konoha. Such an atmosphere was absent in the Rain Village. As Jiraiya, Konan, and Naruto exited the Yuhua barbecue restaurant, Naruto rubbed his belly contentedly and proclaimed, "Pervy Sage, tomorrow is the Chunin exams. I will definitely advance to Chunin to show you. You remember to fulfill your promise." Jiraiya chuckled heartily. "Let us see if you can achieve that first." Naruto pouted in mock anger, looking exceedingly adorable. "You don't believe I can become a Chunin? Brother Redhead and Sister Konan both believe in me. Just ask Sister Konan." Seeing Naruto's charming demeanor made Konan smile, blooming like a beautiful flower. Yes, Sister Konan believes in the adorable Naruto. Naruto grinned mischievously, then narrowed his eyes at Jiraiya. "Pervy Sage, did you see that? Just wait for the news of my promotion to Chunin. Goodbye, Sister Konan. I must head home to rest early. Tomorrow I need to attend the Ninja Academy for the Chunin exams." With that, Naruto waved farewell to Konan. Konan reciprocated with a smile and waved back as he departed. Once Naruto's figure disappeared down the road, Jiraiya shook his head, remarking, "That personality does not resemble Minato's. Rather, it is more akin to Kushina's. Come, Konan, let us be on our way." With Yunfan on his back, the teacher walked alongside his beautiful disciple, strolling along the brightly lit path. Chapter 33, Jiraiya's Exhaustion. Konan, "I shall leave his care in your hands." As they made their way back to the inn, Jiraiya stated, "Teacher Jiraiya, he should awaken by tomorrow. I wish to change my registration, to join the Land of Fire, and become a ninja of Konoha," Konan declared resolutely, her graceful figure emanating determination. Although Konan hailed from the Land of Rivers, her disappointment with the Rain Village was profound, and having just witnessed the vibrant atmosphere of Konoha, she yearned to become a citizen of the Land of Fire. Jiraiya, understanding her sentiments, laughed heartily. "I am well aware of your intentions. Joining Konoha is entirely feasible. I shall go speak with the old man about your situation shortly. However, you must wait until I rouse this fellow." "Police, why should I, a mere girl, take care of a grown man? Jiraiya, you should look after him." Despite Yunfan's appearance resembling that of the beloved Nagato, his soul belonged to another man, one Konan was not inclined to care for. Jiraiya explained, "I cannot. The Chunin exams are tomorrow. In the leads I've pursued, that snake-like Orochimaru has infiltrated the borders of the Land of Fire. I cannot anticipate his next move. After all, he harbors an immense hatred for Konoha." The old man, burdened by sentiment, spared him once. Orochimaru was an extreme individual, capable of committing unspeakable acts. I must ascertain his movements, otherwise I cannot rest easy. I promised the old man that I would slay this traitor on the spot. He, unable to bear the thought, has left the task of becoming the villain to me. His student, Konan, filled with concern, asked, "Teacher Jiraiya, you won't find yourself in danger, will you?" That man with the serpent-like eyes, when I encountered him, I sensed he was truly ruthless. Konan's recollection of the traitor only solidified her earlier impressions. Jiraiya jested, "You are well aware of my abilities. I am known as the Sage of Mount Myaboku. Rest assured, I am not in any peril." Konan pouted. Even after all these years, your character remains unchanged. Still boasting as you did back then. Many boastful ninjas from the Rain Village have long since turned to dust in their graves. Jiraiya felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, then remarked, "It is said that a girl must not remain unclaimed. My female disciple has grown and now wishes for her teacher to perish sooner." Konan hurriedly clarified, "Teacher Jiraiya, that is not what I meant." Jiraiya laughed heartily. "I was merely teasing you. You, who rarely speaks, are quite adorable tonight." If a typically taciturn individual suddenly became loquacious, it indicated a deep concern for Jiraiya. Now, with no family ties, Konan's only kin was Jiraiya. She feared losing him and was uncertain of her own path should that occur. People can be perceived as strong or weak. Ultimately, it is the inner conviction or belief that propels one to persist in life. Jiraiya gazed up at the night sky, where a few stars twinkled incessantly. "Well, my strength is not particularly formidable. In the future, there may be a great calamity in this world, and with my capabilities, I cannot defend or protect this land and its people. However, the esteemed Grand Toad Sage once foretold that among my disciples, there would be a prophesied child destined to avert this impending calamity. I am uncertain as to who embodies this prophesied child, initially believing it to be the fourth Hokage. Alas, he has since departed this world alongside Nagato and Yahiko. Konan, do you comprehend my sentiments? I harbor a disdain for such prophecies. For a life dictated by fate seems utterly devoid of meaning. Yet, the Grand Toad Sage's predictions are reliable. Although they may lack comprehensiveness, all foretold events have indeed transpired. The Second Great Ninja War gave way to the inevitable Third Great Ninja War, and the devastation that followed was profound. Fields of famine, a landscape strewn with corpses, rivers flowing with blood. Despite my mentor's foreknowledge of these dire occurrences, I found myself powerless to intervene. It feels as though my existence is merely a script penned by fate. Each day, I grapple with the question of life's significance. Yet solace arises in the notion that among my disciples, there exists the potential to thwart this tragedy. After Minato ascended to the role of fourth Hokage, his strength surpassed my own, leading me to believe that he was indeed the prophesied child of the Grand Toad Sage. The reason I took you, Nagato, and Yahiko as my disciples was to prevent you from succumbing to starvation. Initially, when I endeavored to teach you the contract of Mount Myaboku, both you and Yahiko struggled, indicating that you were not the prophesied child. Nagato, however, demonstrated the ability to inscribe his name, albeit it vanished shortly thereafter. Thus, it became clear that none of you three were the prophesied child. Only Minato fit that description. Yet, upon receiving the news of Minato's demise, I realized my error. I am weary, truly weary, for the prophesied child has yet to manifest. It turns out that the greatest exhaustion this world imparts is not physical, but rather a profound emotional fatigue. To alleviate this burden, I began to pen a novel, one in which the protagonist is a grand hero destined to save the world. However, I found myself at a loss for inspiration, for I did not even know who this hero was. Eventually, I recalled the three of you, and the thought of Nagato wielding the formidable power of the Rinnegan sparked a torrent of creative ideas. Konan, thus my first novel was born, with Nagato as the central figure destined to rescue the world. Upon witnessing you and Nagato, and gazing into the depths of his Rinnegan, I felt the prophesied child had indeed emerged. Nagato, for the power of the Rinnegan is unparalleled, who says only those who can forge a pact with Mount Myaboku are the prophesied child. Yet, the Nagato of this moment is not truly Nagato. As Jiraiya walked, he confided in Konan, his voice fluctuating with emotion, revealing his fatigue concerning the fate that had seemingly been predetermined. Konan listened intently, deep in thought, as if she had unearthed a realization. "Jiraiya-sensei," she remarked, "what do you mean by the birth of your first novel? Even before you conceived this grand hero, you had already penned numerous stories. Despite your deep-seated mistrust of Nagato and Yahiko, you seem to harbor no such suspicions regarding me. I may have perused your novels, and they are quite difficult to articulate. You often seek inspiration. Could it be that your experiences mirror those within your narratives? Oh, and by the way, at the border of the Land of Fire, I noticed a masked man whose pocket revealed a book, the title of which closely resembled one of your works, Ika Ika Paradise. Surely, you are the author, Jiraiya-sensei?" As she spoke, her tone grew increasingly icy. Locking her gaze onto Jiraiya, the once loquacious Jiraiya, now somewhat fatigued, felt a renewed sense of vigor upon hearing her words. His face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. Well, in that situation, why were you paying such close attention to Kakashi's pocket?" Konan, observing Jiraiya's flustered demeanor, chuckled softly. "You forget, I am a remarkably observant young lady. Stealth is my forte. Jiraiya laughed heartily, quickening his pace. Konan, I must first return this unconscious fellow to the inn, and then I will seek out the old man to discuss your circumstances. Once he awakens, you can inquire about his whereabouts. As Jiraiya's voice faded into the distance, Konan, despite being a young girl, felt little discomfort regarding the explicit content of Jiraiya's stories. She merely sought to tease him, sensing the emotional burden he carried. At the inn, Jiraiya's speed was remarkable, and he soon reached the entrance, his face still marked by embarrassment. This is what one might call social death. It felt akin to being discovered in a compromising situation by one's own daughter. Thankfully, I am not alone in this embarrassment. Kakashi perpetually presents himself as if he has indulged excessively. Meanwhile, in a secluded area of the Leaf Village, within a single Hunin dormitory, a handsome man reclined on his bed, engrossed in a book, when he suddenly sneezed. Kakashi rubbed his nose, pondering, am I coming down with a cold? Could it be that my immersion in Ika Paradise has weakened my constitution? Chapter 34, Trouble. On July 9th, 3099, Yunfan fell unconscious once more, and 2.5 days had elapsed since then. To this day, Yunfan remains unresponsive. During this period, the Leaf Village has convened for the Chunin exams. The Third Great Ninja War has long since concluded, ushering in a temporary phase of tranquility, prompting neighboring small nations to dispatch shinobi to participate in the exams. As one of the 5 great nations, the Land of Fire holds significant influence. Although the Chunin exams are not exclusively hosted in the Leaf Village, previously held in the Sand Village, for instance, the majority of them occur within Leaf Village's borders. The sacrifices made by our ancestors during the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars have paved the way for this era of non-aggression and mutual exchange among nations. Notably, the Sand Country is the sole small nation willing to ally with the Land of Fire. Ostensibly a partnership, it functions more akin to a vassal state. Consequently, the neighboring nations of the Land of Fire, namely, the Land of Waterfall, Land of Grass, Land of Sound, and Land of River, view the Sand Country as foolish. After enduring 3 great ninja wars, the geopolitical landscape of the world has largely solidified. This implies that even those who are not allies may refrain from igniting conflict. Even a small, weak nation cannot instigate war, not even the 5 great nations. Should any major power contravene this principle, they would face the wrath of the other 4 great nations, along with a multitude of smaller states ready to declare war. Nonetheless, the leaders of the Sand Country remain undeterred by the mockery of their neighbors, steadfast in their alliance with the Land of Fire, owing much to the efforts of a singular individual. On the day following Yunfan's collapse, the Chunin exams were attended by representatives from the Land of Waterfall, Land of Grass, Land of Sound, and the Sand Country. However, the Land of River chose not to participate. Yet, this fact went unnoticed by the other small nations, especially since the Rain Village of the Land of River had been obliterated, leaving only refugees struggling to survive. These developments have remained shrouded in silence. Certainly, the Hidden Leaf Village is privy to the intricate details, yet they have chosen to remain silent. In any case, whether they speak or not, the truth cannot be concealed for long. Moreover, if the Hidden Leaf were to publicly declare that the Land of Rivers was nearly annihilated, it would only provoke inquiries from other nations. The Land of Sound is closer to you than the Land of Fire. Yet you are the only one to receive such news? At that point, the Land of Fire would find itself at a loss for words. And despite the possibility of ultimately proving its innocence, the unnecessary complications would be far too burdensome to bear. The Chunin exams this time attracted an overwhelming number of participants. The majority hailed from the local Hidden Leaf Village, with nearly 100 entrants, followed by 30 from the Sand Village, 6 from the Grass Village, 6 from the Waterfall Village, and 3 from the Sound Village. On this day, the Hidden Leaf Village bustled with activity due to the commencement of the Chunin exams. And naturally, the security measures were heightened significantly. Only a great nation like the Hidden Leaf could manage such a feat. Hence, even if the Land of Fire wished to conduct the Chunin exams elsewhere, smaller nations would insist. We prefer to hold the exams in the Hidden Leaf Village, as the environment is splendid. Therefore, esteemed Land of Fire, please host the exams at your location. Consequently, every year, the Chunin exams are held in the Hidden Leaf Village, which benefits the Land of Fire economically. On this particular noon, as the lively Hidden Leaf Village teemed with visitors, Yunfan found himself deprived of the experience. Lying unconscious on the bed in his inn, Konan stood by the window in Yunfan's room, observing the bustling street below, where throngs of people were engaged in spirited discussions about the Chunin exams, speculating about potential dark horses and which genin class might secure the top spot. The inn staff, Noticing Konan in Yunfan's room, mistakenly assumed they were a couple, baffled as to why they would rent 2 rooms. Konan had long since recognized this misunderstanding from the expressions of the staff, yet she paid it no mind, attending to Yunfan because she sensed he had much yet to express before succumbing to unconsciousness. Last night at the barbecue restaurant, she had noticed Yunfan was eager to converse with Jiraiya, but she believed there was no rush. There would be time to share thoughts after they had dined. Little did she know, Yunfan would faint once more. You really shouldn't be called Yunfan. Perhaps fainting pest would be more fitting, Konan murmured, gazing at the unconscious Yunfan. He had slept from the previous night until noon today, and she remained unfazed, reasoning that most men are prone to such laziness, sleeping like sloths. However, Konan could not fathom why Yunfan remained in a state of unconsciousness for 2.5 days without waking. Had it not been for her assessment of his normal bodily condition, a serene face with occasional, albeit inappropriate, smiles, she might have presumed he had simply passed gas. Konan was thoroughly exasperated with Yunfan, further affirming his new moniker of fainting pest. However, during these 2.5 days, Konan was not constantly by Yunfan's side. After all, he was a grown man, and his virtue was not likely to be compromised. She would venture out, clad in casual summer attire, radiating the vitality of youth. Konan possessed an alluring figure, her attire and unmasked face accentuating her exquisite features, drawing the attention of many young men on the streets. Having encountered such gazes numerous times, Konan preferred to don a disguise with paper jutsu, providing a layer of protection without being overly unappealing. If she appeared too unattractive, others might discern the facade of her external protection, thereby increasing her enemy's chances of finding an opening during combat. Thus, even when she intentionally obscured her beauty, she remained an enchanting presence. At this moment, why had Konan chosen not to disguise herself? There were 3 reasons. First, she was not wearing a ninja uniform. Utilizing paper jutsu to alter her appearance required a continuous flow of chakra, which, while not excessively draining, could attract the attention of patrolling leaf ninjas. Second, should trouble arise, it would compound her predicament. As she had yet to register as a citizen of the Land of Fire, she still bore the identity of the Land of Rivers, which had not participated in the Chunin exams. Without identification, any scrutiny could lead to a myriad of complications. Third, Jiraiya was not present in the Hidden Leaf Village. If trouble ensued, Konan would find it challenging to resolve, even if the 3rd Hokage were aware of her situation, as he was preoccupied with the Chunin exams. Thus, Konan sought to avoid attracting trouble, yet it seemed trouble was drawn to her like a moth to a flame. Damn it, this written exam for the Chunin is intentional. Isn't it? Exclaimed one of 2 disgruntled sound ninjas. Indeed, we have disappointed that person. Will the next round be dire? Thankfully, the fellow known as Akatsuki had passed the written exam. These 2, adorned with Sound Village headbands, expressed their grievances. Unlike most participants, who were youthful genin, these 2 were fully grown adults. Their appearance was unseemly, and their language crude. The Chunin exams consisted of 3 stages, the first being a written test. It appeared these 2 adult sound ninjas had been eliminated in the written portion. As they walked along the path, they continued to vent their frustrations about the Hidden Leaf's examination system. Shortly thereafter, Konan encountered them on the roadway. As they drew closer, she overheard their foul language and instinctively moved to the side, distancing herself from them while continuing her forward trek. Hey, this girl is quite beautiful," remarked a hideously scarred man, leering at Konan without restraint. This scarred individual halted to obstruct her path, proclaiming, "Beautiful lady, how about sharing a meal with me? Whatever you desire, just say the word to this esteemed gentleman." He assumed Konan was merely an ordinary girl, unaware of her true nature as a ninja endowed with innate chakra abilities. As the grotesque scarred man barred her way, Conan's brow furrowed even more. Though she remained strikingly attractive. "What are you doing? This is the Hidden Leaf Village. You cannot act recklessly here," 2 leaf ninjas shouted, leaping down from the eaves. "TSK. Those 2 from the Sound Village," they grumbled, reluctantly retreating after casting a glance at Konan. The leaf ninjas reassured her, "With us leaf ninjas present, don't be afraid, Miss." Konan expressed her gratitude and continued on her way. Why would the Sound Village send such despicable individuals to participate in the Chunin exams? Their conduct is utterly reprehensible. "Is there no one else available?" one leaf ninja remarked to his companion. "Indeed, I would be inclined to eliminate them myself. Hold on, let us just follow them. They've already been disqualified and have no right to remain in the Hidden Leaf Village." Understood. As Konan walked along the crowded street, she observed the bustling activity around her. Many ordinary residents of the Hidden Leaf were shopping and leisurely strolling with their children. Even though some residents had overheard the vile words of the two sound ninjas, they felt anger, yet dared not confront them. The two were merely seeking momentary gratification. Only the inept would behave in such a manner, leading many residents to feign indifference, even considering the two to be jesters, thus not allowing their ire to escalate. Should these individuals dare to commit any morally or legally questionable acts, it would be of no consequence, as the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf would take action. Thus, parents who are fathers and mothers would tell their children, "Do you see? If you become a ninja, never emulate these individuals." Upon witnessing this scene, Konan realized that the world she, Nagato, and Yahiko pursued truly existed and was happening right here in Konohagakure. Chapter 35, A State of Emergency. The date had arrived, July 10th. Yunfan lay in the bed of a hostel room, once more ensnared by the realm of dreams. This particular dream was peculiar. He found himself dreaming of his father. In his past life, Yunfan came from a single-parent household, having lived solely with his mother, and had never experienced the warmth of paternal love. In this dream, however, he felt as though he genuinely understood what fatherly affection was. His father rode a bicycle, escorting him to elementary school, and after classes, he would be there at the school gate to take him home. As Yunfan sat gleefully on the back of the bicycle, immersed in the embrace of paternal love, his father suddenly turned to look at him. The young Yunfan met his father's gaze and was confronted with the visage of Uchiha Madara. Abruptly, a torrent of memories surged, and Yunfan gasped, awakening with wide eyes. "Did I dream again?" he murmured, rubbing his eyes, only to find himself in the hostel room. "How strange, why do I keep fainting? Fainting is one thing, but I constantly dream. The first time I dreamt of a monstrous being with the Rinnegan, and now I dream that Uchiha Madara is my father. Damn it," he muttered to himself as he climbed out of bed, only to realize his stomach was grumbling with hunger. How long was I unconscious? Yunfan instinctively reached for his pocket, intending to check the time and date on his phone, only to find emptiness. "Damn it, no phone," he exclaimed in dismay. While observing ordinary residents using their phones to make calls during Naruto's trial, he was aware that this world possessed mobile phones and computers, and that its technology was quite advanced. This world, aside from the existence of ninjas, was strikingly similar to his own. However, he pondered, why had he never seen a ninja carrying a phone? Enough of that. I'm starving. I need to eat first. Yunfan shook his head and noticed a set of clothes on the bedside table, so he proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. Emerging from the bathroom in his birthday suit, he was startled to hear the door creak open, revealing a beautiful silhouette standing in the doorway. Seeing Yunfan in his natural state, Konan turned around without a hint of embarrassment, closed the door, and did not raise her voice. "Ah, Konan, why didn't you knock before entering? You've sullied my purity," Yunfan shouted, covering his most treasured area. Konan remained composed, while Yunfan, the grown man, was the one shouting. This feels off, he thought. Outside, Konan's voice resonated. "Hurry and get dressed. There's a state of emergency in Konoha. I came to check on you. And since you're awake, I won't need to tend to you anymore." With that, her footsteps faded away. A state of emergency? How long was I unconscious? As Yunfan dressed, confusion clouded his mind regarding the current situation. Once clad in a casual summer outfit, he dashed out of the hostel. Konoha appeared tranquil. Ordinary passers-by, either friends or family or elderly with children, were engaged in cheerful conversation. What emergency could there be? Yunfan wondered in perplexity. If he had been unconscious for too long, failing to provide Jiraiya with crucial intelligence, it would mean Orochimaru's plan to annihilate Konoha had succeeded, yet the villagers seemed utterly unfazed as if nothing had occurred. Even if his and Konan's presence had prompted Jiraiya to return early and thwart Orochimaru, there should have been signs of conflict, shouldn't there? With this thought, Yunfan focused chakra to his feet and scaled a nearby building, reaching the rooftop, panting as if on the verge of collapse. Goodness, I'm so hungry. I nearly fainted from low blood sugar. Though possessing Nagato's body endowed him with the constitution of a jonin, it wasn't so easy to succumb to low blood sugar. He was burning stored fat, fighting to keep his mind sharp as he surveyed the surroundings. There are no signs of battle, Yunfan mused internally. His hunger had reached a point where he didn't even feel like speaking. As he made his way back down to the street, he spotted a small cart selling buns. Steam wafting from the bamboo steamer atop it, prompting him to approach. The vendor, a balding, portly man, appeared to be thriving. Yunfan said, "Sir, I'll have a steamer of buns, not soup dumplings, but the large ones, and 2 cups of soy milk." "Certainly, please wait a moment." The vendor quickly packaged a steamer full of fist-sized buns and handed them to Yunfan. Starved and frantic, Yunfan devoured the buns with great gusto, finishing the entire steamer in no time. He then gulped down both cups of soy milk. "Customer, you have quite the appetite," the vendor exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Internally, the vendor mused, this young man must be the reincarnation of a famished ghost. With a contented sigh, Yunfan exhaled. Though the meal of buns and soy milk was not particularly nutritious, it had quelled his hunger and replenished his energy. Sir, for a steamer of buns, which includes meat buns, vegetable buns, and custard buns, totaling 12, along with 2 cups of soy milk, the total comes to 25 silver coins. Understood, Yunfan nodded. It seemed the prices were not vastly different from those in his previous world. He reached into his pocket to retrieve the money, only to awkwardly halt his actions. Sir, I don't have any money. Come on, young man, don't jest with me. You can't afford 25 silver coins? The vendor, once jovial, was taken aback by Yunfan's statement. Yunfan's face flushed. He genuinely had no money. After escaping the pursuit of Uchiha Obito and the others with Konan, he hadn't had time to return to the hostel for cash. The hostel fees were likely covered by Jiraiya, and while he might have given Konan some money, she had vanished. Clearing his throat, Yunfan said, Sir, please allow me to owe you. I promise to repay you. I'm staying at that hostel. You can inquire if a man named Jiraiya rented 2 rooms there. Having never dined and dashed before, Yunfan felt a pang of anxiety. The vendor scrutinized Yunfan's fashionable attire, clearly believing he could not be broke. With a sigh, the vendor relented, recognizing that Yunfan's boldness suggested he had some backing. The vendor, now dejected, pushed his cart away. Not toward the hostel, but in the opposite direction. Observing this, Yunfan called out, Sir, what is your name? The vendor quickened his pace, fear evident in his voice. Young master, I don't need your 25 silver coins anymore. Please spare me. Yunfan was taken aback. The vendor must have thought he was some sort of villain. Sir, I spoke loudly only to ensure you could hear me. I was merely inquiring about your name, and I intend to repay you when I have the chance. The vendor remained skeptical, still trembling. After a moment of contemplation, Yunfan added, In truth, I am an outsider here for business, residing at the hostel. I currently have no money because my wallet was lost. Due to my overwhelming hunger, I can only owe you for now. I asked your name so that when I can withdraw cash from the bank, I may repay you. The boss finally exhaled in relief. Gesturing towards the house ahead with a smile, I am Kubo III, residing in that very abode. Yunfan raised his gaze and indeed spotted a 2-story wooden house by the side of the road. Very well, boss. I shall return this evening to repay you, Yunfan replied. The boss chuckled, pushing his cart away. Rubbing his temples, Yunfan reflected on his new attire. He couldn't even muster 25 silver coins, causing him to doubt his own financial state. It was no wonder the boss perceived him as a rogue. Xiaonan must possess the funds. He needed to seek her out for the 25 silver coins. Yet, where could she have gone? What urgent matter had arisen? Yunfan pondered internally. No choice but to locate a leaf ninja to inquire about the situation. After satisfying his hunger, Yunfan discovered he could now utilize the 6 paths. Initially, he could only access the Deva path and the animal path, but now he had also unlocked the human path, the Azura path, the Hell path, and the Hungry Ghost path. This indicated that Yunfan was no longer the feeble individual he had been days prior, no longer pursued relentlessly by Uchiha Obito without any means of resistance. Although he could resist for a brief moment, it lacked significance. It seemed the outer path, Geto, had been taken by Uchiha Obito, and Yunfan felt he could no longer summon it. He understood that at this moment, Obito was likely enacting the Moon Eye plan. That matter could wait. First, he needed to ascertain the nature of the urgent situation Xiaonan mentioned. Once Yunfan's body had sufficiently digested the food he had consumed, he concentrated chakra beneath his feet and began traversing the rooftops towards the Hokage building. Only by reaching that destination could he swiftly uncover the circumstances. Chapter 36. Entering the Forest of Death. Despite not donning a ninja uniform, Yunfan brazenly leapt across rooftops, utilizing the ninja run with agility. Before he could reach the ninja building, several leaf ninjas appeared before him. Who are you? You are a ninja. Yet you lack proper attire? State your name. Yunfan quickly expressed his lack of hostility, assessing the group with his Rinnegan. From their chakra signatures, he discerned that these leaf ninjas formed a team encompassing close combat, mid-range control, long-range support, and a communications specialist adept in mind techniques. Their attire indicated they were Chunin. Yunfan realized their inquiry about his name was likely to prompt the mind using ninja to retrieve his information to verify whether he was indeed a leaf ninja. He was not one, and his visage was unfamiliar to them. The communication ninja stated. Yunfan hastily responded, Wait, I am a good person, please do not act hastily. A good person? The Chunin regarded him with skepticism. Very well, I surrender. That should suffice. Yunfan raised his hands, saying, You may detain me and take me to see the 3rd Hokage, and all will be clarified. He continued, among you. There must be someone skilled in the shadow binding technique. By controlling me, you would be alerted if I attempted any mischief. Soon, Yunfan found himself ensnared by one of the ninjas using the shadow binding technique, being escorted to the Hokage building. The Chunin genuinely believed that Yunfan harbored no intentions of resistance. Upon the platform of the Hokage building, several Umbu ninjas were present, alongside an elderly man, the third Hokage. An Umbu suddenly appeared beside the third Hokage, stating, Lord Third Hokage, a peculiar ninja wishes to see you. A peculiar ninja? The third Hokage inquired, who is he? The Umbu replied, Lord Third Hokage, we are unsure, but he showed no resistance. The Chunin who apprehended Yunfan were equally perplexed. However, he did provide his name, Yunfan. Or Nagato, he mentioned both names. Upon hearing Yunfan's response, the third Hokage nodded, bring him up. Yes. Subsequently, Yunfan was seized by an Umbu and materialized on the platform of the Hokage building. The Umbu stepped forward, forming a protective formation. The third Hokage waved his hand, signaling the Umbu to relax their stance. I have heard of you from Jiraiya. It seems you have indeed not deceived me, young wielder of the Rinnegan. Many, including numerous Umbu and Jonin, were unaware of the Rinnegan's existence, only recognizing the Uchiha clan's powerful Sharingan. Only a select few knew the origins of the Rinnegan. Thus, many who beheld Yunfan's enchanting Rinnegan assumed it to be an innate ability. At this moment, Yunfan was bound by iron chains, his movements temporarily restricted. The third Hokage commanded, release him. Yes. The Umbu holding Yunfan promptly unbound him. The third Hokage then inquired, I have heard you wish to see me. What is the purpose of your visit? Yunfan found himself momentarily bewildered. Instead, he queried, Third Hokage, Shounen mentioned an urgent situation. Are you not aware of it? The third Hokage appeared equally perplexed. What could the urgent matter Shounen referenced entail? Yunfan felt even more bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, Yunfan asked, Third Hokage, is the Chunin exam currently taking place in Konoha? The third Hokage nodded. You have been in Konoha recently. How could you not know? What do you mean? How could I not know? I'm utterly lost. Yunfan retorted. What phase is the Chunin exam currently in? The third Hokage perceived Yunfan's inquiry as feigned ignorance, but nevertheless responded. The second phase. I have heard that Akado is conducting some sort of competition for the Heaven and Earth Scrolls in the Forest of Death. Trouble, Orochimaru. Yunfan instinctively exclaimed. The third Hokage's forehead furrowed deeply. Orochimaru? You are aware of him? Yunfan pressed urgently. There is no time to explain. Where is the Forest of Death? Otherwise, Naruto and Sasuke are in danger. Upon hearing Naruto was in peril, the third Hokage immediately commanded, take him to the Forest of Death. Yes. An Umbu wearing an eagle mask approached Yunfan, stating, follow me. All right, Yunfan nodded. Although he was aware that Mitarashi Anko would arrive in time to save Naruto Uzumaki, it could hardly be considered a rescue, as Anko could not overpower Orochimaru either. It was merely that Orochimaru feared his identity being exposed, jeopardizing his plans, which compelled him to leave. Whether the plot would unfold as anticipated remained uncertain to Yunfan, for he had traversed into this world, and the potential for deviations in the storyline was unpredictable. Konoha truly was pitiable, perpetually besieged by rebellious youths and treacherous adults, Yunfan internally lamented. Under the guidance of the Umbu, Yunfan swiftly traversed the rooftops. The patrolling leaf ninjas, although intrigued by Yunfan's lack of proper attire, dismissed their concerns upon seeing the Umbu escorting him. They were all aware of the formidable strength of the Umbu, and these ninjas had received orders that should they encounter Umbu personnel wearing eagle masks, they were not to interfere. Thus, Yunfan and the Umbu's journey proceeded without obstruction. Yunfan could also sense that it was akin to a critical situation in his past life. For instance, during a sudden medical emergency while driving. If one sought assistance from a traffic officer, the command center would control the roads, dispatching police cars and motorcycles to ensure a clear passage. This would enable the afflicted individual to reach the hospital for treatment in the shortest time possible. To be honest, Yunfan yearned to summon the Yada no Kagami, thereby achieving air supremacy and accelerating their journey, minimizing delays. However, after consideration, he decided against it, primarily due to his unfamiliarity with the surroundings. The Umbu utilized the ninja run, leading Yunfan away from Konoha. As Yunfan and the Umbu traversed the path, they employed the technique of ninja running. With their hands drawn back, racing forward at an astonishing speed, comparable to the four-wheeled vehicles of Yunfan's previous life. As they continued, the landscape shifted from a vast plain to a dense forest filled with towering trees. Yunfan observed that they had entered a region of lofty mountains. enveloped in a thick canopy that shielded the scorching rays of the sun. Remarkably, the coolness of this place provided a refreshing respite for Yunfan, who had been sweating profusely from their journey. Together with the umbu, their mode of travel transitioned from the ground to the branches above. In no time, they approached an area enclosed by iron fencing, marked ominously with the words, "Death Forest. Danger. Do not enter." The peril of the Death Forest stemmed from the multitude of ferocious beasts residing within, creatures so fierce that even ordinary ninjas found them formidable. Thus, participants in the Chunin exam within the Death Forest not only had to compete against one another for scrolls, but also remain vigilant against these wild animals. At the heart of the Death Forest stood a tall tower, constructed by Konan for the purpose of containing these beasts, ensuring a source of food. The brutal struggle for survival among the creatures enhanced the flavor and texture of the meat they provided. In essence, it was akin to physical training. To attain a chiseled physique, one must endure rigorous workouts. Similarly, the beasts that survived in the Death Forest had undergone relentless trials, their flesh undoubtedly of superior quality. Without the laws of survival dictating a harsh cycle of predator and prey, these creatures would merely indulge in sloth, becoming nothing more than gluttonous masses, devoid of any culinary appeal. The Chunin exam served to hone the reflexes of young genin, allowing them a taste of the ruthless dynamics of the forest. Given that the exam forbade fatalities, the participants could only experience a semblance of the bloodied encounters typical of such a savage environment. Moreover, a mere day or two would yield little effect. Hence, the conditions set forth by Mitarashi Anko extended over the course of a week. After this period, the iron tower at the center of the Death Forest would open, and each team would need to possess the Heaven and Earth scrolls to enter and submit them to the proctor, thereby passing the second phase of the Chunin exam. However, what was initially a moderately dangerous phase had escalated in peril due to Orochimaru's involvement. Yunfan gazed at the towering iron fence inscribed with the warning of the Death Forest and stroked his chin in contemplation. The urgent situation mentioned by Konan likely indicated Orochimaru's interference. Although he was uncertain how Konan had become aware of Orochimaru's presence, he resolved to hold nothing back now that he had entered the Death Forest. Summoning his focus, Yunfan swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning technique, Yada no Kagami. With a puff of white smoke, a colossal purple three-legged crow materialized, perching on the ground and cawing loudly, its massive beak nudging Yunfan's head affectionately. Patting the crow's beak, Yunfan leapt onto its back. "Let us go find Konan." The Yada no Kagami let out a joyful caw and soared into the sky, flying over the towering iron fence and into the depths of the Death Forest. The umbu, clad in an eagle mask, marveled at the immense chakra of the summoned beast. Who is this person capable of summoning such a formidable creature? Although this umbu also possessed a summoning beast, it was hardly suited for combat, serving merely for amusement. Nevertheless, the umbu still retained a measure of strength. Even if Yunfan perceived them as formidable, they were often dispatched with a single strike, swiftly meeting their demise. Yet, this umbu was determined to investigate the unfolding events of the Chunin exam within the Death Forest, as the young man's claim of an emergency did not seem to be fabricated. Chapter 37. A catastrophe unfolds. This day would prove to be anything but tranquil within the Death Forest. At approximately 11 in the morning, the second phase of the Chunin exam had entered its second day. High above, Yunfan stood upon the back of the Yada no Kagami, barreling straight into the Death Forest. Soon, the Yada no Kagami reached a transparent barrier, and with a powerful thrust of its three claws, it shattered the barrier as if it were mere fragile parchment. A barrier? It seems rather weak, Yunfan mused internally. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Death Forest, a tall tower loomed amidst a clearing, surrounded by towering trees. The only flat expanse in sight. Inside the tower, the decor was modest yet adequate for relaxation. Mitarashi Anko reclined on a leather sofa, nonchalantly enjoying takoyaki, relishing each bite. Despite her penchant for food, Anko maintained an alluring figure, her physique not overly plump but rather curvaceous, with her smooth, fair thighs appearing particularly enticing. A series of urgent knocks interrupted her meal. "Leader Anko, we have a significant situation," a voice called from outside. The door quivered under the force of the knocks, indicating the urgency of the matter. Anko, slightly vexed, rose from the sofa. "What is it?" "It's just a Chunin exam. It can't be that serious." Given her love for food and disregard for appearances, she had locked the door to indulge in her snacks without her subordinates witnessing her less graceful moments. Wiping her lips with hands as delicate as lotus roots, Anko opened the door to find a Chunin in a state of distress. "The barrier we set up in the Death Forest has been breached." "What?" Anko exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. This was within the territory of Konohagakure, who would dare act so brazenly. Leader Anko, it's true. Several of our colleagues have gone to assess the situation. But the intruder didn't even give us time to react before breaking the barrier. While our barrier isn't particularly strong. Even an ordinary Jonin shouldn't be capable of such a feat. All right, I understand, Anko replied, hastily exiting the room without even retrieving her coat from the rack. This barrier was not particularly robust. It was merely a precaution for the Chunin exam. In essence, it allowed candidates to signal their desire to withdraw from the exam, or if they encountered life-threatening situations, by crushing the token given by the proctor, who could then teleport to their side to render assistance or declare their failure and escort them out of the death forest. Breaking the barrier was tantamount to declaring war against the land of fire, and given that this was Konohagakure, it would invite a collective response from the Jonin of the village. Anyone with a sound mind would not commit such folly. Even Orochimaru, in his pursuit of Naruto Uzumaki within the death forest, had only infiltrated the exam under the guise of a participant, seeking opportunities. Unbeknownst to Yunfan, he was solely focused on locating Konan, as the emergency she mentioned likely revolved around Orochimaru's actions. Yunfan was aware that Orochimaru would locate Team 7 within the Forest of Death, subsequently sealing Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra. Observing Sasuke's prodigious talent, he marked him with a cursed seal, igniting Sasuke's yearning for formidable power, ultimately leading him down a path of no return, following Orochimaru. From his elevated vantage point, Yunfan surveyed the Forest of Death, discerning where the commotion was most pronounced, indicating that Orochimaru was likely present in that vicinity. The skirmishes among the lower-ranked ninjas, despite their fervent efforts and frenzied battles, were merely trivial skirmishes. However, Konan was a different case. She had once been an elite ninja of the Rain Village. Even though Orochimaru now surpassed her in power, any confrontation would undoubtedly be intensely fierce. Before Yunfan could further assess the situation in the Forest of Death, he sensed a flurry of shurikens hurtling towards him. The Yada no Kagami spun gracefully, deflecting all the shurikens with ease. Summoning technique. Suddenly, a colossal serpent, its scales a deep shade of purple, erupted from the ground, its massive form dwarfing several towering trees. Upon the serpent's head stood a lithe and striking figure. Fire release, dragon flame technique. Mitarashi Anko swiftly formed hand seals. A straight line of flame shot forth from the serpent's head, resembling a crimson spear, hurtling towards Yunfan with astonishing speed. The Yada no Kagami screeched, flapping its wings, soaring high into the sky before using its 3 iron-black claws to shatter the fiery spear. The creature's eyes, imbued with the Rinnegan, fixed a menacing glare upon Mitarashi Anko before it dove down with ferocious speed. The sound of its swift descent echoed like a piercing wind. What manner of beast is this? Anko was taken aback. She then caught sight of Yunfan on the back of the Yada no Kagami, clad in casual summer attire. Her mind swirling with confusion. Who is this person? However, there was no time for her to ponder, as the Yada no Kagami was upon her in an instant. Its claws aimed at her petite form. Realizing the devastating power behind those claws, Anko understood that if she were to be caught, the likelihood of being utterly annihilated was exceedingly high. With an elegant backflip, she leapt away from the serpent's head, landing gracefully on the ground, only to witness a shocking scene unfold. Although the Yada no Kagami's claws had not struck her, they had found their mark upon the serpent's head. With a sickening crunch, the serpent's head burst like a ripe tomato, a fountain of crimson blood spraying forth as it succumbed to death, its massive body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Anko remained in a state of shock. This serpent, while not as formidable as Orochimaru's creations, possessed scales as resilient as iron. How could it have been slain so easily? As a disciple of Orochimaru, Anko had been taught many profound techniques, including the contract with the snakes of the Dragon Cave, enabling her to summon them for assistance. This serpent, unlike others from the Dragon Cave, had been exceptionally docile, accompanying her on numerous missions and vanquishing many foes. Yet, to be dispatched in a single blow was beyond comprehension. Anko felt no sorrow for the serpent's demise. Her disdain for Orochimaru was profound, especially after he had betrayed Konoha. She harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the power he had bestowed upon her, including the ability to summon serpents from the Dragon Cave. Her intention in summoning the serpent had been to leverage its massive form to gain altitude and execute the fire release, dragon flame technique, intending to surprise the Yada no Kagami with a decisive strike. However, she had not anticipated its overwhelming strength, and by the time she realized the danger, it was too late for a counterattack. This sequence of events, though lengthy in description, transpired in the blink of an eye, akin to a flash of lightning. Even though Yunfan had sought to prevent the Yada no Kagami's retaliatory action from within, he was a moment too late. No, it had all occurred far too swiftly. Well, that was unfortunate, Yunfan mused, rubbing his forehead atop the Yada no Kagami. Chapter 38, A Tense Moment. Anko, clad in the attire of a female elite ninja, wore a fitted black top and a short skirt complemented by black stockings, not mere fabric but armor crafted by Konoha's artisans, affording her protection. Recognizing Yunfan as a formidable opponent, she raised her smooth, pale right hand, preparing to execute the shadow snake hand technique. Hoping to catch him off guard as he approached the ground. Suddenly, a figure donned in an eagle mask from the Umbu appeared beside her, interrupting, Anko. Hold off on the attack for now. Anko frowned, questioning Umbu. Are you here to disrupt the Chunin exams taking place in the Forest of Death? The Umbu explained, no. Something seems amiss in the Forest of Death, which is why we came here. What is happening? Does your sudden breach of the barrier count as something? Anko shot back, her tone frosty, clearly displeased with Yunfan. Feeling somewhat awkward for having slain her serpent, Yunfan commanded the Yada no Kagami to land and jogged over to Anko. Clearing his throat, he declared, I can assure you, Orochimaru will appear in the Forest of Death. Orochimaru? Anko's expression shifted to one of fear, as if recalling troubling memories. Yunfan pressed on, where exactly are Naruto and the others in the Forest of Death? You seek that little rascal Naruto, and yet you breach the barrier? How are we to continue the exam now that you've destroyed it? Anko's voice dripped with ice, revealing her distaste for Yunfan. Unperturbed by her evident disdain, Yunfan was about to speak when he was interrupted. Anko, what has transpired? Has your summoning beast been slain? And why are the Umbu here? Is this young man an intruder? A group of Konoha ninjas landed beside Anko, their gazes fixed on Yunfan with hostility. They were examiners for the Chunin exams, including the seasoned elite ninja, Yugao, whereas Team 7, specifically Uzumaki Naruto and his companions. Anko queried the newly arrived Konoha ninjas with crisp clarity. They are currently in the southwest direction, came the prompt reply. Though the newly arrived Konoha ninjas were bewildered by the unfolding events, they complied with Anko's command and disclosed the whereabouts of Naruto and his team. A resounding crash echoed from the southwest as soon as their location was revealed. Yugao, come with me. The rest of you, evacuate all the participants and lead them out of the Forest of Death. Anko finally accepted Yunfan's words. Could it be the detestable Orochimaru? These ninjas, seasoned and astute, swiftly executed their leader's orders. In no time, all Konoha ninjas in the vicinity departed hastily. Anko and Yugao activated their ninja running techniques, traversing the towering trees of the forest towards the southwest. With the barrier breached by Yunfan, the examiners could no longer teleport instantaneously to their destination and had to rely on their speed. Hey, I have a mount. Yunfan raised his hand, momentarily frozen in place. He had just wanted to summon Mitarashi Anko and Tsukigake to join him in the convertible, but their speed was astonishingly swift. Yunfan had not even finished speaking. No, he had finished his words, yet no one had taken heed. With a sigh, Yunfan leaped onto the back of the Yada no Kagami, glancing at the Umbu who was supervising him, and inquired, would you care to join me in the vehicle? With a swift motion, the Umbu stood beside Yunfan, eager to comply. This Umbu, adorned with an eagle mask, had come to trust Yunfan's intelligence just as Mitarashi Anko did. The Yada no Kagami let out a shrill cry and soared into the sky, heading southwest at a breakneck speed, akin to a rocket. Kik, I remember now. You are the girl from the Rain Village, Orochimaru remarked, his long hair billowing as his serpentine eyes fixated on Konan. I find it perplexing that you would appear in the Forest of Death. This is the land of fire, not your land of rivers. Without an immigration permit, you should not be here. Wait, could it be that you have uncovered my ultimate objective? No, that cannot be right. I have been plotting these schemes in the Land of Sound, and the Rain Village should not have discovered them. Orochimaru muttered to himself, resembling a person of unstable mind. Konan did not respond to Orochimaru's inquiries. Instead, she gazed at the three unconscious youths, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, who lay in a state of oblivion. Sakura had collided with the trunk of a large tree, while Sasuke appeared to have been severely injured, presumably while protecting Sakura. Naruto, on the other hand, was ensnared by countless earth-colored snakes, his mouth curling into a snarl, revealing his sharp fangs, exuding a sense of indignation and fury. Suddenly, Orochimaru's gaze darted to the sky, his serpentine eyes widening in disbelief. How is this possible? That is the Rinnegan. Although the Forest of Death was vast, the Yada no Kagami could reach this location in an instant. Yunfan commanded the Yada no Kagami to descend, and upon observing Konan standing unharmed, He felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Konan, are you alright?" Yunfan asked with concern. Konan shook her head and approached Naruto, raising her right hand as countless pieces of paper erupted from her ninja tool pouch. These myriad paper shards, sharp as blades, swiftly annihilated the serpentine restraints binding Naruto. The corpses of the snakes and their emerald blood littered the ground, a sight both gruesome and unsettling. As Naruto tumbled from the massive tree trunk, Konan caught him in her arms. "Well, it seems I still could not prevent Orochimaru from executing his snake kiss plot on Sasuke," Yunfan thought, contemplating whether to confront the snake sage. Presently, he was capable of harnessing the full extent of his six paths power, and he felt no fear in facing Orochimaru. However, being a scientist obsessed with the pursuit of immortality and the resurrection of the deceased, Orochimaru likely had numerous contingencies in place, making him a difficult target to eliminate. Yunfan pondered the futility of engaging in battle, as he knew Orochimaru would not send his true self to the forest of death, especially during the Chunin exam's third stage, where his actual presence would be absent. The only chance of defeating him would be through the Shiki Fujin, which could capture and obliterate his soul. Understanding Orochimaru's core technology, Yunfan concluded that a confrontation was unwarranted. Engaging him served no purpose. At the very least, Yunfan believed that while he did not wish to fight Orochimaru, the sage's plan to annihilate Konoha had already failed, and the third Hokage would not perish. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes fixated on Yunfan, seeming to glimmer with excitement. "The Rinnegan! The Rinnegan!" he exclaimed. "Orochimaru, I am not a homosexual. What kind of perception is that?" Yunfan hastily averted his gaze from Orochimaru's intense stare, focusing instead on Sasuke, whom he extracted from the deeply embedded tree trunk. Upon inspecting Sasuke's shoulder, he observed the telltale snake kiss mark left by Orochimaru. "I am seriously beginning to suspect a peculiar obsession that tightens one's rear," Yunfan internally grumbled. Suddenly, Yunfan felt a tightening sensation as he noticed Orochimaru utilizing the body flicker technique, closing in on him with remarkable speed, brandishing the Kusanagi sword in hand. Chapter 39. A Battle Against Orochimaru. "Keek, I shall take those beautiful eyes of yours back with me. I've made my decision. I shall forsake that little brat Sasuke," Orochimaru declared while employing the body flicker technique to launch a rapid assault on Yunfan, muttering to himself. "Wait, Orochimaru, are you out of your mind?" Yunfan retorted, hoisting Sasuke over his shoulder and crouching down to evade Orochimaru's horizontal slash with the Kusanagi. Orochimaru twisted his body, continuing his assault toward Yunfan's neck. "Keek, call me uncle, nephew, and come along with me." Yunfan deftly dodged by utilizing the Rinnegan's abilities, significantly enhancing his reflexes and evasion skills, rendering Orochimaru's attacks futile. Multiple snakes of the shadow. Orochimaru spat forth a multitude of serpents, creating a veritable sea of snakes that swarmed toward Yunfan. Shinra Tensei. Yunfan unleashed, shattering the dense mass of serpents. Instantly, the ground was strewn with the remains and fragments of the snakes. Pushed back by Yunfan's Shinra Tensei, Orochimaru chuckled. Not bad indeed. Quickly forming hand seals, Orochimaru seemed poised to unleash a jutsu. Bansho Tenin. Yunfan reacted faster than Orochimaru's seal formation, raising his left hand with his palm, facing the snake sage. He could not allow Orochimaru to execute his technique. The principle of striking first was well understood. Having recuperated well since his last encounter with Uchiha Obito and the others, when he had just seized control over Nagato's body and had been left utterly drained, Yunfan was in a much better state now. Unlike before, where he had fainted from the exertion, he was now prepared. Yunfan's Bansho Tenin and Shinra Tensei had a 5-second cooldown period, meaning he could not allow Orochimaru to cast his jutsu, or he would be unable to use Shinra Tensei for self-protection. Due to an immense gravitational force, Orochimaru's hand seals were interrupted, and his entire body was drawn toward Yunfan's palm. In the blink of an eye, Yunfan seized Orochimaru. Even as he was captured, Orochimaru continued to laugh maniacally, tightening his grip on the Kusanagi sword, aiming to cleave Yunfan's left arm. The sword's gleam flashed ominously, the air around it growing chillingly tense. Holding Naruto, Konan observed the scene, and her tool pouch unleashed a flurry of paper shards toward the space between Yunfan and Orochimaru, aiming to eliminate the snake sage while protecting Yunfan's arm. However, despite their swift descent, the paper shards could not reach in time to intercept the impending clash. Yunfan, focusing his Rinnegan on the Kusanagi sword, tilted his body and prepared to kick Orochimaru's left wrist. This maneuver would displace Orochimaru's hand, preventing him from severing Yunfan's arm. With a clang, it was not Yunfan's foot that struck Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, for his leg had only lifted halfway. Rather, an umbu donning an eagle mask had appeared before Yunfan in an instant, using a kunai to block Orochimaru's blade. Pretapath, chakra absorption. Yunfan grasped Orochimaru's left wrist, and a translucent white soul materialized, resembling an adult's head. This spectral visage surged forth from Yunfan's hand, opening its mouth wide to bite into Orochimaru's chest. In an instant, Orochimaru's figure appeared hollowed out, his body becoming emaciated and his skin wrinkled, as if all moisture had been drained from him. Yunfan's realm of the hungry ghosts allows him to absorb the chakra of his adversaries for his own use. In simpler terms, it serves as a means to replenish his magical energy. This scene unfolds slowly in words, yet transpires in the blink of an eye. As Konan's paper shrouded the skeletal form of Orochimaru and reduced him to mere fragments, Yunfan had already drained the entirety of Orochimaru's chakra. The translucent white visage retreated into Yunfan's body, vanishing without a trace. The chakra was scant, confirming that this was not Orochimaru's true form. Yunfan felt a slight replenishment within himself, albeit minimal. Meanwhile, Mitarashi Anko and Tsukuyomi Kakashi arrived at the scene just in time to witness the spectacle of Orochimaru being entirely depleted by Yunfan. Indeed, it was Orochimaru. Although reduced to a pile of shattered bones, Anko discerned the true visage of Orochimaru beneath the peeling skin. "Did you kill him?" she inquired, turning her gaze toward Yunfan, who once again impressed her with his formidable prowess. Yunfan shook his head. "It's a decoy. As for Orochimaru's true form, I am equally in the dark." Anko, puzzled, asked, "You refer to him as Uncle Snake. Do you share a close acquaintance?" Yunfan cleared his throat and replied, "Not at all, not at all. My nature tends toward whimsical banter, and I often bestow titles upon others. Ha ha ha." Disregarding Yunfan, Anko noticed Sakura slumped beneath a tree and rushed over. She merely fainted from the impact. "There's no threat to her life," Anko sighed in relief. Tsukuyomi Kakashi approached Konan, taking over the examination of Naruto's condition, before assuring Anko, "Naruto is unharmed." Yunfan placed Uchiha Sasuke on the ground and remarked, "Sasuke is fine as well. When I arrived, I found him dangling from a tree, quite unbecoming. So I brought him down, only to have Uncle Snake attempt to ambush me." Hearing Yunfan's nonsensical ramblings, Anko, though reluctant to engage him, said, "Thank you. Otherwise, if something were to happen to Naruto and the others, I would never forgive myself." Yunfan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. I am merely a benevolent youth who enjoys helping others. I even assist elderly ladies across the street, though I never boast about it. My deeds are concealed beneath a veil of humility." Turning her back on him, Anko declared, "If I engage with you further, I shall no longer be known as Mitarashi Anko." Yunfan and Konan returned to the inn. Yunfan inquired, "Konan, how did you know that Orochimaru was in the Forest of Death?" Konan pondered for a moment, then smiled. "During the days you were unconscious, I wandered around Konoha and encountered Naruto. He was exuberantly recounting how he had written nothing on his written exam, yet still passed with a score of 0. As Yunfan observed Konan's radiant smile, he found her enchanting, akin to a gentle ray of sunlight dispelling the world's misfortunes. Unperturbed by Yunfan's gaze, Konan continued, albeit with a hint of chill in her tone, "I crafted a bouquet of paper flowers for Naruto, wishing him success in the second phase of his exam. He tucked my paper bouquet into his jacket, promising to take it with him to the exam. Eventually, I sensed the bouquet being destroyed, as it relied on chakra for its form. If it were deformed or obliterated, I would feel the chakra dissipate." As she spoke, her flow of words seemed to falter upon noticing Yunfan's unwavering gaze, prompting her to cease. Turning to retreat to her own room, she opened the door and stated, "I wish to join the land of fire and become a Konoha ninja. What about you?" Yunfan, still entranced by her, momentarily lost his focus. Konan frowned and reiterated her question. Yunfan snapped back to reality. "I am quite flexible. However, I possess valuable intelligence that must be shared with Jiraiya-sensei. He alone will believe my claims. But set that aside, Konan, do you lack funds?" Chapter 40, The Unsettled Heart. Due to the upheaval in the Forest of Death and Orochimaru's appearance, the second phase of the Chunin exams was temporarily halted. The third Hokage promptly conducted thorough identity checks on all candidates, ultimately apprehending 3 individuals from the Sound Village, who were Orochimaru's subordinates. Consequently, the Sound Village's Genin, Chido Kai, who had passed the written exam, was captured, along with his 2 comrades still lingering in the Land of Fire. After confirming the situation was secure, the second phase of the Chunin exams resumed. Notably, Team 7, comprising Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, all successfully passed the second phase. Mitarashi Anko assessed the battleground in the southwest of the Forest of Death, although Team 7 faced Orochimaru with a single decisive blow. It was sufficient evidence of their capability to seize the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. These matters were of little concern to Yunfan and Konan. Upon returning to the inn in Konoha, it was already afternoon. The summer cicadas chirped incessantly from the trees, and the sweltering heat deterred the village's residents from venturing outdoors. Preferring to remain indoors, basking in air conditioning, sipping chilled beverages, or entertaining themselves with their phones. Konan returned to the inn to retrieve her belongings, though they consisted merely of a few stylish summer outfits, before heading to report to the third Hokage and officially become a Konoha ninja. Jiraiya had already made arrangements with the Hokage, thus Konan merely needed to register her information at the Hokage's office. When Konan heard Yunfan's inquiry about money, she paused, asking, "What do you need money for?" Yunfan scratched his head. "This morning, I was so famished that I ended up dining and dashing." Understanding the struggle of finances, Konan asked, "How much do you need?" Yunfan flushed, 25 silver coins. Without further comment, Konan entered her room and shut the door. "No way. Did I just fail to ask for money?" Yunfan stood in place, feeling lost. Just as he contemplated how to earn some cash, Konan's door swung open again, and she handed him 50 silver coins. Yunfan laughed heartily, accepting the coins. "Thank you, beautiful Konan. You are generous." Konan, expressionless, simply murmured an acknowledgement before closing her door, seemingly to tidy her belongings. Yunfan dashed away from the inn, a sense of shame washing over him. How embarrassing it was to be unable to muster even 25 silver coins. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of having asked his wife for a bit of pocket money, needing a righteous reason for it. It appeared that he must seek employment to become a Konoha ninja and earn a salary. To his surprise, upon arriving in this world, he found himself striving for financial stability. Yunfan sighed deeply, contemplating that he might resort to unscrupulous means to acquire wealth swiftly. Despite being a flamboyant and somewhat reckless youth, he was still a good-natured individual, capable of assisting elderly ladies across the street. How could he stoop to committing heinous acts? Wait, I now possess 50 silver coins. How will I manage dinner? Yunfan thought, promptly positioning himself by the door to await Konan's emergence. After a brief wait, Konan appeared, adorning a pink backpack, exuding a delightful charm. Who would have thought that a girl as aloof as Konan could possess such an adorable side? Noticing Yunfan at the door, she inquired, "What are you doing here?" Yunfan replied awkwardly, "I too intend to enlist and become a Konoha ninja, and perhaps grab a bite to eat, haha." Due to Yunfan's prolonged unconsciousness over the past few days, even after consuming a substantial number of buns just hours earlier, the nourishment proved insufficient. His body still craved more energy. Xiaonan responded with a soft affirmation, suggesting they proceed together. Yunfan nodded like a chick pecking at grains, agreeing, "All right, but first, I must repay the money I owe to the uncle, which is just ahead." He raised his hand, pointing towards a building not far down the road. Thus, Xiaonan and Yunfan ambled along the path, resembling a couple in their demeanor. After walking several hundred meters, they arrived at the front of a wooden structure. This establishment, constructed entirely of timber, bore the marks of time, its age rendering it somewhat dilapidated, with signs of rot evident on the wooden walls. Yunfan approached and knocked on the door. Moments later, with a creak, it swung open. Standing within the doorframe was a charming young girl. Her expression one of curiosity as she inquired, "Big brother, what brings you to my home?" Yunfan smiled and replied, "Little sister, is your father at home?" The girl turned her head and called inside, "Daddy, there are big brother and big sister looking for you." "Coming," came the voice of the owner from within. Upon seeing Yunfan, the proprietor expressed disbelief. "Is it really you?" Yunfan produced a 50 silver note and handed it to the owner, stating, "Boss, this is the money I owe you." The owner, a balding man with a plump visage, laughed heartily. "I never expected you to actually return to repay me." "Oh, is this your girlfriend?" He noticed Xiaonan, who was waiting by the roadside, dressed in a summer outfit that exuded both allure and beauty. Yunfan quickly clarified, No, she is just a friend." The owner nodded knowingly. "Well, you'd better step up your game. That girl is quite remarkable, just like my daughter." He then added, "Wait a moment, I'll fetch the remaining 25 silver notes for you." The owner hurried inside. Yunfan turned to the little girl who was observing Xiaonan from the doorway and said, "Little sister, I must take my leave now. Goodbye." "But big brother, you haven't gotten your change yet," the girl exclaimed, rushing outside in a flurry. Yunfan waved his hand dismissively, turning his back to her. "Tell your father not to worry about the change. This is a treat from big brother for you to enjoy some lollipops." He then addressed Xiaonan. "Let us go, Xiaonan. Witnessing this exchange, Xiaonan felt a slight irritation at being mistaken for Yunfan's girlfriend, but her annoyance dissipated upon seeing the adorable girl rush out. Xiaonan conjured a bouquet of paper flowers using her paper technique, causing them to float in front of the girl, effectively preventing her from chasing after them. Soon, the little girl watched Yunfan and Xiaonan's figures grow smaller until they vanished around the corner. "The big sister is a ninja," she exclaimed in awe, clutching the floating bouquet of paper flowers to her chest, as if it were a treasure. As they walked ahead, Yunfan sighed, seemingly lost in thought over something deeply unsettling. Indeed, it was a matter of great distress, stemming from the little girl. Chapter 41. The Many Facets of Life. On their way towards the Hokage building, Yunfan curiously inquired, "Xiaonan, why do you always prefer to gift others paper flower bouquets?" Xiaonan replied coolly, "I could also gift you a paper knife." Taken aback by her response, Yunfan coughed lightly. Xiaonan, realizing that her gifts of paper flowers might seem somewhat inadequate, hesitantly asked, "What do you think I should give that little girl as a present?" After a moment of contemplation, Yunfan sighed and said, "I believe I would sponsor her education if I had the means." Xiaonan was puzzled by Yunfan's statement. He elaborated, "When I looked at the little girl with my Rinnegan, I sensed chakra within her. This means she has the potential to become a ninja. However, her father can only afford to sell buns, making it impossible for her to attend school." Drawing from her own experiences, Xiaonan asked, "Do you have to pay to go to school?" In this world, there are ordinary schools and ninja schools. Ordinary schools are for those without chakra, while only those with chakra can attend ninja schools. As they continued walking, Yunfan reflected, "You three had Jiraiya-sensei teaching you how to cultivate chakra in your youth, which is why you didn't have to pay tuition to learn about chakra properties." Xiaonan replied, "I could teach that little girl how to control her chakra." Yunfan finally understood why the Hidden Rain village was fraught with chaos, leading the three of them to harbor such animosity towards the world. It stemmed from a lack of regulations. He explained, "What you're suggesting would be illegal. The purpose of having ordinary and ninja schools is to instill a proper worldview in them. If you were to teach that little girl how to control chakra, she might have her chakra abilities stripped away by Konan, thus becoming an ordinary person." Upon hearing this, Xiaonan exclaimed in anger, "Why would it be like that? I thought the atmosphere in Konan was pleasant, but it turns out it is just as cruel as the Hidden Rain village." Yunfan quickly interjected, "Xiaonan, please don't be angry. As the saying goes, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Imagine if you taught that little girl, and she used her abilities to commit heinous acts. What then? Perhaps due to the sensitivity often associated with femininity, Xiaonan believed that a girl would be less likely to commit such atrocities. However, Yunfan countered, if we were to consider a little boy instead, the scenario changes entirely. That boy could become a hero to the common folk or, conversely, transform into a notorious criminal. People are inherently complex. Even those ninjas from the Hidden Rain village, raised in ninja schools, have been known to commit heinous acts against ordinary citizens." Xiaonan halted, tears welling in her eyes as she recalled the many ninjas from the Hidden Rain village she had slain. These individuals had lost even the most basic sense of humanity. The way the men had looked at her had ignited her ire, yet thankfully, they had been too weak to contend with her. Yunfan also paused and continued, "Of course, my thoughts may be overly generalized. Most people wouldn't resort to such extremes. Yet there are those whose humanity cannot withstand the test of circumstances. Only the law can hold them in check. If everyone could flout the law without facing repercussions, some would engage in grievous actions. For certain individuals' natures are not resilient enough to withstand trials." As he spoke, Yunfan fell silent, recalling how, in his past life, he had assisted an elderly lady across the street so often that it became routine. Xiaonan argued, "But that little girl isn't like that. Why can't she attend ninja school and pursue her dreams?" Yunfan offered a faint smile, because Konoha's ninjas impose restrictions on the lives and natures of ordinary people, allowing them to live peacefully and freely. However, some are impoverished while others are affluent, and that is an unavoidable reality. Some children are innately understanding and kind due to their parents' love, but such parents may have toiled their entire lives without accumulating wealth. Conversely, some children come from wealthy families yet are neglected by parents preoccupied with their careers, leaving them with plenty of pocket money, but devoid of love. Yunfan, lacking formal education, struggled to articulate his thoughts, relying on his past experiences to provide simple examples. Ultimately, the issue of wealth and poverty is one that transcends borders, and Yunfan sighed deeply. Xiaonan let out a disdainful hum before articulating her thoughts. In this world, fairness still exists. Innocent children are deprived of the opportunity to attend school, while those of questionable character acquire skills merely to perpetrate wrongdoing. She recalled the two ninjas from the Sound Village, pondering the futility of their proficiency in ninjutsu, deeming them no better than beasts. Yunfan chuckled heartily. Fear not. If my intuition serves me right, there should be charitable organizations in Konoha village that assist impoverished families, enabling that young girl to pursue her education. However, the proprietor is rather straightforward. He might not even think to apply. Xiaonan, what are you up to? Yunfan observed as Xiaonan manipulated a stack of bills that levitated in the air, an impressive array of crimson 100 yuan notes amounting to no less than 10,000. Xiaonan declared, all the funds Jiraiya provided me are right here. I intend to sponsor the little girl's education. After all, as a ninja of Konoha, I will also earn an income. As Xiaonan channeled her chakra, akin to the deafening sound of gunfire echoing through a city in Yunfan's past life. It attracted the attention of two Konoha ninjas. Yunfan recognized them well. These were the same two who had stopped him on his way to the Hokage building. Is that him? Is his female companion also a ninja? Why employ ninjutsu here? Wait, did you see that? The girl bears no ill intentions. It seems she merely wishes to deliver this money to someone. The two Konoha ninjas noticed the substantial sum of money floating through the second-floor window into the proprietor's abode. The bills, akin to little birds, landed gracefully on the table on the first floor, accompanied by a white note inscribed with the words, "Little girl, study diligently." The two ninjas approached the door of the establishment and knocked gently. The proprietor, trembling as he cradled the considerable sum, stammered, "This money I sent T stolen. It just appeared on the table. I swear, I didn't T utter a word. Please, don't arrest me. What will become of my daughter?" The ninjas smiled and explained their purpose for knocking, inquiring about the proprietor's circumstances. He answered every question posed to him. Before long, the ninjas understood the dire situation of the proprietor's household, struggling financially with limited resources. The proprietor, slightly rotund, had been laboring tirelessly to create a plethora of buns, hoping to sell more and earn a greater income. However, fate often played cruel tricks, leaving him with an abundance of unsold buns. His daughter would comfort him, saying, "Father, do not despair. One day, you will sell many, and you will earn enough for me to attend school. But you must also take care of yourself. For I believe that day will surely come." Day after day, year after year, the proprietor grew increasingly plump, his financial situation remaining bleak. Yet his daughter's unwavering belief in his success brought him joy. They were not wealthy, but they lived a life filled with happiness. We may not choose our beginnings, but we can choose how to live. The only source of sorrow for the proprietor was his inability to afford his daughter's enrollment in the ninja school. "Uncle, you indeed qualify for poverty assistance. Why not approach the Konoha charitable organization to apply for the aid provided by the village?" The two Konoha ninjas inquired after assessing the situation. The proprietor gestured with his eyes, indicating that he wished to shield his daughter from such knowledge, believing it was better for her to remain oblivious. Sometimes, a kind lie is preferable to the harsh truth. One of the ninjas swiftly formed a hand seal. Shortly thereafter, the little girl inside the house began to feel drowsy and scampered into her small room to sleep. The other ninja remarked, "You may speak freely. I merely cast a sleep genjutsu. Rest assured, she will have sweet dreams." The proprietor shared, "Xiaoyu is not my biological daughter. Her parents were tragically killed during the Nine-Tails rampage when she was merely an infant, crying inconsolably. At that time, the third Hokage was engaged in battle with the Nine-Tails. I cannot fathom what compelled me to risk my life to rescue her, but she ceased her cries once I held her. In the aftermath of the chaos, I brought Xiaoyu to an orphanage, hoping they would find her a good family. Yet, the moment I handed her over to the staff, she wailed uncontrollably. Each time I held her, she would quiet down. Thus, the staff concluded that she was particularly attached to me and allowed me to adopt her." The proprietor recounted the origins of the little girl's plight to the two Konoha ninjas. "I see," they replied, "under normal circumstances, the Konoha charitable organization would have provided a stipend for her care. It appears that the staff at the orphanage neglected to register her information amidst the post-war chaos. Leading to this oversight, the ninjas deduced the sequence of events from the proprietor's account. Generally, the agency responsible for maintaining order in Konoha village resembles the police in Yunfan's previous life. Kubo, this oversight falls upon our nation. We shall register your daughter's information now. Given that she possesses chakra, she can be enrolled in the ninja school, or she may attend a regular school as a commoner. Regardless of the choice, her tuition will be subsidized by the state. While Xiaoyu possesses chakra, without proper training to harness and cultivate it, she would inevitably lose her potential over time, becoming an ordinary person. This explains why Naruto aspired so fervently to strengthen his abilities. Only through continuous practice and mastery of chakra can one refine their skills and enhance their ninjutsu. Should Xiao Yu opt for a typical school, the chakra within her would gradually fade, and she would remain an ordinary individual. Ah, Kubo. That sum of money is a gift from that young woman. You and Xiao Yu should graciously accept her goodwill. The proprietor could hardly contain his joy. His daughter could finally attend the ninja school she so fervently desired. The young man had indeed not deceived him. He was a genuinely benevolent entrepreneur, though the proprietor mused on which nation he hailed from. Meanwhile, around the corner of the road, only Yunfan and Xiao Nin were present. The inn was situated far from the bustling center of Konoha, akin to Yunfan's past life where the city center buzzed with activity day and night, the clamor never ceasing. Hence, to ensure a peaceful sleep, inns and hotels were located away from the village's heart. Unbeknownst to Yunfan and Xiao Nin was the truth of Xiao Yu's origins. At present, Yunfan was acutely aware that Xiao Nin was quite affluent. So generous with her 10,000 yuan, she was indeed a wealthy benefactor. Oh, wealthy lady, perhaps you could fall in love with me and spare me 2 decades of toil. Suppressing his thoughts, Yunfan cleared his throat and inquired, Xiao Nin, where shall we dine? I donated all of Jiraiya-sensei's money to that little girl, Xiao Nin replied. Having spent a considerable time conversing with Yunfan, her tone softening slightly. Realizing her implication, Yunfan paused, pondering their evening meal and accommodations. What shall we eat for dinner then? Where will we stay? I'm not hungry, Xiao Nin retorted. Why do you ask where I'll stay? I already have a place. It's in the women's Jonin dormitory, likely next door to Akamichi Rodo. During their time in the Forest of Death, Xiao Nin and Akamichi Rodo had made each other's acquaintance. Yunfan, feeling despondent, lamented, I'm absolutely famished. Xiao Nin paid no heed to Yunfan's cries of distress. A radiant smile adorned her face, suggesting a hint of joy as she gracefully advanced forward. Yunfan, gazing at Xiao Nin's alluring silhouette, rubbed his face with his hand. Suddenly, a humorous anecdote from his past life surfaced in his mind. I earn a salary of 2,500 each month, out of which I allocate 2,000 to reward streamers, leaving me with a mere 500 to survive on instant noodles. When I hear the streamer affectionately refer to me as bro and commend me for my choices, an overwhelming sense of happiness envelopes me as I eagerly anticipate the arrival of my next paycheck. Chapter 42. The dinner arrangement as the sun dipped below the horizon. Twilight settled in. Yunfan and Xiao Nin arrived at the bustling heart of Konoha village. The streets were teeming with life. Ninjas and ordinary citizens flowed in and out of the vibrant marketplace. Yunfan surveyed the myriad shops lining the street, once again struck by the realization that this world bore little difference from his former life, save for the presence of ninjas. Spotting a shop selling mobile phones, he hurried over and inquired, Excuse me, why is it that I never see ninjas using mobile phones for communication? The shopkeeper regarded him as if he were foolish, assuming the young man was just a recluse. Nevertheless, the proprietor explained, Young man, I take it you are not a ninja? The signal of a mobile phone can be as perilous as chakra. If a ninja carries a phone on a mission, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Imagine needing to remain concealed while your phone's signal betrays your location. Wouldn't that be distressing? Furthermore, since the phone's signal is akin to chakra, having it on your person is like carrying a ticking time bomb. Certain ninjas with chakra-based abilities can manipulate the properties of the phone's signal, potentially causing it to explode. Thus, the invention of the mobile phone primarily serves as a means of entertainment for the common folk. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's explanation, Yunfan finally understood why ninjas refrained from using mobile phones or radios for communication. He speculated that the creators of the mobile phone must have been from the Yamanaka clan. After concluding his explanation, the shopkeeper eagerly introduced, Young man, take a look at this newly released Pineapple 13, equipped with the high-performance Yamanaka-developed Mountain Dragon 888. It effortlessly achieves 120 frames per second during gaming. Yunfan glanced at the price tag of 9,999 silver taels for the Pineapple 13. My apologies for the intrusion. He laughed. But that is far too expensive for my budget. The shopkeeper snapped his fingers and continued, while the Pineapple May 13th be pricey, it is well worth the investment. However, we also have the latest Yimi 13 series, priced a few thousand silver taels lower than the Pineapple 13, yet it offers commendable performance as well. This brand is designed for enthusiasts and provides exceptional value. Yunfan scrutinized the price of the Yimi 13, which stood at 4,999 silver taels. What a joke. That is supposed to be affordable? I can't even afford a 98 silver tael basic phone. He chuckled once more. I'll think it over. Catching up to the self-absorbed Xiao Nin, he sighed. Being broke is truly difficult. What do you need a phone for? Xiao Nin queried. I'm simply accustomed to having my phone at hand. It feels uncomfortable without one, Yunfan replied. Right now, I can't afford one. But I thought it might be nice to pass the time playing games when there are no missions or during breaks. Xiaonin replied matter-of-factly, in the past, when Nagato, Yahiko, and I had no missions, we devoted our time to training to become stronger. Playing on a phone is simply wasting time. Yunfan acknowledged her point. After absorbing a modicum of Orochimaru's chakra, his own chakra had increased but had also grown somewhat muddied. If he did not practice ninjutsu or refine his chakra to purify it, it would inevitably leak out. In essence, it's akin to pouring a drop of dirty water into a bucket of pristine water. Though the volume increases, the clarity diminishes. Only through diligent training could he restore the purity of the water. Otherwise, the tainted portion would have to be discarded. Once again, Yunfan reflected on the world of ninjas, realizing that they were akin to soldiers in his former life, necessitating rigorous training to enhance their physical prowess. However, the ninjas of this realm surpassed the soldiers of his past life by a considerable margin. For example, should one fire an M4A4 assault rifle at a ninja, even an entire magazine would be effortlessly blocked by a single earth release, earth wall. Additionally, a ninja could skillfully evade gunfire through sheer reflexes and agility. Even against more destructive weaponry, such as an RPG-26, while a lower-ranked ninja might be susceptible to its force. A Chunin or Jonin would likely evade it with a well-timed body flicker technique, leaving the attacker utterly defeated. In this world, firearms held little utility for ninjas, rendering them mere toys, which explain the absence of guns despite the existence of advanced technology like mobile phones, computers, and televisions. Nonetheless, traditional weaponry retained some significance for ninjas, potentially enhancing their close combat capabilities. As Yunfan began to scrutinize this Naruto world, he recognized that while it bore similarities to the Naruto universe he was familiar with, his transition into this realm had unveiled complexities he had not anticipated. A growl emanated from Yunfan's stomach, prompting him to reflect. I shall take my time to understand this Naruto world. After all, even securing a meal is a pressing concern. Pondering over such matters seems futile. He rubbed his belly, silently lamenting. Xiaonan, having heard the rumbling of Yunfan's stomach, feigned ignorance and continued to sway her enticing figure forward. To spend thousands so carelessly, at least leave me 100 silver taels for food. What a spendthrift, Yunfan murmured, shaking his head in resignation as he admired Xiaonan's exquisite form. At that moment, Yunfan spotted two familiar faces, Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno. Sakura, are you bringing that bouquet to see Sasuke? Naruto inquired, his expression one of infatuation. Naruto, could you please refrain from interfering with my time alone with Sasuke? I thought you said you wouldn't visit him. Sakura retorted. Uft, who would want to see that guy? He is too weak to even defend himself. Naruto scoffed, casting disparaging remarks at the hospitalized Sasuke. Sakura promptly delivered a swift blow to Naruto's head, causing a noticeable bump to form. Sasuke-kun got hurt because of me. You've done nothing but criticize him for being weak. I think you're the weakest one here. Unbeknownst to Sakura, Sasuke had indeed sustained his injuries while valiantly rescuing her, only to be swiftly defeated by Orochimaru. In truth, Sasuke had let out a cry before collapsing, incapacitated. It was Naruto, harnessing the power of the Nine-Tails chakra, who had managed to hold his ground against Orochimaru's clone and even caused some damage. The explosive sound that Yunfan and Akamichi Choji had heard was the result of Naruto's confrontation with Orochimaru. Later, Orochimaru sealed Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra with a 5-element seal. And had he not done so, Naruto might have unleashed 2 or 3 tails, significantly amplifying his power. It was merely Orochimaru's first encounter with the Nine-Tails chakra that led him to instinctively seal it away. In truth, this seemingly simple, 5-element sealing technique is incapable of sealing the Nine-Tails. However, upon witnessing Konan's arrival and realizing that Naruto Uzumaki was not in any peril, the Nine-Tails simply chose to relinquish its resistance. Although the circumstances diverged, the outcome remained unchanged. Of course, had Yunfan not fainted and had he informed Jiraiya in advance about Orochimaru's appearance in the Forest of Death, the process and the result might have been altered significantly. This world is undeniably real, and there exists no potion for regret. At that moment, Yunfan believed that it would be prudent to engage in cheerful conversation and fill their bellies before discussing Orochimaru's matters. After all, time was abundant. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Uchiha Obito would pass away, entangling him in the aftermath and causing him to remain unconscious for several days. Naturally, Yunfan was unaware that his fainting was linked to Obito's demise. Upon awakening, he discovered that he could fully wield the powers of the Sage of Six Paths. attributing his earlier unconsciousness to the Rinnegan undergoing a period of dormancy and adaptation. While at the fishing fire barbecue shop, Yunfan's decision to delay discussions almost resulted in the third Hokage's demise, but fortunately, he awoke just in time. Yunfan's current plan is to accompany Konan to find the third Hokage and enlist his assistance in locating Jiraiya. This way, Orochimaru, masquerading as the Sand Shadow during the Chunin exam's third phase, would not be in a position to assassinate the third Hokage. With Jiraiya's return and his own intelligence, coupled with his considerable combat prowess, it would be utterly inconceivable for Orochimaru to eliminate the third Hokage. It would be more reasonable for Yunfan to simply find a tofu block to throw himself against. How famished I am. I truly feel as if I am about to faint from hunger, Yunfan mused. Realizing that the urgency of calling upon the third Hokage to retrieve Jiraiya paled in comparison to his immediate need to satiate his hunger. In this vast world, nothing is more paramount than a hearty meal. With several days remaining before the conclusion of the second phase of the Chunin exams, followed by a training period, the third phase would not commence for at least another month. Yunfan felt confident that ample time remained to locate Jiraiya. The prospect of fainting again seemed utterly implausible. He believed that his Rinnegan had fully activated, ensuring that such an occurrence would no longer be possible. Well, I am already fainted, due to hunger, he chuckled, feeling dizzy and as if stars were swirling before his eyes. Just then, upon spotting Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno, Yunfan felt a surge of hope that dinner was at hand. Chapter 43, The Innocent Naruto. Upon seeing Naruto and Sakura conversing amidst the bustling street, Yunfan's spirits lifted as he envisioned dinner. He jogged up to them, inquiring, "Naruto, Sakura, what are you up to?" Sakura, upon noticing Yunfan, instantly transformed from a wild child to a demure lady, sweetly exclaiming, "Big brother, you're awake." "I didn't wish to faint," Yunfan laughed heartily. "So, you both passed the second phase of the exams in the Forest of Death, correct?" Sakura recalled Orochimaru's lewd demeanor and instinctively tightened her grip on the bouquet she held. A hint of fear in her voice. There was a slight mishap. However, Lady Anko, the Jonin, stated that our Team 7 performed admirably and stood firm against the legendary traitor Orochimaru, demonstrating our capability to seize the Earth Scroll. Therefore, we have passed the second phase of the Chunin exams. Alas, Sasuke-kun was gravely injured while rescuing me and remains unconscious in the Konoha hospital. My and Naruto's injuries are trivial, so I plan to visit Sasuke. Nodding in understanding, Yunfan acknowledged Sakura's intentions. Even without her explanation, he was aware of her wish to see Sasuke. Naruto's injuries were no less severe, but with the formidable regenerative abilities bestowed upon him by the Nine Tails, he would recover swiftly. "Howdy as ever, that guy? I visited him right after being discharged, but he still hasn't awakened. What a weakling. I've long been displeased by his constant aloofness," Naruto remarked. "Naruto, how can you say that about Sasuke? He may have saved you," Sakura retorted, her voice laced with indignation. With his arms crossed behind his head, Naruto's expression hardened with resolve as he declared, "I'm off to Ichiraku Ramen for some noodles. Then I'll train to become stronger. If that guy Sasuke wakes up, tell him I've gone to train for the upcoming third phase of the Chunin exams." Sakura fell silent at Naruto's proclamation. Sasuke was indeed impressive, handsome, a fellow prodigy of their year, and had attained his current strength without much surprise. Yet, it stung to realize that even Naruto, the underachiever, had surpassed her. She could only watch their departing figures. Observing Naruto's confident demeanor, Sakura would have normally voiced her displeasure in the past, but now she felt unworthy. Grasping the bouquet's stems tightly, she failed to notice that they had snapped under her grip, causing the flowers to tumble to the ground. Naruto promptly caught a few of the fallen blossoms. "Sakura, could you refrain from being so rough? You've broken the stems." "Naruto, keep up the good work," she encouraged. "Yes, I will also do my best. Our Team 7 is the strongest." Sakura spoke without a hint of disdain or mockery, despite the flowers scattered on the ground. Naruto laughed heartily. "Don't worry. Team 7 is the strongest, but Sasuke will always remain my subordinate." Sakura's forehead twitched with irritation as she instinctively raised her right hand to deliver a punch to Naruto. However, this time, she restrained herself and said, "Naruto, I'm off to see Sasuke." Feeling a mix of disappointment, she walked away, leaving Naruto bewildered. Yunfan rubbed his forehead, contemplating the intricate dynamics of Team 7. Naruto continued to stroll, hands clasped behind his head, humming a tune, remarking to himself, "Ramen, ramen," then off to train. An opportunity arose. Yunfan hurried to catch up to Naruto and walked alongside him. "Naruto, I also adore ramen. Let me treat you," Yunfan asserted, putting on an air of generosity. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Big brother, are you serious? Then I'll have extra bowls. Just a minor gesture. Yunfan replied. I'll treat you. And you'll cover the tip. Haha. His scheme had succeeded. Konan, observing Yunfan and Naruto depart together, smiled before making her way to the Hokage Tower alone. As a girl, she often maintained irregular eating habits to stay slim and fit, thus she was not hungry at all. In fact, after registering as a ninja in Konoha, Konan was eligible to receive her first paycheck. If Yunfan were to join her in Konoha, he would undoubtedly be able to afford dinner. Although Yunfan was aware of this, he felt impatient. Moreover, there was no guarantee that he would successfully join Konoha today, as Jiraiya had only mentioned Konan to the third Hokage and had not confirmed Yunfan's membership. Jiraiya understood that Yunfan was no longer his student Nagato. Nonetheless, he firmly believed Yunfan was a good person who would not engage in malevolent deeds. Jiraiya could discern from Yunfan's eyes and their exchanges that, although Yunfan was no longer Nagato, he still regarded Jiraiya as a mentor, sincerely so. Therefore, the decision of whether Yunfan would join Konoha rested not with Jiraiya. Originally, after filling their stomachs, Jiraiya intended to inquire about Yunfan's future plans, but alas, the lad had fainted. At this moment, Yunfan and Naruto walked side by side, appearing as close comrades, heading towards Ichiraku Ramen. Yunfan remained oblivious to the fact that merely registering his information would grant him the status of a Konoha ninja and entitle him to his first paycheck. For he was not a native of this world. Even if he were aware, it would matter little, for he was intent on feasting upon Naruto, which brought to mind the time Jiraiya had devoured all of Naruto's savings. Naruto had borne it with a meek disposition and soon forgot his grievances as long as he was taught the ways of training. After all, he could always instruct Naruto himself. Yunfan's hunger was unbearable. Having been unconscious for several days, his body craved sustenance, and if he persisted, he would surely faint from hunger for the third time. In the grand scheme of life, nothing surpassed the importance of a good meal. Yunfan possessed a wealth of information to relay to the third Hokage, such as the need to retrieve Jiraiya and discuss Orochimaru's schemes. If he were to directly disclose Orochimaru's plot to the third Hokage, the latter would undoubtedly be skeptical, thinking, do you take me for a fool? Therefore, only Jiraiya would lend credence to Yunfan's words, for Jiraiya understood that this world did indeed harbor prophecies. For instance, the great sage of Mount Myaboku's predictions, though not exhaustive in detail, had ultimately proven true. Yet, that was a matter for another time. Presently, Yunfan's singular focus was on satisfying his hunger. Even in the absence of funds, he was determined to eat. A person must eat, for the soul of a diner is to dine. Naruto and Yunfan, akin to kindred spirits meeting amidst lofty mountains and flowing waters, walked arm in arm, both radiating sheer joy. Naruto's happiness stemmed from being treated to ramen, while Yunfan shared in this delight for the same reason. The innocent Naruto remained blissfully unaware that Yunfan possessed not a single coin. Chapter 44, The Prophesied Child. Big brother Yunfan, where has the perverted sage gone? Naruto inquired. Yunfan replied, Master Jiraiya has left Konoha to pursue Orochimaru. During his exchange with Konan, Yunfan learned of Jiraiya's quest for clues regarding Orochimaru. This was precisely why Yunfan intended to request the third Hokage to summon Jiraiya back. Under normal circumstances, following the Chunin exams and the second phase in the Forest of Death, a month-long interval would precede the third stage of combat. At that juncture, Jiraiya would return to Konoha upon discovering Orochimaru's presence within the Land of Fire, subsequently encountering Naruto. Through Naruto's relentless persistence, Jiraiya would impart the summoning technique to him before departing once more to track Orochimaru. Although at that time, Mitarashi Anko had discovered Orochimaru lurking in the Forest of Death, Jiraiya remained unaware of this vital intelligence. Thus, even though Jiraiya was exceptionally astute, his lack of comprehensive information allowed Orochimaru's plan to annihilate Konoha to unfold successfully. Ultimately, the third Hokage perished, and even if Jiraiya returned to intervene, it would be too late. Concurrently, to thwart Gaara, Shikamaru and Nara would form a team that included Naruto. The profound bond forged between Naruto and Gaara during this ordeal would blossom into a close friendship. However, with Yunfan's arrival in this realm, these outcomes would undergo significant alterations. The specifics of these eventualities remain to be seen. Sighing, Naruto lamented, no one is teaching me how to train for the upcoming Chunin exams in over a month. I must grow stronger. I know the perverted sage is formidable, which is why he can teach me more powerful jutsu. He had heard from Sakura that Kakashi-sensei could not impart new techniques due to his chakra being of the same nature as Sasuke's. Thus, once Sasuke awakened, Kakashi could only teach him new jutsu. Upon hearing Naruto's sorrowful tone, Yunfan laughed heartily. Fear not. Master Jiraiya will return shortly to teach you magnificent jutsu. Most likely, it would be the summoning technique. Indeed, Naruto was correct. Kakashi had already taught him the foundational skills, such as basic taijutsu, team dynamics, and chakra control. New jutsu could not simply be taught at will. For instance, if Naruto were unable to form a contract with Mount Myaboku, he would be incapable of learning the summoning technique or summoning the formidable Gamabunta to engage in battle against the slumbering Gaara. According to the great sage's prophecy, only those who could form a contract with Mount Myaboku were deemed true disciples of Jiraiya. Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato had all attempted to contract with Mount Myaboku, but had failed. After signing the contract scroll, their names quickly faded away. Thus, they were not considered genuine disciples of Jiraiya, merely half disciples and half children. At that time, Jiraiya had allowed Naruto to attempt the contract with Mount Myaboku, but to his surprise, Naruto's name did not vanish from the scroll. Jiraiya had been elated, as he had previously believed that the prophesied child spoken of by the great sage was none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. However, Minato had perished during the Nine-Tails rampage. It was evident that the prophesied child referred to by the great sage was not Minato. The calamity foretold by the great sage was yet to arrive, and the true prophesied child had yet to emerge. Jiraiya felt immense pressure, as evidenced by his lengthy conversations with Konan. It was only after Naruto successfully inscribed his name on the contract scroll that Jiraiya began to believe that Naruto was indeed the prophesied child. Ultimately, in the future, Naruto would undeniably fulfill the role of the prophesied child as foretold by the great sage. Now, with Yunfan's arrival in this world causing a butterfly effect, the processes, outcomes, and prophecies had become shrouded in uncertainty. Returning to the main narrative, had events unfolded as per the original storyline, Jiraiya would have wholeheartedly devoted himself to teaching Naruto, believing him to be the prophesied child of the great sage. Consequently, Naruto would have become Jiraiya's direct disciple, sharing a brotherly bond with his father, Minato. Such intricate analyses were beyond the capabilities of Yunfan's intellect. Presently, Yunfan intended to align with the original storyline, persuading Jiraiya to teach Naruto the summoning technique. He would convey to Jiraiya that Naruto was indeed the prophesied child. How did Yunfan come to know of the term prophesied child? Not long ago, after sharing some life philosophies with Konan, she had opened up to him about the events of that night, during which Jiraiya had confided in her. As Yunfan and Naruto continued to walk shoulder to shoulder, they drew near to the Ichiraku ramen shop. Ramen, ramen, Naruto exclaimed, his face alight with joy. With Yunfan's earnest assurances, Naruto felt confident that the perverted sage would return to teach him powerful jutsu, and he was filled with exuberance as he strode forward with unrestrained enthusiasm. There was no doubt that Naruto would successfully contract with Mount Myaboku, bolstered by his determination. The question lingered in Yunfan's mind. Could he, too, form a contract with Mount Myaboku? Yunfan did not aspire to be the prophesied child or become a grand hero destined to save the world. Rather, his sole desire was to enter Mount Myaboku and learn the art of sagehood. Nagato was merely a pitiable pawn used by Obito. His eyes were not truly his own, and it was entirely normal for his name to vanish from the contract scroll. However, as an anomaly, perhaps he could inscribe his name upon the scroll of Mount Myaboku. As I await the return of Master Jiraiya, I shall attempt to see if I am capable. If I truly succeed, I will be able to delve into the art of sage techniques. Yunfan mused while walking alongside Naruto Uzumaki on the path. After a while, Yunfan set aside his thoughts, for they had arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. Standing at the entrance, the tantalizing aroma of ramen wafting from within made their mouths water profusely. Their eyes simultaneously sparkled with 4 red hearts. In this vast world, nothing surpasses a hearty meal. Chapter 45, The Unassuming Uncle Ichiraku. With a sudden bang, as Yunfan intended to step into Ichiraku Ramen to enjoy a bowl, he was unexpectedly struck by a formidable force that sent his entire body flying, crashing through a series of buildings. Wow! Yunfan spat out a mouthful of blood, immobilized and bewildered. What on earth had just transpired? His consciousness spun rapidly as he struggled to survey his surroundings with his Rinnegan, only to discover that the entire Hidden Leaf village was deserted. Even Naruto, who had been standing beside him at the entrance of Ichiraku, had vanished. Suddenly, Yunfan felt a loss of sensation in his lower body. Looking down, he realized he resembled a photograph that had been cut in two. How could this be possible? He quickly formed hand seals, intending to employ the summoning technique of the animal path. However, he failed. A figure abruptly appeared before him, a foot pressing down on his chest. With a sickening thud, Yunfan tasted blood in his throat as he coughed up a crimson jet. The figure did not cease its assault. seizing both of Yunfan's arms and wrenching them off as easily as one might pull a carrot from the ground. Damn it, am I going to die? Yunfan felt his lower half detach from him, his chest numb, his arms rendered useless, and his mind spinning, consciousness gradually slipping away. He could not fathom how he and Naruto, merely standing at Ichiraku, had been ambushed so swiftly, without even a moment to react. With his current strength, there was no way anyone in the Hidden Leaf Village could have accomplished such a feat. Not even the legendary fourth Hokage, known as the Yellow Flash, could have dispatched him so effortlessly. His awareness fading, Yunfan thought, I had assumed it was someone formidable, but it turns out to be the residual power of that guy. Yui. The figure spoke nonchalantly. Soon, the figure revealed its true form, clad in a white chef's uniform, a hat adorned with the characters for Ichiraku. The words of Uncle Ichiraku reached Yunfan's ears. Though his consciousness was dimming, he could still hear clearly. Wait, this guy isn't a descendant of Yui. But those eyes. Hey kid, where did you get those eyes? Ichiraku inquired with curiosity. Damn it, I want to speak, but I can't. Yunfan was unaware that the one who had attacked him was Ichiraku. It mattered little, as he lacked the strength even to voice his thoughts. Well, it seems I may have overdone it, Ichiraku remarked, gazing down at the head of Yunfan. Uncle Ichiraku, what on earth? When did Ichiraku become so powerful? Yunfan's consciousness was stunned. After enduring successive blows, his Rinnegan momentarily dimmed, but fortunately, Ichiraku refrained from further aggression, allowing Yunfan's vision to return to normal. With the power of Yin release, Yunfan witnessed Uncle Ichiraku cradle his own head, and his consciousness regained clarity. He realized he could speak once more. Uncle Ichiraku, why did you attack me without a word? Yunfan shouted weakly, filled with indignation. Who wouldn't he be angry? He had come merely to enjoy some ramen, only to be nearly slain by Uncle Ichiraku. Uncle Ichiraku laughed heartily. I thought those people had found me. While I am just an ordinary ramen shop owner, I am confident they would not locate my shop even if they appeared in the Hidden Leaf Village. However, upon sensing the aura of the Rinnegan, I feared I had overestimated myself and acted preemptively. Yunfan, feeling aggrieved, protested. What did the Rinnegan do to you? Uncle Ichiraku replied. It is not the Rinnegan that troubles me, but rather my extensive knowledge. You are not a descendant of Otsutsuki Yui. So how could you possess the Rinnegan? Faced with the sage-like Uncle Ichiraku, Yunfan could only speak the truth. This eye was implanted into me by someone else. Uncle Ichiraku's expression shifted as he realized. Ah, so you are a rare genetic anomaly. No wonder you can wield the power of the Rinnegan. I recall the two heirs of Otsutsuki Yui are no longer present. Currently, it should be Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. I did not anticipate that the residual Rinnegan would merge with your unique constitution, forming a different kind of power. Wow, Uncle Ichiraku, how do you know so much? Yunfan thought to himself incredulously. Uncle Ichiraku, could you please clarify why you attacked me? Yunfan pressed once more. I have explained myself, Ichiraku said. I feared that those individuals had found me, and I could not allow them to do so, for I know too much. If they were to locate me, this world would cease to exist. Yunfan questioned, but Uncle Ichiraku, you are so powerful. Surely you can stop them? Ichiraku let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Powerful? I cannot even contend with Yui, whom you refer to as the Sage of Six Paths. How could I possibly stop them? How absurd. How could Ichiraku have any connection to the Sage of Six Paths? I am still just a child. Why is the world of Hokage so different from what I know? Yunfan pondered in disbelief. Ichiraku continued. You carry the essence of Jiraiya. You must have inscribed your name on the contract scroll of Mount Myaboku, thus earning Jiraiya's trust. Since you have such deep ties to him, I am reassured. How absurd. Why does Uncle Ichiraku have such secretive connections with Jiraiya? Yunfan's mind buzzed with the weight of truths he was too young to bear. Ichiraku explained. The reason you cannot inscribe your name on the contract scroll of Mount Myaboku is that you are the reincarnation of a descendant of Yui. I suspect this reincarnated individual did not perish and instead transferred their Rinnegan to you. Logically, had they died, your Rinnegan would have vanished as well. However, it seems your rare sage body has integrated with it, giving rise to another existence. This world shall no longer suffer calamity. Haha, there is hope. As Ichiraku spoke, he appeared quite pleased. Yunfan, confused, asked, Uncle Ichiraku, why do you say this world is facing calamity? Can't your power stop it? Yunfan was truly bewildered, as this was entirely different from the world of Hokage he had known. Uncle Ichiraku explained, I cannot stray far from Ichiraku Ramen, otherwise the god tree will sense my chakra, and the seal will weaken, resulting in the obliteration of this world. Those individuals are exceedingly powerful. No wonder when pain. The Six Paths devastated the Hidden Leaf Village. Only Ichiraku Ramen remained intact. Yunfan finally understood why Ichiraku Ramen was impervious in the Hidden Leaf Village. Uncle Ichiraku, unaware of Yunfan's internal turmoil, continued, Uchiha Madara is the reincarnation of Yui's descendant. It seems he has discovered something. I suspect he is racking his brain to lift the seal of the God Tree, perhaps by implanting the Rinnegan into you, with the aim of obtaining the Outer Path Golem. If I am not mistaken, the Outer Path Golem is now within you, correct? Upon hearing Uncle Ichiraku's inquiry, Yunfan responded, it is no longer within me. The Outer Path Golem has been taken by someone else. What? Uncle Ichiraku was taken aback. Chapter 46. No. Uncle Yao grasped Yunfan's head with both hands, pacing back and forth in a state of palpable anxiety. Hey, Uncle, you are a master. Can you not exhibit a little of that mastery? Yunfan thought to himself, feeling exasperated. Uncle Yao finally spoke. The Outer Path Golem has been stolen. Is it true that the calamities of this world are truly upon us? Observing Uncle Yao's relentless pacing, Yunfan felt a headache coming on, especially since the man was still gripping his head. Uncle, please calm down. First, explain to me what will happen now that the Outer Path Golem has been taken, Yunfan urged. Uncle Yao replied that Uchiha Madara has learned more than he should. He seeks to lift the seal on the God Tree. He is an exceedingly clever individual and will undoubtedly lay out his plans with great foresight. Yunfan recalled the tragic fate of Madara, manipulated by Kagaya Otsutsuki's Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. However, despite Uncle Yao's claim of extensive knowledge, it appeared he was unaware of the origins of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, Yunfan mused. Initially, he had intended to enlighten Uncle Yao about them. But since his arrival had altered the course of events in this world, he decided to hear Uncle Yao out first. After several laps of pacing, Uncle Yao declared, at this juncture, it is solely up to you to thwart his plans. Well, it seemed Uncle Yao had resigned himself to defeat, having no further ideas. Upon hearing Uncle Yao's words, Yunfan realized he had little faith left in their situation. Just as Yunfan was about to disclose the origins of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, he was abruptly interrupted. My illusion cannot be sustained for much longer. Once we return to reality, you must treat me as an ordinary person, just the regular owner of Yao Ramen. Otherwise, the God Tree will sense something amiss. But fret not, it is only sensitive to me. Uncle Yao continued, the illusion cannot last much longer. You must seek Jiraiya and contract with Miyaboka Mountain to train in sage arts. You must prevent the seal on the God Tree from being lifted. Uncle, am I useless? Yunfan lamented, aware that he was left with only his head. His lower body and arms were no more. Not useless, just a bit uncomfortable, Uncle Yao reassured. Now my illusion must end. In the Hidden Leaf Village, treat me as an ordinary person. Do not inquire about the God Tree or any ninja-related knowledge. Even discussions about me should remain limited to my role as the ramen shop owner. I have employed this illusion, and it will be a long time before I can use it again. As Uncle Yao emphasized key points, Yunfan's Rinnegan observed a white mist enveloping the Hidden Leaf Village. Then suddenly, it shattered like glass. Wow! Yunfan exclaimed, collapsing to his knees as he violently coughed up a copious amount of fresh blood. The quantity was alarming. As if he bore an immense burden, yet he felt no physical injuries. Big brother Yunfan, why are you spitting blood? Naruto Uzumaki rushed to support Yunfan. Worry etched on his face. What on earth? How could this happen? I'm fine. Yunfan gasped through the pain. Yet, he immediately coughed up another mouthful of blood, before succumbing to unconsciousness. Damn it. While others traverse worlds cradled by beauties, I collapse upon arrival. Yunfan's fading consciousness lamented before slipping into darkness. This fainting spell did not last long. By 8 o'clock that evening, Yunfan regained consciousness. He felt utterly drained, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. Surveying his surroundings, he found them reminiscent of the hospital facilities from his past life, and his gaze fell upon Konan, who was seated by the window, gazing out at the scenery. Outside, the lights sparkled, illuminating the flowers and winding paths. This was a meticulously crafted park and garden for patients to stroll through, allowing them to clear their minds day or night. Konan, how long was I unconscious? He asked. Still fixated on the view, she replied. You've been out for over an hour. Yunfan, I just can't fathom why you faint so frequently. Is it something about your name? I don't want to either. I shouldn't be fainting at all. That Uncle Yao nearly obliterated me without a second thought. Thankfully, it was merely an illusion, and he showed some restraint. Otherwise, you would only see my black and white photograph at my grave. Yunfan lamented, staring at the ceiling, feeling both frustrated and angry. As fleeting thoughts crossed his mind, Yunfan remarked, by the way, is there an issue with my name? Konan chuckled lightly, then sighed and shook her head, speaking in a tone of resignation. Yunfan, Your name is troublesome. You faint, and it bothers others. Ah, Konan, you've misunderstood. I merely have the surname Yun, with Fan as my given name. Yunfan replied with a laugh. I can indeed be quite annoying. Annoying enough that I've grown accustomed to it, she replied. Since you've grown used to it, could you feed me something? I can't move at all. No, I'm truly starving. I was about to go eat ramen with Naruto, but then I fainted again. He rambled on. Why am I repeating myself? Fire, flame, water. Sitting by the window, Konan chuckled. Not only do you faint often, but you also ramble. My stomach's worms are tired of me too. I'm starving to the point that I might faint again. Yunfan lay on the hospital bed, gazing at the ceiling. If only I could eat the ceiling. Yunfan appeared as if he were on the verge of death. Seeing him like this, the usually stoic Konan broke into a captivating smile. Fine, I'll reluctantly go fetch you some food. Is this how you treat a patient? Yunfan thought. Grateful that Konan finally agreed to bring him food, while being careful not to overstep his bounds, lest she decide to abandon him. Soon, Konan returned from the hospital cafeteria, having used her newly received salary to purchase a nutritious dinner. The wealth of a lady made all the difference. After a short while, she placed the meal on the bedside table, saying, Here, I've brought your dinner. Konan, I can't move. Please feed me, Yunfan. Still lying on the hospital bed and unable to muster the strength to sit up, pleaded. No. Chapter 47. 3 Conditions. Because he was immobile, Yunfan requested Konan to feed him, only to be met with her refusal. As they planned to visit the Hokage building, they discussed issues concerning Xiaoya's education and the workings of society. Although Konan had begun to consider Yunfan a friend, they were not yet close enough for her to feed him. Even though she recognized Yunfan as a patient, such actions would exceed the bounds of friendship. I've already paid for your hospital fees. I'll call a nurse to feed you, she said. What for? Am I a child? Yunfan replied. Please, let us not bother others. After a moment's thought, Konan said, All right, I'll feed you, but you must agree to 3 conditions. Yes, I agree. Yunfan was too hungry to wait for a nurse to arrive. Thus, the aloof Konan opened the lunchbox and began to feed Yunfan, doing so without any of the bashfulness typical of a young lady. Konan, you'll have to help me sit up. I need to lean against the pillow to eat. Yunfan admitted sheepishly. Okay, she replied, unconcerned about the physical proximity, allowing Yunfan to lean against the comfortable railing of the hospital bed before starting to feed him. Ravenous, Yunfan wasted no time, devouring the food she offered with great zeal. As she fed him, Konan asked, What happened to you? The doctor said you aren't physically injured, but your mental state is severely weakened. Your brain was on the verge of losing its functions. You nearly died. This is a matter you must inquire with Uncle Yao. Yunfan thought to himself, feeling quite helpless. It could possibly be a residual effect of the reincarnation however, I am certain that I will no longer faint inexplicably and without reason in the future. Aware that discussing Uncle Yao was not appropriate, Yunfan responded accordingly. His remark, though intended to be innocuous, elicited laughter from Xiaonan. You said the same thing last time, and within no time at all, you were proven wrong, she chuckled. Xiaonan's laughter was captivating, and Yunfan found himself momentarily entranced. Xiaonan, your smile is truly enchanting, he remarked. Xiaonan replied, When I was in the rain-hidden village, they used to say the same thing when I wasn't smiling. I can't help but wonder if you are like them, merely seeking to curry favor in hopes of gaining my affection. Do you men truly place such importance on beauty? Yunfan's compliments seemed to have little effect on Xiaonan. Rather, she appeared accustomed to such remarks. A graceful lady is a gentleman's delight. It is in a man's nature to appreciate beauty. However, it is not solely about that. There is a saying, attraction begins with appearance, loyalty lies in character, and one falls for talent. You see, when 2 strangers meet, their initial impression is inevitably based on physical appearance. That is the beginning of attraction. As they gradually get to know each other, they discern the good or bad character within. If you find it lacking, perhaps the 2 will part ways. If you find it commendable, they may become true confidants. That is loyalty to character. Eventually, when you discover that person is exceptional, you realize you have fallen for them. That is being captivated by talent. Of course, if 2 individuals are compelled to interact for some reason, and you find the other unappealing, there is little you can do. Yet, over time, you may bypass the initial attraction to character. In other words, whether you initially perceive someone as ugly or beautiful becomes irrelevant, for they possess qualities that you find admirable, overshadowing their appearance. As Yunfan continued to eat, he spoke eloquently. Xiaonan occasionally nodded subconsciously, as if acknowledging the essence of his words. She then inquired, You make some valid points. Where do these insights stem from? From the culinary wisdom of the great food empire, Yunfan quipped. Have you forgotten? I am not Nagato. So do not be deceived by my youthful appearance. I am actually a man of considerable experience. Xiaonan chuckled lightly. Stop pretending. Your way of speaking betrays your youth. Although I think you are rambling, your ramblings hold some truth. The two continued their conversation for a while longer until Yunfan was satisfied. Xiaonan tidied up the lunchbox, disposed of it in the trash, and then washed her hands at the sink. Yunfan expressed contentedly, I am full. For the first time, I feel that dining is truly a delightful experience. No, a profoundly joyous one. Then, as if recalling something, he asked, Xiaonan, I suspect your refusal to feed me stems not from a concern over gender differences, but rather a desire for me to agree to 3 conditions. Pray tell, what is it that you wish for me to do? It cannot be something too excessive. Xiaonan stated, the first condition is that you must become a ninja of Konohagakure. The second condition is that you must become the 5th Hokage. The last condition, I have yet to determine. I will discuss it later. I thought you were going to ask for something scandalous. Yunfan coughed awkwardly. That is no problem. I originally intended to become a ninja of Konoha, as my funds have run dry. However, becoming Hokage is beyond my capabilities. This is evident. My future achievements will likely amount to nothing more than a grassroots employee struggling to survive. Xiaonan, with a tone tinged with disappointment, replied, I wish for many children in this world to have the opportunity to attend school. Just recently, the 3rd Hokage shared much with me. He is aging. And with the 4th Hokage now in another realm, he hopes for a 5th Hokage to shoulder the village's burdens. It seemed that the plight of the Baozi shop owner's daughter, who could not attend school, and her understanding of societal issues had profoundly affected Xiaonan. Yet this was a positive development, as it meant Xiaonan no longer harbored resentment toward the world, but instead contemplated how to improve it. Yunfan mused. His thoughts came swiftly but dissipated just as quickly, not hindering Xiaonan's subsequent remarks. The 3rd Hokage wished for Jiraiya to become the 5th Hokage. But Jiraiya already bears other significant responsibilities. He must seek out the prophesied child of the great sage Toad. Thus, I hope you will become the 5th Hokage. Given your strength and the ideas you expressed earlier today, I hold you in high regard and believe you could be a commendable Hokage. This is why I want you to become a ninja of Konoha. I hope you will earnestly undertake numerous endeavors that benefit the village, as many as possible, until the villagers recognize you. Chapter 48, A Sense of Belonging. Xiaonan spoke at length. By the end, Yunfan had absorbed little more than the notion that he should strive diligently to ascend to a higher leadership position. Become Hokage? How could that be possible? My lifelong dream, whether in my previous life or in this one, has remained unchanged, to find a wealthy woman and thus avoid 2 decades of hard work. Yunfan sighed deeply. Xiaonan, the position of Hokage bears immense responsibility. I believe Naruto would be a suitable candidate. Xiaonan replied, but how old is Naruto? He is still so young. The 3rd Hokage has already retired, and following the 4th Hokage's death, he has been compelled to manage the village. The need for a 5th Hokage is pressing. Yunfan could only concede partially. All right, I will consider it. In Yunfan's memory, Tsunade was the 5th Hokage and managed quite well. There was no absolute need for him to take on that mantle. The weight of responsibility was indeed substantial. He pondered how, due to his crossing into this world, the tragic fate of the 3rd Hokage would not come to pass. If Obito could find redemption, he believed that becoming Hokage would not be insurmountable. Yunfan thought to himself. Xiaonan understood that the position of Hokage was not one to be taken lightly. Her tone softened as she said, in truth, during my days in Konoha, I have already come to regard it as my home. Yunfan nodded. That is good. A sense of belonging to a home is ultimately beneficial. While I may not be suited to be Hokage, I promise to strive to make this world a better place. Xiaonan smiled, her beauty enchanting and her emotions captivating. Very well, I shall return to my dormitory and not disturb your rest. You ought to retire early. The doctor has indicated that you are merely suffering from severe mental fatigue, despite having nearly faced death. A good night's sleep will suffice, much like avoiding sudden death. If you rest well, such occurrences can be averted. Xiaonan gently placed her hands on Yunfan's shoulders, guiding him to lie down on the bed and covering him with a blanket. She then approached the window, pulled it shut, and drew the curtains. I'm leaving now. Good night. With that, Xiaonan bid farewell, gracefully making her way to the door, switching off the light, and softly closing the door behind her. The hospital room fell into darkness, illuminated only by the dim light from the corridor outside. Yunfan found himself unable to move, only capable of opening his eyes and speaking, along with the thoughts swirling in his mind. At this moment, Yunfan realized he needed to contemplate his purpose. While he had expressed to Xiaonan that a sense of belonging was a good thing, he pondered what would remain if this world were to perish. Would he truly find joy in isolation? No, I would feel profoundly lonely. Humans are inherently social creatures. Depression can drive individuals to the brink of suicide. If this world were to face utter destruction, I believe I would have to endure something far more terrifying than depression itself, the chilling embrace of solitude. The calamity that Uncle Ichiraka speaks of is likely not the Fourth Great Ninja War. Those are mere skirmishes, hardly qualifying as world-ending catastrophes. Only individuals possessing the powers of the Sage of Six Paths, such as Obito and Madara, alongside Kagaya Otsutsuki, could truly enact the annihilation of this world. However, the individuals Uncle Ichiraku refers to are certainly not of Obito's caliber. It is uncertain how Uncle Ichiraku would react upon learning of Kagaya Otsutsuki's resurrection, and I cannot compare these individuals to her. As for who is more formidable, I cannot say for certain, but I am confident that they possess extraordinary strength. The God Tree must remain sealed. Thus, our current objective is to thwart Obito. Nonetheless, there is no need for haste. According to the narrative from my previous life, the Akatsuki organization will commence their hunt for the tailed beasts only after Naruto has matured. As Yunfan pondered these thoughts, he began to feel drowsy and unwittingly drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, upon his arrival and subsequent takeover of Nagato's body, refusing to join the Akatsuki, Obito had already initiated the hunt for the tailed beasts. In fact, the Akatsuki had already been established by this point. The reason for the delay in their pursuit of the tailed beasts is that Nagato could not fully summon the Outer Path Golem. Even if he could, it would not remain for long. Since Yunfan inherently possesses the Rinnegan, after merging with Nagato's body, he can summon the Outer Path Golem as an independent entity. Otherwise, Obito would not be able to seal the golem. It is precisely because Obito holds the Outer Path Golem that the hunt for the tailed beasts has commenced. Naturally, Yunfan is oblivious to these developments. He believes the events will unfold exactly as he remembers from the Naruto series. This is the butterfly effect. With the mere flutter of a wing, the course and outcome are gradually altered. The next day, in the morning, Konan visited the hospital room, glancing in on Yunfan, who was deep in slumber, before quietly departing. At 10 in the morning, Konan returned to the room and noticed that Yunfan was still asleep. She chose not to disturb him and left once more. By midday, Yunfan had yet to awaken. Finally, in the afternoon, he opened his eyes, exhaling a contented sigh. He had slept exceptionally well. Sitting up in bed, he stretched and realized, I can move. It is time to head to the Hokage Tower to seek out the third Hokage and request his assistance in locating Jiraiya. As Yunfan changed out of his hospital gown and into the summer clothes and pants that Jiraiya had purchased for him, a simple white shirt, khaki trousers, and white sneakers, he carried a distinctive aura of his own, despite retaining Nagato's appearance. This is why Konan perceives Nagato as transformed. The essence of a person is unique to each individual. Yunfan approached the sink, unwrapped a disposable toothbrush, and brushed his teeth before washing up. A rumbling sound echoed from his stomach. "Oh no, I'm hungry again," Yunfan lamented, troubled by his lack of money to purchase food from the hospital cafeteria. Of course, he could venture outside to eat, provided he had the funds. Suddenly, he noticed something in his pants pocket. He felt a bulge and, upon reaching in, discovered the texture of paper. Pulling it out, he revealed several red bills. A quick estimate suggested there were over 1,000 yen. It must have been Konan who placed it there. Truly, she is a wealthy lady. Whistling, Yunfan exited the hospital room, eager to indulge in a sumptuous lunch now that he finally had money. Chapter 49, A Warm Heart. With a fortune of 1,000 yen, Yunfan walked with an air of indifference. This was the inpatient area, where the rooms were clearly numbered. He observed that many of the rooms were empty, though a few still bore the names of patients outside their doors. Most were lower-ranking ninjas from other nations, likely injured during the Chunin exams in the Forest of Death and now receiving treatment at Konoha Hospital, Yunfan surmised. As he continued walking, he spotted a familiar name on one of the doors, Uchiha Sasuke. "Is that you, Naruto?" Yunfan thought, noticing the door slightly ajar, indicating that someone was visiting Sasuke. This Naruto, having grown up with a bit of eccentricity, Yunfan shook his head, contemplating whether to share Itachi's thoughts with Sasuke. Itachi, a devoted brother, had made some questionable choices in his upbringing, leading to unnecessary troubles. When Sasuke had killed Itachi, he could never have imagined the extent of his brother's leniency. Otherwise, he might have naively believed himself invincible, intending to reshape the world. Had Itachi not been revived through Edo Tensei, and had he clarified matters, Sasuke might have naively pursued his delusions, potentially leading to the world's destruction, all while remaining oblivious. Furthermore, as the reincarnation of Indra Otsutsuki, Sasuke held significant importance. If he did not awaken in time, Naruto alone would not be able to contend with the likes of Madara, let alone the resurrection of Kaguya. I wonder if the God Tree seal has been lifted? No, the seal remains intact, according to Uncle Ichiraku's words. He seems to be the key to the God Tree seal, which is why he remains confined to the ramen shop. As long as he does not leave its vicinity, the seal cannot be broken. Could it be that something even more powerful than Kaguya is sealed within the God Tree? The thought sent chills down Yunfan's spine. Standing still, he contemplated the implications of Uncle Ichiraku's hints. Although limited in detail, Yunfan was no fool. Even if his intellect isn't extraordinary, the memories of his past life in Naruto provide him with a framework for analysis, making it all the more straightforward. Wait a moment. If the God Tree seal hasn't been lifted, then how can Kaguya have been resurrected? No, I was mistaken. I have fallen into a fixed pattern of thought. Kaguya's resurrection is unrelated to the God Tree. But how did she come back? This question is not of utmost importance. What matters is that the seal on the God Tree must not be compromised, as it may contain beings more formidable than Kaguya. As Yunfan contemplated this, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Just then, the door to the hospital room creaked open. Yunfan, big brother, you're awake? Naruto exclaimed, spotting Yunfan lost in thought outside the door. Yunfan shook off his musings, wiped the sweat from his brow, and replied with a smile, I'm nearly recovered. By the way, what brings you to the hospital? I came to check on Sasuke now that he is awake, and then I'll visit you, big brother Yunfan. Naruto conveyed his intentions. These two certainly share a deep bond, Yunfan thought with a hint of sarcasm. I'm almost back to full health. Let us go. This time, I'll treat you to ramen, Yunfan declared, reveling in his newfound wealth. Awesome, Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Thus, Yunfan and Naruto walked side by side. After strolling for a short distance, a dashing young man with a strikingly stylish hairstyle approached them, silver hair, a black mask, and a well-proportioned physique. Who else could it be but Kakashi Hitaki? Hey, Naruto, good afternoon. Kakashi greeted cheerfully. Subsequently, Kakashi Hitaki turned his gaze towards Yunfan and extended his hand, stating, I am Kakashi Hitaki. Yunfan shook hands with Kakashi. With a carefree smile, Kakashi remarked, Jiraiya told me a different name. Yunfan chuckled in response, saying, Names are inconsequential. For instance, you need not be called Kakashi Hitaki. You could just as well be known as the copy ninja Kakashi. Indeed, Kakashi replied, his smile radiating warmth. One cannot deny that this fellow possesses a certain charm. Even I find him captivating, let alone the girls. A sigh escaped Yunfan's heart. In my previous life, I was known as Yinzu, but it seems that title is destined to change hands. Kakashi, it's past 3, let us have some tea. Yunfan suggested, there are matters I must discuss with you. Kakashi responded with a grin. Of course, how could one refuse tea when invited? However, I must take Sasuke for training soon, to prepare for the 3rd phase of the Chunin exams. Ah, and Naruto shall be entrusted to you, my brother Yunfan. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, it's unfair that you only take Sasuke for training and not me. Naruto Uzumaki huffed, clearly displeased. I apologize, Naruto, but I too wish to take you along. However, I cannot teach you new jutsu just yet, Kakashi explained apologetically. The foundational training for Team 7 has concluded, and any new jutsu must be acquired through personal effort or from someone willing to teach you. Alas, Naruto, your only technique at present is the shadow clone jutsu, which poses a challenge for me to teach you. I'm off then. Brother Yunfan, next time we meet, I shall treat you to tea. Kakashi waved farewell to the two as he entered Sasuke Uchiha's hospital room. Big brother Yunfan, when will the pervy sage teach me? Naruto asked eagerly, unwilling to lag behind Sasuke. In a couple of days, there's no need to rush. The 3rd phase of the Chunin exams is still over a month away. Now, let us go have some ramen, Yunfan declared. Yes, ramen first. At the mere mention of food, Naruto momentarily forgot his training aspirations. Yunfan led Naruto to complete his discharge procedures. Initially, Yunfan believed the 1,000 ryo tucked into his pocket by Konan covered the costs for the 2nd day of hospitalization, although the 1st day's fee had already been paid. The 2nd day still required settlement. Upon seeing the discharge paperwork, Yunfan felt a warmth in his heart. Just 2 hours prior, Konan had come to collect the fee for the 2nd day of hospitalization. Naruto, let us go eat ramen. Order as much as you want. It's on me, Yunfan declared, waving his hand as if he were an affluent tycoon. Chapter 50, The Determination to Fight. Yunfan and Naruto Uzumaki arrived at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen. This time, Yunfan was not ensnared in an illusion by Uncle Ichiraku, nor did he engage in any underhanded tactics. Presently, Yunfan still found Uncle Ichiraku's words somewhat perplexing, to put it plainly. This world of Hokage was far more complex than he had previously imagined. However, one thing became increasingly clear to Yunfan. Uncle Ichiraku could not leave his ramen shop, as doing so would precipitate a calamity of monumental proportions. Yunfan grew ever more convinced that the god tree sealed away individuals of immense power, potentially surpassing even Kagaya Otsutsuki. As Yunfan and Naruto entered Ichiraku Ramen, the beautiful waitress greeted, "Naruto, you're back again. Pretty waitress, give me 10 bowls of ramen." This time, big brother Yunfan is treating. Naruto grinned widely. The waitress replied, "Sure, no problem." She glanced at Yunfan and inquired, "Hello, Yunfan. What type of ramen would you like?" "Just the same as Naruto," Yunfan replied. "All right." The waitress entered the kitchen. "Yosh." Uncle Ichiraku's deep voice echoed from within. Naruto sat at the table, eagerly awaiting his meal, while Yunfan remained calm, patiently waiting. Before long, a steaming bowl of ramen was placed before both Yunfan and Naruto. "Take your time. There's plenty more in the kitchen, since you both ordered the same." "It lightens my workload," Uncle Ichiraku remarked. While Yunfan recognized that Uncle Ichiraku was no ordinary man, he treated him as a regular person, ordering ramen and engaging in normal conversation. Half an hour later, Yunfan and Naruto, with their bellies full, departed Ichiraku Ramen contentedly. "Big brother Yunfan, teach me some jutsu. It's only 2:30 in the afternoon," Naruto urged. "Well, I cannot teach you new techniques," Yunfan replied directly. "My jutsu stem from the power of the Rinnegan, and I cannot impart that to you, Naruto. With Sasuke under Kakashi's tutelage, I cannot fall behind. I need to learn new jutsu," Naruto proclaimed, clenching his fist. "New jutsu?" If Jiraiya were to teach Naruto any new techniques, it would likely be the summoning jutsu and the Rasengan. If only Jiraiya-sensei were here to continue teaching Naruto, perhaps he could master the Rasengan before the Chunin exams. After all, Jiraiya taught Naruto the summoning jutsu, and then left the hidden leaf to investigate Orochimaru's whereabouts. If Naruto masters the Rasengan, then during the third phase of the Chunin exams, he will undoubtedly be the brightest star on the battlefield. I wonder if I could learn the Rasengan myself. I should try it someday. When Jiraiya-sensei returns, I'll have him teach Naruto the Rasengan first. The summoning jutsu can wait. With me here. Even if Gaara transforms into a tailed beast, it won't be a significant issue. Yunfan repressed his thoughts and said, "Naruto, I'm heading to the Hokage Tower." "What do you need to see that pervy old man for?" Naruto inquired. Yunfan paused for a moment, realizing that the third Hokage was indeed another lecherous old man. Much like Jiraiya, could it be that like master, like disciple? Yunfan chuckled, just a matter to attend to. Afterward, Yunfan bid farewell to Naruto and made his way alone to the Hokage Tower. The Hokage Tower served as the administrative building, standing 5 stories tall, overseeing all affairs of the village. The 5th floor housed the Hokage's office. From the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, one could behold a significant portion of the Hidden Leaf Village. Above the 5th floor, there was a platform adorned with statues of the previous Hokages. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Hokage Tower, Yunfan encountered 2 Chunin guards stationed there. "Do you have business at the Hokage Tower?" one of the Chunin inquired. Yunfan replied, "I need to speak with the 3rd Hokage. Just tell him that a person named Yunfan is here to see him." "Very well, I'll notify him." The Chunin responded, utilizing a ninja sprint to ascend the walls and swiftly reach the 5th floor. Before long, he returned, not even out of breath, and announced, "The 3rd Hokage is available to meet you. You may proceed to the 5th floor." Yunfan nodded in acknowledgement. He ascended the stairs leisurely, making his way from the 1st to the 5th floor. "Honestly, making me wait so long. Don't you know ninjas can scale walls?" The now gray-haired 3rd Hokage remarked upon seeing Yunfan enter. "I feel that the ninja sprint is rather cliché," Yunfan replied. "Last time, I was brought here in custody, so today I intend to observe the structure of the Hokage Tower." Indeed, Yunfan noted much. Each floor was bustling with ninjas diligently performing their respective duties. The 3rd Hokage chuckled lightly, asking, "So, what brings you here?" "Konan mentioned you wish to become a ninja of the Hidden Leaf?" Yunfan nodded, declaring, "Yes, I am willing to dedicate myself to the organization." The 3rd Hokage let out a sigh of relief, expressing that someone as eloquent as you is indeed a coveted talent for the village of Konoha. Yunfan responded, and the 3rd Hokage continued, stating that your information had been duly recorded and that it awaited your consent. "Since you have chosen to join Konoha as a ninja, I shall submit your records for their validation." The 3rd Hokage, seated at his desk, called out, "Come in." A ninja stationed outside rushed in, inquiring about his orders. "Take this document to the Ninja Personnel Department for filing," the 3rd Hokage instructed, handing over the paperwork. "Yes," replied the ninja, taking the documents and departing. The 3rd Hokage smiled. "Very well, Yunfan. Welcome to the ranks of Konoha's Jonin." Yunfan inquired about the salary for a Jonin. The third Hokage replied, "The base salary is 10,000 Ryo, and exceptional performance in missions will yield substantial bonuses." Yunfan thought to himself, wow, the salary for a Jonin is quite impressive. Even the base pay exceeds 10,000 Ryo. He then asked about the working hours, curious if it would resemble the notorious 996 work schedule. The third Hokage chuckled. Jonin are elite ninjas. Some may take on the role of instructors for Chunin. However, if you prefer not to teach, that is perfectly fine as well. Generally, unless in emergencies, the schedule is quite flexible. Yunfan couldn't believe his luck. His dream of earning a living while being at ease had materialized in this world. With a beaming smile, he declared, "I am willing to face any danger for the organization." Recalling his purpose for being there, Yunfan spoke, "Third Hokage, could you assign some personnel to locate Master Jiraiya?" The third Hokage responded, "Orochimaru seems to be plotting something in the Land of Fire, and Jiraiya has gone to investigate the leads." Yunfan couldn't help but internally comment, "It was Jiraiya's investigation that led to your demise." He stated directly, "I know what Orochimaru intends to do. He plans to execute his scheme to annihilate Konoha during the third phase of the Chunin exams." The third Hokage scoffed, "If he dares to come, I shall not hesitate to eliminate him. I spared him last time out of respect for our teacher-student bond, but I shall not do so again." Yunfan sighed inwardly, realizing the third Hokage's overconfidence. He was unaware that Orochimaru had become immortal and could summon the dead to fight, such as the first and second Hokage. Yunfan wished to prevent the third Hokage from falling victim to Orochimaru. If anyone loved Naruto Uzumaki before he met Jiraiya, aside from Iruka, it was undoubtedly the third Hokage. However, the third Hokage was perpetually busy, often finding time to chat with Naruto only when providing him with pocket money. If Naruto were to succumb to darkness, no one could blame him. Nevertheless, despite knowing that most villagers despised him, Naruto continued to love this world, thanks to a few key individuals. The first was the third Hokage, whose generosity made Naruto feel valued. The second was Konohamaru, whose admiration instilled in Naruto a sense of being revered. The third was Iruka, whose words inspired Naruto to pursue the path of eloquence. The fourth was Team 7. Regardless of their quarrels, they never judged Naruto by his origins. The fifth was Jiraiya, who essentially raised Naruto, embodying both mentor and father figure. These individuals held significant places in Naruto's heart, allowing him to maintain an optimistic love for the world. Thus, Yunfan was determined to prevent the third Hokage from being killed by Orochimaru. Without him, Naruto would have long harbored hatred for the world, potentially leading to its destruction. The third Hokage's initial actions paved the way for Naruto to meet Konohamaru, Iruka, Team 7, and Jiraiya. Returning to the matter at hand, Yunfan suggested, "Third Hokage, it would be prudent to retrieve Jiraiya. It should not be too difficult for you. Given that this world possessed phones and computers, despite the impracticality of carrying ninja tools, communication with Jiraiya should be feasible." The third Hokage nodded, "It's not a problem. Jiraiya is nearby in the Land of Fire. I can send a communication ninja to reach out to others, making it easy to locate him." Yunfan agreed. "If you manage to contact Master Jiraiya, please inform him that I have leads on Orochimaru and urge him to return to Konoha." Indeed, relying on the organization and the nation was essential for finding people. The third Hokage remained skeptical, stating, "You claim that Orochimaru will come to Konoha to destroy it. If he dares to approach, I will ensure he does not return." It seemed Yunfan could only remark, "Orochimaru has achieved immortality." The third Hokage paused. "How do you know this?" Yunfan replied, "Orochimaru has always been fascinated by forbidden research, including immortality and resurrection. As his teacher, you are well aware of this. However, while his body may be immortal, his soul can still be destroyed." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage felt regret and anger, exclaiming, "I should never have let him go." Yunfan sighed. "Had you known then what you do now, you would not have released Orochimaru. By doing so, you inadvertently gave him an opportunity. After all, humans are creatures of emotion, not devoid of compassion." The third Hokage slumped back in his chair, closing his eyes, and eventually stated, "I will bring Jiraiya back. With Orochimaru's immortality, if Jiraiya assists me, I am confident we can eliminate him." Yunfan cautioned, "Life is precious. Please do not act recklessly, third Hokage." He understood that the third Hokage intended to use the Reaper Death Seal to consume Orochimaru's soul. Reflecting on immortality, Yunfan thought of Haiden. The Reaper Death Seal would likely be ineffective against him, as both his body and soul were in a state of immortality. The third Hokage's tone grew somber. "At my age, it's time to atone for the sins of my past." Initially, the third Hokage had merely crippled Orochimaru's hands, but with Yunfan and Jiraiya by his side, he could indeed succeed in taking Orochimaru's life in exchange for his own. Yunfan hoped the third Hokage would not be so impulsive. It was time for him to enjoy his later years. He still had a son, Asuma Sarutobi. Soon, Asuma and Kurenai would have a child. Allowing the third Hokage to embrace his grandchild, witness Naruto become Hokage, and confront Orochimaru. There was no need for such sacrifice. It simply wasn't worth it. With a heavy sigh, Yunfan set aside his thoughts, exchanged a few more words with the third Hokage, and then departed. He felt compelled to dissuade the third Hokage from the notion of a fatal confrontation with Orochimaru, as his emotional ties made it impossible. Whether it was his son Asuma or his two disciples, Jiraiya and Tsunade, Yunfan resolved to wait for Jiraiya's return to discuss these matters with him, hoping he could persuade the third Hokage to abandon such perilous intentions. Chapter 51. A new dormitory after leaving the Hokage Tower. Yunfan went to the inn to retrieve another set of clothing purchased by Jiraiya. Jiraiya purchased 2 sets of summer attire for Yunfan, who subsequently returned the 2 rooms he had rented. Now that Yunfan has ascended to the rank of a Jonin in Konoha, he naturally possesses a residence within the Jonin dormitory area, serving as his sanctuary for rest and slumber. Shounen shares the same privilege, rendering the necessity of maintaining 2 rented rooms superfluous, thus avoiding unnecessary expenditure. Although Yunfan has officially become a Konoha ninja and collected his first salary of 10,000 ryo from the financial department, he remains prudent with his finances. Despite possessing a substantial sum, which affords him the luxury of purchasing an array of clothing and receiving 2 sets of Jonin uniforms and ninja footwear, he still exercises restraint. That evening, at 7 o'clock, Yunfan arrived at the Jonin dormitory area, situated conveniently near the Hokage building, allowing for prompt responses to any unforeseen circumstances. The area is lined with meticulously crafted, modest 2-story wooden houses, exuding an air of elegance. The overall aesthetic of the Jonin dormitory area evokes the charm of quaint Japanese cottages, resembling not accommodations for staff, but rather beautiful lodgings for vacationers. As Yunfan traversed the winding paths, he utilized the access card provided by the Konoha Personnel Department, which bore the number 1111. He paused, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. Although he understood that it signified Building 11 in District 11, the numerical designation felt unsettling. Suppressing his unease, he continued his search. Due to the systematic arrangement of the houses, he swiftly located 1111. Passing by 1110, he curiously glanced at who his neighbor might be. Hatake Kakashi. Well then, I have become neighbors with the esteemed Kakashi, Yunfan mused silently. Barring any unforeseen events, such as death, he would likely remain in close proximity to Kakashi for an extended period. The dormitory residences are not typically reassigned unless the current occupants pass away or are reassigned elsewhere, such as due to promotion or demotion, which would necessitate relocation from the Jonin dormitory. In matters of romance and family, the regulations are equally straightforward. Should one enter a relationship, especially with a female ninja or resident, they cannot reside in the opposite gender's dormitory. If both parties are unconcerned, and the female visits the male, it is likely that Kakashi would be the first to offer a suggestive grin. Generally, romantic pursuits can be managed, but should they culminate in marriage and children, it becomes essential to procure a dedicated residence within the village. Upon gaining a clearer understanding of these intricacies, Yunfan couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, the struggle for housing remains a universal plight." He glanced at Kakashi's dwelling, noting the lights were dimmed. Likely, he was engrossed in tirelessly mentoring Sasuke. Retrieving his attention, Yunfan approached his own wooden abode, entered, and activated the access card with a beep. Verification successful. Registering residence information. Personnel Department file verification complete. Yunfan, welcome to Unit 1111. A series of mechanical female voices echoed from the speaker. Subsequently, the double doors swung open, inviting him inside. Goodness. The technological advancements in the Hokage world are quite astonishing. Yunfan marveled, momentarily taken aback. Why am I so surprised? My path as a warrior has also intertwined with mechanized ninjutsu. Regaining his composure, he stepped inside, and the door closed automatically behind him. Since Yunfan has fully harnessed the powers of the 6 paths, his abilities indeed transcend modern technology, ushering in an era akin to his semi-mechanical age. Currently, only 2 individuals possess such advanced ninjutsu, himself and Orochimaru, who controls the core technologies. The difference lies in their usage. Orochimaru has engineered these techniques, while Yunfan draws them from within. The reason Yunfan can wield such techniques likely stems from the modifications made to the Rinnegan by Uchiha Madara, which were then implanted into Nagato. enabling their fusion and subsequent access to these powers. Unbeknownst to Yunfan, the mechanics of his prowess are secondary to his desires for rest and gaming. He surveyed the layout, appreciating the familiar Japanese aesthetic, complete with a kitchen, bathroom, living room, sofa, television, and water dispenser, amenities essential for hosting guests. Ascending to the second floor, he discovered 2 rooms, a larger bedroom and a smaller study. Upon inspecting both, he found the bedroom furnished with a comfortable 2-meter bed, complete with an en-suite bathroom and a fully equipped washroom, including a water heater, shower, and sink. In contrast, the study contained merely a desk and a chair, with a few blank journals strewn atop the surface. The absence of a computer left Yunfan disheartened. He realized that purchasing a computer would deplete his funds for a phone. This house seems to have been constructed with cost-cutting measures in mind. Why are all other facilities complete, yet the study is devoid of essential items? Surely, a computer should be included, Yunfan mused, casting suspicion on the workers at the Hokage building. In truth, ninjas do not require computers or phones. The journals serve to document daily training results or task summaries. Even though the living room boasts a television, it is seldom used by any ninja in the dormitory, merely serving as decorative embellishment. Clearly, Yunfan was unaware of these conventions. Having left the dormitory, he set off to purchase a computer. Chapter 52, Penniless. Seriously, what's the point of installing an internet line without a computer? Yunfan grumbled as he made his way to the bustling marketplace in the heart of Konoha. Earlier, he had noticed an internet port in the study's outlet, designated specifically for connecting a line. Ninjas adhere to a strict code that prohibits them from carrying phones during missions, as this could expose their location to enemy ninjas with sensory abilities. Such enemies could even manipulate the signal to detonate the phone, posing a risk to its owner. The provision of a television and internet connection in the ninja dormitory is contingent upon personal preference. While both devices can potentially create hazards, as long as one remains within the protective barriers established in Konoha, such incidents can be prevented. But what if the barrier fails? What then? Of course, one would simply indulge in a feast. If the barrier cannot withstand an attack, there is no point in delaying the inevitable. Just as Pain's 6 paths aggressively invaded Konoha, shattering the protective barrier and declaring their dominance before obliterating the village with a single move, Shinra Tensei. There is no need to manipulate any network cables or mobile signals. Detonating a mobile phone or computer is far too cumbersome. Every ninja is acutely aware of these circumstances. In fact, Yunfan has inquired with professionals out of curiosity and has garnered sufficient understanding. Yet, he remains unable to suppress his desires. The absence of a computer and a mobile phone renders him profoundly unhappy, something you simply cannot comprehend. Therefore, upon acquiring a residence of his own, albeit state-owned, it felt fundamentally like his own. Thus, it was imperative for him to possess a computer in his room. It pertains to the happiness of a homebody. Yunfan made his way to the bustling center of Konoha village, where the lights shimmered brilliantly, resembling a city that never sleeps. The streets teemed with life, populated by ninjas and children, those aspiring to become genin, as well as ordinary residents and their offspring. In the words of Yunfan's previous life, it exemplified a harmonious bond between the military and the civilian populace, devoid of distinctions. After all, ninja essentially translates to soldier. Uncertain, Yunfan approached passers-by to inquire where he might procure a computer. Fearing ridicule from his peers, he refrained from donning his ninja uniform, despite its impressive appearance, something he had long yearned for in his former life. However, acquiring a computer took precedence. He imagined the potential consequences of wearing the uniform. It was highly probable that the proprietor of the computer shop would dismiss him or even berate him, exclaiming, "What business does a ninja have purchasing a computer? Shouldn't you spend that money on ninja tools instead?" Even if Yunfan chose not to wear the uniform but adorned the Konoha headband, the outcome would likely be the same. As a ninja, the headband is an obligatory accessory. While one may forego the uniform, the headband must not be absent. Neglecting to wear it could lead to being treated as a traitor. Fortunately, Yunfan had merely registered his information and had not yet officially become a Konoha ninja. Thus, no one recognized him as such. Therefore, he felt no qualms about foregoing the headband for today. However, tomorrow would be different. He needed to attend a colleague meeting to introduce himself to the other ninjas as a newly appointed jonin named Yunfan. After consulting several locals, he arrived at the computer district, filled with a myriad of shops and brands, such as Ningxiang, Huashua, and Daer. As he passed the first computer store, the proprietor, recognizing a potential customer, eagerly rushed out to intercept Yunfan, exclaiming, "Young brother, are you in the market for a computer?" Wiping away the spittle on his face, Yunfan glanced at the rotund shopkeeper and replied, Your enthusiasm is rather overwhelming. I'm merely concerned you might be taken advantage of by others. Worry not. The shopkeeper insisted. Worry not. I'm not even sure what you're talking about. I just want to play basketball, Yunfan said expressionlessly. What on earth? Enough of that. Come. Let me show you some fine products. The shopkeeper tugged at Yunfan, pulling him inside his store. Wait, is this strong-arming? Yunfan thought as he allowed himself to be led inside. You said this was voluntary. Inside, a vast array of computer towers, components, motherboards, monitors, and more awaited, including fully assembled computers prominently displayed on the counter for customers to peruse. Would you like to see the configuration list, or shall I explain it to you? The shopkeeper chimed, beaming. Let us skip the explanation, Yunfan replied. Just show me the configuration list. Of course, no problem. The shopkeeper hurried to the cash register, retrieving several categorized configuration lists, one for motherboards, one for memory modules, one for power supplies, one for graphics cards, and so on. Yunfan took them all, swiftly reviewing the contents, and quickly grasped the information. Although the brand names in the Hokage world differed, the versioning system was quite similar to that of his previous life. For instance, the pairing of motherboards and processors, such as the 2nd Generation 8 series, 2nd Generation 11 series, and 2nd Generation 13 series, was consistent. 2nd Generation? Could it be that the inventor of the motherboard is the 2nd Hokage? Yunfan asked. The shopkeeper nodded enthusiastically. You're quite astute, young lad. You're absolutely correct. He almost forgot. The 2nd Hokage was indeed the pioneer of technological innovation, while Orochimaru merely followed in the 2nd Hokage's footsteps, adapting and evolving those ideas, Yunfan mused. Suddenly, he recalled what the mobile shopkeeper had told him previously. If the computer processor was invented by the 2nd Hokage, then the mobile processor, known as Shanlong, must have been developed by the Yamashiro clan, drawing inspiration from the 2nd Hokage's technology. While the details may differ, the essence remained unchanged. He could discern the quality of the configurations at a glance. After a while, he declared, I've made my decision. Please assemble these components into a computer case for me. Absolutely, the shopkeeper replied with delight. Thus, the proprietor gathered the motherboard, processor, memory, power supply, and other components as Yunfan selected a case that boasted optimal ventilation and transparency, so that the LED lights would shine brilliantly and beautifully while the computer was in operation. Sounds good, the shopkeeper said, and he commenced the assembly process. Despite the shopkeeper's ample physique, his hands moved with remarkable agility. In less than half an hour, the assembly was complete. Practice makes perfect, Yunfan thought, admiring the shopkeeper's speed. In the end, Yunfan opted for an HDR monitor and requested the shopkeeper to package both the computer and monitor into a box. After the shopkeeper finished, Yunfan paid the total of 499 ryo. Indeed, Yunfan had depleted his entire salary, having also spent the 1,000 ryo that Xiaonan had given him that morning, leaving him with only a handful of coins, effectively penniless. With the computer tower perched on his right shoulder and the monitor balanced on his left, he exited the computer store, ready to return to his dormitory. Yet, unexpectedly, on his way back, he encountered Xiaonan and Yashitai Akane, two young women leisurely strolling through the streets. Chapter 53, Misunderstanding. Yunfan, happily carrying the boxes containing his computer tower and monitor towards the dormitory area, felt a sense of joy despite being out of money. The happiness of a man had been attained. As he exited the computer district and entered the vibrant streets filled with numerous snack stalls and clothing shops, he became part of the bustling crowd, couples enjoying their outings, ninjas completing their missions, and families out for a leisurely stroll. No one seemed to take notice of the towering boxes Yunfan carried, which, while conspicuous, went unacknowledged. Being unnoticed suits me just fine, Yunfan thought, outwardly maintaining an air of normalcy while inwardly reveling in his delight. He quickened his pace, eager to return to the dormitory. However, he soon spotted two graceful women standing before a stall selling grilled octopus balls, animatedly discussing their orders. The vendor responded with an enthusiastic okay, and began expertly grilling the octopus balls. As the odor of the cooking delicacies wafted through the air, the octopus balls transformed from their raw state into crispy yet tender morsels, enticing all who passed by. Xiaonan, now that you're in Konoha, there are so many delicious foods you haven't yet discovered. This grilled octopus ball stall is fantastic. I frequent it often, Yashitai Akane remarked, wiping her mouth as she gazed at the delectable treats on the grill. Red Bean, you've ordered far too much. Even if you're treating, there's no need to order excessively. I don't eat that much, Xiaonan remarked with a hint of a smile on her face. Upon seeing Xiaonan's smile, Yusho Washi Red Bean felt a wave of relief wash over her and responded, that's the right attitude, Xiaonan. You see, You possess good looks and a fine figure. Yet you seldom smile. Isn't that a waste of heaven's blessings? The past has become mere memories. Eat what must be eaten. The last time, that guy Asuma saw me eating and kindly reminded me that I would end up like dingy, solid and stout all over. I truly wanted to give Asuma a good beating. How did he manage to win over Red? His manner of speaking is far from pleasant. Too much of a straightforward man. I've eaten so much, yet my figure hasn't changed much. Although I may not compare to you, Xiaonan, the difference isn't significant. So don't worry about it. Eating a bit more is nothing to fret over. With so many delicious foods in Konoha, how can one survive on just a little each day? Yusho Washi Red Bean never strays far from the topic of food. Xiaonan chuckled. All right then. I'll indulge a bit more today, especially since I haven't eaten much. After saying this, Xiaonan seemed to notice something and turned her gaze toward the bustling street. Yunfan, with two tall cardboard boxes perched on his shoulder, quietly retreated, intending to find another route to the Jonin dormitory area. Regardless, the paths are interconnected. It merely means a longer distance to traverse. When Xiaonan's gaze fell upon him, Yunfan's eyes met hers for a fleeting moment. Upon seeing him carrying the two boxes, Xiaonan's expression faltered slightly, and she quickly averted her gaze. Yunfan managed an awkward smile. Xiaonan must have surmised that he had spent his salary on a computer. Would this lead her to believe he was neglecting his duties? Oh well, what's done is done. Having navigated through the vast empire of food in his previous life, Yunfan was well acquainted with the importance of maintaining a hardened heart. Moreover, he understood that he and Xiaonan were at best merely acquaintances. Yunfan wouldn't indulge in the delusion that merely saving Xiaonan would lead to her affection. The reason he chose to save her in the Rain Village was not solely based on her beauty. While that was indeed a factor, fundamentally, he did not wish for Xiaonan to meet her demise. Upon discovering Yahiko's death and Nagato's loss of consciousness, as well as the truth of Jiraiya's fate, Xiaonan had already resigned herself to the prospect of death. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has ceased to hope. Thus, Yunfan felt compelled to reveal the truth about Jiraiya to Xiaonan, clarifying that he was not the perpetrator of the village's slaughter. It was Uchiha Obito who was the accomplice. While Uchiha Madara orchestrated the entire scheme, Uchiha Madara had meticulously planned everything, confident that Nagato, once he activated the Rinnegan, would harbor a profound hatred for Jiraiya and this world. Therefore, Nagato's resurrection was a foregone conclusion. Uchiha Madara believed that as long as Uchiha Obito adhered to his plans, Nagato would undoubtedly revive him. For Uchiha Madara informed Obito that Nagato would loathe this world, believing even his beloved mentor Jiraiya to be a heartless villain, which would lead him to desire the world's destruction. At this juncture, all that was needed was to inform Nagato that the outer path, Samsara technique, could resurrect a cataclysmic demon, one that would wreak havoc upon the world. In doing so, once Nagato activated the Rinnegan, driven by his animosity, he would likely employ the Samsara technique, and that demon would be Uchiha Madara himself. It must be said that Uchiha Madara's scheme was remarkably flawless. Not only did he acquire the Rinnegan's outer path, Golem, but he could also resurrect himself. When the formidable Uchiha Madara returned, no one in the world would stand against him. Capturing the tailed beast from 1 to 9 would be as effortless for Uchiha Madara as eating and drinking. However, Uchiha Obito did not strictly adhere to Madara's plans, as he aspired to create a world where Rin could exist. Thus, he did not wish to resurrect Uchiha Madara and slightly altered the plan, believing he needed manpower. Uchiha Obito founded the Akatsuki organization. Once Nagato activated the Rinnegan, he intended for him to lead the Akatsuki while he operated from the shadows, orchestrating everything. Uchiha Obito did not want Rin to discover that he had orchestrated everything upon her revival. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be profoundly saddened. Uchiha Obito was well acquainted with Rin's character. However, Uchiha Obito's elaborate plans were thwarted by the arrival of Yunfan, the time traveler. Uchiha Obito was compelled to take matters into his own hands, commencing the hunt for the tailed beasts and implementing his Grand Moon Eye plan. Returning to the main topic, despite knowing the plot, Yunfan was unaware of these intricate plans. He merely understood that Uchiha Madara was the instigator and Uchiha Obito the accomplice. In any case, Jiraiya was not the murderer of the village. Yet, for Yunfan, that was sufficient. Presently, Xiaonan not only cherished Konoha but also bore no heavy sorrows. A girl who loves to smile is undeniably more beautiful. As Xiaonan averted her gaze, Yunfan brazenly nodded at her in greeting. When he noticed Xiaonan ignoring him, he seized the opportunity to hasten his retreat, eager to distance himself from her and Yusho Washi Red Bean's line of sight. Xiaonan, however, seemed unfazed. Even if she knew he had purchased a computer and was neglecting his training and physical conditioning, she wouldn't voice any complaints. After all, her skills were primarily in long-range casting and summoning techniques. Why bother with close combat? Yet, Red Bean was different. Tomorrow, during the self-introduction, if Red Bean discovered that he had bought a computer and that they became colleagues, while he wouldn't face punishment, as there was no rule against ninjas using computers, his likability would undoubtedly plummet. Becoming a ninja comes with a singular purpose: to train, to cultivate, and to grow stronger. Clearly, Yunfan had violated the ninja ethos. It was akin to breaching the customs of this world. Either refrain from becoming a ninja, or if one does, one must train to enhance their strength. Protecting home and country. Hence, Yunfan could not allow Red Bean to catch sight of him. Yet, he was soon discovered. Oh, Xiaonan. Isn't that the guy you often chatter about? Yusho Washi. Red Bean noticed Xiaonan's unusual behavior and turned to look, spotting the conspicuous Yunfan. She then inquired of Xiaonan. Yunfan continued to retreat, with passers-by dodging this peculiar individual. After stepping back a considerable distance, just as he intended to turn around and hastily leave the street, he heard Yusho Washi Red Bean pursuing him. She grasped his arm. You must have seen Xiaonan. How could you just run off without saying hello? Yunfan had no choice but to halt, turning around to reply, Haha, I've already greeted her. Men are never honest. I stood with Xiaonan the entire time. Do you think I wouldn't know if I greeted her? Yusho Washi Red Bean regarded Yunfan as though he were a fool. She then turned to look at Xiaonan, who approached gracefully, asking, Xiaonan, did he just greet you? Xiaonan did not respond to Red Bean's question but stated, Red Bean, let him go. Men need proper training. If it weren't for seeing you so preoccupied with this guy, we have plenty of single men in Konoha, like Kakashi Hitaki, who has been single for who knows how long. Yusho Washi Red Bean adopted a tone of teaching. Training? Yunfan believed that a man should possess a certain fortitude. Thus, he turned to face Yusho Washi Hongdo and declared resolutely, How can a true man be subjected to training? I merely purchased a computer. Have I committed an egregious sin? Hongdo responded, somewhat incredulously, What are you talking about? Aren't you a ninja? Why would you buy a computer? Isn't it permissible to play games? Yunfan replied candidly. Of course, no one has said otherwise, Hongdo remarked casually. Yunfan paused, momentarily bewildered. Isn't it said that ninjas cannot use phones or computers? Hongdo replied, As soon as we enter ninja school, we are prohibited from using phones and computers to avoid distractions from our studies. After all, the knowledge we ninjas acquire differs significantly from that of ordinary individuals. If one does not diligently train to become stronger, why even attend ninja school? Moreover, parents cannot compel their children to choose a specific school. The decision rests solely with the children, based on their preferences. Those who wish to attend ninja school do so with the aspiration of becoming ninjas, and over time, it has become customary for ninjas to refrain from using phones and computers. You are so strong, which indicates your dedication. Playing on the computer is perfectly fine. Are you afraid we might harm you? Hongdo explained in a flurry. Yunfan was taken aback. So, I can buy a phone or a computer without worry. Indeed. No one will say anything against it, Hongdo confirmed with a nod. Ah, so I had misunderstood everything. Yunfan finally grasped the situation's context. The phone owner's remarks were akin to Hongdo's, albeit less detailed, leading to his misinterpretation. Xiaonan's objections to him purchasing a phone or computer stemmed from her desire for him to focus on rigorous training, as she had envisioned him becoming Hokage even then. Consequently, he had erroneously believed that acquiring a computer or phone was an act of rebellion against the ninja code. Hongdo clarified further. The ninja regulations state that we cannot use phones while on missions, fearing exposure. However, there is no prohibition against using them during other times. Understood, Yunfan internally mused. It simply means no phone usage during work hours. Xiaonan chimed in. Today, you should have become a jonin of Konoha and received your salary, right? You ought to treat us two girls. Hongdo chuckled softly. Your calculations are quite astute, Yunfan replied with a grin. Next time. I've already spent my salary. What? You spent all your salary of over 10,000 without a penny left? Hongdo exclaimed in disbelief. She continued, Isn't a computer only a couple of thousand? Yunfan explained. A couple of thousand can only buy a low-spec model. Mine is high-spec, hence the higher price. Hongdo sighed and pulled Xiaonan aside, whispering, Xiaonan, this man seems utterly unreliable. You shouldn't harbor feelings for him. He simply cannot provide for you. Ultimately, Yunfan swaggered back to the Jonin dormitory area. After understanding Hongdo's explanation, he realized there was no need for subterfuge. Outside of work hours, no one would impose restrictions on him. Ultimately, it had been his own misunderstanding. On the streets, those wandering ninjas were not on duty either, yet they refrained from using phones due to habits ingrained since childhood, which they had mastered over the years. Moreover, for ninjas, Phones and computers paled in comparison to the magnificence of ninjutsu. However, Yunfan was different. He was not originally from this world, and thus had diverse interests. Carrying 2 cardboard boxes, Yunfan arrived at the wooden door of 1111. "Welcome back, Yunfan." A warm, mechanical voice prompted. "You may set a welcome message for the door." Yunfan entered the house. Once he successfully checked in, there was no need for keys or access cards. The smart door would recognize his face. Access cards were merely for registration purposes. Once registered, they became obsolete. What a nerve-wracking day it had been. Chapter 54. The Revelation of Orochimaru's Destruction Plan for Konoha. Yunfan ascended to the 2nd floor, placed the computer on the desk in his study, then took a shower before lying down in bed, contentedly drifting off to sleep. As for dinner that night, he had already dined, having shamelessly indulged in Yusho Washi Hongdo's grilled octopus balls. Hongdo could scarcely fathom that Yunfan had brazenly mooched off their meal. Shouldn't he be treating us girls instead? Yunfan patted his belly, recalling the earlier events. Treat? I only have a handful of coins left. What could I use to treat you with? My underwear, perhaps? Well, not necessarily my underwear. A selfless act might suffice. He pondered before succumbing to slumber. A tree without bark is destined to die. A person without shame is invincible. This saying was epitomized by Yunfan. The following day, in the early morning, Yunfan rose early. He was to attend the orientation conference, simply to make an appearance. After all, the number of jonin was relatively scarce, and newly appointed jonin typically sought to familiarize themselves with one another. Naturally, all attendees would be jonin. The authority of a jonin is significant. In the event of an emergency, they can issue various commands and tasks. Thus, the importance of mutual recognition among jonin is paramount. Yunfan approached the sink, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and completed a quick grooming routine. He then went to his bedroom closet, retrieved a jonin uniform, donned it, and pulled on his Konoha headband, before checking his somewhat tousled hair in the bathroom mirror. Looking quite dashing, Yunfan complimented himself. Once satisfied, he made his way to the front door, slipped on his ninja sandals from the shoe rack, and finally exited the dormitory. The morning air in Konoha village was thick with lingering mist, illuminated by the early morning sun's radiant beams. As time was still early, Yunfan refrained from utilizing chakra or physical techniques for any sort of ninja sprinting or wall running. He was not in a hurry. Not long after stepping outside, his neighbor, Kakashi Hitaki, coincidentally opened his door. "Good morning, Yunfan. It seems you've officially joined the Konoha ninja family," Kakashi greeted with a smile. Yunfan returned the smile. "Kakashi, good morning. When I returned last night, you weren't home. Why are you up so early today? You already knew Xiaonan and I were joining Konoha. You could have skipped this meet and greet." Kakashi shrugged. "True, I could have opted out, but I thought I might sleep in a bit today. I stayed up late reading last night, which made me sleep longer. However, just moments ago, I received a mental notification from my chakra, indicating that the 3rd Hokage has important matters to announce today and that all jonin must attend this meeting, suggesting something significant is to be discussed." After hearing Kakashi's words, Yunfan nodded. Although he had not received an official notification, the meeting was essentially convened for him and Xiaonan, so there was no need to inform him directly. "Well then, Kakashi, shall we head over together?" Yunfan proposed. "Absolutely," Kakashi agreed. Thus, the two departed from the jonin dormitory area. "Mr. Kakashi, have you had breakfast yet?" Yunfan inquired. "Not yet. Why?" "Today, I officially joined Konoha village and become a Konoha ninja. Shouldn't you treat me?" "Oh, of course. Just tell me what you'd like to eat," Kakashi replied. After satisfying their appetites, they made their way to their destination. This ordinary meeting, designed for mutual acquaintance, was arranged on the top platform of the Hokage building. Though situated on the 5th floor, it posed no challenge for the agile ninjas adept at scaling walls. Yunfan, patting his round belly, expressed with satisfaction, "Kakashi, let's ascend." With that, he focused his chakra beneath his feet and walked up the wall of the Hokage building as if traversing flat ground, resembling an elderly gentleman struggling with mobility. It was not Yunfan's intention to appear this way. Rather, he had overindulged in his meal. It is a well-known fact that vigorous exercise should be avoided within an hour after eating, and even aerobic activities require a half-hour break post-meal. Kakashi observed Yunfan's slow ascent and sighed, shaking his head. He mused to himself that, despite Yunfan's seemingly slender physique, his appetite was remarkably vast. After a moment, Kakashi performed several ninja leaps, reaching the platform atop the Hokage building. Although 5 stories high, the actual distance was less than 20 meters. Thus, after a brief walk, Yunfan joined Kakashi on the platform. Upon reaching the platform, Yunfan noticed a multitude of jonin already present, including Konan, Asuma, Kurenai, Yamanaka Inoichi, Yamanaka-san, Akimichi Choza, and many others. Whoever claimed that jonin are scarce clearly underestimated the numbers here, Yunfan silently critiqued. Is this truly one of Jiraiya's disciples? Indeed, according to my intel, it is said that Jiraiya was involved during the Second Great Ninja War. Ah, I see. The assembled jonin murmured among themselves. Hello, they greeted Yunfan after grasping the situation. Greetings. Yunfan replied with a bright smile. He was the type to easily engage with others, his conversation flowing freely from casual banter to profound discussions on life and aspirations. Consequently, he quickly integrated himself with the other jonin. As the clock struck 8, the third Hokage emerged from a stairwell at one corner of the platform, accompanied by several other jonin who had timed their arrival impeccably. You lot, adhering to such strict schedules, are bound to end up tardy, much like myself. Yunfan thought to himself, observing the punctual ninjas. Wait, why am I saying that? Oh, right, in my past life, I was just like them. Always clocking in precisely on time, with no leniency for even a second. The third Hokage interrupted Yunfan's musings, stating, You are all talented individuals from Konohagakure, each possessing unique attributes and eloquence. The third Hokage's compliment is well and good, but it does sound rather peculiar, Yunfan internally noted. Now, I would like to introduce a new jonin, whose eloquence surpasses even mine. Yunfan, please step forward and greet everyone. Yunfan approached the third Hokage's side, performing a perfunctory gesture. The Hokage patted his shoulder with a smile, saying, I hope one day you will fully comprehend the will of fire that resides in Konoha. After returning to his place, the third Hokage continued, alongside the talented Yunfan, we have a beautiful kunoichi. They are both disciples of Jiraiya. Konan, please step forward and introduce yourself. Konan gracefully made her way into the center of the gathering. I must admit, Konan is truly stunning. Her skin is remarkably fair. Well, considering she hails from the rain country, where it rains constantly, it is no surprise her complexion is so pale. And that figure. Indeed, I deem Konan my future goddess. Buddy, you can't possibly compete. Let me handle this. Konan is my goddess. Several eager jonin engaged in a spirited debate, nearly escalating into a quarrel. Why do I feel as if I have returned to the otaku circles of my past life? Yunfan observed the bickering ninjas, momentarily at a loss for words. Female jonin were exceedingly rare. Only 2 existed. Kurenai was already taken, her heart belonging to Asuma Sarutobi, a fact well known to all. Though Mitarashi Anko was single, daring to pursue her was fraught with peril. One might find themselves in dire straits. Only Konan, with her capricious temperament, captivated the hearts of the eager males. Especially since she was still unattached. With enough effort, anything is possible. Konan performed a respectful bow to the gathered ninjas before returning to stand between Anko and Kurenai. Konan, if you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. My name is Ebisu, an elite jonin of Konoha. EI for excellence, Bai for fun, and Su for longevity. Remember that. A certain jonin, donning sunglasses and attempting to exude coolness, introduced himself. Isn't this the same Ebisu who was easily defeated by Naruto's seductive technique? Yunfan thought as he assessed the self-proclaimed cool guy, clad in all black. In this era of peace, the number of jonin had increased, which is why Yunfan had not initially noticed Ebisu. Had he not stepped forward to introduce himself, Yunfan might have entirely overlooked him. It was impractical for Yunfan to greet every jonin individually, with hundreds of them present. Engaging in casual conversation with each could take an eternity. Therefore, at the conclusion of the meeting, he would receive a list containing the names and respective identification numbers of each jonin. Memorizing the numbers and names would suffice, allowing him to recognize them by their uniform's unique identifiers in future encounters, as elite jonin, special jonin, umbu, and chunin all don distinct attire, each with their own identifying number on the back. It is noteworthy that Jinin did not wear uniforms. Following Ebisu's self-introduction, the other eager ninjas began to jest with him, launching verbal barbs. Wow, Ebisu, you shameless fellow. How despicable, lurking in the shadows just to seize this moment. We've been outwitted. Mitarashi Anko chimed in. Konan, you really have a way with the men. Look at all the attention you're receiving. Kurenai added with a chuckle. Anko, you two are quite popular. If you just ate a little less, you'd be a goddess as well. Though try not to let snakes bite them. Anko's smile vanished instantly, and she retorted. What is so great about relationships? They don't fill your stomach. Well, they can fill your stomach, Yunfan thought as he heard Anko's last remark, feeling an instinctual urge to critique. Ahem. The third Hokage, observing the lively platform, chuckled softly before clearing his throat. The gathered jonin promptly fell silent. While their antics were amusing, a sense of decorum was still expected. In the ensuing silence, the third Hokage addressed the assembly. if we are merely welcoming 2 new Jonin. Many of you may choose to abstain from this meeting. How could anyone possibly skip out? If we don't attend, we won't have the pleasure of seeing the lovely Konan. Indeed, thank goodness we came. The eager ninjas began to chatter again. Do you keep a tally of your thoughts? Mind your own business, they retorted, escalating their banter once more. Anko, exasperated by the commotion, interjected loudly. Can you all wait until the third Hokage finishes speaking before discussing these trivial matters? I'm quite busy and haven't even had a proper breakfast. The crowd quieted once more. The third Hokage smiled warmly, responding, no worries. We have ample time ahead of us. Indeed, the frequent interruptions by the high-ranking ninjas reveal that the third Hokage is a remarkably amiable elder. The third Hokage continued. In truth, there is little to worry about. According to Jiraiya's investigation, Orochimaru appears to be scheming to annihilate Konoha, likely launching a full-scale assault during the Chunin exam's third phase. He further elaborated, however, this time, it is not solely Orochimaru. Based on the intelligence gathered by Jiraiya, it seems that Orochimaru has forged a dubious alliance with the Sound Village of the Land of Rice, amassing substantial military capabilities and standing poised for action. Our ally, the Land of Sand, is also implicated, along with other neighboring nations, including the Land of Waterfalls, which supports Orochimaru. What? The assembly was taken aback, filled with shock and fury. Only Yunfan maintained a semblance of calm. Though Jiraiya's findings were incorrect in one sense, they were also accurate. For these nations were not merely supporting Orochimaru, they were under his control. In essence, these small nations were extensions of Orochimaru's power, compelled to offer him unconditional support. Chapter 55. How Jiraiya Seeks Inspiration for His Writing. Mitsuhashi Azuki bit her lip, overwhelmed with both shock and anger. How dare the malevolent and unforgivable Orochimaru attempt to obliterate Konoha? The despicable Orochimaru. Should he dare to come, we shall ensure he returns not. Indeed, why would those nations conspire with Orochimaru? Are they declaring war against the Land of Fire? The elite ninjas began to murmur among themselves, their sentiments a mix of outrage and concern. The third Hokage remarked, if it were only Orochimaru, I would not be overly concerned about the chaos he could instigate. However, should those nations lend their support to him, it could inevitably lead to war. I am uncertain why they are taking such actions. Perhaps they are merely preparing their military forces. As he spoke, the third Hokage cast a glance at Yunfan, seemingly suggesting that if Jiraiya continued his investigation, he might uncover the motivations of those nations. Why had Yunfan called Jiraiya back? Yunfan understood the third Hokage's implication. Waiting for Jiraiya to ascertain the reasons might lead to heavy casualties for Konoha, and one might find oneself in a life-or-death struggle with Orochimaru. Thankfully, Jiraiya returned just in time. Otherwise, the losses in Konoha would have been far greater. Yunfan suppressed his thoughts and said, Third Hokage, I will step out briefly to inquire about Jiraiya's findings. The third Hokage replied, there is no need. Jiraiya has promised to come here shortly to explain the situation to you. The information you are investigating is still somewhat inaccurate. I need to consult with Jiraiya to clarify. Yunfan interjected, I suspect Jiraiya-sensei is currently seeking inspiration for his writing. As his disciple, it would not be appropriate for me to summon him here prematurely and cause inconvenience. The third Hokage, well aware of Jiraiya's temperament, acknowledged that without mobilizing resources, finding him would indeed be challenging, and nodded in agreement. I will accompany you, said Konan, clad in an alluring female ninja outfit, as she approached Yunfan. Very well, Yunfan consented. Together, they departed from the Hokage Tower's platform. Haibihu ground his teeth in frustration. Damn it, that fellow Yunfan is actually able to accompany the goddess. Mitsuhashi Azuki countered. Yunfan is Jiraiya-sama's disciple. Of course, he can go with Konan. You should not have come with me. You know Jiraiya-sensei seeks rather flamboyant inspiration, Yunfan remarked, glancing at Konan. I will not accompany you in the search. Can you find him on your own? Konan responded calmly. Her role as a sensory-type ninja allowed her to gather and analyze intelligence. I can sense Yunfan's inner thoughts. The hungry ghost teased. However, Yunfan remained silent. Having a beautiful companion was quite pleasant. Konan headed in a particular direction. If Jiraiya is in the village, he is typically found near the bathhouse. We should head there directly. Observing the graceful silhouette of Konan, Yunfan finally grasped why she had chosen to accompany him. She needn't rely on sensory abilities, for Jiraiya's nature would lead one to him. Perhaps Konan felt she did not know Jiraiya well enough, prompting her to join him. Jiraiya, your quest for inspiration has plagued you your entire life. Even your cherished disciple knows where to seek it, Yunfan mused, catching up with Konan. Soon, they arrived near a bathhouse. This particular onsen was somewhat secluded within Konoha, nestled beside a massive boulder. Beneath the rock, a large pit had been excavated, and an artificial hot spring waterfall had been crafted atop it. The water cascaded down the rock, pooling in the pit, releasing warm, humid air. Notably, this establishment catered exclusively to women, ensuring privacy with robust measures to prevent any voyeurism. Yunfan's face flushed. He could not approach any closer without risking accusations of being a peeping Tom. Konan remarked, given Jiraiya-sensei's character, he would likely be atop the rock. That vantage point is ideal. Wow, Konan, you understand him so well? Yunfan exclaimed in astonishment. Wait here for a moment while I fetch Jiraiya, Konan said, gazing up at the large rock above the bathhouse. Without further ado, Konan transformed into a myriad of paper cranes, fluttering gracefully into the sky, reminiscent of celestial maidens scattering flowers in the sunlight. Remarkably, these paper cranes deftly evaded all surveillance cameras within the bathhouse. Atop the rock, near the artificial waterfall, a smooth stone protruded, concealing a dark hole. A green, cute frog perched there, its webbed feet holding a telescope, peering down at the alluring scene below. In the hot spring pit, mature women and youthful maidens, even unoccupied female ninjas, were indulging in relaxation while engaging in light-hearted conversations. A few acquaintances, appearing quite familiar, began to frolic, revealing more than intended. The green frog, perched beside the waterfall, drooled in a rather lewd manner, its expression far from dignified. One wondered how this frog had managed to infiltrate such a place. The hot spring area utilized specially treated glass, layered to obstruct prying eyes and detect any fluctuations of chakra, issuing alerts to the bathhouse's proprietress. While the glass could shield against sight and chakra, it allowed gentle sunlight to filter through. The facility was equipped with a temperature control system, ensuring a pleasant experience even in the summer. It was evident that not just anyone could access this luxurious establishment. Only those from affluent families could partake, and naturally, the women from wealthy households possessed fine figures and fair skin. At that moment, a white paper crane fluttered through the dark hole in the rock, blocking the frog's view with its graceful form. Konan, what are you doing here? The green frog stammered, hastily stowing its telescope and clearing its throat. After a brief interval, Yunfan watched as a slightly embarrassed Jiraiya approached, accompanied by the composed Konan. Chapter 56, Jiraiya's Heroic Tales. Haha, Yunfan, you are here too. Jiraiya greeted him warmly. Yunfan, with a face full of longing, remarked, Jiraiya-sensei, next time you seek out the so-called writing materials, do remember to take me along. I can offer you invaluable insights. Just as he finished speaking, Konan shot him a cold glare. Clearing his throat, Yunfan suggested, let us head to the Hokage building. The third Hokage has been waiting for us for quite some time. The trio strolled through the bustling and lively streets of Konohagakure. Jiraiya inquired, well then, why the urgency in summoning me back? Yunfan replied, there is no need for further investigation. The reason those nations support Orochimaru and plan to attack Konoha is that their leaders are all masquerading as Orochimaru. Jiraiya stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. To achieve such subtlety, Orochimaru must have been scheming for a considerable time, he speculated. Yunfan admired, as expected of you, Jiraiya-sensei. Orochimaru has indeed been plotting for ages. Jiraiya continued, even if those small countries were to launch a full-scale assault on Konoha, given our current strength, we could easily fend them off. However, knowing Orochimaru's character, he wouldn't engage in such futile endeavors for so long. Internally, Yunfan praised, Jiraiya-sensei is truly brilliant. Yunfan posed a question, if it's merely based on these forces, they cannot inflict significant harm on Konoha. But what if the One Tail were involved, and combined with the power of the Edo Tensei? Jiraiya's expression turned serious. I didn't expect you to be aware of the Edo Tensei invented by the second Hokage. If such powers were to be unleashed alongside the One Tail's rampage, it could indeed inflict severe damage on Konoha. Wait, are you implying that a Jinchuriki of the One Tail is participating in the Chunin exams? Yunfan nodded in affirmation, confirming Jiraiya's suspicion. Konan listened to their conversation, her furrowed brow adding an endearing touch to her confusion. Jiraiya suddenly realized, if what you say is true, then Konoha must prepare itself for defense. Sometimes, I feel as though you are not merely a reincarnated soul, but rather a time traveler. As if Orochimaru's schemes are all within your foresight. I am indeed a time traveler, Yunfan replied. Jiraiya-sensei, what do you think we should do? Should we crush Orochimaru's plans directly now, or lure him into a trap? Jiraiya laughed heartily. Why ask me? The old man is the Hokage now. Let him make the decision. However, given his nature, he will likely choose to lure him in. Last time, he let Orochimaru off the hook. But now that he intends to annihilate Konoha, I believe the old man wanted to spare him. Though Konan did not fully grasp the conversation. She sensed the potential decision of the third Hokage and cautioned Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei, if we wait until Orochimaru's plan succeeds before we act, won't it be too late? The people of Konoha will be in grave danger. Jiraiya explained, Orochimaru is cunning and has multiple safe havens. If we dispatch ninjas to eliminate those nations' forces, it will play directly into his hands. Orochimaru would certainly alter his plans and strike us one by one. The main issue is that we are unaware of the depths of Orochimaru's power and what other forces he may have lurking in the shadows, such as the power of the deceased or other secretly cultivated forces. Upon hearing Jiraiya's analysis, Yunfan agreed with his reasoning. Orochimaru likely had more than just the Sound Five at his disposal. Had it not been for his arm being severed by the Shiki Fujin, he would have undoubtedly wreaked even greater havoc on Konoha. Besides the Sound Five, Orochimaru must have other subordinates who had simply retreated and thus remained unseen. How frustrating. I thought that knowing Orochimaru's plans would allow us to crush him in his cradle, but now, hearing Jiraiya-sensei's analysis, I realized just how formidable Orochimaru truly is. Surviving until the end is no mere stroke of luck. Let us see how the third Hokage decides. Yunfan set aside his thoughts. Jiraiya chuckled. It's fortunate you insisted on bringing me back. Otherwise, relying solely on the old man would leave Konoha in peril. Furthermore, if those nations fell under Orochimaru's control, continuing my investigation would lead me into his traps, delaying me until his plan of destruction was executed successfully. After Jiraiya finished speaking, Yunfan was deeply impressed by his wisdom. Jiraiya-sensei, you are truly remarkable. However, Orochimaru is also exceedingly cunning. Even someone as clever as Jiraiya could be delayed. Even if Jiraiya returned, it might be too late for the third Hokage. As Yunfan pondered these thoughts, the trio arrived at their destination, the Hokage building. They then ascended to the platform above. Jiraiya-sama. The elusive Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya-sama. I love you, Jiraiya-sama. Numerous Jonin were devoted fans of Jiraiya, although he had been foolish in his youth, leaving behind many embarrassing moments. It was precisely these moments that endeared him to countless ninjas. He had trained the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the legendary Sannin. He had defeated countless formidable opponents. His story resembled that of an underdog rising to become a globally renowned figure. Who wouldn't he admire someone like that? Who wouldn't he like him? He achieved what we all aspired to do. Like everyone else, during his time in the Ninja Academy, he dared to be a sycophant. Even if it meant ending up with nothing, he persisted. Those ninjas who grew up in the same era as Jiraiya knew that Tsunade favored Orochimaru, yet he had rejected her. And in the end, Tsunade chose Dan as her partner. It was painful, so painfully so. Jiraiya is truly a man. He accomplished what we could not. Like everyone else. As a student in the Ninja Academy, whose dream wasn't he to become a towering figure, the center of attention, he did it. Now, the strongest ninja in Konoha, apart from the late fourth Hokage, is none other than Jiraiya. The present Jiraiya possesses a carefree demeanor, shaped by a plethora of extraordinary experiences. He has let go of the past and become the liberally spirited Jiraiya we see now. The most challenging word to write in life is let go. In theory, he teaches us the most about letting go. Deep down, we all know we cannot do it. Yet, there are those who have succeeded, and that is Jiraiya. Because he has succeeded, he has been able to mentor the genius student, Minato Namikaze. This is why the ninjas of Konoha willingly refer to him as Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya's childhood experiences, leading to the present Jiraiya-sama, resemble a book of life where every page features someone else as the protagonist, yet every page is intrinsically about oneself. This is the grand narrative of Jiraiya. Chapter 57, Countermeasures and Plans. Now, if one were to ask who the backbone of Konoha is, it would undoubtedly be Jiraiya. With Jiraiya's arrival, the Jonin were filled with excitement, including the genius Kakashi, who wore a look of admiration. After all, Hatake Kakashi is Jiraiya's most devoted reader. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Your gazes make me a bit uncomfortable. I won't waste any more time. I will investigate Orochimaru's movements and the intentions of the other small nations. They seem poised to invade our Konoha. Jiraiya spoke clearly, elucidating the results of Yunfan's conversation to the assembled Jonin, including the third Hokage and strategist Nara Shikamaru. Nara Shikamaru appeared to be late due to some family matters. This Orochimaru is a calamity that has persisted for a millennium. It would not be excessive to see him perish 1,000 times. Indeed, according to Lord Jiraiya's assertions, should we take the initiative to strike? Or rather bide our time until that fateful day to ensnare Orochimaru? You inquire of me, and I, alas, am at a loss. let us await the third Hokage's decree. The esteemed Jonin engaged in fervent discussions, each presenting disparate opinions. Some advocated for a proactive approach, rallying elite ninjas to extinguish Orochimaru's schemes in their infancy. Others suggested a strategy of passive endurance, feigning ignorance of Orochimaru's plans, until the appointed day, when they could deliver a sudden and unexpected counterstrike. There were also those who proposed to simulate the Chunin exams, while covertly evacuating all ordinary citizens, thus luring Orochimaru into a trap to thwart all of his nefarious plots. As per Jiraiya's insight, which was essentially relayed by Yunfan, the assembled Jonin became aware that Orochimaru might assume the guise of the fourth Kazekage during the final phase of the Chunin exams, with other village leaders masquerading as his subordinates. The conviction that Orochimaru would indeed appear on that day stemmed from Jiraiya's analysis, which revealed that the third phase of the Chunin exams would consist of two segments. The first would be an elimination round, from which selected genin would advance to the elite competition of the second segment. At that juncture, ninjas from various villages would converge upon Konohagakure to witness the overall prowess displayed in that year's Chunin exams, thereby gaining insights into the training and cultivation of these elite genin. There would be meticulous documentation of the missions undertaken by these genin, alongside their training methodologies, and so forth. Subsequently, those from foreign lands could return with this knowledge, categorizing it and tailoring instruction to cultivate further elite talent. After all, nurturing talent must commence from a young age. It is evident that the regimen for ninjas diverges significantly from the fixed physical training processes of Yunfan's previous existence. While physical training primarily aims at physical enhancement, ninja training encompasses the intricate variations and complexities of chakra nature transformations, requiring experiential knowledge rather than rigid definitions. For instance, what accounts for the exceptional strength of a particular genin? What practices did he undertake at the Ninja Academy, and in what environment did he hone his skills? Take the simplest example of Inazuka Shino. His ninjutsu's chakra nature is innately suited to insects, necessitating an environment abundant in nature and insects for optimal training efficacy. Thus, during the elite competition of the Chunin exams, many from various nations would attend to observe, including ordinary citizens and ninjas unencumbered by missions, all flocking to Konohagakure. In light of this, many Jonin deliberated upon this matter from the platform of the Hokage building. Their consensus leaned toward a preemptive strike to dismantle Orochimaru's catastrophic plans against Konohagakure, thereby ensuring the Chunin exams could proceed flawlessly. The third Hokage interjected, acknowledging the myriad thoughts swirling amongst them. He expressed awareness that many ordinary citizens, including children, would be placed in significant peril during the elite competition of the Chunin exams. However, he cautioned that amassing a considerable force to eradicate Orochimaru's remnants might incite caution within him, potentially prompting alterations to his plans, leaving them oblivious to his true intentions. He asserted that Konohagakure had already fallen within Orochimaru's sights, with much of their intelligence having been thoroughly scrutinized by him. A proactive assault would be inadvisable, without Jiraiya's intelligence. They would be positioned in the open while Orochimaru lurked in the shadows, leading to catastrophic casualties for Konohagakure. Now that they possessed comprehensive knowledge of Orochimaru's plans, they could prepare a range of countermeasures, both overt and covert. Thus, my decision is to mount a comprehensive counteroffensive against Orochimaru during the elite competition. At present, our priority is to feign ignorance while establishing robust defenses for the day of the elite competition, ensuring that not a single ordinary citizen or child of Konohagakure sustains harm, not even a mosquito. The Jonin responded affirmatively to the Hokage's command. The third Hokage meticulously analyzed and outlined a flawless counter-strategy tailored against Orochimaru. Naturally, the intricate details of this strategy would require the collaborative efforts of the Jonin present on the platform. With a month and a half remaining until the third phase of the Chunin exams, ample time was available to refine these plans. With that, the meeting concluded. The third Hokage, having delivered his final remarks, descended the stairs to the corner of the platform and departed. His demeanor exuded a sense of ease, as though he regarded Orochimaru's schemes as little more than child's play, unworthy of concern. It was not mere confidence, but a steadfast belief in every Jonin of Konohagakure that fueled him. The strength of an individual is limited, but the power of the collective is boundless, capable of moving mountains and parting seas. Yunfan, Konan, and Jiraiya strolled leisurely along the bustling streets of Konohagakure. The sun, a touch more fervent in its summer splendor, cast a golden veneer across the land. Indeed, possessing foreknowledge of the unfolding narrative simplified matters considerably. The third Hokage would not perish, nor would Konohagakure suffer grievous losses, Yunfan mused. Lost in thought, he momentarily lagged behind before hastening to catch up with Konan and Jiraiya. Unbeknownst to Yunfan, however, Orochimaru's plans had gained formidable reinforcements. Chapter 58, The Elusive Plot Developments. Draped in a flowing cloak adorned with cloud motifs, Itachi Uchiha ambled alongside Kisame Hoshigaki, both traversing a scarcely trodden path. Kisame remarked, Itachi, based on our intelligence, we still need to meticulously investigate the whereabouts of the one-tailed Jinchuriki in Sunagakure. Now that we have entered the land of fire, do you fear an onslaught from the ninjas of Konohagakure? Itachi paused, seemingly sensing something, and refrained from answering Kisame's inquiry. Instead, he calmly stated, Orochimaru, step forward. Truly, Itachi was as perceptive as I had anticipated. A serpent darted forth from the verdant thicket, rapidly expanding into the flamboyant figure of Orochimaru. Kisame seethed, Orochimaru, you traitor. How dare you show your face to us? Orochimaru, unfazed by Kisame's ire, directly articulated his intentions. I am aware that you seek the tailed beasts. So, your plan is to hunt them down? Huh. I initially presumed the Akatsuki aimed for something more grand. It seems my decision to withdraw was indeed judicious. I know the whereabouts of the one-tailed Jinchuriki, and I can divulge this information to you free of charge. In a little over a month, the one-tail will incite chaos in Konohagakure, at which point you can seize it. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Itachi's handsome visage tightened slightly in contemplation. Why a little over a month? He inquired. Orochimaru chuckled. Ah, my dear Itachi, as a genius ninja from Konohagakure, you must be aware of the third phase of the Chunin exams. Sasuke should be eligible to participate now. A barely perceptible smile graced Itachi's face as he pondered this thought. I have relayed this information to you. I shall take my leave now. Orochimaru's form morphed into a sleek, brown-spotted serpent, slithering away down the narrow path. Kisame queried, Itachi, why would Orochimaru disclose this information to us? Itachi replied, I do not know. Perhaps it is an attempt to curry favor with me. It seems Orochimaru harbors a certain fondness for me, although at that moment, I contemplated ending his life. Dry persimmon. Kisame chuckled. That guy Orochimaru has such a capricious temperament, and it seems he doesn't have much fondness for women. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, stating, regardless of his intentions, since he has divulged information regarding the one-tailed Jinchuriki, it is likely to be credible. We need not proceed to Sunagakure. Instead, we shall head straight to Konohagakure. Deep within a subterranean cavern, equipped with an array of technological marvels, including street lamps and computers, there lay a cozy lounge. Orochimaru reclined on a sofa, swirling a glass of lustrous red wine before taking a sip and murmuring to himself. I intentionally leaked certain information to Jiraiya. With his character, he will undoubtedly pursue it. Without Jiraiya, my resistance to destroying Konoha will be considerably diminished. However, I did not anticipate his premature return to the village. In his youth, despite lacking innate talent, his intellect was sharp enough to suspect my intentions during the Chunin exams elite competition, prompting me to expedite my plan for destruction. Finishing his glass of wine, Orochimaru summoned. Come here, Lord Orochimaru, how may we serve you? 4 individuals promptly entered. They were the twin brothers Zoken and Yoken, the red-haired Moyu, the multi-armed Kidomaru, and the stout Jirobo. The 4 stood respectfully, awaiting Orochimaru's commands. Orochimaru replied coolly, the plan has changed, yet the core remains intact. You are to return to the land of rice and bring that large specimen here. It will serve as a perfect test for my research findings. Additionally, summon Kimimaro to bring Suigetsu, Yugo, and Karen along. This time, let us create a grand disturbance, haha. As he spoke, Orochimaru erupted into laughter. Yes. The 4 sound ninja immediately bowed and departed. Once they were gone, Mayu expressed his trepidation. Are we really bringing that creature here? Jirobo shrugged nonchalantly. It's merely a robot infused with a fragment of the Nine Tails power. What is there to fear? Kidomaru interjected. Lord Orochimaru discovered some of the Nine Tails power within the remains of the 4th Hokage, and, utilizing the newly developed mech ninjutsu, has integrated this power, resulting in the creation of a mech version of the Nine Tails with a hint of sentience. Zoken and Yoken added, this is outstanding. The Nine Tails' inherent ferocity will surely wreak havoc upon Konoha. I can already envision the pitiful humans crying for mercy. Haha, Kidomaru scoffed. That white-haired brat and that wretched redhead, along with their dim-witted companion, weren't they meant to be kept away? Orochimaru claimed their powers were still unstable. Why are they being summoned now? Zoken and Yoken noted. It appears Lord Orochimaru is in need of more hands. It seems our plans have been slightly discovered. Otherwise, he would take his time, savoring the experience. What are you lot discussing? Are you ignoring my words? Orochimaru's voice echoed from within the room. Apologies, Lord Orochimaru. We shall proceed immediately. The sound ninja ceased their chatter and hurried off. Orochimaru continued pouring red wine into his goblet, swirling it, and taking another sip. If those three assist me, we should manage to handle that creature. Haha, not only shall I obliterate Konoha, but I will also acquire the Rinnegan. The greater the chaos, the better, as it will bring my beloved Rinnegan within reach. Orochimaru mused, resembling a deranged individual. Meanwhile, Yunfan, accompanied by Konan and Jiraiya, strolled along the bustling streets, utterly unaware of the impending changes. His insistence on Jiraiya's return to Konohagakure to prepare against Orochimaru's assault inadvertently led to Orochimaru not only altering his plans, but also augmenting his strength and accelerating the execution of his scheme. Consequently, the trajectory of events diverged significantly from what Yunfan had anticipated, with the Akatsuki's plans to capture the tailed beasts progressing ahead of schedule. Uchiha Itachi and Dry Persimmon Kisame were also poised to make their appearance in Konohagakure. Although Yunfan was aware of the unfolding narrative, he could not fathom how each of his decisions profoundly influenced its course. It was through this experience that Yunfan came to a profound understanding of this truth. Chapter 59. A man remains a youth until death. Yunfan, Konan, and Jiraiya walked together along the lively streets. Yunfan inquired, Jiraiya-sensei, what are your plans moving forward? Jiraiya chuckled heartily. What plans could I have? For the next month, I shall seek inspiration for my writing in Konohagakure. Konan frowned slightly at this. Noticing her reaction, Jiraiya quickly amended, No. We must set aside writing for now and carefully consider Orochimaru's next moves. Yunfan internally grumbled. I was hoping to accompany you to find writing material. He then suggested, Jiraiya-sensei, with the current circumstances, it may not be the best time to search for material. However, I believe you might be bored. Why not teach Naruto the Rasengan? He raised an eyebrow at Jiraiya, indicating he understood. Jiraiya's face brightened, but he soon grew serious, saying, You are correct, Nagato Yunfan. It is time to cultivate that outspoken little rascal. I shall seek him out tomorrow to begin his training, hoping he inherits that guy's talent and does not disappoint me. Konan remarked to Yunfan, You should join us on the training ground tomorrow. Yunfan protested. I am a long-range mage, and with the Rinnegan, I require no training. I merely need to rest. Even with the prospect of a private moment with Konan, Yunfan was reluctant to train. He preferred playing games at home. Humph. Konan shot him a glare. Relenting, Yunfan conceded. All right, I shall go. Jiraiya laughed. This is youth, Yunfan. Nagato, I must take my leave. Whether Naruto learns the Rasengan is uncertain, but I will earnestly teach him during this month. After Jiraiya departed, Yunfan remarked, Konan, I cannot accompany you for training tomorrow. As soon as he spoke, he felt the temperature around him plummet. Seeing the displeasure on Konan's face, he quickly clarified, The reason I cannot train with you is that I wish to find Jiraiya-sensei, not for writing material, but to see if I can enter Mount Myaboku. Once he explained, the atmosphere returned to normal. Such a fierce demeanor, Yunfan thought to himself. Understood, Konan replied before gracefully departing. Yunfan hurried back to the Jonin dormitory area. Although many Jonin were occupied with assignments, he and Konan, being newly appointed, had no tasks. Naturally, as newcomers, they had to be cautious regarding confidentiality. Despite their ample free time, Yunfan and Konan did not enjoy the bountiful rewards and funding that other Jonin with missions received. This is the reality of the capable being burdened with excessive labor. Upon reaching Building 1111, Yunfan glanced at the adjacent unit, noting the windows were tightly shut, indicating Kakashi Hatake was absent. Although Kakashi was an elite Jonin, he preferred to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Thus Konoha designated him to teach Team 7. If Yunfan and Konan performed well and demonstrated unwavering loyalty to the village, they would gradually gain access to more sensitive information over time. However, this would also entail longer working hours. Yunfan could opt to follow Kakashi's path, enjoying considerable freedom as a Jonin. Konoha would not impose strict demands on him, yet they would assign him as a teacher for a Genin class. Teaching offered ample free time and a more relaxed atmosphere. However, Yunfan would not be appointed as a teacher without 2 years of experience. This implies that, barring any wars or urgent missions, Yunfan could spend his days idling in the village, drawing a modest salary akin to a civil servant in his previous life. Nay, even more leisurely than that. Upon returning to the Jonin dormitory, he found little to occupy his time, primarily wishing to assemble his computer. With a beep, the system welcomed him back, offering a gentle reminder that he could customize the welcome prompt. The emotionless mechanical voice reverberated in the room, accompanied by the opening of the double wooden doors. Yunfan quickly stepped inside and ascended to the study on the second floor. Eagerly, he unwrapped the computer tower and monitor, arranging them neatly on the desk. After connecting the power and plugging in the network cable, he finally powered on the computer. With another beep, the machine whirred to life. The monitor displayed a stern portrait of the second Hokage. Who on earth had the genius to set this photo as the boot screen? Yunfan couldn't help but scoff. No, this isn't merely a photo. It's animated. He muttered in disbelief. The second Hokage's visage broke into a smile crafted from code. As if to say, welcome to this system. Thank you for using the second-generation system, developed by the second Hokage. A line of text appeared on the startup screen. Whoever designed this system must be a genius. Yunfan was thoroughly astonished by the ingenuity of the software. The desktop revealed itself, adorned with a verdant grass background and a charming white cottage in the corner. A quick scan revealed a scarcity of applications. Only a ninja combat game, a media player, and a few mundane office software programs. Curiosity piqued, Yunfan opened the ninja combat game to test it out. Half an hour later, he found himself immersed in a side-scrolling 3D game where players controlled a ninja character to attack and unleash jutsu to defeat minions and bosses, with the cliched goal of rescuing a princess. So this is why ninjas don't seem to enjoy computers or mobile phones. This game is utterly subpar, he critiqued. It's just a mindless display of jutsu with rigid movements. Despite being in 3D, the actions are anything but fluid. As a gaming enthusiast in his previous life, Yunfan had mastered various shooting games effortlessly. Even though this was a simple ninja combat game, he felt entitled to critique it. Sigh, this is so boring. I'd rather head to the back mountains of the village and perform some jutsu myself. With that, he ceased controlling the game character and let it idle. Before long, the game character succumbed to the relentless attacks of the minions. The screen then displayed a message. Defeat is a common occurrence in battle. Please try again. Nevertheless, Yunfan mused. This game could fulfill the dreams of ordinary individuals who lack chakra. He pondered who was responsible for technology in Konoha. If properly developed, akin to something out of Ready Player One, it could immerse a person's soul into the game, creating an experience that felt utterly real. If only Orochimaru had the ambition to benefit humanity, with his research capabilities, achieving such a feat would be child's play. Shaking off the thought, Yunfan rose from his chair and stepped into the bathroom of his bedroom for a shower. Shortly thereafter, he lay comfortably on his bed, quickly succumbing to sleep. I woke up too early today. I need to catch up on some rest. The next day, Yunfan used the last of his meager funds to purchase a cup of instant noodles, addressing his basic needs before donning his Jonin uniform and leaving the dormitory. The morning in Konoha was enchanting. The sun shone brightly, heralding the sweltering heat of summer. Yunfan's objective for the day was clear. Instead of seeking out Konan for solitary training, he intended to find Jiraiya and see if he could gain access to Mount Mayaboku to learn Sage Mode. With his Rinnegan, which granted him the powers of the Six Paths, he was indeed formidable, stronger than Jiraiya himself. Now, Yunfan could fully harness the abilities of the Rinnegan, and his strength had far surpassed that of an average Kage. As for how powerful he truly was, he had yet to engage in any serious combat to ascertain that. However, he felt confident he could hold his own against Uchiha Obito and his allies. Closing his eyes, he subtly sensed Naruto's chakra. This ability was not inherent to the Rinnegan, but rather a natural talent possessed by Nagato, likely due to his Uzumaki lineage, which endowed him with heightened sensory capabilities. As he employed this skill, two patrolling Chunin glanced his way, recognizing him as a Jonin before quickly departing. Utilizing his ninja speed, Yunfan swiftly approached Naruto's modest dwelling, situated on the top floor of a 5-story building. The third Hokage had graciously provided this apartment for Naruto, who was exempt from paying rent and received a monthly allowance from the Hokage, effectively making him the young ninja's guardian. Yunfan leaped to the window of the top-floor apartment, which was tightly shut, with curtains blocking any view inside. Knowing Naruto was still asleep, he rapped gently on the window. Knock, knock. Who is it? Came Naruto's groggy voice from within, as if roused from a deep slumber. It's me, your big brother Yunfan, he replied, rubbing his forehead in annoyance. Big brother Yunfan? Oh, what is up? Yawn. I'm still waking up, Naruto mumbled, his words slurred. The perverted sage has returned, Yunfan announced. What? Naruto exclaimed, startled. A cacophony of sounds followed as he scrambled to get ready. Moments later, Naruto threw open the window, already dressed and apparently washed up, though his golden hair was slightly disheveled. Let us go. I'll take you to find Master Jiraiya, Yunfan urged. All right, Naruto exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Once again tapping into his sensing ability, Yunfan recalled Jiraiya's chakra signature and was able to pinpoint his location. Ugh, still at that old place. He thought to himself with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, Jiraiya was at the same hot spring as before, seeking inspiration for his writing. However, Yunfan sensed that Jiraiya had swiftly vacated the premises, indicating that the sage had likely detected Yunfan's presence. Let us go, Yunfan instructed Naruto. After a brief interval, Yunfan led Naruto away from Konoha, towards the expansive back mountains of the village. The terrain was diverse, featuring flatlands, crystal-clear lakes, and dense forests, making it a favored training ground for many ninjas. Together, they arrived at a picturesque area near a waterfall, where the cascading water flowed from a high peak, creating a serene pool below, perfect for recreation. However, at that moment, the area appeared deserted. Jiraiya stood at the edge of the mountain water pit, surveying the surroundings as if in search of an optimal vantage point. While he was scanning the area, Yunfan and Naruto Uzumaki arrived. Pervy Sage, are you planning to wait until noon to peek at the aunties taking a bath again? Naruto pointed at Jiraiya, unflinchingly exposing his lecherous intentions. Jiraiya cleared his throat awkwardly and retorted, nonsense. If you keep being so rude, I might reconsider teaching you. Immediately, Naruto, with exaggerated humility, apologized. Pervy Sage, yes. I was just joking. What incredible ninjutsu are you going to teach me? With a stoic expression, Jiraiya replied, my ninjutsu is not something just anyone can master. Naruto flashed a confident grin, declaring, I am not just anyone. I am destined to become Hokage. Jiraiya smirked mockingly. Confidence is commendable, but mere confidence does not guarantee success. Don't speak too grandly, kid. With unwavering determination, Naruto asserted, I will definitely become Hokage. I will keep my word. Jiraiya chuckled, all right. You're barely acceptable enough for me to teach you. Naruto lunged forward, hugging Jiraiya's leg. Pervy Sage, what ninjutsu will you teach me? Jiraiya glanced at Yunfan beside him and said, Rasengan. Rasengan. Naruto exclaimed, perplexed. Is it powerful? If it's not, I won't learn it. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Whether it's powerful or not, I cannot say, but it was created and improved by the fourth Hokage. It's an A-rank ninjutsu. A-rank ninjutsu. That's so strong. Naruto gasped. Jiraiya explained, the last technique you used, the multiple shadow clone jutsu, is also an A-rank ninjutsu. The problem is, you're too weak. Although it is classified as A-rank and deemed forbidden, you've turned it into a D-rank technique. As he spoke, Jiraiya shook his head, seemingly disappointed by Naruto's inability to fully harness the vast chakra within him. Naruto pouted. The multiple shadow clone jutsu is actually an A-rank ninjutsu. Well, if you want to be my disciple, you'll need to pay a tuition fee. Jiraiya continued to scan the area for a concealed, yet optimal position. Naruto exclaimed, tuition fee? What tuition fee? Jiraiya, turning his neck from side to side, replied, I won't teach you for free. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Gritting his teeth, Naruto muttered, curse that lecherous sage. He then crossed his hands and formed a seal, harem jutsu. With a puff, Naruto transformed into a cloud of white mist, which dissipated to reveal a naked beauty. Perfectly voluptuous in all the right places. Both Jiraiya and Yunfan simultaneously experienced a nosebleed, wiping it away in unison as they gave each other a thumbs up, exclaiming in unison, spot on. I like it. After a moment of marveling at the spectacle, Jiraiya and Yunfan cleared their throats, returning to their gentlemanly demeanor. Jiraiya seemed to mull over something for a long time before saying, Naruto, how about this? I won't ask for a tuition fee. You just need to transform once every day, and that will suffice. As he spoke, Jiraiya's face flushed, as if he were broaching a rather embarrassing subject. Hey. Why are you turning as red as a teapot? Yunfan couldn't help but tease. Naruto, looking thunderstruck, exclaimed, Pervy Sage, you truly are a lecher. Jiraiya corrected him. This isn't lechery. I am merely facilitating your growth. You are still young, and I doubt you have much money. Naruto scoffed, rebutting. My frog piggy bank at home is quite full. It can sustain me for years of ramen. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled. Good lad. Have you been saving every penny? Suddenly, Naruto's expression soured. It's just me. I don't spend much. Yunfan interjected. All right. Jiraiya-sensei, stop teasing Naruto and just teach him already. With Yunfan's prompt, Jiraiya ceased his jests. Jiraiya's expression turned serious as he said, to become my disciple, you must sign a contract. Before Naruto could inquire about the nature of this contract, Jiraiya formed a summoning seal, summoning technique, scroll toad. With a puff of white smoke that quickly dispersed, a toad appeared. This scroll toad, as its name suggested, resembled a scroll and was only slightly taller than Naruto. Its upper body was toad-like, while its lower half resembled a scroll. Jiraiya, why have you summoned me? The scroll toad asked. Jiraiya replied directly. Toadyo, the great toad sage stated that before becoming my disciple, one must sign a contract with you to prove their allegiance. You are aware of the specifics. Toadyo nodded and glanced at Yunfan, then recollected, I remember him. He was that child from a few years ago. Wasn't he one of the three who failed? Jiraiya laughed. Not him. It's the yellow-haired kid. Only then did Toadyo focus on Naruto, nodding. All right, no problem. As for whether he is the one the great sage prophesied, that is beyond my guarantee. Jiraiya rubbed his forehead. I know. You always say that. You've been saying it for years. Don't you find it tiresome? Toadyo replied. It is my duty to say what needs to be said. Now that I've said my piece, let's get down to business. Toadyo formed a seal with its webbed feet, but halfway through, it seemed to remember something and turned to Jiraiya, saying, Jiraiya, he left a key with me. If the contract is successful, the key will be given to that kid. Naruto scratched his head, his face adorned with faint whiskers, one of his 3 whisker marks furrowed in confusion. He turned to Yunfan beside him and asked, Big brother Yunfan, I've already seen frogs that can talk, so I'm not surprised. But what exactly are you and the pervy sage discussing? What is this thing I'm supposed to receive? Yunfan understood what the scroll toad was referring to. After Uchiha Obito caused the 9 tails to rampage through Konoha, the 4th Hokage sealed the power of the 9 tails within Naruto and entrusted the key to unsealing it to the scroll toad for safekeeping. If Naruto could sign the summoning scroll with his name, he would have the means to unlock it at any time. One must acknowledge the 4th Hokage's profound faith in his son, believing he would become the prophesied child of the great toad sage. During a conversation with Konan, Yunfan had learned that Jiraiya believed the 4th Hokage was the prophesied child destined to save the world, but with the 4th Hokage having passed on, it was evident that this was not the case. Although the great toad sage's prophecies were often vague, lacking clarity on events and appearances, it was apparent that the foretold events had come to pass. Now that the 4th Hokage was no longer present, it implied that he was not the prophesied child. Contemplating this, Yunfan internally mused. Is this what they call the protagonist's halo? Yunfan's thoughts flickered swiftly, dissipating just as quickly. Is there really such a thing? It seems he has immense faith in him, Jiraiya murmured, glancing at Naruto. Toadyo nodded and stated, now that the necessary discussions are concluded, it's time for me to fulfill my duties. Toadyo called out to the oblivious Naruto, who was still whispering with Yunfan. Hey, you little brat. Come over here and sign the contract. Upon hearing Toadyo's call, Naruto approached, bewildered, and asked, what am I supposed to sign? The toad, Fukasaku, continued to complete the unfinished seal from earlier. In the blink of an eye, the lower half of his body unfurled like a scroll. Naruto Uzumaki cast a glance, and the scroll revealed the first signature box at the forefront. From left to right, several columns had already been signed, yet the names were too blurred to decipher. As Naruto proceeded further, he discerned the names of Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze, followed by 3 additional boxes prominently marked with crimson crosses. This indicated that 3 individuals had previously signed here, but all had failed. Noticing Naruto scrutinizing his lower half, Fukasaku urged him, enough of that. Let us wrap this up. Just raise your dominant hand and press it on the blank space behind. Whether you succeed is left to fate. Naruto responded with an O, lifted his small hand, his right hand, and pressed it down beside the last red cross in the empty box. In no time, the name Naruto Uzumaki appeared in the vacant space. Fukasaku was taken aback, genuinely surprised by Naruto's success. Confused, Naruto inquired, what do you mean by success? Fukasaku replied, success means you are now truly Jiraiya's disciple. Jiraiya smiled upon seeing Naruto's name materialize, saying to Minato, you really had faith in him. Yunfan, having noticed Naruto's name on the scroll, felt a sudden resonance in his heart. He dashed to Fukasaku's side and raised his right hand to press down on one of the 3 crimson crosses. Fukasaku remarked, didn't you already sign last time? Before he could finish, he exclaimed in disbelief, what? Chapter 62, The Great Boorish Pig in the Back Mountains of Konoha. There lay a flat patch of ground, its soft soil not born of rain. Summer had arrived, and Konoha had not seen rain for quite some time. This earth was naturally formed and, due to its softness, was exceptionally suitable for training and sparring in taijutsu and ninjutsu. Consequently, numerous such locations had been designated throughout Konoha for ninjas to practice. Gradually, these sites multiplied. In one such area, 2 graceful women were seated on a protruding, flat rock. Mitarashi Anko, filled with confusion, remarked, Konan, you invited me here to train, yet we've been here for ages, and you haven't moved an inch. Are we here for a vacation? Even if you desire to visit a picturesque locale, this place isn't particularly appealing. I know of many beautiful places and delicious eateries, like the City of Fire, not far from Konoha. Anko, a true foodie, could not help but ramble on about food. Konan, perched elegantly on the rock, did not share Anko's carefree demeanor. Her poised posture was particularly captivating. She remained silent, her lovely face suddenly contorting in distress. Before arriving here, Konan had folded a paper crane to follow Yunfan. Upon witnessing him genuinely training with Naruto Uzumaki, she was convinced that he had not deceived her. Just as she was ready to abandon her surveillance, she caught sight of Naruto's harem jutsu and Jiraiya's notorious nosebleed. Konan was all too aware of Jiraiya's character. He was indeed on the hunt for writing material and had published numerous books. However, when she noticed Yunfan also experiencing a nosebleed, her expression soured. She appeared furious, though she felt she had no right to be. Why was she angry? She was not anyone to him. Yet, Konan remained irked. Anko, sensing Konan's discontent, inquired with concern, Konan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? If you're not feeling well, we should skip training today. Let us return to Konoha. I'll take you to a new eatery that just opened, and the food is absolutely delightful. Anko, ever the foodie, could hardly stray from the topic of food. Humph. Men are truly boorish pigs. Konan huffed in irritation. Upon hearing the word men, Anko immediately reacted, asking, what man? Are you talking about that guy Yunfan? By the waterfall. On the scroll toad's lower half, the crimson cross slowly faded away, subsequently revealing Nagato's name, which then transformed into Yunfan's. The scroll toad exclaimed in astonishment. You are a reincarnator? No, I am a traveler, Yunfan replied. It's about the same as what you're thinking. Jiraiya interjected, Fukasaku, this is a good thing. Isn't it? The scroll toad nodded. That is indeed correct. Well, my task is complete. I must take my leave. With that, the scroll toad formed a hand seal and vanished in a puff of white smoke. This outcome was somewhat unexpected for Yunfan. He had intended to see if he could enter Mount Myaboku to train in sage arts. However, when the scroll toad unfurled its lower half, a powerful premonition surged through him, compelling him to come forth and sign. Thus, Yunfan approached and pressed his right hand down. The reason for Nagato's failure eluded Yunfan, but at least he had successfully been selected for Mount Myaboku. Yunfan understood the summoning technique. In his mind, there existed a portal, the reverse summoning technique. As long as Yunfan utilized this ninjutsu, he could journey to Mount Myaboku. Strangely, he found himself unable to summon the frogs from Mount Myaboku. Clearly, Yunfan's signing his name on the scroll only permitted him entry to Mount Myaboku. Unlike Jiraiya, the fourth Hokage, or even Naruto, who had already signed his name and possessed sufficient chakra, allowing them to summon the frogs from Mount Myaboku for assistance. The likely reason for this limitation was his existing contract with other summoning beasts. Nevertheless, gaining access to Mount Myaboku fulfilled a desire of his. Yunfan set aside his thoughts and addressed Jiraiya. Teacher Jiraiya, I plan to explore Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya nodded. It seems you are aware of certain matters. Go ahead. By the way, once you're inside, feel free to have a chat with the great sage Fukasaku and hear his perspective. Understood, Yunfan replied. Naruto exclaimed. Can I also enter that Mount Myaboku? Jiraiya tapped Naruto on the head, saying, You fool. You haven't even learned the summoning technique. How could you go in? Naruto pouted. Why can big brother Yunfan enter? Jiraiya looked at the naive Naruto and explained. Can Yunfan be compared to you? His minimum strength is at the Jonin level, while you are merely a genin. Alright, it seems I must train hard to become stronger. I am destined to be Hokage, Naruto declared with fervor. Jiraiya, not wishing to crush Naruto's spirit, nevertheless remarked, You call yourself a man, yet you're just a little kid. You shouldn't be so shameless. If you want to become Hokage, you have a long road ahead. Naruto confidently asserted, I will definitely achieve it. Jiraiya expressed his approval, that's the spirit. This is my disciple, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Perverted sage, hurry and teach me. I want to grow stronger. I want to be the most dazzling one in the Chunin exams. At this moment, Naruto seemed to recall something and asked Jiraiya. I feel like I've grown weaker for some reason. I can no longer stand on the water surface while gathering chakra at my feet. Standing nearby, Yunfan offered a brief explanation to Jiraiya. Naruto had a confrontation with Orochimaru. In truth, Yunfan had surmised the reason behind Orochimaru's decision to reveal his whereabouts at the Death Wood. It was likely due to his interest in the body of the Uchiha's second son, prompting him to take the initiative to brainwash Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru's original target was indeed Uchiha Sasuke, but upon witnessing his beloved Sasuke being manipulated by Orochimaru, Uzumaki Naruto driven by love, turned to hatred, resorted to harnessing the power of the Nine Tails. Although Orochimaru failed to fully brainwash Uchiha Sasuke, he had nevertheless made significant progress. Aware that his clone's position had been compromised, Orochimaru recognized the uncertainty of his escape. Thus, prior to his departure, he employed the Five-Element Seal to confine the Nine Tails power within Uzumaki Naruto, resulting in a chaotic disruption of Naruto's chakra. These deductions came easily to Yunfan, a time traveler endowed with prophetic abilities, whereas Jiraiya lacked such foresight. However, upon urging Naruto to unveil his shirt and observing the Five-Element Seal on his abdomen, Jiraiya could piece together much of the unfolding events. Naruto, look. There's an airplane up in the sky. Jiraiya pointed upwards. Naruto gazed skyward, bewildered. What's that? It's just that you're too beautiful, Yunfan internally scoffed. Release the Five-Element Seal. Immediately, Jiraiya's fingers ignited with 5 orbs of ethereal blue flames. Transforming his fingers into claws, he lunged towards Naruto's tender belly. Naruto screamed in anguish. Then, with a resounding splash, a figure plummeted into the waterfall pit. As Naruto's head broke the surface, his golden hair glimmered like radiant gold in the sunlight. Perverted sage, what have you done to me? He bellowed. Jiraiya chuckled. Now give it a try. See if you can stand on the water's surface. Hesitant, yet hopeful, Naruto complied, forming hand seals. Chakra flowed to his feet, and to his astonishment, he found himself standing effortlessly upon the water's surface. Hee, perverted sage, you didn't deceive me. I can really do it, Naruto exclaimed, joyfully bouncing atop the water. Yunfan couldn't help but smile at this spectacle. Jiraiya, too, smiled, basking in the warmth of the morning sun. Sometimes, a smile possesses the power to heal. Chapter 63, The Examination Paper. The Reverse Summoning Technique. As Jiraiya summoned the communication toad, Yunfan utilized the reverse summoning technique to arrive at Mount Myaboku. After being struck by Uncle Ichiraku to the point of vomiting blood, Yunfan realized his strength was woefully inadequate. Of course, he could still manage against Orochimaru and the Akatsuki. But upon learning of the ominous entity sealed within the God Tree, he understood the necessity to bolster his own abilities. As for Jiraiya and Naruto, Yunfan suggested that Jiraiya instruct Naruto in the art of Rasengan. With a month and a half remaining until the Chunin exams, the exams themselves were of little consequence. What mattered was thwarting Orochimaru's plan to obliterate Konoha. During this time, Jiraiya would remain in Konoha, affording ample opportunity to train Naruto. There was no need for Naruto to learn summoning technique. With Jiraiya present, summoning Gamabunta or any other combat-ready toad was a trivial matter. Thus, having Naruto master summoning technique would be of little significance compared to refining his skills in the A-rank ninjutsu Rasengan, thereby enhancing his strength. Yunfan recalled that in the original timeline, Jiraiya was indeed teaching Naruto summoning technique because it was relatively easy to learn, as long as Naruto drew upon the Nine Tails power. He could utilize it. Moreover, with Jiraiya eager to depart Konoha to investigate Orochimaru's movements, he had limited time to devote to Naruto's training, which explained his focus on summoning technique. However, it was precisely because Naruto had mastered summoning technique that he formed a profound bond with Gaara through their confrontation involving the One-Tail's sleep technique. Yet, the current circumstances diverged significantly from Yunfan's recollections of the narrative, offering greater preparation to confront Orochimaru's destructive scheme. Upon learning of Orochimaru's cataclysmic plan, Jiraiya resolved to stay in Konoha, with one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, against another, Orochimaru, and supported by the third Hokage. Thwarting Orochimaru's plans to annihilate Konoha would prove increasingly formidable. Regarding the resolution of Gaara's hatred, Yunfan intended to orchestrate a strategy, restraining the One-Tail while urging Naruto to employ his verbal prowess to reach out to Gaara. In this domain, Naruto possessed an innate talent, having attained a remarkable mastery. Making Gaara feel the warmth of friendship would be as effortless as the daily necessities of life. Therefore, Yunfan advised Jiraiya to dedicate the forthcoming month to training Naruto in the Rasengan. Before entering Mount Myaboku, while Jiraiya conversed with the toad on the scroll, Yunfan shared a private moment with Naruto. In fact, Yunfan contemplated revealing to Naruto the secret of mastering Rasengan, such as using Shadow Clone to better grasp its technique. However, upon reflection, he refrained from disclosing this information. Surely, Jiraiya, with his intellect, was aware of the potential of Shadow Clone. It was likely he simply chose not to articulate it. It was not a matter of questioning why he wouldn't share a known method. That would be absurd. This reflects a teacher's attitude. Jiraiya understood that some knowledge must be acquired through personal effort and exploration to ingrain deeper understanding and foster creativity. As the saying goes, a master can only lead you to the door. It is up to you to enter. Such a mentor is indeed a true teacher. In Yunfan's previous life, for instance, when one reaches 5th grade in elementary school and learns to solve equations, the teacher would instruct them in the methods and rules of solving equations. For example, elucidating how to solve equations based on the operations of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. The teacher would then present an equation, explaining how to solve it. Those endowed with intelligence would grasp the concept swiftly, while those less astute, even if they didn't fully understand, would still acquire a general methodology. The remaining effort would necessitate self-study and research, ensuring the knowledge gained belongs to them. Teachers would assign tasks and administer quizzes to enhance familiarity with solving equations. Even the most gifted individuals would often not achieve a perfect score on quizzes, making mistakes or failing to solve certain problems. If a teacher were to provide all the answers to the assignments and quizzes, the student would ultimately struggle even with the simplest of equations. Conversely, if a less capable student diligently applies themselves to study and research, they may initially fail, but gradually reach passing marks and even attain excellence, potentially mastering the subject. Hence, the instruction of Naruto in the art of Rasengan mirrors this scenario. If all the answers to Naruto's examination were laid bare before him, he would only learn Rasengan and nothing beyond that. The mastery of S-rank ninjutsu, wind release, Rasen Shuriken, would become unattainable. Moreover, Naruto Uzumaki's intellect is not particularly sharp. Though he is a prodigious ninja, endowed with an immense chakra reserve and the even greater chakra of the 9 tails, which undeniably attests to his talent. His innate cognitive limitations render him somewhat slow in reaction and deficient in learning ability. However, it is precisely due to Naruto's unwavering diligence and tenacity, his refusal to retreat in the face of adversity, that he is able to transform a failing examination paper into one adorned with perfect scores. It is this indomitable spirit that allows him to innovate upon the Rasengan, crafting a plethora of variations. When confronted by foes, one Rasengan may not suffice. Thus, he conjures a more formidable version. Those who have traversed similar paths, like Yunfan, recognize this folly, understanding all too well that he lacks the relentless resolve that Naruto possesses. Hence, upon witnessing Naruto's attributes that he himself does not possess, Yunfan harbors no desire to impede Naruto's progress. Only those who have weathered storms yearn to shield others from the rain. Yunfan is not the kind of person who, after enduring the rain, would ruin an umbrella. After all, he is merely a young delinquent of the post-90s generation. Such cruel actions are beyond his capacity. Thus, he ultimately refrains from revealing the answers to Naruto. Certainly, while he cannot divulge the answers, Yunfan could instruct Naruto on the training methods for the Rasengan, yet he chooses not to. Yunfan is not a true teacher, though he often assumes that role. Nonetheless, he believes that, given Naruto's character, his examination scores will not be dismally low. With this faith in Naruto, Yunfan waves goodbye to Jiraiya and Naruto, then employs the reverse summoning technique to venture alone into Mount Myaboku. Chapter 64, the first entry into Mount Myaboku. At the waterfall, trusting in Naruto is the right choice. Upon executing the reverse summoning technique, Yunfan transforms into a wisp of white smoke and vanishes. Jiraiya, observing Yunfan's disappearance, ponders briefly before turning his attention to Naruto, who remains in the waterfall pit, exclaiming, "Naruto, it's time to train. Come on up." The moment Naruto hears the word train, he completely forgets about being submerged in the waterfall pit and rushes to the shore, hastily shedding his drenched garments until he is clad only in his shorts. It is the sweltering summer season, so he need not worry about catching a chill. Discarding his clothes, Naruto eagerly declares, "Perverted sage, let us begin. I'm fully prepared." Jiraiya gestures towards a different direction, chuckling, "Pick up your clothes. We'll head to the flat area atop that mountain over there. I will guide your training there. The sun is already high, and the ladies will soon arrive to frolic. We must not disrupt their enjoyment. Remember, Naruto, we must learn to find joy in helping others." Naruto scratches his head in response, glancing towards the mountain Jiraiya indicated, which features a modest peak topped with a flat surface surrounded by verdant trees, providing ample cover. Shaking his head, Naruto quickly perceives Jiraiya's intentions and bluntly retorts, "You are just eager to ogle those ladies." Jiraiya's face flushes crimson. He clears his throat and asserts, "Are you the teacher, or am I? Do you still wish to train?" Naruto shrugs in resignation, conceding, all right, I won't argue. It doesn't matter where we train to me. Jiraiya counters, young one. Confidence is commendable, but arrogance must be avoided. I doubt you'll master the Rasengan in a month. Naruto clenches his fist defiantly. If the fourth Hokage can learn it, so can I. At this moment, Naruto remains oblivious to the fact that the fourth Hokage is his father, a secret Yunfan has chosen to keep, as has everyone else. Jiraiya chuckles, since you are so confident. I retract my previous discouragement. I hope you can prove me wrong and master the Rasengan in a month. Can you? Naruto, brimming with determination, affirms, absolutely. A short while later, on the flat area of the mountain not far from the waterfall, Jiraiya explains, to master the Rasengan, you must undergo 3 stages. The first stage. Jiraiya elaborates in great detail, yet Naruto furrows his brow, utterly perplexed by Jiraiya's explanation. This time, rather than disheartening Naruto, Jiraiya demonstrates by forming a Rasengan in his right hand, its blue ripples swirling ominously. With a downward strike, Jiraiya slams the Rasengan into the ground, producing a resounding boom as dirt flies and a circular crater emerges, at least a meter deep. Wow, that Rasengan is impressive, Naruto exclaims in awe. Jiraiya brushes off the dust and debris from his clothing, stating, that is the Rasengan, the method I've just explained to you. With the demonstration, Naruto seems to grasp Jiraiya's earlier words, his spirits soaring as he exclaims, all right, the first stage is to fill a balloon with water, using my chakra to create a swirling effect in my hand to pop the balloon, right? Jiraiya nods approvingly. Yes, you finally understand. It wasn't too easy, was it? With confirmation, Naruto leaps with excitement. Yes. I'm going home right now to grab my piggy bank and buy some balloons. With that, Naruto utilizes his ninja speed and swiftly departs. Watching Naruto's figure disappear, Jiraiya chuckles. Soon after, the sounds of laughter from women reach his ears, and Jiraiya's expression shifts to a lecherous grin as he pulls out a pair of binoculars to survey the pool at the base of the waterfall. Not bad. Not bad at all, he drools. As noon approaches, the temperature begins to soar. The public baths in Konoha attract visitors, and the nearby waterfall draws its share of people as well. As the saying goes, different strokes for different folks. Some prefer indoor activities, while others favor the outdoors. During the sweltering summer, many seek a refreshing dip to alleviate the heat. Clad in a variety of bikinis, the women frolic, their beauty captivating Jiraiya's gaze. Wiping the drool from his lips, he continues to observe through his binoculars, his mouth watering further, while Jiraiya instructs Naruto in the ways of the Rasengan. Yunfan has also entered Mount Myaboku. The beauty of Mount Myaboku is unmatched. Its flora towers as if part of a grand world. Yunfan's form appears diminutive, akin to an ant, as he stands upon a root that resembles a mountain, feeling the soft, swaying ground beneath his feet. Momentarily taken aback, he realizes he is in the wild, a place where the mountain frogs prey. They could not possibly reside here. What has happened to the contact frog? Wasn't he supposed to notify me? How did I end up in the wilderness of Mount Myaboku? Although Yunfan signed his name on the summoning scroll to gain access to Mount Myaboku, the reverse summoning technique requires the consent of the mountainous frogs for him to enter. Thus, Jiraiya summons a contact frog to return to Mount Myaboku and relay the situation. Shortly after the contact frog departs, Yunfan feels the call within his mind and employs the reverse summoning technique, arriving at Mount Myaboku. However, he did not anticipate how he had arrived in the wilderness of Myabokuzen. Yunfan detected a pungent odor that was rather unpleasant. Enduring the foul stench, he shouted, "Hello? Is anyone there?" Seemingly responding to Yunfan's call, a frog adorned with an enormous straw hat hopped over. "My apologies, I am rather clumsy. I was relieving myself outside when the contact frog informed me of your situation. I immediately agreed to your summons while attending to my business," the frog, known as Hamachan, stated without a hint of embarrassment. It dawned on Yunfan that this was the source of the offensive smell. He merely nodded at the large Hamachan, choosing to remain silent. Noticing Yunfan's reticence, Hamachan hesitated momentarily before asking, "Do you wish to return to the village after finishing your business, just as I did?" "Hamachan, I must admit, you have truly outdone me in clumsiness," Yunfan replied while pinching his nose. "I do not have an urgent need at the moment. Could you please take me back once you are done?" "Oh, right," Hamachan responded. "I am finished." He lifted his webbed foot and extended it towards Yunfan. "Wait, have you washed your hands?" Yunfan internally scoffed while gathering chakra beneath his feet, sprinting up Hamachan's webbed foot until he stood atop Hamachan's head. "All set," Hamachan declared before bouncing away from the tall, straight grass. "I finally understand what it feels like to be an ant," Yunfan mused inwardly. This marked Yunfan's first visit to Myabokuzen, where even the grass appeared as towering mountains, making him feel as diminutive as an ant. Myobo-Kuzan is indeed a wondrous realm. Chapter 65, Destruction. In Myobo-Kuzan, under Hamachan's leaps, Yunfan found himself transported from the wilderness to the village. Unlike the wild overgrowth outside, the village of the frogs was neatly trimmed and cleared, revealing an expansive open area. Within this space stood grand stone caves, modestly sized wooden houses, an enormous stream, and a vast yellow waterfall, alongside giant taro leaves and ordinary-sized windmills. This extraordinary sight left Yunfan in awe. After Hamachan set Yunfan down in the village, he scampered off, perhaps to relieve himself once more. Yunfan approached a wooden house of average size, feeling less insignificant than he had imagined. However, standing beneath the massive taro leaves, which resembled a canopy, he once again felt as minuscule as an ant. This contrast produced a profound sense of perspective for Yunfan. He wandered about, taking in the scenery. "You must be new to Myobo-Kuzan. I've never seen you before." A small green frog, not nearly as colossal as Hamachan, but roughly the size of a human infant, ambled over and spoke to Yunfan. "The scroll frog mentioned 2 individuals have made a pact with Myobo-Kuzan. You must be one of them." Upon hearing this, Yunfan turned to see the frog clearly and recognized it as one of the elders of Myobo-Kuzan, Shinsaku. Shinsaku introduced himself, saying, "I am Shinsaku. The great toad sage sent me to find you. He seems to have had a significant dream." Yunfan nodded, replying, "I am Yunfan, and indeed, this is my first visit to Myobo-Kuzan. Follow me," Shinsaku instructed, turning to walk forward in a manner akin to a human infant. Yunfan found this adorable until he recalled that Shinsaku was likely older than his own grandfather, which diminished his initial fondness. The size may be charming, but the wisdom gained over many years is not. Shinsaku led Yunfan to a house that matched his understanding of appropriate size. Upon arriving, he noted 2 houses. This was one of them, while the other appeared slightly smaller. Yunfan speculated that this was where Shinsaku and his wife, Shizuka, resided. Since this particular house belonged to the great toad sage, Yunfan felt his assumption was confirmed. Shinsaku, with his infant-like stature, pushed open a door towering twice his height and said to Yunfan, "Young man, please step inside. The great toad sage has been awaiting you for quite some time." Yunfan nodded and entered. As he did, Shinsaku murmured, "I am certain of it. His eyes are unmistakably the Rinnegan." After whispering this, Shinsaku followed Yunfan inside. Once inside, Yunfan beheld an exceedingly aged toad, its skin wrinkled like that of a nonagenarian, and its size equivalent to that of 2 ordinary adults. It reclined on a chair the size of a room, eyes closed, adorned with an ancient necklace inscribed with the character for sage. Yunfan performed a bow and respectfully stated, "Greetings, great toad sage." Although Yunfan had been a petty youth in his past life with little accomplishment, he understood the importance of basic etiquette. Despite Yunfan's courteous greeting, the great toad sage remained with closed eyes, resembling a venerable sage on the brink of death. Employing his Rinnegan, Yunfan discerned that the great toad sage was not asleep, but rather awake, perhaps reluctant to open his eyes. It is said that extraordinarily intelligent individuals, as they age, not only perceive the intricacies of the world, but also foresee many potential futures. The great toad sage, being a creature of remarkable wisdom, was likely no exception. Yunfan pondered this internally when the great toad sage finally spoke. "It is you, isn't it?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Yunfan was perplexed and uncertain of its meaning. The great toad sage continued without awaiting a response. "My recent dreams have undergone a significant transformation. Previously, I foresaw a calamity descending upon this world in the near future, and Jiraiya would take on several disciples, one of whom would be the prophesied child pivotal to averting this disaster." As the great toad sage articulated this, Yunfan interjected, "I know of this prophesied child. It is Naruto Uzumaki." The great toad sage nodded, recalling a young man with golden hair who had come to train in sage arts, whom Jiraiya believed to be the fabled prophesied child. At that time, I too believed it to be him, although I could not discern the child's features in my dreams. I knew he possessed golden hair. Yet, several years ago, that golden-haired individual was no more. The scroll from Shorin bears the names of 2 individuals. One is you, and the other is the prophesied Naruto Uzumaki. Does he possess golden hair? As the great toad sage posed this question, Yunfan affirmed, "Indeed, he has golden hair." The great toad sage nodded again, confirming, "Then it must be him. However, my dreams have now shifted dramatically. The calamity that once threatened this world has morphed into something far more perplexing and ominous. Within my dreams, this disaster is no longer a calamity. Consequently, without a calamity, there is no prophesied child. Yet, despite the absence of that calamity, this world is on the cusp of facing an even greater peril, destruction. The great toad sage spoke in a calm, unembellished tone, yet the implications of his words exuded an aura of dread. Shinsaku, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, exclaimed in astonishment, "Great toad sage, what has transpired? This is the first time I have heard of your dreams undergoing such a transformation." Yunfan furrowed his brow, contemplating, then inquired, "Great toad sage, are you suggesting that the calamity has escalated into destruction?" The great toad sage continued, "It is not an upgrade. Calamity is calamity, and destruction is destruction. They are entirely unrelated. As for why this is the case, I am uncertain. In truth, if it were merely a calamity, I would harbor no fear. For there exists a prophesied child who will avert this disaster. The emotional bonds you humans share, along with your unwavering belief in survival, inspire my trust. Thus I fear no calamity. However, in my dreams, I envisioned that calamity would no longer occur, yet a far greater destruction has arrived. This is not a transformation, nor is it calamity turning into destruction. They are completely disconnected, yet it is indeed destruction." The great toad sage, in a contradictory manner, reiterated the term destruction several times, highlighting the enigmatic nature of this obliteration. Chapter 66. I wish to learn sage arts. Shinsaku, utterly perplexed, inquired, "Great toad sage, what exactly are you trying to convey?" Yunfan also stood in stunned silence, pondering that if taken literally, destruction meant the obliteration of this world, the planet of Naruto. Analyzing the words of the great toad sage, Yunfan arrived at the following conjecture. The calamity the great toad sage previously dreamt of, no matter how severe, fundamentally remained merely a calamity, even if everyone perished. The planet would still endure. In contrast, the destruction now envisioned by the great toad sage plainly signifies the annihilation of this planet. Yunfan shared these deductions with the great toad sage. The sage remained with eyes closed, reclining against the chair, and nodded slowly. "You have understood correctly. That is approximately the meaning." Shinsaku, trembling with fear, asked, "What kind of power could possibly possess the ability to annihilate this planet?" Yunfan stroked his chin, contemplating. "It must be related to the god tree seal that Uncle Iru spoke of. Is it possible that my arrival in this world prevented Kagaya Otsutsuki from being revived? No, that cannot be right. Based on my memories of Naruto, the calamity the great toad sage referred to is most likely Kagaya's resurrection. Yet, the calamity in the sage's dream has transformed into destruction, and these two concepts are entirely unconnected. This implies that perhaps by occupying Nagato's body, I have prevented Kagaya's revival, thereby causing the calamity to vanish. But if calamity has ceased, then from whence does this destruction arise? Could the seal of the god tree have been undone? If so, who could have released it?" At this juncture, Yunfan inquired, "Great toad sage, did your dream reveal any prophesied child or anything that could prevent this destruction?" The great toad sage replied, "I have not yet dreamt of such a thing. This change in my dream occurred not long ago. We shall see if I dream of anything when I next slumber." Upon hearing the great toad sage's words, Yunfan realized that the alteration in the sage's dream was likely due to his own arrival, acknowledging that he was not a reincarnator, but rather a traveler from another world. The great toad sage concluded, "Well, I have said all that I needed to say." Although Shinsaku remained in a state of disbelief, he respectfully bid farewell to the great toad sage, saying, "Then, great toad sage, rest well. I will ask Jima to prepare some delicacies and bring them to you." "Very well," replied the great toad sage. This time, Shinsaku did not walk, but instead bounced over to Yunfan's side, stating, "Let us depart from here." Yunfan, still deep in thought, momentarily set aside his musings upon hearing Shinsaku's words and nodded, "All right." As they approached the door, the great toad sage's voice echoed from behind. "If Jiraiya is free, tell him to visit Mount Mayaboku. I must convey this information to him." Shinsaku turned around, raising his voice, "Understood, great toad sage. I will relay your message." Afterward, Shinsaku turned back and bounced away with Yunfan, leaving the great toad sage's abode. Shinsaku glanced back, attempting to close the enormous double doors, which appeared as daunting as a mountain compared to his diminutive stature. Opening the door was easy, but closing it proved challenging. Yunfan lent a helping hand, effortlessly securing the door. Then, recalling something, Yunfan asked, "Why did the great toad sage only summon Jiraiya and not Naruto?" Shinsaku explained, "Mount Mayaboku is not a place one can enter at will. Do you think the reverse summoning technique is that simple?" Perplexed, Yunfan inquired, "What do you mean?" Shinsaku elaborated, "The summoning technique requires only a small amount of chakra to bring us here, but to enter Mount Mayaboku, one must not only have a signed contract, but also possess a substantial amount of chakra, along with pure chakra. I just checked the scroll on the toad's lower half. And that brat named Naruto is still just a child, right? To this, Yunfan nodded, yes. Shinzaku continued, then it won't work. Without a few years of training. With his current chakra, he cannot enter Mount Myaboku. Yunfan comprehended Shinzaku's implication. In other words, one must regularly train, continuously utilizing chakra, or enhance the purity of their chakra to strengthen their ninjutsu. For instance, while Naruto possesses a significantly larger amount of chakra than anyone else, if he merely lounges around every day without training or gathering chakra to stand on water, on trees, or on walls, by the time he reaches adulthood, he may not even be able to perform the basic act of walking on water. The amount of chakra within one's body is unrelated to age. The older one gets, the chakra does not necessarily become purer. In fact, it may become more chaotic, making even forming hand seals or executing ninjutsu take an eternity. Oh, just like in my past life, I wanted a body with an 8-pack, yet if I lie in bed all day, I won't achieve those abs but will certainly develop a beer belly, Yunfan mused internally. Sighing, he whispered. No wonder Konan was so averse when she learned I wanted to stay home and play video games. It turns out that neglecting training as a ninja truly leads to weakness. Shinzaku, catching Yunfan's murmured words, asked, what are you muttering about? Resolutely, Yunfan made a sincere request. Sensei, I wish to learn sage arts. Shinzaku, confused, asked, what did you call me? What is a sensei? Yunfan laughed heartily. It's a term that means teacher. Shinzaku-sensei, I would like to request that you teach me sage arts. Shinzaku stroked his small tuft of white beard, confirming with Yunfan, are you certain you wish to learn? Sage arts are not easily mastered. Yunfan affirmed, yes. Upon learning that this planet was destined for destruction, Yunfan repeatedly felt the urgency to enhance his own strength. Chapter 67, Good and Evil. Shinzaku nodded. Since you are able to contract with Mount Myaboku and have entered here, it signifies a certain fate. And you possess the right to learn sage arts. However, you must be prepared. While sage arts are indeed powerful, they also carry great danger. Follow me. After saying this, Shinzaku ceased walking, opting to bounce away from the great toad sage's dwelling. Yunfan followed closely behind. On their way to Shinzaku's destination, they encountered Shizuma, Shinzaku's wife. Shizuma, also the size of an infant like Shinzaku, was notably distinguished by her pair of alluring purple frog lips. On the webbed feet of the frog were hung a basket, teeming with peculiar insects, their sizes reminiscent of an ordinary yellow eel. Shinzaku greeted, wife, you have returned. To which Shima responded with a nod. I just went out to gather some food to prepare a meal for little frog G and frog Long, Shinzaku remarked. The great frog sage's lunch must be ready as well. Please make arrangements to enhance its quality. Shima replied, the great frog sage's meals have always been managed by Wontai. I shall check with him shortly to see if everything is prepared. At this juncture, Shima cast a glance towards Yunfan. Yunfan politely bowed, I am Yunfan. It is an honor to meet you, Teacher Shijian. Shima smiled and nodded, expressing her satisfaction. It seems that little Jiraiya has found himself a disciple. I do hope he is the prophesied child. However, Shima's tone shifted to one of perplexity as she continued. Strange, Yunfan, you are already an adult. Yet little Jiraiya has been unable to find a suitable candidate for the Myaboku Mountain contract for several years. Most who are capable of contracting with Myaboku Mountain are still children. Aside from the Sage of Six Paths, no adults have managed to enter. Her implication was clear. Those destined to bond with Myaboku Mountain were nurtured from a young age, while those without such fate remained devoid of connection. It had become common knowledge that adults could not form contracts with Myaboku Mountain, with the Sage of Six Paths being the sole exception. Thus, Shima's confusion deepened. I initially believed your eyes to be a natural formation, but upon closer inspection, they are the Rinnegan. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths son? Shima exclaimed upon noticing Yunfan's eyes. Shinzaku shook his head, wife. He is not a reincarnate. His age does not align. When I first met the young lad Yunfan, I too considered the possibility of him being a reincarnate, as only those from the Sage of Six Paths lineage or the reincarnates of Ashura and Indra could possess the Rinnegan. The great frog sage stated that the emergence of ninjas in this world was due to the Sage of Six Paths releasing chakra at the end of his life, allowing humanity to cultivate chakra. Initially, the sage was at peace, witnessing the growth of his two children without any signs of familial strife, and he passed away contentedly. Yet, shortly after his demise, Ashura and Indra began to engage in brutal conflict, dividing into two factions that sparked a prolonged war. After the deaths of Ashura and Indra, some accomplished ninjas ceased participating in battles, leading ordinary people to distant lands to establish their own sects and thrive, yet the wars persisted for many years. The great frog sage, Witnessing the devastation of the world his friend had created, was overwhelmed with disappointment and anger. In a fit of rage, he declared the closure of Mayaboku Mountain, prohibiting any ninja from entering to practice sage arts, and ceased to assist anyone. Eventually, it remains unclear why the great frog sage reopened Mayaboku Mountain. Perhaps it was due to a calamity or some other reason. As Shinsaku sighed deeply, Yunfan listened intently. Realizing that aside from reminiscing about the past with his wife, Shinsaku was also elucidating the history of these events. Shinsaku continued, "At first, I too was curious. Perhaps Yunfan possesses some extraordinary qualities. However, the world has changed drastically. The prophetic dreams have become intricately complicated. When you bring lunch to the great frog sage later, you may inquire about it." Upon hearing this, Shima hurriedly departed with the basket in hand. Shinsaku appeared considerably uplifted after their conversation, smiling as he said, "Come. I shall take you to practice sage arts." As they traversed the even terrain, Shinsaku hopped along, declaring, "Only those with kind hearts are permitted to enter Mayaboku Mountain. Regardless of what transpires or what challenges one faces, a benevolent heart remains steadfast. Only such individuals can gain entry to Mayaboku Mountain." Hearing Shinsaku's words, Yunfan nodded in understanding as to why he was able to enter Mayaboku Mountain. While he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he knew he could never bring himself to destroy this world or manipulate the human heart for greater power. No one is flawless. Everyone possesses virtues and flaws. Even the noblest souls have their imperfections. As the saying goes, it is the heart that matters, not the actions. As long as one's greater goodness outweighs their lesser evils, they are deemed a good person. Conversely, if one's significant malevolence overshadows their minor goodness, they become a bad person. The reason Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan could not contract with Mayaboku Mountain is not because they are inherently bad, but because they linger in the gray area between good and evil. This is why Jiraiya wished for them to grow stronger and enter Mayaboku Mountain, yet they were unable to form a contract. Jiraiya was well aware that his 3 disciples were still caught in this moral limbo. He had initially intended to guide them toward the light, but due to personal circumstances, he was compelled to leave them behind. Their vacillation between good and evil made them susceptible to extremes of either virtue or vice. Jiraiya's presence illuminated the path of goodness for Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, yet he often emphasized that only those who treat the world kindly deserve its gentleness in return. However, had the world ever shown kindness to them? This ultimately birthed Nagato's disdain for the world. Yet, the current Nagato was not the same as before. He was merely a confused young man, Yunfan, who had once been inconsequential. In his previous life, Yunfan may not have achieved much, perhaps living as an unremarkable petty criminal, only to fade into obscurity as an aging miscreant. Nonetheless, he had always understood the concepts of good and evil, right and wrong, and what it meant to be fair-minded and guilt-free. Chapter 68. A desire to converse with Obito. At the grand yellow waterfall, cascading from a towering rock face, it created a breathtaking panorama. The gentle sound of the water contributed an aura of tranquility to the serene village of Mayaboku Mountain. Shinsaku and Yunfan arrived at this picturesque location. During their journey, Yunfan shared the origins of his Rinnegan with Shinsaku. In this world, there are 3 most powerful secret realms: Mayaboku Mountain, the Dragon Cave, and the Wetbone Forest. Mayaboku Mountain stands distinct from the Dragon Cave and the Wetbone Forest. The mission of Mayaboku Mountain is to foster peace in the world. The great frog sage chose to assist humanity to eradicate war, prioritizing universal love. In simpler terms, it is akin to the police station in Yunfan's previous life. The Dragon Cave, on the other hand, is indifferent to human affairs. The White Snake Sage allows anyone who wishes to make a contract, but requires those who succeed in contracting to provide food for the Dragon Cave. In essence, these offerings comprise humans, analogous to capitalists in Yunfan's former life. The Wetbone Forest is far simpler. The Slug Sage excels in medical arts and contracts are restricted to female humans, akin to hospitals in Yunfan's previous existence. Since it is a police station, as the saying goes, when in trouble, seek the police, Yunfan recounted the details to Shinsaku. Naturally, he withheld his identity as a time traveler. Even if Yunfan were to disclose the truth, it is highly unlikely that Shinzo would believe him. Upon learning that Uncle Yao was unable to leave the Yao ramen shop, could not frequently utilize chakra, and was relegated to living as an ordinary person, constantly consumed by worries, Yunfan felt compelled to keep this identity concealed. Furthermore, the desire to hide his identity as a time traveler stemmed from a wish not to disturb the prophetic dreams of the great Toad Sage. Now, finding himself inexplicably in this world, calamity had inexplicably transmuted into annihilation. Although Yunfan was equally perplexed, he could only await the forthcoming dreams of the great toad sage, hoping to uncover some clues. If the sage were to dream of him as a time traveler, he could then confess the truth. Shinzua remarked, "So you're saying that the reincarnation of Indra has not yet perished, and he has transplanted his eyes into you? This seems implausible. If the reincarnator were to die, the Rinnegan would also cease to exist, especially since you do not possess the identity of the reincarnator. Could it be that this Indra reincarnator has yet to age and die?" Upon hearing Shinzua's words, Yunfan realized why he had fainted at the Yuhua barbecue shop and why he could only temporarily access the paths of the Deva and animal realms. With the other 4 paths being sealed, it was likely due to the demise of Uchiha Madara. Reflecting on this, Yunfan recalled Uncle Yile's words regarding the sage's physique and stated, "The reason my Rinnegan does not vanish despite the death of the Indra reincarnator seems to be due to my physical constitution." Shinzua enlightenedly responded, "Now I understand. Your sage physique is indeed conducive to the parasitism of the Rinnegan." Truly, as the right-hand companion of the great toad sage, his breadth of knowledge was remarkable. Yunfan murmured, "So it is. Now I comprehend why Madara chose to implant the Rinnegan into Nagato among the 3. Considering the personalities of Yahiko and Nagato, Yahiko was the perfect candidate in Madara's plan. However, due to Nagato's sage physique, it had to be transplanted into him. Thus, Madara's meticulously crafted plan, after years of scheming, bore a slight flaw, which Obito exploited. This led to Nagato activating the Rinnegan, failing to timely utilize the Rinnegan birth technique, and ultimately being brainwashed by Naruto, preventing Madara's resurrection. If Madara were to realize that his plan had been thwarted by Obito, delaying his revival, and that Obito had not anticipated Nagato's successful brainwashing by Naruto, he would surely erupt in fury. At this moment, Madara's scheme had already met complete failure. However, thanks to Orochimaru's successful development of the perfect Edo Tensei, Obito could only adhere to Madara's original Moon Eye plan and collaborate with Orochimaru to resurrect him first. This consequently initiated the 4th Great Ninja War led by Obito and Orochimaru. The reason Obito altered Madara's plan was that he merely wished to create a world for Rin. He did not desire a world engulfed in war. He feared that if Rin were to be resurrected, she would witness a world ravaged by conflict. Given Rin's character, she would undoubtedly be profoundly disappointed to learn that it was Obito's doing. Obito was aware of this, which prompted him to radically modify all of Madara's plans, seeking powerful allies to establish the Akatsuki organization. His goal was to capture all tailed beasts, allowing the Outer Path Golem to absorb their power, eradicating chakra from the world and eliminating ninjas, thereby preventing humanity's pursuit of power and profit from igniting wars. In this manner, the world would transform into a realm of peace, and most importantly, it would allow for the revival of Rin, whom Obito cherished. Obito, my dear Obito, even though you were manipulated and grew to despise this world, you still possess a heart inclined towards goodness. If you were to form a contract with Mount Myaboka now, you would undoubtedly succeed, for you have retained a benevolent heart throughout, never wavering. Otherwise, you would not have altered Madara's plan. Obito, my dear Obito. Yet in all of this, you were deceived. Both you and Madara fell victim to Black Zetsu's manipulation. The Hidden Leaf Village truly owes you an identity as Hokage. If only you had not been exploited. Wait, if I were to have a conversation with Obito, perhaps he might reconsider his plan to hunt the tailed beasts. As Yunfan walked, he occasionally sighed, softly murmuring to himself. Time does not halt. The pair, one human and one toad, arrived at a majestic yellow waterfall. Shinzua halted, noticing that Yunfan continued forward, prompting him to call out, "Hey, little Yunfan, what are you pondering? We have reached our destination." Only then did Yunfan collect his thoughts, turning around with a sheepish apology. "My apologies, I was just contemplating a few matters." At that moment, a notion arose within Yunfan about the necessity of conversing with Obito, as he was now Yunfan, not Nagato. Nagato would not take such actions, but Yunfan could. Chapter 69, The Sage Art That Flows Effortlessly. Quickly, Yunfan tucked away the thought of speaking with Obito, focusing on what he needed to accomplish, mastering sage techniques. Observing Yunfan's return to clarity, Shinzua remarked, "Sage techniques cannot simply be learned by mere words. A moment's carelessness could lead to a fate akin to those statues." At this, Shinzua pointed toward a set of human-sized frog statues beside the waterfall. Yunfan then noticed several frog statues resembling humans. Shinzua explained, "Since the great toad sage opened Mount Myaboku, many newly contracted ninjas have come here to train in sage techniques, all of whom have failed. It was not until the appearance of young Jiraiya that this trend was broken. though his sage techniques are still not fully refined. The most perfected sage techniques were mastered by the sage of 6 paths, followed by that yellow-haired lad, Namikaze Minato, and lastly, Jiraiya. To date, only these 3 have successfully learned sage arts. Are you certain you wish to proceed? After hearing Shinzuo's words, Yunfan nodded. I shall give it a try. If I cannot learn it, there is no need to persist stubbornly. Shinzuo was momentarily taken aback. Your perspective is quite different from that of the predecessors. Yunfan replied. I understand what you wish to convey, Shinzuo-sensei. Indeed, perseverance is often essential for success. Those without ambition are destined for failure. However, there are circumstances where, despite one's utmost efforts, certain things remain unattainable. If that is the case, why should I persist? Knowing that the probability of success diminishes to near nothingness. Why should I gamble on such unlikely odds? All mortals must face death, whether as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. If a peaceful world requires strength, why not contribute my own, even if I know my feeble abilities may not afford me high chances of survival? At the very least, I would have taken a significant first step toward peace. Perhaps I may fail, and the next may also fail. Can you guarantee that the third will fail? Even if the third fails, there will be a fourth to gradually realize a peaceful realm. There was originally no path beneath our feet. It only becomes a path when many tread upon it. Yunfan spoke with a tranquil tone. Of course, all of the preceding words were, in essence, merely superficial rhetoric for Yunfan. He was not truly so noble. In his previous life, he existed in an era of peace, having never experienced or witnessed conflict. Such declarations were devoid of true sentiment. Had Yunfan lived in a time of turmoil, he would have been uncertain if he would dare to take that pivotal first step toward peace. Perhaps the initial step of that beginning was not taken by a person named Yunfan. Perhaps the one who closely followed was indeed Yunfan. Perhaps Yunfan was merely an ordinary individual among the multitude, living a life of mere existence, neither here nor there. These thoughts were obscure to Yunfan himself, for he had never experienced such a thing. If that day were to come, how he would choose to live was a mystery to him. At present, he was utterly unaware. In sharing these reflections, Yunfan was merely imparting some wisdom from his previous life, also intending for Shinzo to convey to anyone that life is indeed precious, and every individual possesses their own choices. Choosing to succumb to fear and avoidance is entirely normal, while choosing to forge ahead without hesitation is equally valid. Shinzo, somewhat contemplative, responded, I understand. Your reasoning is quite sound. The reason they persisted until they became frog statues was to attain greater strength and usher in an era devoid of war. If there exists even a sliver of success, it could be justified. Yet there are those who, even in the face of inevitable failure, do not comprehend the notion of surrender. While the quality of perseverance is commendable, the value of life is not to be underestimated. I shall relay your insights to the next individual who comes here to pursue the art of ninjutsu. Shinzo raised his adorable webbed foot and stroked the small tuft of white whiskers on his chin, saying, very well. However, I must caution you, Yunfan, that the next person may very well be a failure. Shinzo-sensei, Yunfan interjected, please refrain from sharing those insights just yet. If the individual who approaches to practice ninjutsu truly has no chance of success, then you may impart those lessons. Shinzo nodded in agreement. That is precisely my intention. The two who came before were genuinely unable to practice ninjutsu. During the Third World War, their village was on the brink of destruction, and they chose to gamble on the birth of a miracle. Had I known your insights then and shared them with those two, perhaps the outcome would have been different, and their village might not have met its demise due to war. Shinzo reflected. It appeared that Yunfan was not from the Hidden Leaf village. All right, Shinzo-sensei, let us commence, Yunfan declared. Clearing his throat, Shinzo continued to stroke his white whiskers, resembling a seasoned professor, a role he had embraced after instructing many in the art of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is distinct from sage arts. The techniques we employ harness the chakra within our bodies, radiating outward from the inside out. In contrast, sage arts utilize external natural forces that flow inward from the outside in. Shinzo began to elucidate the methods of sage arts. In truth, Yunfan scarcely listened. Upon hearing Shinzo's initial statements, he had already grasped the essence of practicing sage arts. As a traveler from the great gourmet empire, he was well aware that this concept was akin to Tai Chi. The natural forces and chakra within the body formed something resembling a Tai Chi diagram, thus creating sage chakra. This meant that by blending the chakra within him with the natural forces, he could reach the state of Wuji generating Tai Chi, followed by Tai Chi manifesting into the two forces. Upon mastering this method and achieving practical success, Yunfan would be able to learn sage arts. After about half an hour of explanation, Shinzo confirmed, little Yunfan, Do you comprehend? Yunfan nodded in response. I understand. Then I shall perch upon your shoulder to assist you in gathering natural forces, while you control the chakra within you to merge with those forces. Remember, when you begin to feel an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if immersed in a paradise, you must awaken promptly. Otherwise, you may transform into a frog and soon become petrified, turning into a statue. Shinzo warned. Chapter 70. The Sense of Comfort. Yunfan sat on the stone steps beside the waterfall, meditating with his eyes firmly closed, while a green frog, eyes shut and hands clasped, stood upon his shoulder. This tableau of one human and one frog persisted for 10 minutes. Yunfan did not experience the sense of comfort Shinzo had described. He merely felt a trickle of natural forces flowing into him. Following the principles of Tai Chi from his previous life, he utilized his blue chakra to intertwine with the white natural forces, crafting an image within. Before long, a blue and white Tai Chi diagram formed within Yunfan's being. Subsequently, this diagram became a conduit connecting all his meridians. With his eyes closed, Yunfan felt an overwhelming surge of power, as if he could obliterate the world with a single punch. However, this sensation quickly dissipated. Shinzo, perched on his shoulder, opened his frog eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Yunfan opened his eyes, puzzled. "What is the matter, Shinzo-sensei? I did not sense the comfort you spoke of." Shinzo appeared to be struck by an unexpected blow, his demeanor deflated. "I retract my previous statements. You have managed to completely master the process of merging chakra with natural forces in merely 10 minutes. Yunfan inquired, "Shinzo-sensei, is this too fast? Could this yield unfavorable results?" Shinzo took a deep breath, exhaling before responding. "No, this is a fortuitous development. You possess greater talent for mastering sage arts than even young Jiraiya or young Naruto. Initially, I sought to determine whether you could attain stillness, as practicing sage arts requires complete tranquility. Even the slightest disturbance or rapid breathing could disrupt the control of the natural forces entering your body. However, I never anticipated that you would grasp the fundamentals of sage arts in just 10 minutes. I no longer need to assist you. Continue your training in the waterfall by yourself." Shinzo, seemingly disheartened, slowly made his way toward a small dwelling, muttering to himself, "I spent a full half-hour speaking nonsense." Yunfan sighed, rubbing his temples, yet still asked, "Shinzo-sensei, do you mean to say that I have already entered the realm of sage arts?" All he could see was Shinzo's retreating figure as the frog lifted its webbed foot and shook it. "Indeed, you may now enter the waterfall and gather natural forces. Although you have learned sage arts, the extent of your power ultimately depends on your own efforts. Rest assured, you will not turn into a frog, nor will you become a statue. Not even a single hair of yours will change." As Shinzo walked away, somewhat disheartened, he added, "But truly, Shinzo-sensei, I am a genius. You should be pleased, shouldn't you?" Yunfan internally lamented. In truth, Shinzo's reaction was entirely predictable. It was akin to a knowledgeable professor teaching an advanced course, only for a student to solve an exceedingly difficult problem in mere minutes, an endeavor that had taken the professor 3 days to unravel. Naturally, the professor would be astounded, having anticipated that no matter how gifted the student, they could not possibly arrive at the answer so quickly. Yunfan, too, was taken aback by his swift understanding of sage arts within 10 minutes. He had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of severe froggification and had considered abandoning the endeavor altogether. Saving the world, one might argue, is a task best suited for a protagonist endowed with a radiant aura, such as Naruto. Subsequently, one might endeavor to thoroughly instill a sense of righteousness in Sasuke, guiding him to abandon his malevolent path. Together, these two reincarnators, akin to a duet of blades, could effortlessly thwart cataclysmic events that threaten their planet. However, Yunfan was genuinely taken aback by the fact that he comprehended the essence of sage technique within merely 10 minutes. It was no wonder that teacher Shinsaku felt disheartened. Were he in Yunfan's position, he too would be rendered despondent, Yunfan mused internally. Setting aside such thoughts, Yunfan stripped down to his underwear, placing his garments atop the stone steps. He then ventured into the embrace of the golden waterfall. His initial sensation, apart from the refreshing coolness of the water, was a delightful comfort that emanated from his feet. Promptly, Yunfan channeled the chakra within him, harmonizing it with the influx of natural energy, thus manifesting a taiji diagram within his abdomen. Upon completing these actions, the soothing sensation dissipated. Once the comfort faded, Yunfan felt as if he could obliterate this world with a single kick. Focusing chakra into his feet, he stood upon the water's surface, moving as if on solid ground. Approaching the colossal waterfall, he allowed the torrent to cascade over his body. After a while, he experienced an overwhelming sense of euphoria, akin to the bliss of intimate union with a captivating and alluring partner. This exhilarating sensation tempted him to succumb completely, yet he recalled Shinsaku's warning. Delivering a swift punch to himself, he felt the sting and opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he noticed his arms had reverted from their webbed state to normalcy. Goodness. So this is the sensation that teacher Shinsaku spoke of. I had imagined it would be a different kind of pleasure, Yunfan muttered in frustration. This magnificent golden waterfall was unique to Mayaboku Mountain. It accelerated the gathering of natural energy. As the saying goes, one's appearance is a reflection of the heart. This waterfall inspired visions of beauty and profound memories. Should one indulge in such sensations, they would ultimately transform into a frog, petrified and lifeless. Yunfan's comfort stemmed from those very images, which he had anticipated. Impossible. I am a person devoid of desires. How could such images invade my mind? Yunfan remained in denial, conversing with himself. Nearby, Shinsaku observed Yunfan at the waterfall with a sense of pride. What a remarkable talent. To act while gathering natural energy, my dear. Let me tell you about this prodigious young man, Yunfan. As he spoke, Shinsaku hurried into the wooden cabin. However, as Yunfan fully grasped the sage technique, a series of unforeseen events began to unfold. Chapter 71. Mastering Sage Technique in 2.5 hours. As the waterfall cascaded over him, Yunfan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, reminiscent of the exhilaration experienced when one first becomes a craftsman. Sitting beneath the vast golden waterfall, he allowed the water to drench his hair and body. Though he relished the experience, Yunfan understood the necessity of restraint. To indulge would lead to a transformation into a frog-like state. Thus, he struck himself again, shattering those enticing thoughts. While fervently controlling his blue chakra to form the Taiji diagram with the incoming natural energy, repeating this process tirelessly. After approximately half an hour, the chakra within Yunfan began to undergo a gradual transformation. Originally blue, it shifted to black, and the previously blue and white Taiji diagram morphed into a black and white one. Subsequently, this black and white Taiji diagram began to spin, its velocity increasing. Upon opening his eyes, Yunfan noticed that his originally purple Rinnegan now bore an additional layer of black. The melding of purple and black created a deep burgundy hue, reminiscent of the wine he had glimpsed in his past life. While the color of wine was unremarkable, the presence of such a hue in a pair of lively eyes evoked an enchanting aura. In that moment, Yunfan felt an immense surge of power. Transcending the notion of merely obliterating the world with a single blow, it was as if he could conquer deities and demons alike, standing unrivaled amidst existence. Although his eyes were open, he remained immobile, as the natural energies surged into him, necessitating the maintenance of equilibrium between the two forces within. The black and white Taiji diagram, which had begun to rotate slowly, now accelerated, akin to a fan transitioning from a low to a higher setting. Yunfan experienced an unusual sensation in his legs as his burgundy Rinnegan turned downward. He observed his thighs shedding skin, revealing not blood and flesh, but rather a new layer of skin. First, his thighs, followed by his lower regions, abdomen, chest, arms, and even his face and crimson hair underwent this transformation. Although he recognized the changes occurring within his body, he could not fathom the reasons behind them. He had entered a pivotal phase in mastering the sage technique. Should he falter, he would instantaneously metamorphose into a frog, ultimately joining those outside who had been petrified. Yunfan was acutely aware of the stakes. Thus, he dared not move or disrupt the process of learning. As the adage goes, the beginning is often the most challenging. If he could surmount this hurdle, he would wield immense power at will. Though he had swiftly mastered the integration of natural energy and his chakra, he remained humble, akin to a novice driver. Despite possessing innate talent, one must first learn to operate a vehicle. Previously, Shinsaku had guided Yunfan by channeling natural energy into him, akin to instructing him in the art of driving. In an instant, Yunfan had learned to drive, acquiring his license. Now, possessing that license, he remained vigilant, as any misstep could cost him dearly. The consequences of miscalculating were life-threatening. Once he successfully navigated this initial phase, he would emerge as a seasoned driver, effortlessly steering with one hand at high speeds. This analogy aptly captured Yunfan's current endeavor in mastering the sage technique. He was on the brink of becoming a skilled practitioner, and any error could lead to dire consequences. Demonstrating remarkable focus, he sat motionless, akin to an ancient monk in deep meditation, with even the rhythm of his breath seemingly vanished. His burgundy eyes whirled, observing his metamorphosis. Indeed, he was undergoing a profound transformation. The The shed skin revealed a layer of smoother, more radiant flesh beneath. Yunfan, however, was oblivious to the details of this change. He was solely aware of the shedding, his consciousness wholly devoted to maintaining balance within the Taiji diagram. His burgundy Rinnegan now existed in a state of unconsciousness, a notion that seemed eerie. Whoever's eyes would turn autonomously. Yet, it was indeed the case. Within Yunfan, the Taiji diagram had morphed into a black and white design, spinning faster and faster. Meanwhile, Shinsaku, having boasted about Yunfan's genius to his wife, could not quell his concern. He emerged from the cabin to observe Yunfan beneath the golden waterfall. After half an hour of watching, he witnessed Yunfan's skin shedding. How could this be? This is a true metamorphosis, Shinsaku exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. As time fleetingly passed, 2 hours slipped away like a fleeting horse. Shinsaku stood quietly at his doorstep, gazing at the yellow waterfall, feeling neither weakness in his legs nor numbness. The process of Yunfan's cultivation in the art of senjutsu had left him utterly astonished, to the point of questioning the very essence of life itself. At that moment, Shamaz returned. With her explosive purple hair and matching lips, she was impossible to overlook. Shamaz had just visited her son, Wentai, to check on the lunch he was preparing for the great Toad Sage. Following that, she had delivered her meticulously prepared food to her grandchildren, Toad Long and Toad Ji, before returning home. Upon seeing Shinsaku lost in thought at the doorway, she paid him no mind. Such behavior was nothing new, having become a commonplace occurrence. She had witnessed her husband in this state countless times before, including with Jiraiya, the young blonde, and those ancestors who had transformed into frog statues. These individuals had always been under Shinsaku's tutelage in the art of senjutsu. Shamaz, accustomed to the scene, inquired, "Old man, that lad has already grasped the fundamentals of senjutsu in merely 10 minutes. I must admit, I am quite surprised. His talent far exceeds that of Jiraiya and the young blonde." She continued, "Given his extraordinary aptitude, do you think he could master the art within a week? Perhaps in half a month?" Her vision was not particularly sharp, thus she could not discern the situation at the yellow waterfall with clarity. Planning to return inside to prepare lunch, as neither she, Shinsaku, nor Yunfan had eaten, she was about to push open the door when Shinsaku, trembling, exclaimed, "He has, astonishingly, learned the art in just 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours. Little Yunfan has mastered it. Mastered it." The senjutsu. Shinsaku's hands shook, his voice quivering, overwhelmed by the incredibility of the revelation. As Shamaz opened the small double doors, she remarked, "I knew it. Even if he possesses the talent for senjutsu, has he truly mastered it?" Chapter 72. The senjutsu of earth-shattering stars. Yunfan had indeed learned senjutsu, not over a span of 2.5 years, but in just 2.5 hours. The black and white Taiji symbol within him spun fluidly, as if flowing like water, effortlessly adjusting its speed at his command. After sitting for 2.5 hours beneath the cascading waterfall, his legs felt pleasantly numb. Indeed, having learned senjutsu, he felt invigorated. Stretching lazily, he mused to himself. Currently, Yunfan remained in sage mode, sensing that his ninjutsu associated with the paths of gods, humans, asuras, hungry ghosts, hells, and beasts had undergone a qualitative leap. This meant he could utilize senjutsu chakra to enhance the potency of these techniques. Having mastered senjutsu, there was no longer any need for him to remain beneath the waterfall. Feeling foolish, he strode across the water's surface as if treading solid ground. In sage mode, Yunfan no longer needed to concentrate chakra in his feet to stand on the water. Furthermore, he sensed that his speed and strength had transcended their previous limits. After taking over Nagato's body, Yunfan's physical prowess had not been particularly high, leading him to adopt a strategy of long-range combat, relying on ninjutsu and summoning techniques to defeat his foes. Now, under sage mode, he could function as a close combat mage. "Now I finally understand why Gandalf is a close combat mage," Yunfan internally lamented, realizing that the use of magic had left him feeling somewhat depleted. He could feel that the enhancement from sage mode had indeed made him significantly stronger, but he also recognized that it could not be sustained for too long, as it would damage his body's meridians. There is a saying that it takes 100 days to heal after injuring bones or muscles. If he exceeded the limits of sage mode, he would undoubtedly be more depleted than a man suffering from kidney deficiency. Just then, Shinsaku bounded over. Standing beside the waterfall's basin, her mouth agape, momentarily speechless. Clearly, the fact that Yunfan had mastered senjutsu in merely 2.5 hours had left her in shock. Yunfan walked across the water's surface to stand before Shinsaku, then leaped onto solid ground. Taking a moment to collect herself, Shinsaka finally spoke, "Little Yunfan. I can sense the natural energy swirling around your body, indicating that you have fully mastered the use of this power. You have indeed learned Senjutsu. It appears I underestimated your talent. When the Sage of Six Paths came here to learn Senjutsu, he took only 2 hours. And you have achieved the same in just 2.5 hours. Your prowess is remarkable." Upon hearing Shinsaku's words, the comparison to the Sage of Six Paths astonished Yunfan, who reflected, "Hello everyone. I am the cultivator who spent 2.5 years, 2.5 hours, practicing." Shinsaku continued, "However, remember, Sage mode has a time limit and cannot be sustained indefinitely. Once the time is up, you must gather natural energy within your body, during which you cannot utilize any chakra. You can summon me to assist in gathering natural energy. If my wife joins, the speed of accumulation will increase significantly. That is how Little Jiraiya operates in Sage mode during battles." Shinsaku was eager to point out the drawbacks of Sage mode, believing Yunfan should already be aware of them. Yunfan replied, "Teacher Shinsaku, my Sage mode seems somewhat extraordinary. It appears I can gather natural energy into my body at any time and place." Shinsaku paused for a moment before stating, "The Sage mode you have mastered is indeed akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths. It is remarkably perfect." Taking a deep breath, he thought, "Well, this revelation does not shock me anymore. You are only a fraction slower than the Sage of Six Paths, and it is only natural for you to attain the most perfect Sage mode. However, the Sage mode of Little Minato and Little Jiraiya is somewhat flawed." Yunfan nodded, acknowledging that while he had attained the most perfect Sage mode, it could not be sustained for too long. An excessive use of Senjutsu chakra could lead to physical impairment. He was acutely aware of his own body's condition and understood that even this perfect Sage mode had its shortcomings. Shinsaku remarked, "This isn't a significant flaw. If you enhance your physical constitution, the better your physique, the longer you can maintain Sage mode, and the more Senjutsu chakra you can utilize." Yunfan nodded, realizing the implications. Shinsaku, feeling a sense of pride, said, "Congratulations on mastering Senjutsu. Let us go eat." "All right," Yunfan replied. Shinsaku turned and walked toward the nearby wooden cabin, with Yunfan closely following. Suddenly, he called out, "Wait, Teacher Shinsaku, I feel something peculiar about my face." With that, Yunfan raised his hand to touch his face and pulled at it forcefully. A layer of human skin peeled away. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yunfan's words, Shinsaku turned back, only to see Yunfan had merely shed an old layer of skin, intending to explain that it was merely a transformation resulting from gathering natural energy. However, in the next moment, Shinsaku's expression changed dramatically. He observed Yunfan's gaze growing vacant, as if under someone else's control. Then, Yunfan clasped his hands together, and an overwhelming surge of natural energy rushed into his body. "Little Yunfan, what are you doing?" Shinsaku swiftly leapt backward, his expression grave as he shouted. It was evident to him that Yunfan was forming a hand seal, invoking some formidable ninjutsu imbued with Sage chakra. Shinsaku's cries did not halt Yunfan's actions at that moment. Yunfan's gaze was hollow, as if he had lost his very soul. Concurrently, the surrounding natural energies surged forth in droves, flooding into Yunfan's body. This caused his crimson hair to stand on end, as if buffeted by a fierce wind, while countless impurities detached from each strand, swirling into the air like a cloud of dust. Yunfan's hair transformed from red to a deep black. Shinsaku, fixated on Yunfan, also noted the change in his hair and the alteration of his visage. Yet, such details paled in comparison to the reality that Yunfan was channeling an extraordinarily powerful ninjutsu. Even though Yunfan had yet to complete the technique, Shinsaku understood that it would unleash a cataclysmic force, for it was infused with Sage chakra. The sudden turn of events, Yunfan's abrupt loss of spirit, unfolded in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Shinsaku brought his palms together, swiftly forming a hand seal for a ninjutsu meant to disrupt Yunfan's technique. However, it was already too late. Sage art, Heavenly Star Explosion. At this moment, the clock had just ticked past noon, edging toward the afternoon. The sun shone brightly. Although it was summer, the heat was not oppressive in Mayaboka Mountain. Sage art, Heavenly Star Explosion. Yunfan employed his most potent ninjutsu to date. Instantly, the sky darkened, clouds swirling ominously. Darkness enveloped Mayaboka Mountain, emanating a formidable power centered around Yunfan. Earth-style, swamp. Shinsaku's small frog-like limbs struck the ground with force. The earth beneath Yunfan's feet transformed into a quagmire. Off balance, Yunfan tilted and fell to the ground. Shinsaku furrowed his brow, observing Yunfan in the swamp, noting his lack of movement, and seeing no immediate repercussions on Mayaboka Mountain. He finally exhaled in relief. Little Yunfan, what on earth is happening? Is this some twisted joke at my expense? Shinsaku called out. Yet, Yunfan did not respond. After a brief moment, panic surged within Yunfan. What in the world is happening? Is there a flood? Shinsaka-sensei, please help me, he cried, struggling in the swamp. Shinsaku leaped over, pulling Yunfan out and swiftly forming a hand seal to restore the ground. Yunfan, having ventured into the yellow waterfall to master sage arts, was bare except for a pair of light purple shorts. How strange. I clearly intended to retrieve some clothing before heading to Shinsaka-sensei's home for a meal. Why has this swamp suddenly appeared? Could it be the natural topography of Miyaboka Mountain? Yunfan queried. Shinsaku scanned the surroundings, confirming that Miyaboka Mountain was unscathed before replying. Little Yunfan, do you truly not remember what you just did? Yunfan reiterated his intention to don clothing, when suddenly a realization struck him. Right. I tore off a piece of my face. Where's that piece? Due to Yunfan's use of sage art, Heavenly Star Explosion. The piece of his face had long since fallen to the ground, and with Shinsaku employing the swamp technique, it was now buried beneath the surface. Yunfan dismissed his concern about the missing face, running his fingers over his smooth visage. In a moment of spontaneity, he dashed to the waterfall's pool, using the water's surface as a mirror. Although the water was tinted yellow, rendering the reflection somewhat unclear, Yunfan could distinctly see his true appearance. His hair had turned black, and his complexion had become even more handsome. Despite the murkiness of the water's surface, Yunfan was delighted to realize he had transformed into a strikingly handsome young man. Whoa, is this really my own visage? Could it be that mastering sage arts has allowed me to undergo such a metamorphosis, even restoring my appearance from my past life? Yunfan marveled internally. Shinsaka scrutinized Yunfan's expression and actions, convinced that he was not deceiving him. He contemplated. Could it be that Yunfan had not cast any powerful ninjutsu, but was merely undergoing a transformative process, thus generating such immense energy? Shinsaku remained unaware that Yunfan had indeed performed the sage art, Heavenly Star Explosion, attributing the powerful force solely to the transformative experience. Shinsaku glanced skyward. The ominous clouds dissipated swiftly, and sunlight began to cascade down once more. Suddenly, a series of thunderous sounds erupted. Two massive frogs swiftly approached, Wentai, bearing a gigantic smoking pipe, and Kabuto, carrying immense dual blades. Wentai observed Yunfan, still captivated by his reflection, and upon noticing no unusual occurrences, took a puff from his pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke before addressing Shinsaku. Old man, what are you up to? Even if you wish to test out sage arts, must you do so here? The great toad sage is present. Are you not afraid of his reprimand? Shinsaku sighed. I had no intention of this. It was merely a minor incident that escalated. He then explained to Wentai how Yunfan had mastered sage arts in merely 2.5 hours, and speculated that the ensuing phenomena were likely due to his transformation. Wentai, though indifferent to the latter part about the darkness enveloping Miyaboka Mountain, could not dismiss the former. What? You mean this kid learned sage arts in 2.5 hours? Shinsaku shrugged his frog-like limbs. My initial reaction was similar to yours. But it is indeed the truth. At that moment, the great toad sage ambled over slowly, inquiring, what has transpired? What is happening? I was in the midst of my meal. Shinsaku, why are you recklessly using sage arts? Surely, there is a spacious and safe area behind the mountain for such experiments. However, he continued, but I know it is not your sage power causing this commotion. With your current abilities, you could not create such disturbances. It is likely that young one is doing, though I find it hard to believe he has mastered sage arts. The fact that he did so in such a short span reminds me of Yui. The great toad sage, despite his advanced age and slow gait, spoke clearly enough for all to hear, for they were no ordinary beings. Wentai extended his soft, pink tongue, stretching it to gently bring the tiny great toad sage closer, carefully placing him atop his head. Great toad sage, why are you out and about? Shouldn't you be resting at this hour? There is nothing of note happening here. Perhaps I should escort you back to your slumber? The great toad sage settled comfortably on Wentai's head, who promptly adjusted his scalp to provide the softest cushion. No worries, I simply grew a bit excitable today, reminiscing about Yui. I fondly recall when he learned sage arts. His integration of ninjutsu with sage chakra nearly destroyed my home. Thus, I sought the hardest, most unique stones to create a few peaks in the back mountain. Even if shattered, they would restore themselves. Yui was truly powerful, mastering sage arts and becoming even stronger, enabling him to stand against his mother. The great toad sage leaned back, recounting tales of the past. Shinsaku had heard such stories countless times, but Wentai, Kabuto, and Yunfan had never been privy to the great toad sage's tales of yore. Upon confirming that his appearance was reminiscent of his past life, Yunfan ceased to scrutinize his visage further. Instead, he ascended the steps to reclaim his garments, taking a moment to sit on the stairs and listen to the tales recounted by the great Toad Sage. Unbeknownst to Yunfan, Shinzhua, Wentai, and even the great Toad Sage were all oblivious to the whereabouts of Yunfan's sage art, planetary devastation. Simultaneously, Yunfan remained unaware of the troubling issues brewing within his own body. Chapter 74, perhaps rendered useless. High above in the celestial realm, a colossal planet, seemingly birthed from the very soil, loomed within the cosmos. This was not merely a planet, but the Six Paths, planetary devastation. It was the result of a collaboration between Otsutsuki Kinshiki and his brother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, unleashing the formidable Six Paths, planetary devastation. This technique was exponentially more powerful than the sage art, planetary devastation, capable of decimating the entire Naruto world, leaving nothing but remnants of a shattered planet. However, this Six Paths, planetary devastation was not intended for destruction, but rather for the sealing of Otsutsuki Kagaya herself. Suddenly, the sphere formed by the Six Paths, planetary devastation fissured, spilling forth various items, such as a book, a silver staff, and a blade. None could predict where these artifacts would land. Yet they were destined to touch the world of Naruto. Since Yunfan could not recall employing the sage art, planetary devastation, he neglected to examine his own condition, remaining blissfully unaware of the turmoil within him. Moreover, Shinzhua, misled into believing Yunfan's display was merely the result of perfected sage art, attributed the altered sky to that newfound power. The great Toad Sage assumed Yunfan had mastered sage art and wished to test the integration of sage chakra into his ninjutsu. But since Yunfan had seemingly abandoned the technique, the sage took no further action. After all, the great Toad Sage was familiar with Otsutsuki Kinshiki, a rather reserved individual prone to losing control, which had led him to confront and seal his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Yunfan had indeed enacted the sage art, planetary devastation, not of his own volition, but under the influence of an unseen force or consciousness. Where, then, had Yunfan's sage art, planetary devastation vanished? Evidently, Mayaboka Mountain exhibited no anomalies. The fissure created by the Six Paths, planetary devastation, was a direct consequence of Yunfan's actions. Oblivious to this, he remained engrossed in the great Toad Sage's storytelling. In the midst of the narrative, Toad Hero quietly departed, perhaps recalling a pressing matter. Hero appeared somewhat disinterested in the tale, and Yunfan paid his exit no mind. Feeling a growing discomfort, Yunfan yearned for a refreshing bath. He resolved to endure until the great Toad Sage concluded his story, planning to immerse himself in the waterfall afterward. The great Toad Sage primarily spoke of the flaws of the Sage of Six Paths, such as his stubbornness and reserved nature. Yet, as he reminisced, a smile illuminated the sage's weathered face. Certain moments from the past possess an innate warmth that can brighten even the darkest of memories. After approximately 20 minutes of narration, the great Toad Sage declared his fatigue and expressed a desire to retire for the night, prompting Wentai to escort him back to his abode. Given the sage's advanced age, it was only natural that his vigor was waning. In an extraordinary display of affection, Wentai extended his tongue, wrapping it around the great Toad Sage and elongating it until he reached the sage's wooden dwelling. He gently pushed open the door and placed the sage upon a grand recliner, a piece of furniture where the great Toad Sage spent most of his time, whether awake or asleep. After carefully returning the sage to his quarters, Wentai departed without acknowledging his father, Shinzhua. Wentai was known for his fiery temperament, yet he displayed remarkable restraint in the presence of the great Toad Sage, who had cherished him deeply during his childhood. Yunfan had anticipated a lengthy discourse from the great Toad Sage, perhaps nearing an hour, yet he was surprised when the tale concluded in merely 20 minutes. A sigh escaped Yunfan as he lamented the passage of time, recognizing the sage's frailty. He then addressed Shinzhua, saying, "Teacher Shinzhua, you may return home. I wish to take a bath before dining." Shinzhua scrutinized Yunfan, noting that aside from his unchanged Rinnegan, his physique, appearance, and hair had all undergone transformation. Concluding that it was merely due to the perfected sage mode, he nodded in agreement. A quick rinse will suffice. Why such a fuss over cleanliness, being a grown man? Yunfan chuckled. I would prefer otherwise, but with my altered appearance, I am left with remnants of shed skin that must be washed away. Otherwise, I am certain that Grandmother Shima would expel me from the dining room. Shinzhua recalled his wife's temper, recognizing the possibility of such an outcome. Thus, he said nothing further and wandered toward the nearby wooden shelter. Once more, Yunfan shed his garments, retaining only his undergarments, before plunging into the yellow-tinted pool. With a splash. As he prepared to cleanse his hair, he was startled to discover his arms had morphed into that of a frog, and his legs had similarly transformed. "Teacher Shinzwa, save me," he cried out in panic. "What have you done? I suspect this is your prank." Shinzwa had taken only a few steps when he heard Yunfan's desperate pleas and turned back. Upon witnessing Yunfan's body in a near-complete state of amphibian transformation, he was taken aback. Channeling wind release for acceleration, Shinzwa enhanced his speed and briefly took to the air. He landed atop Yunfan's head, gripping it with both webbed hands and lifting him from the water. After performing a swift spin, Shinzwa hurled Yunfan onto the ground, then proceeded to rain down a flurry of punches upon his face, at least a dozen strikes. Yunfan screamed in agony. Unfazed, Shinzwa continued his assault. This torment persisted for 2 long minutes. In his past life, while Yunfan may not have been the epitome of striking handsomeness, he was certainly pleasing to the eye. Now, having cultivated sage art, he had transformed into an absolute paragon of male beauty. Yet, at this moment, all traces of his godly aura had vanished, leaving him with a bruised visage. Exhaling deeply, Shinzwa ceased his onslaught upon witnessing Yunfan revert to his human form. Perplexed, he inquired, "You have mastered sage art. So even with the influx of natural energy, your chakra should maintain a state of equilibrium. How then could you have transformed into a frog, lying on the ground?" Yunfan replied, barely clinging to consciousness, "I cannot fathom it either. I feel as if the chakra within me, intertwined with natural energy, has shattered the yin-yang symbol, resulting in an inability to maintain balance. Teacher Shinzwa, what could have caused this? Furthermore, with my mastery of the perfect sage mode, the destruction of the yin-yang symbol has rendered me incapable of utilizing ninjutsu, even the most basic of techniques." He spread his hands in despair, feeling as though he had been rendered useless. After so painstakingly achieving sage art, he now found himself powerless. Unable to even gather ordinary chakra or form hand seals, perhaps he had truly become a waste. Chapter 75. A lesson is necessary. Hearing Yunfan's lament, Shinzwa was baffled. How could this be? "Remain still. I shall examine your condition." Yunfan acquiesced with a soft murmur. Shinzwa lifted the small green frog's webbed foot, gently brushing it against Yunfan's forehead, and closed his eyes. Yunfan felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. After a brief moment, Shinzwa exhaled in relief and said, "There's nothing to worry about. It's merely a normal injury, seemingly caused by an overexertion of sage chakra." Hearing this, Yunfan, whose face was bruised and battered, immediately sprang up. Confirming, "Am I truly unscathed?" Shinzwa nodded affirmatively, responding, "I have thoroughly examined the situation. There are no issues. However, to fully recover, it will take some time." "I'm not certain how long that will be." Yunfan inquired, "What could have caused this? I haven't utilized sage chakra at all, nor have I employed any ordinary ninjutsu." After pondering for a moment, he reflected on his mastery of sage techniques. Shinzwa elucidated, "It appears that this matter is quite peculiar. You were evidently manipulated by someone who executed an extraordinarily powerful ninjutsu, yet you were entirely unaware of it. Strangely enough, there are no signs of disturbance in Mayaboka Mountain. Not a single trace of destruction is visible, and even the smallest flowers and grasses remain untouched." Shinzwa was equally perplexed, sharing Yunfan's confusion. Yunfan speculated, "Could it possibly be Madara?" With a hint of concern, he remarked, "Shinzwa-sensei, is it conceivable that Indra's reincarnate intends to seize my body and consciousness through his original Rinnegan?" Internally, Yunfan contemplated. "After all, I did the same to control Nagato's body. Perhaps due to mastering the sage mode, I have gained a transformative power. Or perhaps my original form and appearance have returned. It is quite possible that Nagato's consciousness has temporarily resurfaced, or that Madara, the master of the Rinnegan, seeks to reclaim my body through this medium, thereby reviving himself." Unbeknownst to Shinzwa, Yunfan's thoughts were racing. Shinzwa stated, "This indeed seems to be the case. You did not employ an overwhelmingly powerful ninjutsu. Rather, Indra is attempting to revive himself through your body. If he is indeed the reincarnate, it is not surprising that such immense sage chakra has manifested. Well then, it's time for a meal. Since you remain yourself, it indicates that Indra's reincarnate has failed. You have merely sustained minor injuries, and it is fortunate that you can recover. Had it been more severe, you could have found yourself reduced to an ordinary person or even face death." Shinzwa's words were chilling. Yunfan nodded gravely, contemplating the implications. Shinzwa continued, "You have already undergone a transformation. Although this is the first time I have encountered such a phenomenon, I can confirm that this body is now entirely disconnected from the reincarnate, including this pair of Rinnegan, which now rightfully belongs to you. Now, let us proceed to dine." You should recuperate here in Mayaboka Mountain. Once the Tai Chi pattern within you has been restored, you may return to the outside world. Currently, even if you wish to leave, it would be impossible. Upon hearing Shinzua's words, Yunfan nodded and asked, Shinzua-sensei, when do you think I might recover? In just over a month, the third phase of the Chunin exams will commence, and Orochimaru will launch his plan to obliterate Konoha. I must return. Although Jiraiya-sensei is present, unforeseen circumstances may arise. For instance, should I be unable to utilize ninjutsu and become an ordinary person, that would be an unforeseen disaster. Shinzua shook his head. If you ask me, I cannot say. Perhaps we should wait and observe for a few days. Very well, Yunfan sighed in resignation. In Konoha village, at the rear mountain, Naruto Uzumaki was diligently attempting to control the chakra within him, making the blue chakra spin incessantly, striving to burst the water-filled balloon without any external force. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, with his silvery white hair, lay atop a tree, peering through a telescope at the gracefully dancing beauties below. Drooling, he wiped his mouth and continued to admire the enchanting scene beneath the cascading waterfall. Curse it, perverted sage, have you taught me the wrong method? I've been at this for 3 hours, and this balloon filled with water hasn't budged an inch. Naruto declared as he approached Jiraiya and snatched the telescope away. Jiraiya, who had been leering, lost his smile upon having the telescope taken from him and asserted with authority, You think you can succeed after just 3 hours? Do you know that the 4th Hokage took 3 days to accomplish it? Naruto asked, How would you know? Of course I know. I'm the 4th Hokage's teacher. Jiraiya reached out to reclaim the telescope from Naruto. Naruto relinquished it. The 4th Hokage is your disciple? Jiraiya turned to Naruto and replied, What? You don't believe it? Naruto admitted, I'm a bit skeptical. How could someone as lecherous as you possibly teach such a powerful 4th Hokage? Jiraiya corrected him, This isn't lecherous. I'm merely seeking inspiration for my writing. What material could be found on those ladies? You're the one who is lecherous, Naruto retorted. After that, he leaped down from the tree branch. All right, since the 4th Hokage took 3 days to burst the balloon, then I'll do it in 2 days. No, I will surpass the 4th Hokage. I will do it in 1 day. As Naruto motivated himself, a slender figure approached. It was Konan. Jiraiya, noticing her arrival, cleared his throat, stowing the telescope in his backpack, and greeted her. Ah, Konan, what brings you here? Konan glanced around and noticed the women frolicking in the water below the waterfall, enjoying their afternoon, the hottest time of the day. The group of women had come here to bathe and play, relishing the moment as splashes erupted around them. Feeling a flush rise to his cheeks, Jiraiya quickly redirected Konan's attention. You're looking for Yunfan? He has gone to train in Mayaboka Mountain. Oh, Konan replied, seemingly unfazed by Yunfan's entry into Mayaboka Mountain. Although both she and Nagato had failed their contract, he was not Nagato, he was Yunfan. Jiraiya-sensei, I'll take my leave then, Konan said. Jiraiya, inwardly pleased, maintained a facade of propriety. Yes, I will continue to train Naruto. I will ensure he does not slack off. Konan shook her head, seemingly unconvinced, and approached Naruto. Assuming she was there to encourage him, Naruto was about to speak confidently when Konan raised her delicate hand and swiftly struck him. A bump formed on Naruto's forehead as he puzzled. Konan, why did you hit me? Konan coldly replied, You should be studying properly, not indulging in such nonsense. It deserves a hit. Chapter 76. Konoha's crisis within a stone cave. Despite its rugged appearance, the interior was exquisitely designed, with luminous stones adorning the ceiling, illuminating the dark cavern. A stone table and 2 stone chairs were arranged within. Uchiha Obito sat in one of the chairs, pouring himself a cup of tea from a teapot resting on the table, then poured a second cup for an empty seat. Orochimaru, speak your purpose for coming here. Obito stated after finishing his tea. A small brown snake slithered in, swelling to transform into the half-human, half-snake form of Orochimaru. With a sly chuckle, Orochimaru remarked, I'm quite curious about the identity hidden behind that mask. Is the teacup at the table waiting for me? Obito replied nonchalantly, No, you are mistaken. It is not for you. Orochimaru remarked, You truly are a person whose temperament is difficult to decipher. Despite the absence of anyone else, you have poured yourself a cup. Uchiha Obito replied, Speak, what brings you here? You certainly possess the ability to locate this place. Orochimaru chuckled, controlling several villages aside. Let us not dwell on that. Although I am unaware of your intentions behind establishing the Akatsuki, I suspect it is not merely for the purpose of hunting tailed beasts. Uchiha Obito poured more tea into his cup, dismissively stating, It is none of your concern. Orochimaru let out a few sinister chuckles. Very well, I intend to obliterate Konoha. Would you care to lend a hand? Uchiha Obito replied, Oh, you grew up in Konoha. and yet now you wish to destroy it. Do you harbor a deep-seated grudge against it? Orochimaru shook his head. Grudge? I, Orochimaru, would never engage in such base pursuits. My only desire is to infiltrate Konoha and acquire some of the second Hokage's legacy. My research has reached a new breakthrough, but I require certain documents to substantiate my claims. Upon hearing Orochimaru's dismissal of hatred as a trivial matter, Uchiha Obito's tone grew slightly irate. Orochimaru, you are truly pitiable. It seems you have nothing and no one of significance in your life. Orochimaru's smile faded, and he stated, in this world, people and affairs are but refused to me. There is nothing worthy of my anticipation. To speak frankly, since I became a ninja, I have witnessed war, the fleeting nature of life, and even brothers turning against one another for the sake of profit. I have ceased to hold any nostalgia for this world. One could say I am devoid of love for life. However, when I discovered the possibility of immortality and even resurrection, my desires ignited. I yearned to study, to achieve immortality, to resurrect the dead. As he spoke, Orochimaru's tone grew fervent, as if recounting a grand dream. Resurrecting the dead? Uchiha Obito turned his head. The eye behind his mask fixated on Orochimaru, seemingly intrigued. Orochimaru nodded. Indeed, it is possible to bring the deceased back to life. Uchiha Obito stated, I can assist you, but you must agree to one condition. Orochimaru, brimming with joy, replied, no problem, but what is your condition? Let us hold off on that for now, Uchiha Obito said. When do you plan to take action? Orochimaru responded, if you are willing to aid me, it would be best to act sooner rather than later. I do not wish to wait until the Chunin exams. Initially, I intended to strike during the third phase of the Chunin exams when many ninjas and ordinary citizens from various nations would be present to observe the matches. I had arranged for numerous ninjas to infiltrate, ultimately delivering a sudden blow to Konoha. Jiraiya has been searching for me. He has returned to the Land of Fire. To divert him, I deliberately leaked some information, causing him to remain inactive in Konoha. I have known Jiraiya for many years. He is an exceptionally astute individual and will likely catch wind of certain clues. It is probable that Konoha is already on guard against me. Thus, my plan to annihilate Konoha has become somewhat complicated, which is why I sought your assistance. Since you have already agreed, let us act swiftly. Orochimaru spoke slowly. Uchiha Obito responded, very well, let us set the date for 3 days hence. I will summon Kakazu, Haiden, and the others. Furthermore, my condition for aiding you is to assist me in resurrecting someone. Upon hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Orochimaru acknowledged, then we shall proceed in 3 days. By the way, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki have already headed to Konoha. Uchiha Obito affirmed, understood. Rest assured, all members of the Akatsuki will mobilize. The Akatsuki, founded by Uchiha Obito, comprises not only well-known members like Kakazu, Haiden, Itachi Uchiha, and Kisame Hashigaki, but also many lesser-known members. Orochimaru laughed heartily. It seems that deceased individual holds great significance to you. Uchiha Obito waved his hand dismissively, signaling the end of the conversation. Orochimaru returned to his sinister laughter, his form shrinking to that of a serpent as he slithered away from the stone cavern. Once Orochimaru had completely departed, a dark head emerged from the rocks above Uchiha Obito. It was Kagaya's manifestation. Kagaya remarked, hey, Obito, this deviates from our plan. Why are you aiding Orochimaru? I originally intended to eliminate his manifestation, yet you insisted on meeting him, and now you wish to assist him. This will delay the execution of our plan. Uchiha Obito replied, I am indeed executing the plan. The Nine Tails resides in Konoha, and now with the Outer Path Golem, we can absorb the host. Kagaya realized, oh, I see now, I misjudged you. Uchiha Obito drained the last of his tea, lapsing into silence. The reason for Uchiha Obito's assistance to Orochimaru, beyond the so-called Moon Eye plan, is intricately linked to Orochimaru's research. Of course, the most significant connection is that Konoha, a village that cannot even safeguard its own allies, deserves to be destroyed. A tremendous danger looms over Konoha, unbeknownst to Yunfan, Jiraiya, the third Hokage, the ordinary citizens of Konoha, and the various ranks of ninjas, including Genin, Chunin, and Jonin, all remain oblivious to the impending peril. Unexpected occurrences are not fixed, they are in constant flux. When Yunfan traversed into this world and occupied a body, becoming a Jonin in Konoha, the world had already undergone significant changes. It was akin to a sudden clap of thunder on a clear day, shocking and unforeseen. Chapter 77, The Attack. Yunfan enjoyed a delightful stay in Maiboku Mountain, temporarily rendered a mere shell of his former self. It was the only course of action he could take. His meals consisted of peculiar substances resembling insects and maggots. However, Yunfan was unfazed in his past life. He was part of a gluttonous empire, capable of consuming any creature as long as it possessed a palatable taste. His beverages were the sweet dew collected each morning by Shima, a delicacy surpassing even the finest farmer's harvest. As for recreation, well, there was little to be had. Yunfan could only amuse himself with mundane activities. Nevertheless, he received encouraging news from within himself. The Tai Chi pattern in his body was gradually mending. Thus, Yunfan finally set aside his lingering worries. 3 days later, Konoha remained as it always was, with ordinary residents commuting to and from work, purchasing ingredients at the market, and preparing hearty dinners for their children. Single men and women occupied their time with shopping for cosmetics or indulging in gaming at internet cafes. As night fell, at 11 o'clock, under a starry sky, many ordinary residents had already retired for the night, anticipating another day of work. Naturally, Konoha was still bustling at this hour. Most of those already asleep were likely family-oriented individuals. The remaining young people lingered outside, perhaps enjoying late-night snacks or engaging in marathon gaming sessions at internet cafes. As for the ninjas, aside from those on patrol, most had returned to their dormitories. They had yet to sleep, especially the jonin, whose free time was ample unless some unforeseen incident arose. In this case, the day would unfold like any other, with the sun rising and setting, welcoming a new dawn. Unless, of course, an unexpected event occurred. Bang! Bang! The transparent barriers surrounding Konoha suddenly warped. Konoha Command Center, a colossal transparent sphere, despite being called a water sphere, contained no water, merely producing a few bubbles. This sphere was linked to the minds of several Konoha ninjas. Simultaneously, it served as the core brain of Konoha. Essentially, the first to detect an unexpected incident would be them. Yamanaka Inoichi was on duty tonight, and immediately sensed a formidable disturbance. Quickly, connect all the ninjas of Konoha, he shouted. Understood. The other staff members promptly replied. Soon, the Konoha Command Center was mobilized, and all personnel returned to their posts. Inoichi, everyone has been connected, a staff member said nervously, tinged with fear. He had just felt the tremors of Konoha's protective barrier. The enemy's power was exceedingly strong. Yamanaka Inoichi responded and promptly closed his eyes, succinctly conveying to all the ninjas of Konoha, enemy attack. The third Hokage was at home, seated on the sofa, perusing some documents he had brought back from the Hokage building. Asuma Sarutobi emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed, with a white towel draped around his neck. Observing that his father was still working, he urged, Old man, what time is it? You're not getting any younger. You should rest. The third Hokage, his aged visage bearing the weight of years, slowly replied, I cannot rest easy about this village. When the fourth Hokage was managing the village, I thought I could enjoy my retirement, but I never anticipated this. Asuma sighed. Then let someone else take on the mantle of the fifth Hokage, like Lord Jiraiya. He is entirely fitting for the role. The third Hokage chuckled softly. Jiraiya? Let us not even entertain that thought. I know his character. He is a bit of a lecher, although quite intelligent. However, to place him in the position of Hokage is unthinkable. Perhaps he is better suited to writing novels or teaching. Asuma inquired. Then who else is there? He then picked up a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and approached his father, offering him a cigarette as well. The third Hokage accepted the cigarette from his son, lit it with a lighter from the table. In his youth, the third Hokage was quite the chain smoker, and his son Asuma naturally picked up the habit from him. Exhaling a plume of smoke, the third Hokage remarked, Tsunade would indeed be suitable, except for her. He paused, sighing before continuing. However, that newcomer named Yunfan might actually qualify to be Hokage. Asuma shook his head in disagreement. Old man, he is not from Konoha. To make him Hokage would be rather hasty, wouldn't it? Is it truly feasible? The third Hokage tapped the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray. He is a student of Jiraiya, and I trust Jiraiya's judgment. Asuma, holding the cigarette between his lips, used the towel to dry his damp hair as he said, Sigh, is there truly no one in Konoha who can become Hokage? The third Hokage replied, There are candidates, but not at this moment. Kakashi could be a possibility, yet he is still young. Even if he were to ascend, the higher-ups would likely not accept him. Experience is paramount, and Kakashi lacks the renown. After all, the copy ninja Kakashi pales in comparison to the legendary Sannin. He continued, among those three. Aside from Jiraiya being unsuitable for the role, he could technically take it if he wished. Orochimaru could also step up. Tsunade could as well. The higher-ups would have no objections. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have trained 3 Hokages. Alas, Orochimaru has betrayed Konoha, and Tsunade is emotionally scarred, leaving only Jiraiya, who, regrettably, is too much of a lecher. The third Hokage slowly remarked, the cigarette in his hand already half-burned. Asuma twisted his neck, feeling unhurried. I believe you can endure for a few more years. In time, Kakashi will be able to assume the role of Hokage, and by then, those in power will no longer have objections. At that point, you can enjoy your retirement peacefully at home. Old man, you should get some rest. I'm off to bed. With that, Asuma extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray on the table and turned to leave, heading back to his room. At that moment, the words enemy attack echoed in the minds of both the third Hokage and Asuma Sarutobi. The third Hokage swiftly grabbed his coat from the rack and leaped out of the open window. Asuma furrowed his brow, discarding the towel onto the floor, donning his Jonin uniform, and also jumped out of the window. Has Orochimaru advanced his plans? Asuma thought anxiously as he traversed the rooftops. Chapter 78, Crisis. 3 days had passed. Orochimaru was indeed poised to invade Konoha. As one of the 5 great nations, Konoha was a vast ninja village, fortified with protective barriers that were not easily breached. Orochimaru sought to dismantle the barrier, for a Konoha protected by such a barrier posed a significant challenge. With the barrier in place and numerous vigilant ninjas patrolling, infiltrating Konoha was far from straightforward. Initially, Orochimaru intended to disguise himself as the Kazekage and stealthily deploy numerous operatives to infiltrate Konoha, catching them off guard. This was to coincide with the Chunin exams, allowing civilians and ninjas from other nations to enter and spectate. Orochimaru planned to use this opportunity to send many of his own people into the heart of Konoha, striking when they were least prepared to dismantle the village. He had circulated some information in an attempt to lure Jiraiya away, but unexpectedly, Jiraiya returned to Konoha. Consequently, the very information he disseminated became a considerable obstacle for him. Thus, Orochimaru sought the assistance of Uchiha Obito, agreeing to launch their attack 3 days hence. Today marked the day of their assault. Orochimaru chose 11 o'clock at night to strike Konoha, aiming to exacerbate the village's challenges. At this hour, many ordinary citizens would be asleep, making evacuation to safety a daunting task. Outside the barrier of Konoha, several corpses lay strewn upon the ground, all belonging to Konoha's ninjas. A colossal mechanical Ninetales was furiously clawing at the transparent barrier surrounding Konoha. The immense barrier twisted violently, and it appeared that it would not be long before it was entirely breached. Behind this scene stood a densely packed throng, numbering at least in the hundreds. Orochimaru stood at the forefront, observing the warping barrier. Behind him stood the Sound Ninja Quartet, Kidamaru, Taiya, Jirobo, Sakan, and Yukon. Additionally, a young child stood behind them. With the character for love inscribed in red on his forehead, his expression blank and his gaze vacant. It was Gaara. The white-haired Kunmaru had been coughing persistently, appearing quite frail. Orochimaru expressed his concern. Kunmaru, are you all right? I told you not to come, yet you insisted. Kunmaru, suppressing his cough, replied, Lord Orochimaru, your goal of destroying Konoha aligns with my own objective. Orochimaru nodded. Turning to Gaara, he said, Gaara, do you not wish to find your beloved Yashimaru and inquire why she did this? If you assist me, I can resurrect her. Gaara, in a state of numbness, responded, I hope you do not deceive me. Otherwise, I will eliminate you. Orochimaru chuckled. Did I not demonstrate before you how I could resurrect someone? How could I possibly deceive you? If I can obtain the data inside, the person I resurrect will retain their former memories. You may ask whatever you wish. On the other side of the barrier, Kisame Hashigaki, Yugo, and Karen stood atop a tree trunk. Kisame was slender with white hair and sharp teeth. In stark contrast, Yugo was robust and muscular. Karen, wearing glasses and sporting red hair, had a decent appearance and figure reminiscent of the otaku archetype from Yunfan's past life. Hozuki Suigetsu stifled a yawn and remarked, Choji, Shine, once the barrier of Konohagakure is breached, our mission is to locate an individual possessing the Rinnegan, capture him, and relay our findings to Orochimaru. Choji retorted, please refer to him as Lord Orochimaru. Unfazed, Hozuki Suigetsu replied, Humph, do you know why Orochimaru imprisoned me? Because the moment I escape, I can vanish at will. That fellow Orochimaru would never find me. Choji inquired, then why don't you flee now? Hozuki Suigetsu glanced at Cheyenne, thinking that after finally getting out, it would be a shame not to enjoy some leisure time. Adjusting her glasses, Cheyenne stated, Lord Orochimaru said that if we execute this mission successfully, we will earn our freedom, and I plan to seek out a dashing older brother. Hozuki Suigetsu stretched languidly. How superficial. What good is a handsome face? True beauty lies within. Cheyenne, incensed, delivered a punch to Hozuki Suigetsu's head, exclaiming, what do you know? Handsome individuals are never wicked at heart. Hozuki Suigetsu's head transformed into a puddle from Shien's strike, but quickly returned to its original form. He shook his head. With that attitude, you will surely be abandoned by the very handsome ones you idolize. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Shien's eyes. Suigetsu, what did you just say? Do you dare curse me? Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, bearing deep scars on either side of his nose, and the shark-like Kisame Hashigaki stood not far from Orochimaru. Observing the mechanical nine-tails dismantling the barrier, Kisame chuckled. Orochimaru seems utterly obsessed. I can't fathom what information about Konohagakure could captivate him so. Itachi's face bore a trace of barely concealed anger, which he quickly masked. He then said, Kisame, let us proceed inside. Kisame questioned, if we enter directly, won't Konohagakure notice us? Itachi replied, even if they do, it matters little. Their attention is likely fixated entirely on Orochimaru. Kisame's shark-like eyes gleamed with understanding, and thus, Itachi and Kisame traversed the translucent barrier, entering Konohagakure. At that moment, the village of Konohagakure was under a state of heightened alert. All Chunin, Jonin, and Umbu swiftly evacuated ordinary civilians in an orderly manner while the barrier still held. A dozen figures dashed across the rooftops of the village. Leading the charge was Ibiki, accompanied by Yugao, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, Konan, and several masked Umbu, as they nimbly navigated the buildings toward the area where the barrier was most unstable. In this precarious situation, there was a severe shortage of personnel. The Genin were tasked with evacuating the general populace, while the Chunin prepared for combat, ready to confront any intruders breaching Konohagakure. The remaining Jonin were equally resolute. Their singular objective was to defend the village with unwavering determination. The third Hokage stood atop the Hokage building, eyes closed, murmuring, if Orochimaru could turn back time, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would eradicate him completely. Just then, an Umbu member appeared at his side, respectfully reporting, Third Hokage. We have received word from the command center. They can no longer hold out. The barrier is on the verge of collapse due to another powerful force assaulting it. In the rear mountains of Konohagakure, the night was tranquil, the moon shining brightly. A child donned in orange attire struggled to burst a water-filled balloon. Uzumaki Naruto had been at it for over 10 hours, yet still faced failure. Damn it, why can't I do this? I feel like I'm controlling my chakra perfectly. Why isn't it working? He lamented repeatedly. Jiraiya, leaning against a tree, had closed his eyes to rest, feeling fatigued from a day of searching for materials. The moonlight graced his head and body, accentuating his silvery hair. Suddenly, Jiraiya opened his eyes wide, swiftly rising with a serious expression upon noticing that Naruto was still struggling with the first stage of the Rasengan, having yet to succeed. Rather than mock him, Jiraiya bit his thumb and summoning technique, Toad. With a puff of smoke, a small, light green toad appeared before him, its size akin to that of an adult dog. The toad grumbled, Jiraiya, what hour is this? I was trying to sleep. My apologies, Jiraiya responded quickly. Please return to Mount Mayaboku and inform Yamato that there is a situation in Konohagakure. The urgency in Jiraiya's tone was palpable, and the toad understood the gravity of the matter. Understood. I shall also wake up Lord Fukasaku and the others, it replied. Jiraiya nodded. I appreciate it. With another puff, the toad vanished. Seeing Naruto still focused on controlling his chakra, relentlessly attempting to burst the balloon, Jiraiya mused that the Nine Tails must have intercepted the communication. Naruto, continue your training. I'm off to the inn to rest, he called out. Naruto waved him off. Go on. It's not like your presence makes a difference. I feel like I have a better chance of bursting this balloon alone. I can almost hear you snickering like a perv at the sight of those ladies. Not taking offense at Naruto's words, Jiraiya chuckled. Tomorrow, I might not be around to distract you. Why did you summon a toad just now? Is there something going on? And hey, pervy sage, if I master the Rasengan, I want to learn the summoning technique too. Naruto exclaimed. Jiraiya agreed. Learning the summoning technique, I'll hold you to that. I was just curious about how Yamato was doing on Mount Mayaboku. Naruto replied, I see. Jiraiya smiled. Well then, I'm off. Yeah, go ahead. I bet I'll have a better chance of bursting this balloon by myself. Not wishing to continue the conversation, Jiraiya stretched and moved away, then immediately began to sprint toward the village. As he leapt over trees in his path, he made his way toward the village. Meanwhile, the masked Akatsuki member, Tobi, summoned a colossal statue through the wood release, with human technique, which sported numerous wooden arms. Standing atop the statue's head, Tobi formed a hand seal, causing all of the wooden arms to spring into action. Ora ora, he shouted. The many long wooden arms struck the transparent barrier with a tremendous force. The sound of thundering impacts echoed through the air. The vast barrier began to distort, then tore apart, ultimately fracturing open a sizable gap. The once impenetrable protective barrier of Konohagakure had been shattered. Orochimaru cackled, turning to his companions with fervor. You are but mere denizens of a small nation. Once we obliterate Konohagakure, the entire land of fire is ours to divide at will. What a farcical notion it is to speak of a treaty among the 5 great nations. The moment Konoha village is obliterated, the entire land of fire could justly proclaim its own demise. Without the formidable assistance of its ninjas, the daimyo of the land of fire would be reduced to nothing more than insignificant ants. At that juncture, you could slice up this vast cake into several portions, thereby elevating your nation from the status of a mere small state to that of a middle power. The other 4 great nations would indeed recognize your existence. Such pacts are but illusions, believed only by you naive little nations. The 3rd Great Ninja War concluded not long ago, and once the 4 great nations have recuperated, these smaller countries will become easy prey, either submitting to them or facing annihilation. Why should this be so? I ask you, what right do these great nations have to dictate your fates? What justification do they possess? Orochimaru's declaration before war serves to bolster morale, inspiring the ninjas of these smaller nations to embrace death with valor. Why should this be so? Why should it be that when war erupts, it is we, the small nations, who suffer, and when peace prevails, we still bear the brunt of the consequences? Why must the products we laboriously produce be subjected to exorbitant tariffs? Regardless of the era, the law of the jungle prevails. The weak are devoured by the strong, and this applies to nations as well. Fall behind, and you shall be trampled upon. It matters not if you are a great power or a small one. Politicians, driven solely by self-interest, are consumed by their own greed, indifferent to the suffering of the masses. In truth, these small nations have harbored deep-seated grievances after enduring 3 ninja world wars. Most of the ninjas who follow Orochimaru are deeply devoted to their own countries. It is precisely because they witnessed the struggle for their nations to flourish and the dire living conditions of their citizens that they are compelled to act. This predicament is a consequence of the machinations of the elites of those great nations. Money makes brothers. Without it, one is treated like cattle. Thus, the ninjas of these small nations have long been contemplating ways to secure a path for their own countries. Orochimaru, being an astute individual, has seen through these dynamics. Were he to pursue a political career, he could confidently predict that within a few years, these small nations would either fall under the dominion of the land of fire or face extinction. However, having discerned this truth, Orochimaru found life devoid of interest until he stumbled upon certain forbidden research that rekindled a sense of amusement in his existence. Orochimaru merely wished to clandestinely conduct his research beneath Konoha, to remain inconspicuous and entertain himself. Alas, the higher-ups of Konoha, including his own mentor, the 3rd Hokage, demanded he relinquish his identity as a scientist. How could he bear such indignity? Unable to contain himself, Orochimaru seized an opportunity to stealthily acquire crucial information from Konoha and resolved to defect. However, he was discovered by his mentor, the 3rd Hokage. At that time, Orochimaru lacked the strength he possesses now and faced certain death. Moreover, he was no match for the 3rd Hokage. Yet, to his astonishment, his mentor chose to spare him. Now, as Orochimaru seeks to annihilate Konoha, do you believe it is for the sake of these small nations? You are mistaken. Orochimaru's sole intention is to reclaim the research data he was unable to take previously. The fate of Konoha, whether it stands or falls, and the success or failure of those small nations in seizing the vast cake of the land of fire is of no concern to him. Orochimaru's objective is merely to retrieve certain research materials. Chapter 80. Orochimaru commences his assault on Konoha village. Yunfan has resided in Myobokuzen for 3 days. Fortunately and joyfully, he feels that the Taiji pattern within him is gradually mending. Initially, it lay in shattered disarray, yet now it has begun to regain its form. Save for a few elongated fissures, it appears that after a night's rest, it will be fully restored. Yunfan reclines on a gigantic taro leaf, gazing at the moon above. He is now able to utilize the chakra within him, placing him in a state akin to that before he mastered sage art. However, he is temporarily unable to wield sage chakra. Presently, Yunfan is ready to return to the outside world. Nonetheless, he plans to wait until the Taiji pattern is completely healed before returning to Konoha. The reason for his swift recovery lies in the nourishment provided by Shima's culinary creations and the sweet dew. To be honest, even in his previous life amidst a culinary empire where anything could be consumed, those wriggling insects left much to be desired in terms of flavor. Like rice soaked in plain water, it can be palatable once or twice, but repeated exposure becomes unbearable. Although on the first day he could stomach the barely alive insect dishes, by the second day, he was forcing them down while battling nausea. His stomach was not pleased. Yet, to recover more swiftly, Yunfan compelled his stomach to digest those insect delicacies. Thankfully, the sweet dew alleviated his discomfort. Thus, he persevered for 3 days. Yunfan is not like Naruto Uzumaki, who, driven by a goal, can withstand any hardship and remain oblivious to his suffering. Master Shinsaku. It's bad, it's bad. A contact frog with pale green skin hopped anxiously to the door of the small wooden hut. The door swung open, revealing Shinsaku, who yawned, slightly irritable. What is it? Can't you see I'm trying to sleep? The frog took a moment to catch its breath before replying. Jiraiya just informed me that Konoha village is in a state of emergency. He asked me to notify Yunfan. Upon hearing the frog's urgent words, Shinsaku furrowed his brow. I understand. Yunfan appeared atop the roof of the hut. Utilizing his Rinnegan's perceptive abilities, he had sensed the contact frog's arrival at Shinsaku's abode. Therefore, he came to discern the situation. It was evident even to a fool that this was the hour for rest, and yet the contact frog had come, indicating the news it bore was far from good. Master Shinsaku, I shall return now. Yunfan immediately began to form the seals for the reverse summoning technique, which requires a considerable amount of time. Shinsaku cautioned, be careful, your sage chakra is still unusable. Yunfan continued with his seals, eager to expedite the process. Shinsaku nodded, acknowledging that although Yunfan could not use sage chakra, he was still formidable, yet caution was paramount. If the situation escalates, we can call Jiraiya and One Tai for assistance. During these past few days, Shinsaku has come to understand that although Yunfan could forge a contract with Myobo-Kuzan, he was unable to utilize the summoning technique, thus unable to summon the frogs of Myobo-Kuzan. All right, I understand, Yunfan replied. Approximately 15 minutes later, reverse summoning technique. Yunfan completed his jutsu. With a puff of smoke, he vanished from the rooftop. In the command center of Konoha village, Yamano Kaichi and a dozen staff members had their heads connected to a massive pipe leading to a colossal water sphere. Suddenly, Yamano Kaichi and his team all spewed forth blood. Kaichi, are you alright? A staff member, witnessing the scene, rushed over to support Yamano Kaichi, expressing concern. I'm fine. Yamano Kaichi waved his hand dismissively. Then, he shouted, can you all hold on? Konoha village is in grave danger. You must endure. His voice echoed throughout the quiet hall. We can still hold on. Indeed, if the barrier had not been shattered in an instant, I felt I could have endured. Indeed, a dozen staff members, their faces ashen, nonetheless exuded an overwhelming aura. Yamashiro Kaichi bellowed, good. Now that the barrier has been breached, our immediate task is to provide the strongest intellect to all the ninjas of Konoha. Yes, the staff echoed fervently, after uplifting the spirits of his subordinates. Yamashiro Kaichi commanded, connect me to Ibiki's mental consciousness. Understood. At Orochimaru's location, after delivering an impassioned speech, he turned to gaze upon the towering walls of Konoha. He then leisurely remarked, whether we can seize this prize entirely depends on your capabilities. With that, hundreds of ninjas from various minor nations, empowered by fervor, propelled themselves towards the lofty walls. Kill. The Sound Five, along with Gaara, remained temporarily inactive. Within Konoha, not far from the high walls, Ibiki, Kakashi Hitaki, Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma Sarutobi, Konan, and several members of the Umbu were making their way to the site where the mechanical Ninetales had initially attacked the barrier. All present were elite Jonin and Umbu, and as they approached the barrier's edge, they could already sense the dire outcome. However, to their utter disbelief, just as they were nearing their destination, the protective barrier of Konoha was instantly obliterated. Frowns creased their brows. At that moment, Ibiki halted, raising his right hand to signal the others to pause. In his mind, he received Yamashiro Kaichi's voice. There is a powerful force in the southeast assaulting the transparent barrier. With the pressure from both sides, we can no longer maintain the barrier. Just moments ago, another formidable force struck from the southeast. I understand, Ibiki mentally responded. If there are any developments, notify me. Yamashiro Kaichi, after clearing his throat, replied, Kaichi, are you alright? Are you unhurt? Ibiki inquired with concern in his mind. Before Yamashiro Kaichi could finish his response, he heard Ibiki's rapid-fire words. In the northwest, over 100 ninjas in different uniforms are charging in with murderous intent. In the command hall, Yamashiro Kaichi called out, Ibiki, do you require reinforcements? Hello, can you hear me? With his eyes closed, he shouted into the mental connection. Yet, Ibiki severed the mental link. Did Ibiki feel reinforcements were unnecessary? Yamashiro Kaichi pondered. Then, opening his eyes, he shouted to the intelligence personnel. Over 100 ninjas from the northwest are invading Konoha. They appear to be from other nations. Bring in the Umbu responsible for contacting the third Hokage and relay this information to him. Although Yamashiro Kaichi could directly communicate with the third Hokage through mental connection, he deemed it unnecessary. While such communication is swift and convenient, it poses significant risks to the human mind. One misstep could render a person a fool. Thus, he aimed to minimize the use of such techniques. As a member of the Umbu entered to grasp the situation, he promptly utilized the body flicker technique and vanished from the hall. Soon after, another Umbu ninja appeared beside Yamashiro Kaichi, delivering directives from the third Hokage, including which ninjas to contact and what tasks to assign. The loss of Konoha's protective barrier was indeed grave news. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Who could foretell what further calamities awaited? Chapter 81. The Futility of the Mechanical Nine Tails. Kill. Charge. The hundreds of ninjas from various minor nations, indoctrinated by Orochimaru, surged into Konoha like madmen, armed with kunai, fearless in their assault. Engage. Ibiki stated calmly, we must provide the residents with time to evacuate. Yes. Several masked Umbu, forming hand seals with one hand, vanished in unison. The Umbu were few in number, with nearly all of their elite forces present. The third Hokage had initially planned to dispatch the strongest team to swiftly repel Orochimaru's attack, allowing for the evacuation of all residents. Most of the populace had already succumbed to slumber, and more Chunin had been dispatched to awaken and evacuate them. Clang. Clash. The sounds of weapons clashing soon echoed from the towering walls of Konoha, a cacophony that was both dense and jarring. Water release, water dragon bullet. Wind release, wind cutter. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Lightning release, thunder flash. Wind release, wind curtain. Fire release, great fireball technique. Amidst the onslaught of these jutsu, the formidable walls faced devastation, akin to a fragile sponge that could be torn asunder with the slightest effort. Nobility and power know no bounds. Some of the attacking ninjas had their arms severed and throats cut by the Umbu, blood spraying forth as they succumbed to their wounds. Despite the Umbu's superior physical prowess compared to the assailants, they were overwhelmed by sheer numbers. In that moment, both sides found themselves locked in fierce combat, evenly matched. Ibiki's brow furrowed with concern and simmering anger, for the attacking force was not limited to this front. Powerful assaults were also emerging from the northwest. Initially, Ibiki suspected this was Orochimaru's ploy to draw away their strongest forces, while he concentrated his might in the northwest to catch them off guard. However, it was evident that this was not a mere diversion by Orochimaru, for he was right before them. With a resounding crash, a colossal creature clawed through the high walls, rendering them as fragile as paper. This monstrosity was none other than the mechanical Nine Tails, crafted from metal plates, its nine tails a testament to its design. Kakashi Hitaki, donning a black mask and silver hair, gazed at the creature in astonishment. Is that the Nine Tails? Could it be Naruto? Ibiki shook his head. No, it is not Naruto. It must be a product developed by that traitor, Orochimaru. Oddly, it seems to possess some of the Nine Tails' powers, he mused, puzzled. Though the mechanical Nine Tails towered like a mountain, its strength paled in comparison to the Nine Tails that once wreaked havoc. As it advanced, everything in its path was reduced to rubble. Konan stepped forward, declaring, I will confront it. Kakashi interjected, allow me. Konan, stay on standby. Just as the two vied for the chance to face the mechanical beast, Ibiki interjected, Konan, Hinata, you two deal with that behemoth. The rest of you, come with me to confront Orochimaru. As the leader, Ibiki had made his orders clear, and Kakashi could only nod in acquiescence. Ibiki continued, Kakashi, the Nine Tails' power is not overwhelming. They can handle it, while we must confront Orochimaru. With that, Orochimaru, flanked by the Sound Five and the exceedingly charming Gaara, ambled into view. As if strolling through a serene garden, having passed through the devastation wrought by the mechanical Nine Tails. After exchanging a glance, Konan and Hinata swiftly departed from the main group. The mechanical Nine Tails had obliterated Konoha's towering walls and proceeded to dismantle various defensive structures, such as the lookout towers. Originally stationed atop the tower, the Leaf Village ninja met an untimely demise at the hands of Orochimaru in an instant while venturing out to investigate the situation. Atop a tower that loomed above the surrounding walls, the mechanical Nine Tails sought to obliterate it with its claws. However, a graceful figure hovered at the pinnacle of the tower. It was Konan, who had ingeniously fashioned a pair of wings from her paper jutsu. Paper javelin. Konan elegantly extended her beautiful right hand, resembling a pristine lotus. Subsequently, an innumerable multitude of paper fragments emerged from her ninja pouch. In a swift motion, her right hand coalesced into a formidable javelin crafted entirely from these paper pieces, towering impressively and exuding sharpness. Simultaneously, beneath the tower, close to the mechanical nine tails, another feminine figure emerged. Ninjutsu, twin serpents killing technique. At this moment, Mitarashi Anko bore dark markings upon her neck, having activated the cursed seal bestowed upon her by Orochimaru to enhance her ninjutsu prowess. In an astonishing display, her hands transformed into two colossal serpents, their bodies a pale gray, swiftly ascending towards the mechanical nine tails until they reached its head. Ugly beast, perish, Anko declared coldly, crossing her arms. The two serpents, now constricting, ensnared the mechanical nine tails, which let out a howl of frustration. Witnessing this, Konan's striking visage turned frigid as she effortlessly hurled the enormous paper javelin into the sky, her index and middle fingers forming a sign. With a delicate yet precise thrust, she directed the javelin downward. Remarkably, the colossal paper javelin seemed to possess a sentient understanding, responding to Konan's command as its sharp tip surged directly towards the head of the mechanical nine tails. Although restrained, the nine tails remained agile, gathering around its head like an onion's layers. With a thunderous crash, the tails shattered, crumbling into a pile of metallic debris, with some fragments landing atop the nine tails' head, while the rest soon fell to the ground. Despite lacking consciousness and intellect, the mechanical nine tails emitted a mournful wail, as if sensing pain. The paper javelin momentarily paused in midair. Though the mechanical nine tails was constructed from high-density iron, its hardness paled in comparison to the indomitable might of chakra. While Konan's javelin, forged from her unique chakra, could not rival metal in its raw state, once infused with chakra, it transcended its limitations. For instance, should two ninjas engage in combat wielding kunai made from high-quality metal, the weapons would endure multiple clashes without deforming. However, if one ninja infused their kunai with wind chakra while the other did not, the latter's weapon would shatter instantaneously. Thus, the immaculate paper javelin, having exhausted Konan's chakra, hovered momentarily in the air. With a flutter of her exquisite paper wings, Konan soared toward the javelin, lifting it and infusing it with a substantial amount of her chakra. With a melodious intake of breath, she hurled the javelin towards the mechanical nine tails' head. Crack! The nine tails' head splintered, followed by its entire form splitting in two. With a resounding crash, the mechanical nine tails ceased its struggles, its severed halves crashing to the ground. Chapter 82, Yunfan's Thoughts. Under the sparse moonlight, the cacophony of battle and ninjutsu intertwined, shattering the tranquility of the night. In the rear mountains of the Leaf Village, a modest clearing stirred as the surrounding trees rustled. Uzumaki Naruto was diligently practicing the Rasengan, determined to grow stronger with relentless fervor. Despite being a ninja prodigy, Naruto's lack of mental acuity often led him to squander vast amounts of chakra. Nestled in the northeastern direction of the Leaf Village, the area was serene, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of insects and Naruto's exclamations of frustration. Oblivious to Orochimaru's relentless assault on the village, Naruto remained focused on his training, intent on bursting a water-filled balloon. With a sudden puff, a cloud of white smoke materialized before dissipating, revealing a figure transformed beyond recognition. Yunfan, or rather, the true essence of himself, retaining only his Rinnegan. Yunfan, having undergone the trials of sage chakra training, now possessed an enviable and striking appearance. As Naruto prepared to manipulate his chakra once more, the unexpected arrival startled him. "Hey, who are you?" he inquired. Upon his emergence, Yunfan immediately employed his sensory abilities, feeling the presence of numerous ninjas within the Leaf Village, which eased his anxiety. The sheer number of ninjas suggested that the situation was not dire. Otherwise, casualties would be evident, and he would not sense so many presences. Turning to the nearby Naruto, he asked, "Naruto, where is Jiraiya-sensei?" Confused by the inquiry from someone he did not recognize, yet who seemed familiar with him, Naruto scratched his head in bewilderment. "Who are you, and how do you know me? I have no recollection of you, although you are certainly more handsome than that Sasuke guy." "Naruto, could you refrain from comparing me to that fool?" Yunfan thought to himself. "I am Yunfan, your older brother. After entering Mayaboka Mountain for training, I have transformed into this," he explained. "Yunfan, big brother?" Naruto rushed forward, noticing Yunfan's distinctive Rinnegan. "You really are Yunfan." "Indeed," Yunfan affirmed. Before asking again, "Where is Jiraiya-sensei?" "Perverted sage just left a while ago," Naruto replied, solidifying Yunfan's understanding of the current situation. Yet, there lingered a possibility that the emergency had been resolved by the Leaf Village. "Naruto, Has the attacker on the Leaf Village been defeated? Yunfan inquired. What attacker? Naruto asked, perplexed. Realizing that Jiraiya had likely wished to shield Naruto from the truth, Yunfan contemplated this. However, Naruto quickly grasped the situation. Are you referring to that powerful guy with the snake eyes? Yunfan nodded. Yes, Orochimaru. Without hesitation, Naruto discarded the balloon in his hand. Ready to dash back to help, Yunfan seized his clothing, lifting him as one might a chick. Naruto, where do you think you're going? Let me go? I need to return and help. This is my village, and I will become Hokage, Naruto shouted. With a resigned sigh, Yunfan replied. You are far too weak right now. Unless you can harness the power of the Nine Tails, your efforts would be futile. Do you intend to rely on your shadow clones? With his feet dangling from Yunfan's grip, Naruto struggled to pry himself free, but despite Yunfan's lack of prowess in close combat, Naruto lacked the strength to escape his grasp. However, Yunfan felt a considerable discomfort as Naruto Uzumaki incessantly pinched his fingers with his nails. Consequently, Yunfan cast Naruto to the ground, seizing both of his hands with his left, while his right hand pressed firmly against the back of Naruto's head. In an instant, Naruto found his face pressed against the earth, rendering him immobile. Yet, his body squirmed and writhed like a caterpillar in a futile struggle. Yunfan spoke, Naruto, you must understand that with your current strength, returning would be futile unless you can harness the power of the Nine Tails. However, I trust you are acutely aware of the cost of wielding such power. Naruto fell silent, then muttered in a subdued tone, I understand. Yunfan released him. But Naruto remained on the ground, his hands clenched into fists. Big brother Yunfan, can I become as strong as you? He inquired. Yunfan responded. How do you know I am strong? The Nine Tails within me told me, Naruto replied. It appears the Nine Tails has sensed the sage chakra within me, Yunfan remarked. I am well acquainted with your nature. Now that you are aware of the situation in Konoha, even knowing the dangers ahead, you would still venture forth to assist. No matter how much I counsel you, you will inevitably seek to help. With your current capabilities, you are of little assistance, yet the Nine Tails could aid you. However, be warned, you risk losing your consciousness to the Nine Tails, thereby allowing it to seize control of your body. At this juncture, Yunfan recalled how he had similarly dealt with Nagato. It dawned on him that Naruto had grown significantly, and the Nine Tails had amassed chakra over several years. Should the Nine Tails truly desire to dominate Naruto's body, the opportunities would be abundant. It is crucial to understand that Naruto has long been despised by the villagers, and the fourth Hokage's seal is susceptible to Naruto's emotional state. If the Nine Tails truly wished to emerge, it could do so with alarming ease. Bear in mind that Naruto lacks the innate suppressive power his mother possessed. This implies that Naruto cannot contain the Nine Tails. Relying solely on the fourth Hokage's seal is evidently inadequate. Naruto's emotional turmoil has already provided the Nine Tails with numerous opportunities, akin to how he had once overtaken Nagato. This situation suggests that the Nine Tails has engaged in too much chaos and has resolved to dwell within Naruto, living in relative comfort. No, it should be noted that the Nine Tails observes Naruto's experiences and aspirations, contemplating whether to remain or not. The Nine Tails state resembles that of a reader engrossed in a novel, upon discovering that the author has laid down some foreshadowing. One cannot help but continue reading to unveil what transpires. At the very least, it seeks to ascertain the outcome of the foreshadowing, whether it is satisfactory or intriguing, before deciding whether to emerge. As for why the Nine Tails urged Naruto to break the seal, I am certain that even if Naruto were to do so, the Nine Tails would not escape. Naruto's life story has yet to reach its halfway point. The proud Nine Tails. Yunfan's thoughts flitted by in an instant, and as he considered the conclusion, a smile graced his lips. He addressed the still prone Naruto Uzumaki, saying, Naruto, rise. You may now harness the power of the Nine Tails. But for safety's sake, I must perform a few actions on you.